In the summer of 2015, a young boy from a small town embarks on a journey to become the GOAT of the CSGO world, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of a major tournament. Chapter 1. Back to 2015. Thank you for the generous tip, boss. If you wish to rank up again, please do call me. Lu Feng, with a warm tone, expresses gratitude to the customer before glancing at the extra 200 yuan in his account, feeling content as he exited the game. Our protagonist, Lu Feng, age 26, is a rather unremarkable individual hailing from a third-tier city, raised by his grandparents after graduating from teacher training college. With a focus on English, he lives alone in a modest house left to him by his grandparents and works as a substitute English teacher at a local elementary school. His greatest joy comes from riding his beloved motorcycle to teach his students, returning to his small abode after work to play games as a companion and earn a meager side income. It is now the summer of 2024, and the game he plays is called CS2. After years of dedication and passion, Lu Feng has achieved a rank of multi-platform Demon S, becoming a top-tier player in this game during this era. He has often fantasized about competing on a global esports stage, executing incredible kills, winning prestigious tournaments such as ESL, DreamHack, and PGL, and celebrating exuberantly with his teammates as they hoist the trophy symbolizing victory. It was during that summer of 2015, shortly after graduating high school, that Lu Feng first encountered the game CSGO. The passing of his grandparents abruptly interrupted his joyful summer vacation. They left him a small 2-bedroom apartment, an 8th Yuan funeral fund, and a computer bought to celebrate his high school graduation. Lu Feng utilized the funeral fund and the computer to complete his college education, striving to live in the present. At this moment, Lu Feng's gaze drifted toward the old computer in the corner. With a faint smile, he thought, it's time to bid farewell to the past. Let's see if this computer still works. He'll take it to the second-hand market tomorrow. Lu Feng skillfully connected the power cable and the monitor. As he pressed the power button, the familiar desktop slowly unfolded on the screen. He prepared to plug in a mouse and keyboard to check what remained on the hard drive. However, the moment his hand touched the back of the chassis, a jolt of electricity surged through his arm like a venomous snake, accompanied by a strong, tingling sensation. Causing his body to shake uncontrollably, his consciousness began to blur, and he ultimately collapsed into the chair. Time passed, though he could not tell how long it had been before Lu Feng groggily regained consciousness, the scene before him slowly coming into focus like a film. What happened? Where's my new computer? Where's my new gaming chair? Lu Feng's mind was filled with questions. The familiar small house remained unchanged, yet the interior decor exhibited subtle alterations. Stepping out of the room, Lu Feng noticed the portrait of his grandparents on the cabinet, 3 incense sticks still wafting smoke. With a puzzled expression, Lu Feng remarked, "Wasn't this portrait put away long ago?" Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, he rushed to the computer, glancing at the time displayed in the bottom right corner. August 26, 2015, 23:05. This is impossible. Lu Feng's heart raced. Frantically, he opened a web browser and typed time into the search engine, the results matching exactly what was displayed on the computer. His heartbeat gradually steadied. Goodness, have I traveled through time or reverted to the past? Approaching the mirror, he confirmed his youthful visage, transformed back into the naive boy who had just graduated high school, as if time had pressed the rewind button on him. What on earth is happening? If I had been granted a second chance, could I not have my grandparents back? Lu Feng felt an overwhelming sense of confusion, his emotions swirling like a tempest. He had finally managed to piece his life together, only to find himself back in the summer following his high school graduation. Lu Feng remained the same impoverished youth, on the brink of attending a third-rate college, bereaved of his closest relatives. Yet, what was different this time? Lu Feng felt increasingly lost, deciding to step outside to clear his mind. Walking down the street, he observed people enjoying skewers and drinks, reveling in their merriment, engaged in lively conversations, savoring the joys of life. The traffic on the road appeared frantic, yet moved at a sluggish pace. The wind rustled through the leaves, whispering softly as if sharing secrets. The boisterous crowd of drinkers, the ceaseless flow of vehicles, and the rustling leaves created a symphony of sensations that Lu Feng could perceive with extraordinary clarity. At that moment, a massive truck crept towards him, its tires flattened, evidently laden with goods. As it passed Lu Feng, One tire crushed a stone the size of an egg, creating a sharp pop as the stone was propelled toward him at great speed. Lu Feng's senses heightened. He instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the incoming projectile. He couldn't help but mutter, "These wretched truck drivers sneaking through the city at this late hour. I should report you." Just then, Lu Feng realized something was amiss. Wait, why does everything around me feel so slow? Why is my perception so acute? How could my brain and body respond so swiftly to that stone? Could it be that I become younger? Ah, being 18 is truly wonderful. Lu Feng reassured himself, gradually calming his racing thoughts. At this moment, he remained unaware that this extraordinary journey had enhanced his dynamic vision, cognitive reactions, and bodily control beyond ordinary limits. Feeling somewhat uplifted, Lu Feng returned home, his eyes instantly drawn to the glowing monitor. Bored and restless, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Why not play a round of CSGO? Lu Feng effortlessly launched the game. However, since the 5e competitive platform was not set to commence public testing until January 1st, 2016, he could only opt for community servers at this time. Among the various options, he selected a server amusingly named "Come Top-Tier Strong Players." If not strong, just insult directly. Upon entering the game, Lu Feng was struck by the retro graphics and character models. This was an awkward phase for CSGO, as new maps and character animations had yet to be updated. The map Inferno still bore dim hues, with the police characters appearing bulky and the criminals running with exaggerated high knees. Familiar memories flooded back, prompting Lu Feng to chuckle. In the course of CSGO's update trajectory, 2016 would herald significant changes, with improvements in ballistics, character models, and animations, leading to a blossoming of tournaments that marked a new era. Thus, the summer of 2015 revealed a somewhat primitive version of CSGO, with Fnatic reigning as the year's greatest victor. In the latter half of the year, the prodigious sharpshooter Kennies, a member of the Envious team, led them to victory as the champions of the DreamHack Cluj-Napoca Major, triumphing over the formidable Na'Vi, which boasted the renowned player S1 Empel. This year, Xiao Sun had already begun to showcase his burgeoning talent amidst the chaotic dynamics of Team Liquid. Meanwhile, Inai Gongzi remained confined within the ranks of the Mouse team, and the illustrious equipment expert, known as Jingshua Shibeigo, had exhibited top-tier potential. Within TSM, the poignant era of Sweden and France reached its denouement this year, heralding the emergence of a new epoch in which various factions would vie for supremacy, led by Team A. However, these unfolding events of 2015 had no bearing on Lu Feng. From the moment he entered the server, everything began to subtly shift. Chapter 2. Is the gap really that vast? As Lu Feng completed the map-reading phase, he entered the server and observed an abundance of vacant positions on the police side, prompting him to unhesitatingly select the role of a police officer. At that time, the fervent map, known as Dust 2, predominantly favored the terrorists' offensive strategies, leading most players who entered the server early to opt for that side. Lu Feng discerned that 3 players on the terrorist side were collaborating as a small group, known as the Crazy Trio. Unbeknownst to him, these 3 individuals possessed commendable skills, and they were the ones who had set up this server. Their IDs were Crazy Xiao Yi, Crazy Lei Ji Qingnuo, and Crazy Hongren. This is simply the Crazy Trio in full display. Is everyone so eager to flaunt their personalities now? Lu Feng remarked, a vein of annoyance appearing on his forehead. He casually changed his ID to Backflow, reflecting, "Let this be my moniker as time flows back. Let it define my identity." Minutes passed, and the server gradually filled with players. The last player to join was identified as Fei Jiao, who cheerfully greeted everyone. "Good evening, brothers. I'll be holding down mid with my sniper rifle, so don't snatch my resources. Just cooperate with me, and I guarantee not a single one will make it through a alley." Already claiming resources before the match even begins, Lu Feng thought derisively of Fei Jiao, yet he replied amiably, "All right, mate, we're counting on you." As all 10 player slots were filled, they signaled their readiness, and after 3 server refreshes, the game commenced. In the pistol round, Lu Feng opted not to equip enhanced firearms like the P250 or FN57, but rather donned body armor and wielded the default USP pistol. He noticed he spawned at the A site's primary position and promptly decided to leverage this advantage to secure the A door area. As the countdown concluded, Lu Feng switched to his knife and swiftly dashed towards the A door. Simultaneously, the crazy trio took positions favoring the A door as well. Randomly, crazy Xiao Yi suggested to his teammates, "Let's lead the charge and rush A." As the countdown ceased, the four terrorists surged towards the A door. Just as Lu Feng steadied his aim, the first terrorist emerged from the A door. With a muffled thud, the silenced USP pistol discharged, claiming the first terrorist's life with a single bullet. Lu Feng swiftly retreated back to his site, evading the anticipated retaliatory fire. The second terrorist, attempting to respond, found it impossible to track Lu Feng's swift movements. The abruptness of the first kill left him disoriented, and he instinctively shifted left to seek cover behind the blue box. Lu Feng, however, offered no mercy. He quickly peeked again, and with two thunderous shots, dispatched the second terrorist as he sought shelter. The third terrorist, observing Lu Feng's retreat, aimed to retaliate, but was met with Lu Feng's rapid response, with two bullets ricocheting harmlessly off the wall where Lu Feng had just stood. Realizing there was no opportunity to strike back, the terrorist hastily concealed himself behind the blue box. The fourth terrorist, believing Lu Feng had retreated to the A bomb site, rushed toward the site in pursuit. Lu Feng executed another precise peek, complemented by a flawless stop, and with 3 shots, he decimated the fourth terrorist. The terrorist who had taken cover behind the blue box assumed Lu Feng must be reloading, or at the very least, unable to adjust his position and aim immediately. Thus, he dashed from behind the blue box towards Lu Feng. Little did he know, Lu Feng was ready for him, and with another muffled shot, the third terrorist collapsed. 7 bullets, just 7, were all it took for Lu Feng to eliminate the 4 terrorists who had charged from the A door. With impeccable positioning and timing, he emerged unscathed from the encounter. The final terrorist had initially been tasked with observing the police's counter-response from a distance by the barrels in mid. If his teammates had made significant progress in the A assault, he would have rushed in to assist in claiming a site. However, the situation had altered too rapidly, leaving him bewildered and uncertain. At that moment, the police stationed in mid spotted him, and Lu Feng, noticing the prominent red dot on his radar, confirmed the last terrorist position by the barrels in mid. Without hesitation, Lu Feng charged towards the A door, crossing through it to find the last terrorist still testing the waters with the police at mid. With 2 precise shots, he executed the final terrorist, achieving a remarkable 5 kills in the opening pistol round. "Nice, bro," and "Incredible, brother," echoed in the voice channel as teammates expressed their admiration. "Just luck. Luck. They came to me one by one, like a rescue mission," Lu Feng humbly replied. "That guy on the opposing team must have been blind." Crazy Xiao Yi from the crazy trio shouted in exasperation. "Exactly. He got lucky this time. Next time, let's all be brave and not hesitate," Crazy Hongrun chimed in. Yet they remained oblivious to the fundamental errors they had committed while rushing a failing to utilize even a high flashbang and maintaining a disorganized formation, resulting in their being easily dismantled into 4 isolated 1v1 encounters. This stark contrast in gameplay understanding compared to the later stages of CSGO was evident. Even more perplexing for them was Lu Feng's extraordinary positional control and precise timing. Lu Feng, too, recognized this disparity. The players of this era lacked the depth of comprehension and attention to detail that he possessed as a seasoned player of CSGO. In truth, Lu Feng had begun to sense that his physical capabilities had been significantly enhanced since his transmigration, with unprecedented improvements in dynamic vision, bodily control, and neural response speed. Had that 1v5 scenario been recorded in a demo, anyone reviewing it would witness Lu Feng's lightning-fast reflexes, pinpoint accuracy, and velocity, rivaling that of an aimbot. This exemplified what is often referred to as trigger-level reflexes and frame-perfect positioning. As the second round commenced, the much-anticipated Antaiko round unfolded. Lu Feng's spawn point was positioned conveniently close to the mid-door, prompting him to swiftly equip the MP9 submachine gun and charge towards the center. With a precise pair of shots, he eliminated Crazy Xiao, who was observing from the dark passage with a Desert Eagle, and subsequently dispatched Crazy Lay's Promise, who had attempted to conceal himself at a door behind an oil barrel. Without overextending, Lu Feng retreated towards A alley, taking down another assailant who sought to flank him from B tunnel's first floor. The remaining two foes, in a desperate bid to breach the mid before time expired, were swiftly neutralized by the heavy sniper and another teammate stationed in the sand. The score now stood at 2-0. The third round also served as an economic round, with the terrorists hastily grouping to rush B. Coincidentally, Lu Feng had moved to a door, thus perfectly missing this rush. Despite the terrorists' seemingly vigorous assault, the three police officers defending B area and sand managed to fend them off with considerable effort. The three fully armed officers faced five brazen assailants armed only with pistols, managing to eliminate two and recover two weapons, highlighting the lackluster performance of Lu Feng's teammates. At that moment, the heavy sniper had accrued sufficient funds to acquire an AWP and was stationed at a bomb site, resulting in minimal involvement for this round. The fourth round marked the first full-gear-long gun standoff of the match, where the terrorists' technical superiority began to surface. At the outset, a terrorist maneuvered in the dark passage, peering towards mid, only to spot a police officer armed with a sniper rifle stationed in the sand. Indeed, it was the heavy sniper, confidently aiming with a double scope at mid. The terrorist responsible for monitoring mid promptly informed his teammates, traversing B tunnel, to discreetly descend to the first floor and approach mid. He reached the oil barrels at mid-range, cleverly using cover to provoke the heavy sniper into firing. True to expectations, the heavy sniper took the bait and fired a shot, missing entirely. The stealthy terrorist then surged forth, utilizing an AK-47 to eliminate the fleeing heavy sniper. "Damn it!" echoed the heavy sniper's curse over the voice chat. "Stop cursing. When killed, report the position." "Where are they?" Lu Feng expressed his dissatisfaction. In truth, Lu Feng had already noted from the radar that one terrorist was positioned at mid and another at mid-range. After securing control over a door with his teammates, he stationed himself on the A Avenue slope, vigilantly monitoring the movements at A Alley. "Mid. One at mid," the heavy sniper hastily reported. Lu Feng promptly deployed a smoke grenade to obscure A Alley, switching to his knife and sprinting towards the police spawn to assist at mid. However, it was too late. The terrorists had deployed two smoke grenades, obscuring the police's line of sight, while others relentlessly hurled flashbangs towards the police spawn. They then executed a tactical two-pronged assault on B area. The officers defending B were unable to withstand the terrorists' dual onslaught and were swiftly eliminated, leading to B's fall. "Save your weapons. Let's retreat to a door and a pit," Lu Feng promptly advised his two teammates stationed at the forefront of A Avenue. After dispatching two terrorists who approached to collect weapons, the C4 detonated, granting victory to the attacking side. "Heavy sniper, are you for real? You just gave it away," Lu Feng inquired. "They outsmarted me deceived me at the oil barrels while another ambushed me at mid." The heavy sniper attempted to justify his earlier predicament during the countdown. Previously, in a casual deathmatch server, the terrorists emerging from the oil barrels and those sneaking up A alley were all easily dispatched. "I never lost," the heavy sniper continued to defend his honor. Lu Feng thought to himself, "Indeed, a loudmouth. It's futile to apply pressure, better to coax him into a suitable position." Lu Feng continued the dialogue. "I sense they are wary of your sniper rifle, making you a primary target." "That makes sense. I also perceive their heightened caution," the heavy sniper concurred. "I recommend you abandon the sniper rifle. Your presence is too conspicuous. Instead, utilize a silenced M4 rifle. Focusing on stealth and ambush tactics, it will frustrate them immensely," Lu Feng advised. "I'll position myself behind mid next round, ensuring they cannot escape." The heavy sniper accepted Lu Feng's counsel. In the first half, due to the defensive shortcomings, Lu Feng's control over the area was limited, allowing the terrorists to accumulate numerous points. Many rounds were resolved only after he proactively advanced to gather information. Ultimately, the first half concluded with a score of 8-7, with the terrorists leading by a single point as they entered the second half. Despite being at a disadvantage, Lu Feng had achieved 22 eliminations. As the second half commenced, the absence of defensive weaknesses allowed Lu Feng's individual prowess to shine. He adeptly employed his pre-aiming akin to a sweeping robot, exhibiting superb positional control and a profound understanding of tactical equipment, leading the charge and facing no obstacles. Often, a single individual would breach the entire defensive area. Throughout the second half, Lu Feng and his team, as the attacking side, conceded only 1 point, which occurred when Lu Feng secured a triple kill before being felled by an opponent's well-placed shot. The remaining teammates failed to secure victory in the ensuing 4 versus 2 situation. Nonetheless, they lost only 1 point, culminating in a final score of 16-9, with Lu Feng achieving a remarkable 47 kills and an impressive headshot rate of 83. As the match concluded, the public voice channel opened. "Backflow, you're a cheating scoundrel, do not return to our server. If you do, we will kick you out," Crazy Xiao exclaimed in exasperation. "Oh, feeling agitated? Remember my ID and Steam number, I won't be changing it. Whether I cheat or not, time will reveal the truth," Lu Feng replied with a resigned smile. "All right, we anticipate the day you are VAC banned." The opposing team's Zhong AI, San Xiao echoed in unison. "No problem, please keep an eye out," Lu Feng responded with a grin. Chapter 3 Analysis and Future Plans. Lu Feng had no desire to engage in meaningless disputes with Zhong AI San Xiao, so he promptly exited the server. A notification chimed. "Fei Jiu requested to add you as a friend." Lu Feng accepted the request. Soon, a message from Fei Jiu appeared in the chat. "Fei Jiu, buddy, you aren't cheating. You genuinely play better than us." Lu Feng, "Oh? How can you be so sure?" "Fei Jiu, I've seen plenty of cheaters using hacks, especially in chaotic servers. They know where everyone is. In our defensive round, they scored many points, and you couldn't predict their offensive focus at all." Lu Feng, haha. The onlooker sees the clearest. That Zhong AI San Xiao is just blinded by rage. Fei Jiu, Zhong AI San Xiao. Haha, how apt. By the way, buddy, could you mentor me and teach me a few techniques? Lu Feng, this game is all about time and practice. There are no shortcuts. Avoid easy wins and play against skilled opponents. Only by being trampled by those better than you can you grow. Playing against novices is merely self-deception, remaining oblivious to one's own shortcomings. Fei Jiu, I understand, buddy. If you have the chance, take me to witness a skill match like the ones you partake in. Lu Feng, there will be opportunities. I need to sleep now. It's late. Goodbye. Fei Jiu, goodbye. After shutting down his computer, Lu Feng rose and made his way to the bathroom. He turned on the tap and splashed cool water onto his face before gently drying it with a towel. He lifted his head and scrutinized his reflection in the mirror. A tall young man nearing 6 feet, though not conventionally handsome, possessed a charm that grew on one. His facial contours were distinct, exuding a unique allure. Yet, at this moment, he was reminiscent of a youthful 18-year-old, still bearing a hint of childishness. In truth, Lu Feng had not yet reached his 18th birthday. His birthday was on January 15th, and according to traditional Chinese customs, if one has not celebrated the Lunar New Year, the year is not yet complete. Therefore, Lu Feng must wait until January of the following year to hold his coming-of-age ceremony. Lu Feng entered the living room and reverently lit 3 incense sticks for his grandparents. A wave of emotion washed over him, pondering whether it was his grandparents or some celestial being who had granted him this second chance. Previously, he had not achieved sufficient success, and now that he had been given an opportunity to start new, he resolved to strive earnestly, even if it meant facing failure. It would not be in vain. Lu Feng made a silent vow. Lying in bed, the room cloaked in darkness, only the moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow by the bedside. Lu Feng did not close his eyes to sleep but stared blankly at the ceiling, his mind racing with thoughts as he reflected on the events that had transpired. It seemed as though his body had undergone some transformation, he recalled, before his reincarnation. While he could achieve similar kills and maneuvers in the game, they did not feel as effortless as they had just moments ago. The techniques he executed felt far from his limits, everything seeming so effortless, as if his innate talent and abilities had significantly amplified. Speaking of talent and ability, in his previous life, there were 2 superstars, namely Lu Long Dui and Tu, recognized as prodigies in the gaming world. Both possessed extraordinary talents. Many only knew of their astonishing reaction speeds and aiming precision, marveling at their explosive performances, unaware that by their teenage years, they had amassed over 10,000 hours of practice. Thus, it is said that mere talent without effort is but idle talk. Only the combination of talent and hard work can elevate one's potential above the rest. Of course, talent and effort alone are insufficient without discipline. Esports, like any competitive sport, necessitates daily training and comes with fluctuations in performance. Discipline and training ensure that one's capabilities remain consistently high. This brings to mind the infamous Ni Gongzi, currently incarcerated with the Mouse team. He is now a renowned player and a topic of discussion, a prodigy of this era. People only see the brilliance and solidity of his skills as the world's top sharpshooter, but overlook the unshakable fundamentals that allow him to maintain his title as the best sharpshooter at the age of 27. Solid fundamentals can mitigate many issues that arise with age. The esports scene witnesses countless so-called prodigies each year, while many former prodigies fade into obscurity, lost in the tide of the world stage. I aspire to pursue a professional career. I wish to stand atop the world and become a celebrated esports star. Lu Feng established a firm goal following his rebirth. In his previous life, despite years of dedication, he had only reached the level of an average player. Yet he was acutely aware of the gap between himself and professional players. Henceforth, he resolved to practice diligently, to enrich himself, and to ensure he remained ahead. Given that the heavens had bestowed upon Lu Feng such exceptional talent post-rebirth, he could not squander this gift and blend into the masses. Realizing this, Lu Feng understood that merely finding the path forward was insufficient. He must also devise a contingency plan. That plan was to amass wealth. Indeed, leveraging the information he possessed from his past life to earn money in this one, ensuring that even if his professional esports journey faltered, he could live comfortably. Damn, why didn't I memorize a few winning lottery numbers? That would solve everything. Lu Feng cursed his past self, regretting it so much that he wished to smack his own thigh. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Yes, I could deal in game cosmetics. I am well versed in that. I know which items will skyrocket in value in the future. A plan began to form in Lu Feng's mind, with 80,000 yuan at hand. He would first set aside 8,000 yuan for tuition and to cover living expenses for the first few months of school, using the remaining funds to acquire 2014 Katowice stickers and team stickers in the marketplace. Not to mention the butterfly knife and the StatTrak M4A4 howl. These two items would appreciate tremendously in the coming years, their prices multiplying tenfold to 100-fold, reaching levels unattainable by the average person. At this time, butterfly knives were not particularly popular, often derisively referred to as sissy knives. Having figured all this out, Lu Feng gradually calmed his restless mind, and drowsiness soon overtook him, leading him into slumber. The following day, Lu Feng hurried to the bank, withdrew 8,000 yuan, and then set up online banking services. Upon returning home, he began to scour the market and community for purchases. As he gazed upon his inventory filled with commemorative stickers, butterfly knives, and the StatTrak M4A4 howl, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After completing all transactions, he quickly set his inventory to private. This was the foundation of his future happiness. This batch of items was conservatively estimated to be worth 8 digits by 2024. However, at that time, Lu Feng would still be showcasing his talents on the world stage. But that is a story for another day. For now, let us leave that aside. Chapter 4 let the professional scene see me in the days that followed. Lu Feng focused all his energy on practicing tosses, positioning, and both defensive and offensive strategies. He continually downloaded match footage from various websites to observe and study the current professional gameplay styles and positional habits. Once he had made progress, he validated his findings in the 10-man servers, though he often faced accusations of cheating from other players. Lu Feng paid little heed to these. He was resolute in his goals, rendering the trivial matters on the path to success insignificant. As the day of enrollment approached, Lu Feng stepped into the campus that had once been the backdrop of his 3 years of university life, everything appearing just as it was in his memories. Following the recollections of his past, he swiftly completed the registration process and met with his counselor. The counselor, surnamed Wang, was the same as in his previous life. After graduating from this very institution, she had chosen to remain and work as a counselor. Having only been in her position for 2 years, she appeared not much more mature than Lu Feng, a girl still in the bloom of youth. Having traversed through time, Lu Feng was no longer the naive youth he once was. The day before school commenced, he had purchased a silver bracelet shaped like a little sheep from a trinket shop on the street. Upon meeting the counselor, he presented her with the bracelet, recalling that she was born in the year of the sheep. This unexpected gift startled Counselor Wang. "We have never met before. How did you know I was born in the year of the sheep? How did you know I was a girl?" she exclaimed, astonished. I just thought the bracelet was quite beautiful," Lu Feng hurriedly explained. "Oh no, that was a miscalculation. It's certainly true that I hadn't met her before, and such an apt gift could lead to misunderstandings." He thought to himself, "Hey, Are you perhaps infatuated with some lovely female classmate and couldn't muster the courage to present her the gift? Counselor Wong teased with a knowing smile. Young man, filled with youthful exuberance, don't get too distracted by romance. Focus on your studies. She continued with a playful grin. Yes, I shall heed your advice, counselor. Lu Feng responded, his forehead glistening with sweat as he scratched his head nervously. Well then, thank you for your gift. I shall accept it. Now, please attend to your responsibilities as I have new students to welcome, Counselor Wong said with a smile. All right, I won't intrude on your work any longer. Goodbye, counselor. Lu Feng hastily departed. Ah, young man, Counselor Wong chuckled as she observed Lu Feng's retreating figure, wandering aimlessly through the campus. Lu Feng sought to relive the memories of yesteryear. Since it was the day for new students to check in, numerous university clubs had set up banners along the main thoroughfare. Lu Feng paused before the esports club S table, where a throng of boys had gathered. Indeed, electronic sports served as a powerful catalyst for social interaction. The club leader was actively engaging with the surrounding students. What games do you all enjoy playing? He inquired. Crossfire, Counter-Strike, League of Legends. The boys responded in a cacophony. Lu Feng thought to himself, well, it seems the gaming company indeed has a firm grip on our generation. Senior, hello, I'm fond of playing, Lu Feng said to the upperclassmen at the registration table. If there are others who enjoy these games, could you please help me register? Of course. I will keep an eye out for you, the senior replied. Lu Feng had no intention of joining the esports club. He merely wanted to register for game recruitment information, as he was not interested in the club's events for other games. Hey, you play too, a boy clad in athletic wear asked as Lu Feng raised his head. Yes, I only play this one game. Other games require spending money and disrupt game balance. So I'm not inclined to invest in that, Lu Feng replied. Indeed, that makes it quite unenjoyable. By the way, I'm Chun Hang from the computer science department. And you? The boy inquired. I'm Lu Feng from the English department. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lu Feng could distinctly sense that Chun Hang hailed from a well-off family. After registering his information and exchanging contact details with Chun Hang, Lu Feng felt a wave of boredom wash over him and decided to head home. Classes were scheduled to commence the day after tomorrow, and with his memories from his past life, he felt no need to familiarize himself with the surroundings. He recalled that something significant would occur in the coming days. The 5-duel platform was set to launch in September of that year, attracting many professional players and casual gamers. Although he couldn't remember the exact date, Lu Feng intended to return home to gather relevant information. He understood that this was an opportune moment. Once the 5-duel platform opened, he could engage in matches with domestic professional players. He needed to elevate his ranking on the 5-duel platform swiftly, allowing him to gain attention from the professional scene and paving the way for his rapid entry into the realm of professional gaming. Upon returning home, Lu Feng powered on his computer and entered 5-duel platform into the search engine. To his astonishment, he discovered that the official website was already live, offering platform downloads. With the battle servers set to go live at 10 o'clock a.m. the following day, Lu Feng promptly downloaded the 5-duel platform and meticulously registered his account as instructed. At that moment, a notification pinged on WeChat. It was a message from Chun Hang. Lu Feng, which dormitory are you in? Have you set up your internet? The 5-duel platform is launching tomorrow. I'm a day student. My home is not far from the school. I just found out about the 5-duel platform and have already downloaded and registered, Lu Feng replied. Wow, you're a day student. That is fantastic. No need for evening self-study, and you can avoid the frustrations of dealing with the student council's pretentious bureaucracy. Chun Hang expressed with envy. By the way, Lu Feng, what is your username on the 5-duel platform? I'll add you as a friend, and we can play together tomorrow once it's online. All right, I've added you. Please accept my request. After exchanging information with Chun Hang, Lu Feng realized it was already 11:30. A pang of hunger struck, prompting him to rush to the community entrance to purchase a deluxe fried noodle dish as a way to celebrate the start of his university life. Lu Feng was aware that the coursework for freshmen was not overly burdensome. In the English department, aside from a few early morning classes, most courses were scheduled for the morning. Language learning primarily involves memorization. Hence, the school attempted to arrange classes in the morning. Additionally, the English curriculum was not extensive, making academic life relatively relaxed. Most knowledge consolidation stemmed from independent reading and recitation by students. After lunch, Lu Feng spent the entire afternoon practicing game mechanics, throwing game items, pre-aiming, and engaging in gameplay. Whenever fatigue set in, he would gaze dreamily at his inventory, relishing the genuine sense of security it provided. Moreover, Lu Feng perused the school's official bulletin board regarding work-study recruitment. He quickly secured a part-time job at the campus fast food restaurant, working 4 hours daily after morning classes and earning 50 yuan along with 2 meal vouchers. Lu Feng was quite content with this arrangement, as it significantly alleviated his financial strain. The next day, Lu Feng rose early to review his studies, compelling himself to engage in some morning reading. He arrived at the work-study fast food restaurant to familiarize himself with the environment and complete his tasks for the day. By 1:30 p.m., Lu Feng sat before his computer, logged into his 5-dual platform account, and linked it with his registration. He pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and found Chun Hang. Chun Hang, I'm all set on my end. Are you online? Shall we play some 5-duel together? Seeing Lu Feng's message, Chun Hang immediately canceled his matchmaking and replied eagerly, "Dude, I've been waiting for you for ages. I've already battled 3 matches. All right, I'm online now. Send me an invite, and we can duo queue." Lu Feng responded. The 5-duel platform randomly generated a message inviting him into a room. Lu Feng confirmed the invitation and typed in the chat, initiating the random matchmaking process. As the preparation alert sounded, Lu Feng promptly clicked to confirm. The map appeared, and at that moment, the new version of Hellfire Town had yet to be released. At this moment, the server was flooded with newly registered players. Apart from Lu Feng and Chun Hang, the other 8 participants had not even modified their usernames, which consisted solely of a string of numbers. Unsurprisingly, Lu Feng and Chun Hang swiftly triumphed in this match with a staggering score of 16-1. Lu Feng achieved a remarkable 34 kills, while Chun Hang displayed commendable skills, securing 22 kills. Such a one-sided match did not indicate any significant issues. The opposing team could neither defend nor attack effectively, purely a testament to technical superiority, as everyone was still in the ranking phase. The mix of novices and veterans resulted in a rather low level of competition. Soon, Lu Feng and Chun Hang had played 4 matches, and as their hidden ranking points increased, their opponents gradually became more formidable. Eager to continue, Lu Feng and Chun Hang queued for a 5th match. On the first day of the server opening, the novelty of the game still held sway over them. A notification signaled a successful match, and soon all 10 players confirmed their entry into the server, with the map set in the Desert Mirage. Upon entering, Lu Feng noticed that 2 opponents bore familiar names. Wait, aren't those players from the professional team Kai Baozi? Lu Feng was well acquainted with them, having recognized them as early members of the gunmen. Chun Hang, the opponents are professional players. We must take them seriously and avoid recklessness, Lu Feng advised through voice chat. Oh no, we're going to be crushed, Chun Hang replied, his tone laced with despair. Don't lose heart. They're just 2 players. Their impact on the game may not be substantial. Let's give it a shot. Lu Feng encouraged. Chun Hang maintained his confidence. I was just joking. I'm curious to see how skilled they are. With the teams fully assembled, the first task was to engage in a knife fight to choose sides. To Lu Feng's delight, his team won the knife fight and naturally opted for the police side. The match officially commenced on the Desert Mirage map. In the pistol round, Lu Feng spawned relatively close to the action and instinctively chose the police telephone booth as his vantage point, hoping to collect tolls from passers-by and create favorable conditions for the police's defense. The defensive positions were set, with Lu Feng observing from the police house, Chun Hang covering the middle, and the remaining 3 officers stationed at the defense zone. The opponents, under the leadership of He, clearly underestimated their adversaries and opted to push directly into the zone. Shortly after Lu Feng settled into his position at the police booth, gunfire erupted in the area. Amid the chaos, the defending officers could only shout in the voice chat, "Fire!" Subsequently, the 3 defending officers were swiftly eliminated by He and his team, with not a single criminal falling, thus securing the zone. As one of the criminals planted the bomb, 2 others entered the supermarket to exert pressure on the returning Chun Hang and Lu Feng. Before the zone fell, Chun Hang, noticing the absence of enemies in the middle, quickly moved to the jump platform to elevate his position. However, he missed the chance to return to the zone in time. Just as he emerged from the dog hole and intended to enter the supermarket, he encountered the 2 criminals, who promptly eliminated him at the entrance. 2. In the supermarket, Chun Hang managed to relay the information to Lu Feng despite his predicament. Lu Feng, sensing the imminent threat as he moved from the police house to the supermarket, anticipated the criminals would rush out after killing Chun Hang. He paused at the police house, took cover, and aimed at the supermarket entrance. Sure enough, One criminal charged out. With a muffled shot, Lu Feng dispatched the first criminal with a single bullet. Immediately, Lu Feng advanced to the stairs outside the dog hole, a precarious position shielded by a flower pot, making aiming challenging. The remaining criminals, having received reports of their fallen teammate, also rushed out of the supermarket. With precise aim, Lu Feng eliminated the second criminal with two well-placed shots. The criminals had already retreated to the second floor to prevent any police from flanking them through the sewer. Originally intending to pressure the police in the supermarket, upon witnessing the demise of his two teammates, the third criminal stabilized his position at the corner of the supermarket window, effectively controlling both the window and the supermarket entrance. After planting the bomb, he took cover behind a white car, leveraging the box inside to aim at the supermarket entrance. Lu Feng, not opting for stealth, boldly entered the supermarket, eager to explore any vulnerabilities in the enemy's defense. He approached the supermarket entrance without jumping through the window. As he revealed himself, he spotted the criminal crouched behind the white car. Lu Feng, maintaining excellent control, had already pre-aimed at the trash can and sofa positions. Upon seeing the criminal, Lu Feng swiftly pulled his weapon and, with two shots, eliminated him. Not rushing out of the supermarket, Lu Feng feigned a jump to check for any criminals hiding behind the sofa. Confident that the sofa was clear, he understood that the pressure was now significantly greater on him than on the criminals, as the bomb had already been planted. Lu Feng continued to pre-aim, checking the outer bomb site and behind the wooden boxes. Having confirmed that these positions were unoccupied, he took a deep breath and executed a standard backward pull towards the wall by the window. The gunshot rang out, and without any reaction, Lu Feng dispatched his next foe. "Wow, that was impressive. So precise," exclaimed a teammate, acknowledging Lu Feng's skill. "Ajong, he just came out of the supermarket. He is quite mysterious," he relayed, recognizing the professionalism of the opposing player who habitually communicated vital information to his teammates. As the bomb's detonation time dwindled, Lu Feng was unaware of the enemy's hiding spot. After eliminating an opponent, he searched the sofa area and moved to the back of the white car, finding no one. With only the small path and second floor remaining, both locations were too far for further searching. Lu Feng decided to tap the bomb for visibility. At this moment, the seasoned professional player demonstrated their cunning. Rather than revealing themselves, they fired two shots from the second floor. The second floor, Lu Feng immediately registered the location of his shots. He had only equipped a bulletproof vest for this round and had not purchased a bomb diffuser. The likelihood of forcing a defusal without revealing himself had diminished. In a decisive moment, Lu Feng sprinted towards the rear of the white car. With a leap, he lightly tapped the back bumper and executed a spinning crouch jump, gracefully vaulting onto the second floor. As he heard the sounds of footsteps, it was evident that the enemy had abandoned the bomb defusal. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Feng had ascended to the second floor. Lu Feng rushed to his hiding spot, hearing the approaching footsteps, still incredulous at how quickly the enemy had ascended. In a moment of urgency, he attempted to reposition for observation, but the tension caused him to overextend slightly. While this would typically be considered a minor mistake, it proved sufficient for Lu Feng's reflexes, resulting in two rapid shots that culminated in the elimination of his opponent. As the countdown to the bomb's detonation reached its final 10 seconds, Lu Feng recognized the urgency of the situation and swiftly dashed toward the direction of the criminal's base on the second floor. With a resounding explosion, the bomb detonated amidst the urgent countdown. At this moment, Lu Feng had reached the junction between the second floor and the criminal's base, the blast's aftermath leaving his bulletproof vest intact. The pistol round concluded with a victory for the criminals. In the aftermath, Lu Feng expressed regret. "What a shame. You guys were incredible. Truly impressive." Lu Feng, despite not securing a victory, has proven to be remarkably impressive. The voice channel resonated with the admiration of his teammates. His recent performance was nothing short of extraordinary. The final kill, executed with a leap to the second floor, is a maneuver rarely seen even in professional tournaments today. Regrettably, the round did not conclude in their favor. "Brothers, let us equip ourselves with bulletproof vests and add 250. Let us see if we can turn the tide," Lu Feng suggested in the voice chat. "All right, we'll follow your lead." His teammates agreed. In truth, even without Lu Feng's suggestion, they intended to proceed similarly. As this was not a professional match, and who would meticulously manage their economy in such a setting? After arming himself with a pistol and a smoke grenade, Lu Feng laid out his plan. "I will head to the archway first to see if I can take down anyone in the middle. You three prepare smoke grenades to block the first and second floors. Chun Hang, observe carefully, maintain your position, and avoid being eliminated. Try to divert their attention as much as possible. Understood, Chun Hang responded. The police side quickly assigned roles after a brief discussion. The second division commenced, and the criminals were evidently aware that two of their comrades were seasoned players, leading to a sensible allocation of resources, with two individuals equipped with AK-47s. As the countdown concluded, the criminals began to maneuver, confidently wielding their AK-47s and opting to engage from a distance, which was a reasonable strategy. The positioning of the other criminals involved two heading towards one, while another descended to the sewer. With a forward position, they arrived at the center first. Confident due to their weaponry advantage and their status as professionals, they underestimated the opposition and chose not to use tools to clear their path, instead opting to rush out of the middle. As soon as they emerged, they spotted Chun Hang, who was observing. Instinctively, they fired 2 shots in his direction. However, Chun Hang managed to evade the bullets effectively. In that fleeting moment, Lu Feng heard the gunfire and knew the conflict was centered around Chun Hang. He immediately emerged from the archway. Accompanied by a series of gunshots from his pistol, one adversary fell, their AK-47 clattering to the ground. A total of 3 shots were fired. One struck the head, while 2 impacted the torso, achieving a swift elimination. The pistol's advantages were thoroughly showcased in Lu Feng's hands. Archway, he shouted. In that instant, Lu Feng swiftly retreated back into the archway. The one who had followed to finish him off lost sight of their target. Witnessing a teammate fall, the remaining criminals, now cautious, hastily took cover behind the sandbags in the middle, relinquishing their items. Smoke grenades were deployed, and a Molotov cocktail was thrown towards the narrow path. Subsequently, a flashbang was tossed to cover their advance from behind the sandbags toward the archway. Lu Feng, observing the opponent's thrown items in the middle, particularly the roaring flames of the Molotov in the narrow path, surmised they would attempt to probe the archway. Quietly, Lu Feng positioned himself behind the low box at the archway, an advantageous spot against adversaries approaching from the narrow path, allowing only a slight view of their heads. The moment an enemy came into Lu Feng's sight, he squeezed the trigger, sending the remaining bullets their way. Due to the multitude of potential targets requiring pre-aiming, this position was not adequately considered. Thus, unable to adjust promptly, he only managed to strike the enemy's leg before they too fell. Lu Feng did not hastily reload. He aimed to stay at the archway. He deployed a smoke grenade, lobbing it low at the entrance, creating a one-way smoke barrier towards the sewer exit. After reloading, he positioned himself at the right edge of the archway, concealed by the smoke, and began to observe the sewer. Sure enough, moments later, a criminal emerged from the sewer, oblivious to the imminent danger after witnessing the 2 professional players fall in the middle. To ensure the kill, Lu Feng opted for a 3-round burst, resulting in yet another adversary collapsing. With no one left to retaliate in the middle, Lu Feng, under the cover of the smoke grenade, retrieved the fallen AK-47 from the archway and swiftly returned to the jump platform. At this juncture, the smoke grenades at both the second floor and the first dissipated. The remaining 2 criminals, seeing their comrades eliminated in the middle, reluctantly launched an assault. Lu Feng, positioned at the jump platform, had a clear line of fire at the second floor exit, taking down the first enemy who dared to show themselves with his newly acquired AK-47. The other criminal attempting to traverse the first floor was swiftly dispatched by Lu Feng's teammates. The tide had turned. The voice channel among the police erupted with exclamations of impressive, directed at Lu Feng and themselves. Wow, that opponent is quite accurate and cunning. They are difficult to handle, remarked one of the criminals in their voice channel. Who is this person? Which scoundrel is mocking us with a smurf account? They continued. Let's play it safe, brothers. This round 1 TB easy. Their expressions grew increasingly serious. For the next round, Lu Feng devised a relatively straightforward strategy. In the next round, I'll take the Desert Eagle to the middle while you 3 wait at the first. As soon as we secure a kill, we'll close in. Given the nature of this match and the presence of ordinary players, executing complex strategies typical of professional teams would be implausible. Therefore, simplicity was key. The score stood at 1-1, and the situation shifted as the criminals entered an economic round. In this round, Lu Feng spawned closest to the action. As soon as the countdown finished, he shattered the dog-hole barrier, executing a flawless spinning jump through the dog hole. He then leaped out of the window and dashed up the middle, tossing a flashbang behind the sandbags. At this point, The criminals, positioned closer to the spawn point, rushed out of the middle. However, Lu Feng, with impeccable timing and movement, had already gained the upper hand. As the flashbang flew their way, they hastily turned to evade it, their position compromised as the screen turned white. Lu Feng seized the opportunity, eliminating them as they turned to avoid the flashbang, never expecting an opponent would appear at that moment. With the flashbang's effects still lingering, they could not retaliate effectively. Lu Feng crouched low, dispatching another adversary with a quick burst. He swiftly withdrew, maintaining his aim on the sewer exit until he retreated back to the archway, ensuring no one followed from the sewer. At this point, he deduced that the remaining enemies were not in the middle and made his way to the jump platform. Everything had transpired in the blink of an eye, and the smoke on the second floor had yet to dissipate. Thus, Lu Feng did not engage the second floor directly, but instead launched himself from the jump platform towards the first. Two criminals had already emerged from the first, their confidence shaken after witnessing their middle counterparts fall. Lu Feng's reflexes were astonishing as he spotted the two criminals in the first. A sudden halt. Gunfire erupted. Both criminals fell in quick succession. After securing the kills, Lu Feng promptly retreated to reload. The third criminal, who rushed out in panic, was struck twice by Lu Feng's teammates, retreating to the first and taking cover behind a short box. A police officer threw a grenade, which detonated and eliminated the last criminal who had sought refuge. The score stood at 2-1, with the police securing victory without any casualties. Following this, another round commenced, with the criminals in an economic situation opting not to purchase any equipment or weapons, directly choosing to engage. In this round, Chun Hang fortuitously positioned himself in the area. The first police officer defending the main zone, slightly flustered, managed to take down two opponents before falling. The remaining three criminals were entirely subdued by Chun Hang, who was defending the perimeter of the bomb site. The defending side lost to Fama's rifle, yet their economy remained relatively stable. The score now stood at 3-1. Chapter 7, Triumph over Professionals. The fifth round officially began. This marked the first true, full-gear match between both sides. In this round, the bandits naturally opted for a default opening, maintaining their focus on the central route. Their slightly delayed spawning position led to a more cautious approach, as they were not in a hurry to seize the advantage in gunfights. As the countdown concluded, they promptly threw a smoke grenade to obscure the bandit exit in the middle, swiftly advancing towards the center, closely followed by another bandit whose spawn was closer to the middle. Due to the previous smoke grenade's deployment, he found himself slightly behind the leading bandit. In this round, Lu Feng, spawning in a position relatively close as the second player, decided to take immediate control in search of opportunities. With an elegant spin, Lu Feng leapt through the dog hole, instantly observing the middle. Almost immediately, he noticed his opponents had thrown a smoke grenade into the center. It was evident that their intention was to cover their teammate and gain control of the middle. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng switched to a Molotov cocktail and hurled it towards the sandbags in the middle. Upon detonation, flames erupted, engulfing the area behind the sandbags. The first bandit to emerge from the exit, intent on using the smoke grenade as cover to hide behind the sandbags, was momentarily taken aback by the inferno. Lu Feng, after throwing the Molotov, executed his movements fluidly, switching to his weapon and unleashing a barrage of bullets into the smoke. The first bandit, realizing the dire situation, attempted to abandon his plan to occupy the sandbags and prepare to retreat. However, it was too late. The bullets fired from within the smoke struck him decisively, and he fell to the ground before he could withstand a few shots, losing equipment worth nearly $5,000. Recognizing the success of his smoke maneuver, Lu Feng retracted his weapon and, seizing the opportunity before the flames extinguished, threw a directional smoke grenade into the area. Meanwhile, after waiting for a few seconds behind the bandit exit, he saw the flames dissipate and, confirming that the opposing team had ceased firing into the smoke, dashed toward the area behind the sandbags. The proficiency of a professional player was evident as he executed a small jump. Realizing that the smoke obstructed his vision and recalling that the grenade was not thrown by his team, he promptly alerted his teammate, Ajong, warning him about the foreign smoke and advising caution regarding the one-way smoke while suggesting a follow-up smoke grenade. Lu Feng smiled as he observed another smoke grenade detonating. The experience of a professional player was apparent, and he had not been deceived. With the smoke clouding the area, he leaped onto the path, simultaneously tossing a flashbang towards the archway to prevent any gunman from aiming down the path. Following the flashbang, he quickly reached the corner of the path, preparing to utilize the blinding effect to secure the small black room. Recognizing the futility of the situation, Lu Feng repositioned to observe the archway. As the flashbang soared into the archway, Lu Feng's extraordinary reflexes kicked in, and he swiftly dodged back. After the flashbang exploded, he peeked out once more, spotting an enemy about to enter the small black room, and executed a rapid series of headshots to eliminate him. Recognizing the failure to secure the small black room and establish a foothold, he understood that further advances into the middle were futile. He retreated behind the sandbags, contemplating how to navigate the remaining 3 against 5 situation. Following the initial skirmish in the middle, a silence fell. Without lingering in the middle any longer, he dashed towards the second floor of the area, instructing his teammate positioned outside to dispose of all his equipment in the area before feigning an attack from one, while Lu Feng and the teammates on the second floor would assault the area. After outlining the strategy for the endgame, the bandits swiftly positioned themselves, attempting to advance stealthily to ensure the element of surprise in their attack. "Area bomb has been thrown," shouted the teammate responsible for observing the area on the voice channel. The lone bandit advancing from one was indeed ferocious, following the last flashbang. Swiftly running to the sandwich position and eliminating the police officer guarding the short box at the bomb site, Lu Feng quickly leapt onto the platform, dispatching the bandit in the sandwich position. Noticing that the bandits had ceased their actions in the area, he warned, "The area is a feint. Be cautious." At that moment, the area launched a genuine assault. A bandit who had been lurking on the second floor of the area leapt down, utilizing the flashbang to press the attack, swiftly beginning to search the area. While he did not secure any kills against the defenders, he successfully marked the positions of 2 police officers stationed in the area. One behind the sofa, one in the path. After the police officer behind the sofa was eliminated, he shouted a warning. The prowess of a professional player was evident as he swiftly eliminated the officer at the sofa position, taking control of it, and then executed 2 rapid shots towards the police officer in the path, who was subsequently taken down. As the officer in the path fell, Lu Feng was already on his way back to the area, emerging from the dog hole into the supermarket without rushing into the bomb site. He preferred to wait patiently to plant the bomb, allowing him to confirm the opponent's positions. He knew that if he recklessly charged out, he could easily fall victim to a well-prepared ambush. At this moment, the remaining police officer in the area also approached the supermarket. Unaware of where the second officer would return from, he only knew that one had just arrived at the supermarket. He decided to take the initiative and eliminate the newly arrived officer. Silently approaching the supermarket in trance, the moment he revealed himself, Lu Feng, already prepared at the checkout counter, swiftly aimed and executed a headshot. He was ready, he exclaimed in frustration as he slammed the table. At this point, the score stood at 4-1, with the police securing the first long gun round. Subsequently, the bandits attempted an economic round, launching a bomb assault on the area. After Lu Feng eliminated 2 bandits who rushed out from one, he was caught off guard by his teammates' flashbang, subsequently being taken down by the bandits. The police, with only 1 survivor remaining, managed a Pyrrhic victory in this round, bringing the score to 5-1 in favor of the police. Given that the opposing team had 2 professional players, their individual skills were a stark contrast to those of ordinary players, making the defensive shortcomings particularly evident. Although Lu Feng exerted his utmost to secure the first kill and gather information, he could not achieve complete dominance, as the opposing team clearly aimed to avoid him. Ultimately, the first half concluded with a score of 8-7, with the police barely leading by 1 point. As the second half began, the defensive weaknesses became more pronounced, with the 2 players sometimes grouping defensively and at other times pushing forward to secure advantage. However, most of these strategies were countered by Lu Feng, resulting in minimal impact. When a match concluded, the final score was 16-11, with Lu Feng and Chun Heng emerging victorious. Lu Feng achieved an impressive 42 kills, nearly achieving a flawless performance. After the match, the 2 professional players sat in front of their computers in silence for a long time. "Ajong, do you think the opponent was cheating?" Lu Feng broke the silence. "I don't think so." Ajong slowly articulated his assessment. "Why do you say that?" Lu Feng inquired. "Firstly, their positioning and equipment techniques cannot be achieved through cheating software. Secondly, the platform has just been launched, and any hacks targeting it likely have not yet been developed." He provided his reasoning. "That makes sense. By the way, this platform allows us to download recordings. Let me check the footage from earlier." Still hesitant to draw a definitive conclusion. "All right, once you have it ready, let's watch together," came the reply. Meanwhile, Lu Feng received a message from Chun Hang on WeChat. Wow, Lu Feng, you're incredible. That professional player on the opposing team couldn't match your skill and was completely dominated by you. Lu Feng tapped on his phone and replied, in that last match, I felt quite good. The opposing team underestimated us, which allowed us to gain an early advantage. Ding! Chun Hang sent another message. You are truly formidable. I will stick with you from now on. This experience is simply delightful. Great. Our small point gaining team is officially established today. Lu Feng continued to respond to Chun Hang. He believed that although Chun Hang was not an elite level, he was far from inadequate. Having a reliable partner with whom to duo is certainly preferable to playing with random players. Chapter 8. Who is he? Before long, the download was complete. After preparing, they called each other over and began watching together. The first thing they viewed was the initial pistol round. Upon seeing the player named, he executed a clean spinning jump to the second floor, eliminating an opponent before making a swift escape. Wow, so this is how he got up there. Lu Feng exclaimed in astonishment, quickly following up with, you are the best at movement in our team. Can you do that? I can't make that jump. Even if I practiced specifically for it and could manage it, I couldn't use it so casually in a match. He replied honestly. Has anyone used such movement in domestic or international professional matches? Lu Feng continued to inquire. No one has. Such intricate or flashy maneuvers are generally not employed in professional arenas. If executed well, it is deemed an extraordinary feat. If poorly done, it is merely foolishness. He lamented. Lu Feng nodded in agreement. After witnessing the second round where two opponents were eliminated in the mid lane, followed by a seamless smoke grenade throw into the sewer, the decision-making was swift and unhesitant, with skill displayed effortlessly. They both nodded in admiration. Soon, they finished watching the entire match replay. He is not cheating. Lu Feng broke the silence. Even a fool can see that he is indeed impressive. He concurred, then analyzed. First, his aim is incredibly precise. With excellent positioning and bullet trajectory control, his recoil control is remarkably smooth. Furthermore, his movements are precise and fluid, devoid of any superfluous actions. He employs various techniques and maneuvers effortlessly, and his throwing accuracy is exceptional. One crucial point is his rapid reflexes throughout the match. Aside from that one time he was blinded by his teammates' flashbang, he almost never got caught by them. I have heard of hacks that prevent players from being blinded by flashbangs, but I have never heard of a cheat that automatically dodges them. Thus, he must be legitimate. Listening to the analysis, Lu Feng nodded throughout. So, among the domestic professional players you have encountered, who plays in this style? Lu Feng asked. Shaking his head, he replied, I can't think of anyone. The skilled players are always the same few. No one plays like this. Could be Xiao Gui. He hurriedly shook his head in denial. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I know Xiao Gui too well. He cannot perform like this against me. Ajong, come on, let's go eat. Someone shouted outside the training room. Currently, only the three of them were at the club, as the others had gone out. Coming, they replied loudly, rising to leave the training room and regrouping. Soon, the three arrived at a quiet Hunan restaurant on the fourth floor of a nearby shopping center. Once seated and after ordering their meals, they aimlessly sipped their drinks. What are you two up to? You both look dazed and haven't spoken a word. One of them broke the silence, frowning. Brother, after playing for so long, do you know someone named? He asked. I don't know him. Why? He casually replied. We just duoed on the 5 platform and encountered this fierce player. We were utterly dominated. He exclaimed. Oh, you two were completely thrashed by him? How many were on their team? Were there any skilled players? He asked, astonished. Just that one fierce player. The other 4 were average players, he explained. One player? So this means he is quite exceptional. He said incredulously. It's hard to explain. I have the replay on my computer. Brother, you can check it out when you get back. He interjected. The dishes arrived, and the meal concluded amidst exaggerated descriptions and disbelief. Upon returning to the club, the 3 hurried to the training room and quickly opened the match replay. After watching the footage, they sat in silence for several seconds, unsure of how to express their thoughts. This player, Lu Feng mused, lost in contemplation. Brother, after facing so many players, can you identify who he is? He asked. He hasn't appeared before. This player is not from the professional scene. At least not in the domestic arena, he stated confidently, affirming that this player had never crossed paths with him before. He continued, let us do this. Since we have some free time the next few days, I will investigate who this player is. The 3 lapsed into silence, each engrossed in their own tasks. After a night of gaming, their previous confidence had been slightly shaken. Ding! In Hangzhou, at the Tianlu training room, sitting before the computer, he opened a message bar and saw a message from Lu Ku. Does your Tianlu have any new recruits? Are you hiding some secret weapon? No, I haven't heard of any secret weapon. It's just the 5 of us. He replied, stop playing coy. Are you planning to surprise us later? What did you hear? Such rumors. It's just the same few people, and you know them all. Are all 5 of you in the club? I didn't TC you on the 5 platform yesterday. We were all there. We didn't play on the 5 platform. We spent the whole day from noon to midnight practicing and then went straight to sleep. Really? Really? If we had a secret weapon, I will be the first to reveal it to scare you half to death. I'll send you a replay. Watch it and let me know your thoughts. Ding. The other party requested to send a file. After confirming, the file was quickly transmitted. He skillfully imported it and finished watching it in no time, clearly shocked and perplexed. He opened a message bar and typed, 259, I watched the replay. It features Zhong and you getting thoroughly thrashed. Who is this player? He is incredibly skilled. You don't recognize him? How would I know him? This player is exceptionally talented. Is he from the domestic 5 platform? He should be domestic. Can you not guess who he is? I initially thought your Tianlu had trained a new talent. I can't figure it out. It's definitely not one of us. To be honest, in this situation, we wouldn't stand a chance against him. Oh, then I can rest easy. Are you planning to scout this player? You should be signing him before boasting to me. That's not the case. This match was just played yesterday. Our team is intact. None of them can be replaced. Oh, please, you 259 are the biggest team tyrant. Whoever you want out will be out. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm off to train. You guys should try playing on the 5 platform. You might encounter this player. I certainly don't want to seek out humiliation. Just keep an eye out. He closed the communicator, quietly noting the name of this player. I will meet this person someday, he thought. Chapter 9. Climbing the 5 platform rankings at this moment. Lu Feng was unaware that he had already become a topic of discussion among the captains of the 2 strongest teams in the country. In the days that followed, Lu Feng worked part-time at the school cafeteria in the morning and at noon, attended classes in the morning, and after returning home in the afternoon, he reviewed the lessons of the day. Subsequently, he dedicated all his remaining time to fierce battles on the 5 platform, engaging in combat daily. Before sleep, he would reflect on the day's matches and practice newly discovered throwing techniques for his equipment. During this period, Lu Feng frequently encountered professional players from various teams. However, Tianlu had yet to establish a presence on the 5 competitive platform. Occasionally, he teamed up with these professional players, though most often, they found themselves as adversaries. Chen Hang, a student in the computer science department, faced a more complex academic workload compared to Lu Feng's English department, which hindered their ability to team up every day. Nonetheless, Chen Hang's score on the 5 platform reached heights that Lu Feng could only dream of. Every time he saw his score, Chen Hang would think how fortunate it was to have a big brother guiding him. Days passed, and soon it was the end of September. By this time, Lu Feng had ascended to the top of the ladder on the 5 competitive platform, leading with an overwhelming margin in various statistics, such as headshot rates, over the second-ranked player. This player dreaded encountering Lu Feng during matches. Even as the second on the leaderboard, they would inevitably become victims in the game. Lu Feng had begun to gain a modicum of fame within the domestic gaming community, with discussions about him emerging in various forums. However, his reputation spread most widely among the professional circles where players had suffered at his hands. In regular matches, Lu Feng would only find himself at a disadvantage against fully coordinated teams of professional players. Such occurrences were rare, as professional teams seldom competed in ranked matches. When encountering only 2 or 3 professional players, they could only brace themselves for defeat against Lu Feng, a prodigy endowed with remarkable physical talent, extensive knowledge of equipment throwing, and exceptional familiarity with every map. One day in October, after finishing his shift at the cafeteria, Lu Feng returned home and logged onto his computer as usual, accessing the 5 platform. Ding! A request to add him as a friend pinged through the communicator. Confirming the addition, Lu Feng observed the account information and felt certain it belonged to the genuine captain of Tianlu. Hello, I am from Tianlu team, came the message. Lu Feng replied, greetings. Is there a directive for me? No directives, just heard others mention you lately, so I came to see what the fuss is about. Lu Feng recalled from his past life that the captain was easy to get along with, his years of professional experience lending him a demeanor that was both composed and approachable. How old are you? The captain inquired. Lu Feng responded, I will turn 18 by the end of this year. Oh, so young. Are you a high school student? Lu Feng clarified, no. I just started my freshman year in college. Which school? Lu Feng hesitated, a rather unremarkable institution, a vocational college. You seem quite normal. I expected you to be a bit eccentric. I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me brother. Lu Feng replied, I dare not. Brother, what brings you to me? Oh, nothing much. A while back, 259 recommended you to me, particularly your match against Ajong and the others. You performed exceptionally well, so I want to get to know you. I've been busy with training lately, and only today did I manage to add you. Lu Feng expressed gratitude for the recognition. Thank you for the compliment. I did indeed perform well in that match. I was shocked to hear you are only 17. For what I saw, your style is very seasoned. Nowadays, young players often rely solely on their aim without much technique. Lu Feng concurred, that is true. I enjoy watching foreign players and admire their skills. I believe that even in a shooting game, one must develop comprehensively. Mere accuracy is insufficient. You understand this perfectly. Merely stacking your aiming ability will eventually lead you to a bottleneck, capping your potential too early. Lu Feng agreed enthusiastically, indeed. Your summary is spot on. I have some free time now. Are you up for a match on the 5 platform? Lu Feng exclaimed, it would be an honor, brother. Before long, Lu Feng had added the captain as a friend on the 5 platform and prepared a matchmaking room. Lu Feng's notorious reputation preceded him, and upon recognizing the 2 players on the opposing team, they opted not to enter the server, resulting in a match cancellation. After a lengthy wait, they finally matched against 3 players from a newly established team. Once in the server, the team noticed their opponents and began to exchange greetings as the pre-match public microphone was activated. Hey Lu Ke, long time no see. Are you playing solo? One player casually remarked. Not much going on today, just queuing with a little brother, Lu Feng replied in a relaxed tone. So, Captain Lu is gracing us with his presence to help someone rank up? Another player inquired with a hint of skepticism. No, he is helping me. Lu Feng chuckled. Ah, so you're the little brother. I'm a fan of yours. A player named Jiangsu eagerly expressed. Hello, Jiangsu. Your name must not be in vain. You'd better perform well. Lu Feng responded amicably. With all players assembled, the map was set to Scorching Sand City, and the knife round commenced. Unfortunately, Lu Feng's team lost the knife round, and the opponents chose to take the offensive. Thus began the match on Scorching Sand City. At the start, Lu Feng spawned at the main road and immediately rushed toward the slope to observe the small path. He positioned himself at the main road, exposing only part of his body as he scanned the door, noticing that the opponents did not rush in immediately. At that moment, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps and the sporadic firing of an 18 pistol from the small path, likely aimed at the police stationed in the sand area. Judging by the intensity of the gunfire, the criminals seemed to be attempting to push back the police rather than aiming for a kill, as the distance limited the effectiveness of the 18 pistol. Brother, they are approaching from the small path, Lu Feng reported while retreating to the middle of the main road, preparing to cover the small point. At that moment, 4 criminals charged out from the small path, forming a trio. Lu Feng swiftly fired 2 shots at the criminals, causing them to lose some health but failing to achieve any kills. Noticing the slope where Lu Feng had appeared, the 4 criminals immediately opened suppressive fire. Lu Feng had already dodged and had not taken any damage. At this moment, Lu Feng emerged from the main road, collecting tolls from the small path. 1-2. After a composed burst of fire, 2 of the charging criminals fell, both headshot kills. The criminals' advance faltered, their gun barrels now aimed at Lu Feng, who deftly slid back into their blind spot, rendering their attempts at retaliation futile. Simultaneously, Lu Feng re-emerged to fire at the remaining criminals, dispatching another with a headshot. Only 1 criminal remained, awkwardly standing on the bomb platform. Lu Feng appeared once more, landing 2 shots that took him down. Brother, you played that beautifully. Lu Feng praised. You are remarkably accurate, little brother. You handled it all. The captain acknowledged Lu Feng's remarkable handling of the crossfire situation, and Lu Feng marveled at the captain's adeptness, recognizing him as a seasoned professional. The last lone roadman, originally intending to suppress the police defending the center, found his team of assault troops utterly decimated. Ultimately, he was eliminated by the combined efforts of the sand team and the police returning to defend the area. The pistol round was effortlessly secured, with the police gaining the first point, leading 1-0. As the subsequent match unfolded, Lu Feng and his teammates grew increasingly adept in their coordination, seamlessly covering for one another. The quality of their grenade throws improved significantly, and the game progressed with remarkable fluidity. By the end of the first half, the score had escalated to 11-4. In the second half, collaborating with Lu Feng for offense, they offered no opportunities to their opponents, pushing the score to 15-4 with the match point in hand. After the opposing team managed to endure one match point, they failed to smoke the center, allowing Lu Feng to intercept one with his sniper rifle. They executed a decisive assault, eliminating the tardy second defender, leading to the breach of their area. The final score settled at 16-5, and Lu Feng secured a swift victory in this match. Chapter 10. A discussion on the professional circuit ding. A message echoed from the communicator. Impressive, little brother. You are far stronger than I had anticipated. Lu Feng replied, Thank you for the compliment, brother. I still have much to learn in this game. Lu Feng was not being modest. He benefited from his remarkable physical prowess and the myriad skills and strategies acquired from his past life, granting him an overwhelming strength against the top players of this era. However, the recent collaboration made him realize that the understanding of the game possessed by veteran professionals was deeper than he had imagined. Throughout the match, the active cooperation and the pursuit of maximizing individual performance within a larger team dynamic, along with efficient communication and problem-solving, were the professional core Lu Feng urgently needed to embrace. Brother, do you aspire to go pro? The question felt somewhat presumptuous. Given the current environment, it seemed that only Tianlu could offer stable salaries and opportunities for participation in competitions, making entry into the professional circuit, particularly the domestic scene, not the most advantageous path for him. Lu Feng responded, Brother, I do have thoughts of pursuing a professional career. As you mentioned, the conditions in the domestic circuit are generally lacking, but I believe the global professional scene is steadily improving, and this positive trend will eventually reach our shores. Indeed, what you say resonates with the hopes of all players aspiring to go pro. Yet, I find myself growing older and wonder if I will still be able to wait for such changes. Lu Feng, recalling his memories from his previous life, knew that the Tianlu team would soon achieve remarkable success at the Muln tournament, providing a significant boost to the domestic gaming community, thus improving the overall environment. However, in the coming years, while the domestic professional scene would flourish, it would not necessarily benefit every individual player. The domestic circuit resembled a besieged city, with limited resources unable to accommodate a flourishing of clubs. Not everyone could partake of their desired success. The commercialization of competitive sports, especially in the realm of esports, still had a long way to go. Consequently, for many years to come, the resources within the domestic professional scene would remain concentrated in the hands of a select few established clubs. In the ensuing years, the domestic professional landscape would be tumultuous, with incidents of power struggles, cheating, network sabotage, and match fixing continuously emerging. Each individual eager for success would interpret this career path differently, with an increasing number of individuals harboring radical thoughts and seeking shortcuts. Despite this chaos, Lu Feng understood that regardless of the direction his future professional journey took, this besieged city could not be avoided. One might leap from one besieged city to another larger one, but one must first enter the city. Reflecting on this, Lu Feng typed a response, Brother, you will witness the unimaginable changes in the future professional circuit. All you need to do is strive and leave the rest to time. Let's hope so. Encouraging a freshman to pursue a professional career is not necessarily a kind act. Haha. But do not rush. Keep practicing and improving, and perhaps one day you will find yourself among us. Lu Feng replied, That day will come, brother. Playing alongside you is a joy. Haha, little brother. I will remember your words. I must sign off now, as a friend has come to find me. Lu Feng responded, All right. Let us play together when we have the chance. Goodbye, brother. After closing the communicator, Lu Feng exhaled deeply. The recent conversation had left him feeling somewhat perplexed. Up until now, he had only played on the 5v5 combat platform, which felt akin to fishing for easy wins. How significant would his impact be on the international professional stage? In the future, his ultimate goal was to stand atop the world, but what path would lead him there? In the coming years, the domestic professional scene would remain highly chaotic, with only Tianlu steadfastly adhering to performance as their standard, yet still unable to reach the pinnacle of the world stage due to limited capabilities. Lu Feng was filled with mixed emotions. He was uncertain whether to remain steadfast in the domestic circuit or venture forth to compete in a larger arena. At this moment, Lu Feng had just tapped on the door of the domestic professional scene, while the gates to the future global professional circuit remained obscure to him, making it indeed premature to draw conclusions. He decided not to dwell on these thoughts. As long as he maintained his exceptional personal abilities and avoided entangling himself in worldly matters, his low-profile nature should eventually secure him a place in the professional realm. He continued to open a matchmaking room and immersed himself in ladder matches. The ensuing days unfolded predictably, filled with classes, part-time work, and gaming to climb the ranks. Lu Feng remained diligent in his studies, approaching his academic responsibilities with great seriousness. During this time, he frequently engaged in international matchmaking, enduring high latency while playing with foreigners, all to practice his spoken English. With the foresight he had developed, Lu Feng placed great importance on his English proficiency, preparing for greater possibilities. Throughout this period, apart from basic living expenses, whenever he had money, he would scour the market for valuable items, particularly those with significant appreciation potential. Time swiftly carried them to the last day of 2015. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of WeChat notifications rang out, prompting Lu Feng to check his phone and discover a message from Chun Hang. Chun Hang wrote, Lu Feng, the 5v5 combat platform is set to launch its public beta tomorrow. Did you know? Lu Feng replied, I've heard. I plan to check it out tomorrow. Chun Hang responded, Great. Remember to invite me. Lu Feng continued, Sure. By the way, you haven't gone home today, right? Still at school? With the new year approaching, let us go out for a meal. Chun Hang replied, I haven't gone home. Just a day off. Too lazy to travel. Sound good. What do you want to eat? Lu Feng suggested hot pot. My treat. Chun Hang countered, Oh no, let me treat you. Keep your money for yourself. Lu Feng agreed. All right, you're quite generous. I want to be polite then. I'll wait for you at the school gate. Chun Hang confirmed. Okay. After putting away his phone, Lu Feng pondered the 5v5 combat platform, which would become a cornerstone of the future domestic esports scene, attracting greater attention and more players. If he could maintain a top position on this platform, even without entering the professional circuit, the owners in the streaming industry would likely seek him out, allowing him to become a game streamer while balancing his studies and work. However, choosing to pursue a professional career would certainly hinder his academic pursuits, requiring either a leave of absence or withdrawal from school, which Lu Feng was somewhat reluctant to consider. Nevertheless, in this rapidly advancing society, everyone harbored an obsession with academic credentials, even if their value was somewhat questionable. As Lu Feng stepped outside, he swiftly grabbed a shared bicycle and soon arrived at the school entrance. From a distance, he spotted Chun Hang squatting on the curb, smoking, his eyes occasionally darting towards the passing students. With a mischievous grin, Lu Feng approached Chun Hang. You talk a lot. Aren't you a man? Shouldn't you be more composed? Chun Hang tossed away his cigarette and spat in retort. Haha, I can't afford to be distracted by women right now. They only slow me down when I need to act. Lu Feng declared with a righteous demeanor. Stop pretending. Let us go. I know a self-service hot pot place. We should head there, Chun Hang suggested. All right, you're the boss. I'll follow your lead. Lu Feng flattered. The two of them rode the shared bike together and soon reached a well-known food street in the city. They entered a restaurant and secured a table. The waiter quickly led them to a two-person table. Being young men, they tossed their jackets onto the chairs and immediately joined the throng of diners. Soon enough, their table was laden with a variety of ingredients, and they settled in to enjoy their meal. Lu Feng, every day you're either attending classes or playing video games. Is this how you're going to squander your wonderful university life? Chun Hang was the first to voice his thoughts. To be honest, I really don't have the energy for anything else right now, Lu Feng replied, tossing meat rolls into the pot. Are you really my age? Are you practicing at home? Have you become a monk? Chun Hang teased Lu Feng. I aspire to be a professional player, Lu Feng said without looking up, continuing to eat. You must be joking. Chun Hang choked on his drink upon hearing Lu Feng's words. I'm serious. I truly want to become a professional gamer. Lu Feng finally lifted his head and stated, Well, you better think it through. This industry doesn't make much money, and it's not easy to get in, but leaving is quite simple, Chun Hang remarked sagely. However, your skills are sufficient. With the right opportunity, you could enter the professional scene, but your studies might have to take a back seat. Lu Feng nodded, torn between waiting for the right opportunity and his reluctance to give up on his education. He had already made a decision, but felt compelled to express his internal conflict to Chun Hang. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Chun Hang sighed, saying, All right, when you make your decision, let me be the first to know. I'll be your fan. The two finished the topic, and Chun Hang began to chatter about meeting a pretty girl somewhere, sharing anecdotes typical of young men filled with youthful exuberance. Their meal was lighthearted and enjoyable. And thus the year 2015 came to an end. Chapter 11, An Encounter with a Heavenly Duo, Part 1. On the first day of 2016, amidst much anticipation, the well-established domestic esports news website finally launched their new battle platform. This was undoubtedly a milestone event. I did not intend to compare this platform with others. as it indeed lacks the later popularity of its competitors. However, in terms of server quality, anti-cheat capabilities, and professionalism, it far surpasses other platforms. Most importantly, they have remained true to their original mission and persisted until now, deserving of my utmost respect. Continuing from earlier, upon seeing the new platform launch, Lu Feng, with memories of the future, knew that the era of prosperity would gradually commence from 2016. At the end of 2015, Lu Feng watched the live broadcast of the Chinese regional finals online, an event he had overlooked in his previous life. This match was among the most significant in the domestic professional scene, featuring highly active teams such as Qianlu competing in Shanghai. Lu Feng keenly observed the tactical prowess of various teams and noted the playing styles of several prominent professional players. Gauging the level of these top-tier competitors, Lu Feng was delighted as he perceived that the on-site performances of these players, their tactical adjustments, and the management of equipment still appeared rather immature. They relied either on marksmanship or experience, lacking a seamless integration of both. Observing this boosted Lu Feng's confidence. He could clearly assess his advantages and was grateful he had never slackened, continuously researching international tactics and playstyles. At this point, Lu Feng had yet to fully adapt to his remarkable physical talents, still analyzing the professional scene through the lens of future strategies. In reality, relying solely on talent, Lu Feng had already set himself apart from ordinary professional players. Returning to the main narrative, Lu Feng had arranged with Chun Hang to log in on time to engage in ladder matches on the new platform. They played a couple of casual games, finding no significant differences, just that there seemed to be more players and matches were easily found. The urgent preparation sound echoed as they proceeded to the third match. Once in the server, Lu Feng recognized the opposing team members as the famous Maoming duo from Tianlu. How interesting, Lu Feng thought to himself. In a knife round, Lu Feng's side secured victory and chose to defend. The match commenced on the map Inferno, which still resembled its original version and not the later classic iteration. Starting from the first spawn point, Lu Feng seized the opportunity and dashed toward the designated area as soon as the countdown ended. He swiftly reached the area outside the car position, just as the first terrorist emerged from Banana. They both fired almost simultaneously, but Lu Feng was quicker, dispatching the enemy with a single bullet. Seeing his teammate fall, the terrorist panicked and fired wildly at the car position, but Lu Feng did not linger. He retreated, allowing their bullets to go astray. Lu Feng quickly positioned himself at the corner of the entrance, awaiting the second terrorist's arrival. This player was a main entry fragger from Tianlu, who charged forward without hesitation, scanning the entrance but failing to spot Lu Feng. As he prepared to search behind the sandbags, Lu Feng, knowing the timing was right, emerged and swiftly took him down with 2 shots, catching him off guard. Understanding the narrow terrain of close-quarter combat, Lu Feng knew that allowing multiple opponents to converge would be disastrous. Immediately after the kill, he executed a series of agile jumps, retreating toward the police spawn, swiftly navigating through the rear yard to reach the coffin position. After witnessing a teammate being eliminated, he felt an urgency to act. With the momentum from his earlier charge still fresh, he was determined to eliminate the police officer and seize the area. He dashed into the entrance, moving along the wall until he reached the spot that would later bear his name. At that moment, Lu Feng revealed himself at the coffin position, where a defending teammate had already raised the alarm. Estimating the time accurately, he recognized this was the perfect opportunity. Lu Feng stood up from behind the coffin just as a police officer positioned to shoot behind the bomb site pool. With 3 precise shots, he struck the officer, stunning him, and then delivered a lethal headshot. Lu Feng skillfully utilized positional control to secure a triple kill in the pistol round, thwarting the assailant's rapid incursion into the area. At this juncture, the morale of the attackers had dwindled, causing them to retreat hesitantly towards their spawn, cautiously scanning for any pursuing threats before stealthily advancing towards the middle. With a 5-2 advantage, Lu Feng deemed it unnecessary to intervene in the area, as the defensive formation of the 3 police officers was already well established. Should he attempt to seize control of the position, it might inadvertently disrupt their formation. Ultimately, the assailants launched a forceful attack, but the police executed a crossfire strategy, resulting in a 1-for-2 trade, securing victory in the pistol round. The subsequent 2 minutes unfolded in a manner that was both anticipated and delightful. The map, Lianyu Xiaojin, featured relatively narrow terrain, allowing for the effective utilization of firepower without compromising positional integrity. Consequently, the attackers found little opportunity and, after causing only minor inconveniences to the police, were ultimately defeated. In the fourth round, both sides entered a genuine long gun scenario. Chen Hang, I have a task for you in the first half. Lu Feng conveyed through the communication channel. What is it? Chen Hang inquired eagerly. Regardless of the round, do not defend the same area as I do. If I spawn in the area, you should immediately deploy a smoke grenade in the middle. If I spawn elsewhere, move to the area and deploy a smoke grenade outside to delay the enemy's attack and prevent them from advancing swiftly, Lu Feng asserted solemnly. Understood. That sounds simple. Chen Hang replied. Lu Feng's strategy was clear. If the economic conditions permitted, he would wield a sniper rifle throughout the defensive rounds to inflict damage on the enemy as quickly as possible. In the ensuing match, this approach proved remarkably effective. As the fourth round commenced, Lu Feng purchased a sniper rifle and noted that he had spawned in the first position of the area. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the middle. This was also the initial attack position for the assailants, who likewise seized the opportunity to acquire sniper rifles. After deliberation, he resolved to execute a maneuver in Banana Path. Without delay, he exited the assailant spawn and hurled a flashbang towards the area vehicle spot, aiming to disorient any police officers who might emerge. Swiftly reaching the cover of the trees in Banana Path, he activated his sniper scope, aligning his aim with the spot from which the police would likely appear. However, through the scope, he was met with a cloud of smoke. Meanwhile, the assailants, seeking to control Banana Path, instinctively aimed to apply pressure in the middle. At the same time, Lu Feng arrived in the middle, and rather than spotting any immediate threats, he instead noticed an enemy brandishing a flashbang, attempting to seize control of the sewer position. With a precise shot, he eliminated the foe. Following the kill, Lu Feng wasted no time, deploying a smoke grenade to obscure the middle before advancing from the boiler room to the second floor. He quickly scoped in on the side path and spotted an assailant on the second floor balcony, gun poised. Without hesitation, he dispatched the attacker. Lu Feng did not linger, immediately scoping down the spiral staircase and eliminating another assailant who was positioned to cover the ascent. The superiority of the sniper rifle over rifles was undeniable. At the start, Lu Feng had secured 3 kills, swiftly establishing a significant advantage and shifting the situation to 5 against 2. Observing that 3 of his teammates attempting to control the area had fallen, he did not waste time probing the now chaotic zone. As the smoke grenade dissipated, he readied his aim and advanced towards the area, with his teammate closely following, prepared to assist with any necessary shots. However, the police's defensive style was steadfast, deploying another smoke grenade. Unbeknownst to them, they had already approached closely, merely seeking to delay the enemy's tempo. As the second smoke grenade cleared, they initiated their assault on the area, but without sufficient personnel to deploy additional equipment, their group attack faltered, requiring them to pre-aim at multiple positions. After Lu Feng eliminated a defending officer, he was subsequently taken down by another defender. The arriving teammate managed to bring down the second defender, but by then, it was too late. Their assault had been sufficiently delayed, allowing the trio of defenders to regroup and eliminate the attackers. The first long gun round concluded with a victory for the defenders. In the fifth round, Lu Feng aimed to utilize the sniper rifle throughout the first half, necessitating a substantial economic buildup. Thus, he cautioned his teammates via voice chat to adopt a more conservative approach and avoid unnecessary losses. As the round commenced, the attackers, anticipating Lu Feng's sniper, dispatched 2 players from a forward spawn to launch grenades into the middle, thwarting any potential advancement from Lu Feng's side. Given Lu Feng's less favorable spawn, he opted for a cautious strategy, maintaining a position in the middle to control the sewer. Indeed, an assailant who had thrown a grenade leapt into the sewer to scout the middle. With swift reflexes, Lu Feng eliminated the exposed assailant with a headshot. Having collected his toll, he retreated and deployed a smoke grenade in the middle to facilitate a positional exchange with the officers on the second floor, before rushing into the area to defend a major pit. The earlier grenade had inflicted some damage, leaving Lu Feng with only 78 health points. Confronted with powerful sidearms, he stood at risk of being instantly eliminated. Thus, he chose a dual cover position to lie low. Despite losing 1 member, the attackers maintained composure, reasoning that Lu Feng would likely retreat to a more distant defensive position, thereby maximizing their advantage. Consequently, they summoned all available assailants, distributing their equipment, and resolved to bypass Lu Feng in a decisive advance. Simultaneously, although armed only with pistols, they exerted considerable pressure on the defenders, leaving Chun Hang in a precarious situation. The alarm in the area had yet to be lifted, compelling the two defenders to remain steadfast in their positions, unable to summon reinforcements from the main area. Soon, they regrouped with the bulk of their forces, issuing the command to execute a concentrated push. At the same time, a smoke grenade obscured the connection, followed by a flashbang. As the assailants surged forward through the middle, a police officer stationed under the stables cried out in alarm. Seeing the clustered assailants emerge, this officer faltered, his aim faltering as panic set in. After a series of erratic shots, he failed to eliminate any attackers, who soon overwhelmed him, confiscating his .44 caliber pistol. After regrouping, they launched an assault on the area. Lu Feng, having already prepared his sniper rifle upon receiving the alert from his teammate, took aim from the half cover of the major pit, ready to intercept the advancing foes. As the first assailants broke cover, Lu Feng reacted instantly, firing to halt their advance. With one down, Lu Feng swiftly withdrew his position. As the attackers pressed forward, he aimed left and eliminated another assailant with a quick shot, then pulled back again. To the right, he aimed and shot again, dropping another foe, before finally executing a blind shot at the last assailant who had managed to close the distance. The map fell silent. The officer who had been defending the area, having just been eliminated, immediately shifted to Lu Feng's perspective. The extraordinary scene unfolded before him in its entirety. "Wow, that's incredible, brother," he exclaimed, articulating his astonishment in the most emphatic terms he could muster. "What a breach. That was downright amazing." In truth, the attackers had been hampered by economic constraints, lacking the necessary equipment to deploy a high-impact flashbang, which would have compelled Lu Feng to relinquish his initial position. This oversight allowed Lu Feng's performance to unfold seamlessly. "This is outright cheating, isn't it?" he continued, expressing his disbelief. At that moment, Captain Tianlu happened to pass by during training and, upon hearing the striking remarks, entered with a mischievous grin. "Oh, you two are playing 5, and you encountered him?" After glancing at the screen, he inquired, "Do you know this fellow?" "Lu Ku," he asked immediately upon seeing him. "Of course. Quite well. What a surprise to meet him. Haha. Just go on playing. Not a word from him when you hit him." His face beamed with delight. "Damn it. Is he cheating?" He pressed on. "Cheating? Not at all. This kid plays fiercely and has a wild style. I assure you he clearly set things up for you." He continued to smile radiantly. "Damn it. I still don't believe it." After saying this, he donned his headphones and turned his attention back to the screen. In the following 2 minutes, Lu Feng's luck soared. His starting position was excellent. Zone out. Zone out. He managed to cause great distress for the Maoming brothers. The score reached 7-0. By the 8th round, Lu Feng had already taken the first starting position. This time, he chose a more aggressive approach. At the beginning, Lu Feng swiftly dashed to the middle lane and hurled a Molotov cocktail towards the enemy's territory, the explosive flames thwarting any attempts by the bandits to probe the center. Simultaneously, he rushed to the middle sofa position, aiming his scope directly at the side path and the spiral staircase. Sure enough, within moments, a bandit attempting to swiftly occupy the lower side arrived. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bandit was left bewildered. The sudden sniper shot from this position caught him completely off guard. At the same time, Lu Feng adjusted his stance, widely shifting his perspective, aiming at the enemy's position, which was just coming into view. Just as his crosshairs were about to settle on the target, unexpectedly, Lu Feng's gun barrel shot upwards. Seeing Lu Feng, he thought he would again be dominated this round. The next second, he watched as the opposing player suddenly began gazing skyward. Without hesitation, he fired, eliminating Lu Feng. "Damn! The mouse lagged," Lu Feng exclaimed, having picked up a sniper rifle in the middle, warning his teammates not to take unnecessary risks and to maintain their positions. After Lu Feng fell, the police side could not hold this point, being overwhelmed by a wave of explosive attacks from the bandits. The score became 7-1. Lu Feng, feeling helpless, picked up his mouse and blew on the optical sensor, pondering it must be dust. With limited resources, he was using a basic Logitech mouse and keyboard. At that moment, his physical control and reaction speed were extraordinarily high, yet his equipment could not keep up with his intense operations. As the match continued, the defensive side had accumulated a considerable economic advantage due to their previous scoring streak. So the loss in this round was not overly damaging to them. In the subsequent matches, Lu Feng roamed the entire map, seizing opportunities, and given that the map, Hell's Town, is inherently easier to defend, the final score at halftime soared to 14-1. In the second half's pistol round, Lu Feng led the charge with ferocity, swiftly eliminating the police on the second floor of the defensive zone and jumping into the pit. His teammates, relying on him as a pivot, successfully captured the zone. The score was now 15-1. In the final moments, a last-ditch effort from the opposing team created significant trouble for Lu Feng's side. However, with Lu Feng's support and the advantage in weaponry, they ultimately managed to clinch the victory. The final score of the match concluded at 16-1, with Lu Feng and Chun Heng's side achieving a resounding triumph. This marked Lu Feng's first time fully utilizing the advantages of the map and his own abilities to decisively counter the opponent, showcasing a terrifying display of dominance. Chapter 13. Conversation in the training room. Damn, we lost so miserably. What a huge embarrassment. He removed his headphones and tossed them on the table. Bro, who's this guy? I've never seen him before. Are we that far behind? He asked, perplexed. After a few moments of thought, he replied, the score is indeed quite lopsided, but one cannot merely judge by the score. Hellstown has a terrain that is long and narrow, advantageous for the police's defense. He then analyzed further. Moreover, this map favors the police's ability to catch the bandits off guard. When you play on this map, you typically utilize positioning to intercept the police rather than actively pursuing them. Raising his voice slightly during this crucial point, he continued, this player makes excellent use of positioning, and his shooting is precise. He has taken down several of us, securing key points which devastated our economy, hence the significant score gap. He glanced over and added, such matches tend to snowball. It doesn't necessarily indicate a problem, so don't lose confidence. He said nothing but nodded solemnly. Just then, someone entered the training room, noticing their serious expressions. Finished? How'd it go? He sighed and replied, alas, it was a disaster. Our economy was shattered, and we never recovered. The score gap is quite large. Not surprised, the newcomer asked, did you save up for a sniper rifle to counter him? I only managed to get a sniper rifle twice, but didn't catch anyone. We lost during the knife round. And being the bandits on Hellstown left few opportunities for proactive play. The opponents came at us with smoke grenades, waiting for over 10 seconds. By the time they emerged, they were already stealing kills, and we couldn't catch them. After pondering a moment, he responded. What gun did he use? He inquired. He used a sniper rifle throughout, came the reply. Damn, how can a sniper rifle be so effective? He muttered. Indeed, it seems he missed only one shot. And when my mouse lagged, he glanced up, and I got him with a headshot. Winning that round, he recounted. Lagged? I didn't expect that to be the reason. Do you know Luca? He asked. Oh, I know him. Previously, 259 sent me his details. Yes, indeed impressive. I added him as a friend and played together before. A very young kid, he casually replied. So skilled and so young. Why not bring him in a club? Without thinking, he blurted out. You think it's that easy? Who would he replace? He shot a glance. You think you're the coach? I never listen to anyone but you, he said with a mischievous grin. Get lost. Why don't you become a coach? Clearly joking, he continued. We're about to compete in Taipei, and changing players before such a major tournament is absurd. With a chuckle, he added, I was just kidding. At that moment, he was unaware that at the upcoming Taipei event, he would face his darkest hour, a shadow that would haunt him and ultimately end his professional career, leaving him unable to come to terms with it for many years. Reflecting on Lu Feng's prowess, he confidently stated, nevertheless, I must say, this person is indeed the most formidable player I have encountered in the country. Any team that has him would undoubtedly rise several levels in strength. He then added, we can only make suggestions. The club has the final say. Although it's said that clubs are like iron, and players come and go, this lineup has been practicing together for so long, so it's unlikely they would casually replace anyone. The three fell into silence, clearly aware that this topic could not be pursued further. After a moment of quiet, he remarked, you two can download the last match to review. That kid, despite his youth, plays with remarkable maturity and employs many commendable techniques. Seeing their focused expressions, he felt it was time to leave and exited the training room. Heading to Tianlu's warehouse, he found the sponsor's items section, retrieving a Zowie 2 mouse, a SteelSeries mechanical keyboard, a Siberia 2 headset, and a mouse pad from the shelves. Embracing his equipment, he swiftly descended to the office area, seated himself before the computer, and activated the communicator. Lu Feng, however, did not immediately initiate the next match. Having played extensively today, he wished to take a brief respite. Ding! A message arrived via the communicator, sent by Captain Tianlu. Brother, could you kindly provide me with your specific address? Lu Feng replied, is there something wrong, brother? Are you suggesting a face-to-face meeting? Ha ha ha, face-to-face meeting my foot. I just overheard them saying your mouse was lagging. Fortunately, our club has received some surplus equipment from sponsors, and I'll send you a set. Lu Feng responded, brother, there's no need for that. Please do not go to such expense. The equipment I currently have is sufficient. Quit the nonsense and hurry up. It won't cost me anything. Just accept it. I recall you mentioned that you turned 18 this past January, though I'm unsure of your exact birthday. Consider this set of equipment as a gift for your coming of age. Lu Feng acknowledged, all right, thank you, brother. My address is province, city, district, street number. Lu Feng receiving, phone number 180. Oh, so your name is Lu Feng. I too share the surname Lu Ke. Lu Feng remarked, I am aware of your name. Brother, a simple online search reveals it. Ha ha ha. Online searches are one thing. Self-introductions are another. They are not the same. Lu Feng chuckled, all right, brother. I have noted your name. Enough chit-chat. I must go pack the delivery. By the way, brother, do you enjoy riding an electric scooter? Lu Feng, moved by his brother's sincerity, found himself asking this unexpected question, recalling a famous meme from his past life, which made him smile inwardly. Electric scooter? What electric scooter? I have never even seen one. Curious as to why this younger brother would suddenly pose such a question, he nonetheless replied earnestly. Lu Feng clarified, You have never seen one? It is best if you do not. They are quite dangerous devices. Enough of this idle chatter. I must take my leave. All right, goodbye, brother. With a bewildered expression, he closed the communicator, preparing to pack the delivery. Lu Feng resolved not to continue playing today. He opened WeChat, arranged to meet Chen Hang, and they headed to the school cafeteria for a meal. Chapter 14. Sharing thoughts upon arriving at school. Lu Feng met with Chen Hang. The two quickly made their way to the cafeteria, selected several of their favorite dishes, and found a quiet spot to sit down and converse while dining. Lu Feng, your tactical arrangement in that last match was remarkable. It left the opposing team utterly bewildered. Chen Hang exclaimed as he swallowed his food. Lu Feng smiled and clarified. To be honest, luck played a significant role. Otherwise, the score difference could not have been so vast. Oh, how so? Chen Hang inquired further. In that match, we faced considerable pressure on defense. If everyone had chosen to confront the enemy head-on, given the opposing player's professional capabilities, we would have likely lost the first kill. Regardless of the area, if the enemy takes down one of our players first, our overall formation would be disrupted, leading to potential vulnerabilities during repositioning, which could be exploited by the enemy. Lu Feng expressed his initial concerns. He continued, on my end, I utilized our spawn advantage to actively seek opportunities for engagement, making contact with the enemy as swiftly as possible to secure the first kill. This effectively interrupted their probing and offensive rhythm, thereby preventing them from gathering information about our defense. Furthermore, the map, Lianyu Xiaojin, is particularly suited for utilizing spawn positions to initiate contact and seek opportunities. I was fortunate during some critical moments, allowing us to capitalize on the enemy's economic collapse, resulting in our smooth victory. Chen Hang nodded vigorously, astonished as he remarked, wow, your understanding of this game is so profound. I would never have thought of these aspects. Chen Hang added, I can grasp some of the principles. But once I enter a match, my mind becomes clouded and I cannot focus on such details. Hearing this, Lu Feng chuckled and earnestly explained, having ideas and strategies during a match is beneficial, but executing them is an entirely different matter. You must possess sufficient personal skill to implement your thoughts effectively and take control of the match, dictating the opponent's actions. Lu Feng then solemnly stated thus, practice is the only route forward. There are no shortcuts. You must train until your personal abilities can actualize your strategies. This way, your tactical confidence will emerge. Chen Hang appeared to grasp the insight and proceeded to ask, Lu Feng, how long have you been playing this game? Reflecting for a moment, Lu Feng replied, I began after last year's winter break, having seen others play in an internet CAF, which piqued my interest. I thought it would be a good way to relieve the pressures of my senior year. Upon hearing Lu Feng's response, Chen Hang gasped. I have been playing since middle school, and when this game was released, I switched to it. I have not stopped for years, and my skill level is far inferior to yours. I genuinely love this game and have invested considerable effort into it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it into this school. With that, Chen Hang glanced around the cafeteria, his expression one of disdain. By the way, Lu Feng, didn't you mention wanting to pursue a professional career? How is that progressing? Chen Hang asked earnestly. Lu Feng shrugged, expressing his frustration. There hasn't been much progress. I have only met a few professional players. I believe we shouldn't rush this. We should take it step by step. Once you enter the true professional circle, you must forego your studies. I have yet to hear of any domestic professional player becoming immensely wealthy. Those few who frequently win championships do not seem to enjoy a glamorous life. Chen Hang voiced his concerns. Lu Feng understood his brother's good intentions and patiently explained, "Actually, I've already devised some preliminary plans, but I cannot share the details with you just yet. Even if I grow older and cannot compete anymore, I can nurture young talent, engage in live streaming, commentate on matches, or perhaps become a coach for a team. If fortune smiles upon me, I might even ascend to a managerial position within a club. There are indeed alternative paths available. Hey, my friend, I too have a dream of a professional career, but with my current skills, it seems little more than a dream. Since you possess such talent and aspirations, I should support you wholeheartedly. If you achieve great success in the future, I would take immense pride in that." Chen Hang continued, "Let's not dwell on discouraging words. In any case, good luck, my friend." Upon finishing, Chen Hang raised his drink, signaling Lu Feng to clink glasses. As their drinks collided, the vessel of dreams officially set sail at that moment. Days passed, and one afternoon, as Lu Feng settled down at his computer, his phone rang. "Hello, we have a delivery for you. Are you home?" Upon realizing it was a package, Lu Feng quickly deduced that it must be the esports equipment from the team. Yes, I'm opening the door for you," Lu Feng hurriedly replied. After signing for the package and unwrapping it, he was filled with astonishment. It was a complete set of esports peripherals. Wow, this prestigious club truly possesses abundant resources and wealth. Lu Feng marveled internally. He pondered what it would be like if it were a world-renowned club. Memories of promotional videos from famous European and American clubs flooded his mind. Comfortable training environments, top-tier peripherals provided by sponsors, generous bonuses, and hefty salaries. Just thinking about it sent his heart aflutter. Returning his focus to the new equipment, Lu Feng discovered it consisted of renowned brands: a Zowie mouse, a SteelSeries mechanical keyboard and mousepad, and a Siberia headset. Upon witnessing the array of equipment, Lu Feng was transported back to the memories of his past life. Reminiscing about the countless games he played as a companion and the numerous accounts he leveled up before finally saving enough to purchase a 240 Hz gaming monitor. He glanced at the monitor before him, a modest 60 Hz display from a second-tier brand. It was indeed a bittersweet realization that he had achieved such a level of skill with such subpar equipment. Over the ensuing years, the realm of esports peripherals experienced rapid advancements. Mice transitioned from wired to wireless, achieving even a remarkable wireless reporting rate of 8,000 Hz. A plethora of keyboard brands emerged in China, each offering a variety of switches that dazzled consumers, including specialized products like optical and magnetic switches designed specifically for gamers. Monitors, too, became increasingly powerful, with options like 240 Hz, 360 Hz, and even 500 Hz appearing in the consumer market. Lu Feng was acutely aware that the performance of future esports gear would far surpass human limitations. The 8,000 Hz reporting rate of a mouse was simply unattainable for the human hand, and a 500 Hz monitor would be impossible for the human eye to perceive 500 refreshes per second. Yet, he remained oblivious to how these high-performance devices would significantly enhance his already superhuman abilities, enabling him to execute extraordinary maneuvers repeatedly. As time passed, Lu Feng continued his daily routine of attending classes, working part-time, and competing with Chen Hang on the Five platform. Through his relentless efforts, Lu Feng ascended to the pinnacle of the Five platform's leaderboard, securing the #1 spot, while Chen Hang, through their cooperative play, rapidly absorbed various techniques and significantly improved his skills, climbing to the 63rd position on the ladder. By mid-January, news of the Taipei regional qualifiers inundated the internet. 8 teams from the domestic scene were set to compete, utilizing a double elimination format, with the ultimate champion earning a spot in the Taipei main event. Observing these developments, Lu Feng was confident that he would ultimately emerge victorious and represent the Taipei event. He also sensed that a significant upheaval was about to shake the domestic esports community, an event he felt powerless to prevent. On one hand, he was a mere novice with little influence. On the other, the banning incident occurred in 2013, a past event beyond his control. Thus, he resigned himself to the inevitability of what was to come. As the end of January approached, the Taipei competition commenced. This tournament was officially organized for the Asia-Pacific and Australian regions, thus excluding the powerhouse teams from Europe and America. The participating teams were divided into 2 groups. Until that moment, everything seemed to proceed as usual, But Lu Feng was acutely aware that a storm was brewing. Before the commencement of the Taipei event, a post exposing the banned accounts was released, shrouded in mystery regarding its authorship. Whether it was a calculated conspiracy or a righteous act by a player remained unknown. On the second day of competition, the group matches began, yet the anticipated matches were delayed. Frustration permeated the community as players eagerly awaited the broadcast, their agitation only growing. Amidst this turmoil, an announcement appeared before their eyes, revealing that due to the former association with banned accounts following the 2013 competition, the official decision was to impose a lifetime ban on the players involved, an undeniably severe penalty. It was common knowledge that in-person competitors who had cheated in the past received far lighter sanctions. In this context, the community deemed the players to be former cheaters, and any punishment seemed justified. Upon the announcement's release, the domestic players erupted in outrage, their scorn flooding the internet, displaying an unyielding desire to see the offenders publicly shamed. Meanwhile, the strength of the Asia-Pacific teams became increasingly evident, with a competitive edge that could rival the Australian teams, positioning them as formidable contenders for the championship. Yet, at that moment, the team could only endure the bitter consequences, returning home in despair, contemplating how to appeal, how to explain the situation to domestic players, and how to adjust their roster in light of the suspension to avoid permanent decline. Ultimately, the Taipei event concluded with the team defeating the Australian representatives to seize the championship title, simultaneously earning a direct entry to the 2016 Columbia event, leaving domestic clubs empty-handed. As early February arrived, an announcement surfaced regarding the explanation of the incident. A single mouse droppings can spoil an entire pot of soup, a classic case of I have friend reasoning. Falsehoods no one believes. It's over. Clinging to false hope. I've never witnessed such audacity. Just leave. Spare us the words. Beneath this announcement, irate players unleashed a torrent of malicious comments, reflecting their deep-seated frustrations. At that moment, the explanations of the disheartened were undeniably feeble. Upon reading the announcement on the 5 website, Lu Feng felt a profound sense of melancholy. He pondered the abrupt conclusion of a career, lamenting that while some stand atop their peaks, others squander their talents and fade into obscurity. Ending one's professional journey in such a manner was the most difficult pill to swallow. Ultimately, everyone must confront the consequences of their past actions alone. Within the Tianlu Club, the manager addressed the situation. The announcement has been made, but its impact has been minimal. With a heavy heart, he remarked, "It is what it is." At this point, any further discussion feels futile. Sighing deeply, he continued, "Whether we believe you or not is inconsequential. What matters is whether the players believe you, whether the community believes you, and most importantly, whether the officials believe you." With a sorrowful expression, Lu Feng replied, "I understand. I will appeal and ensure that my innocence is recognized." The manager cautioned, "It could be resolved tomorrow or take a long time. You must be prepared for either outcome." Nodding, he added, "This year's schedule is packed, and the club must continue operating. With your suspension, we cannot proceed with just 4 players. Someone must fill your role. Therefore, the club has decided to temporarily reassign you. I hope you can understand." Lu Feng said nothing, merely nodding in resignation. I was about to speak, but was sharply interrupted. "Do not speak. Your path is your own, and mine is mine. Stay with the club, train diligently, compete earnestly, and refrain from causing any disturbances. Your journey is still long ahead." Responding to the reprimand, Lu Feng nodded earnestly. "I'll go pack my things. This period has been exhausting. I need to return home to clear my mind." He stood and addressed everyone. "I will help you with that." He followed out of the meeting room. "Li Ku, do you have any thoughts on potential replacements?" he inquired. "The contact with Bai Kai is progressing smoothly. There shouldn't be any issues," came the reply. "What about your thoughts? Do you have any other candidates in mind?" It was clear he sought varied opinions. After some contemplation, he spoke, "I do have someone in mind, a young talent who has just turned 18 and possesses commendable skills." He paused, aware that he was being encouraged to elaborate. "His name is..." He recently topped both the 5 and 5 platforms leaderboards. "I wonder if you have heard of him." Straightening his posture, his interest in the conversation visibly piqued, he exclaimed, "Oh, it's him. I've heard some news recently. How does he compare?" Emphasizing his tone, he responded with a single word. Having worked together for many years, he understood the implications of that brief reply and inquired further. "How does he compare?" Meeting his gaze, he comprehended the unspoken meaning and answered with another single word, "Strong." After a moment of eye contact, he smiled and asked again, "How does he compare?" The response remained succinct, about equal. "All right, I understand now. You all focus on your training, and maintain your usual routine. I will discuss some matters with the management, he said while rising and heading toward the conference room. Chapter 16. Extending an olive branch just as he packed his belongings. Preparing to leave the club, he also requested a leave of absence from the club's leadership, wishing to return to his hometown with his brother. The club's leadership did not refuse, but inquired about the recent training progress. Considering the upcoming spring festival in a few days, they approved his early departure. Exiting the office, he let out a heavy sigh, seemingly filled with helplessness and concern. He was uncertain whether the incident would affect his professional resolve. Everyone knew he was a simple and kind-hearted individual, albeit somewhat emotional. With a resigned sigh, he gazed out the window. The streets outside were already aglow with lights, and the decorations for the spring festival were beginning to take shape. At that moment, he had no appetite for a meal, and with a wry smile, he reached for the kettle on his desk to boil water. He took out premium rock tea, expertly warmed the cup, infused the fragrance, and poured in the water, instantly filling the office with the aroma of tea. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the office. Come in, he called out while pouring the tea. Oh, leader, you're here. Not off to dinner, just sitting here drinking tea alone, someone joked as they hurried in. Glancing up, he retorted, nonsense. Which of your eyes saw me drinking tea in silence? Happy tea, the visitor beamed. Nonsense. Which of your eyes saw me drinking happy tea? He shot back, stifling the laughter. Noticing the visitor's expression falter slightly, he decided to drop the teasing and asked, is there something you need? Seeing the leader return to the topic at hand, the visitor grinned and adjusted his expression, saying, the announcement regarding him has already been sent out, but I feel the impact might be minimal. Upon hearing this, the leader did not rush to inquire further, but frowned slightly. Understanding the leader's style of handling matters, he continued to report, given the suspension, the club has decided to place him in inactive status, and I have informed him of this. At this point, the leader interjected, what is his personal mindset like? Does he have any requests from the club? The visitor replied, he expressed understanding of the club's decision and did not mention anything else. Anticipating the leader's question, he answered promptly. After a moment of contemplation, the leader continued, regardless of the payment schedule this year, ensure that the wages for both brothers are disbursed in advance. Also buy some local specialties from Hangzhou to bring back for them. And about the tickets home, please help them secure those immediately. With the spring festival rush approaching, it will be challenging to obtain them. All expenses will be covered by the club. Knowing the leader's character, he was not surprised by this decision. He then mentioned, Leader, I have already started arranging the tasks you assigned. However, I would like to discuss another matter with you. It concerns the next step regarding additional personnel, clearly well-versed in the operational processes of the club. He noted the leader's anticipation of the issue at hand. Without pausing, he stated, regarding personnel, there are currently two directions. The first is that one is in contact with Bai Kai, which I believe poses no significant problem given our relationship with the team. Many matters are easier to negotiate. I also inquired with Lu Ku, who suggested a candidate named, who is currently ranked first on the ladder boards of both 5 and 5 platforms. He laid out the situation concerning personnel updates and awaited the leader's inquiry. Pouring another cup of tea, he offered it to the leader, who remarked, I haven't heard of this person. Where did he emerge from? I've been dealing with some personal matters and haven't followed the developments in the domestic scene for a month. Has the landscape changed so drastically? Clearly, he was not surprised by the first candidate, but found the second one somewhat disconcerting. Nevertheless, being a seasoned veteran in the domestic professional arena, he quickly composed himself and continued, Luca has been with the team for a long time, and if he is recommending this individual, there must be a valid reason. This matter merits further exploration. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Luca mentioned that this individual is quite young, just turned 18 and still in university. If we were to recruit him, we would essentially alter the course of his future. We need to consider his personal wishes as well as our responsibility towards him, so we should proceed with caution. I have already instructed Lu Ku to have a thorough discussion with the young man. He laid out his thoughts and arrangements transparently. All right, since you have already considered this, you can continue to follow up on the matter. I have no objections, the leader affirmed, appreciating the diligence displayed. Internally, he mused that after many years, the manager's approach remained steady and reliable. Upon receiving feedback on the situation, he continued, they have always wanted to collaborate with the Go. And while they publicly claim that the incident won't affect his work at the club, I believe the impact will be significant. Noticing the leader nodding in agreement, he proceeded, I have another idea, to engage in deeper discussions with the club regarding the possibility of a player exchange. We could explore this opportunity for both clubs and provide a change of environment for these two professional players, which might yield unexpected chemistry. This way, the club's losses would be minimal, and it could even be beneficial. Insisting on acquiring him would certainly incur substantial costs. Clearly, this proposal took the leader by surprise. Yet he swiftly identified the crux of the matter and inquired, "Are you implying that you are quite eager to obtain him? Do you think that simply bringing him into the team will lead to resentment towards him?" Internally, he marveled at the leader's insight. Chuckling softly, he quickly added, "Your considerations truly surpass my own. Is this person truly capable?" He asked, still harboring doubts. Understanding whom the leader referred to, he organized his thoughts and replied, "I inquired with Lu Ku, and he noted that this individual was first brought to attention by 259, who recommended him after conducting thorough research. Since Lu Ku felt confident enough to mention him during such a critical moment, I see no grounds for skepticism." Subsequently, sensing that the leader might not fully empathize with his perspective, he added, "In fact, even without 259's recommendation, professional players from various teams would have quickly recognized him due to his outstanding performance on the two competitive platforms. I reviewed his statistics, and he stands out markedly, even among professional players." At this point, the leader comprehended fully and, emphasizing his tone, replied, "All right, let us proceed according to your plan. Should you require my assistance at any level, do not hesitate to ask. If funds need to be allocated or if I must leverage my reputation, I shall do so." Upon hearing the leader's directive, he downed his tea in one go, akin to drinking a toast of encouragement. Subsequently, he rose and swiftly exited the office in search of Lu Ku. He hurried to the training room, where he observed Lu Ku practicing equipment throwing, and gently tapped him on the shoulder. Removing his headphones, Lu Ku turned to see him waving. Immediately understanding that he wished to find a quiet place for a brief discussion, he quickly followed him to the conference room and securely closed the door. Before he could even speak, he promptly inquired, "Do you want me to contact you as soon as possible?" Nodding, he revealed the entirety of his conversation, particularly emphasizing the leader's resolve. Though he felt a twinge of regret, he recognized that the club's decision was justified, and he had no intention of casting judgments. After affirming his agreement, he exited the conference room. Chapter 17. Receiving the olive branch. Meanwhile, during the prime evening hours, Lu Feng was preparing to indulge in a few rounds of gaming as a pre-sleep activity. With the winter break just commencing, his spirits were exceedingly high. Suddenly, the notification sound of his communicator chimed. Seeing the message, Lu Feng hurriedly opened it. "Hey, do you have a moment? I'd like to chat with you." Lu Feng replied, "I'm free." "Brother, what is up? Are you aware of the suspension issue?" Lu Feng responded, "I saw the news. It's quite unfortunate." "Indeed, it is unfortunate. To get to the point, the suspension has created vacancies in the club's original lineup, and I have recommended you to the club. I'm not sure if you're interested." Upon reading the message, Lu Feng's heart raced with excitement, thinking, "Wow, the opportunity has finally arrived." After calming himself, he began typing on the keyboard to respond. Lu Feng wrote, "I'm very interested, but can I really do this?" "Come on, what do you mean can I? Where's that confidence you usually exude when dominating opponents on the platform?" Lu Feng replied, "Then I can do it. What preparations do I need to make? Since you're still in school, consider whether you want to withdraw or take a leave of absence. I suggest you opt for a leave of absence for now, so you don't completely close off your options." Lu Feng acknowledged, "I understand. My classes don't resume until the 16th day of the Lunar New Year, so I can only handle the leave of absence procedures then. How many days do you think it will take?" "Probably 2 or 3 days." "All right, we're planning to return to the club around the 10th of the Lunar New Year, so try to expedite the process. There are several important matches after the New Year, and you might need to undergo a trial period and familiarize yourself with the tactics. Time is a bit tight." Lu Feng assured him, "Understood, brother. I'll do my best to speed things up. Here's the plan. Once the new year is over, call your teacher to discuss how to handle the procedures. I'll speak with the club SHR to book you a ticket for the 18th. Lu Feng replied, "Got it, brother. I'll take care of it as soon as possible." "Great. If there's nothing else, I'll be waiting for your arrival." Lu Feng said, "I understand, and let me extend my New Year greetings to you in advance." "Haha, are you really only 18? You seem so mature." Lu Feng chuckled, "Haha, brother. My family lost a loved one early on, so I might have learned some things sooner than others." "Ah, you've had it tough too. Well then, I'll start packing to head home for the new year." After turning off the communicator, Lu Feng's heart continued to race. He had taken the first step towards his dream, but what each subsequent step would entail remained uncertain. With this thought in mind, Lu Feng decided not to continue gaming that night. Instead, he sought out several esports websites and downloaded numerous game recordings. After watching the footage, it was already quite late. Lu Feng contemplated his role as a sniper in the team and whether he would truly become a dedicated sniper. Due to habits from his previous life, he had always assumed his position would be that of a rifleman. Transitioning to a sniper role would require adapting to the corresponding tactics, which would be a journey in itself. Moreover, his aggressive playstyle aimed to exert maximum pressure on opponents, which was feasible domestically due to his overwhelming capabilities against most teams. Conversely, his sniper playstyle was agile and unpredictable, focusing on disrupting the opponent's rhythm and dismantling their formation. Given his versatility and resourcefulness, he believed integration into the team would not pose significant issues. Even if complete assimilation proved challenging, his individual skills should still dominate against domestic teams, as the current professional scene was akin to a high-level ladder. However, when facing strong teams from Europe and America, the disparities in resource management, marksmanship, and awareness within domestic professional teams became apparent. The nickname of his accompanying team, Dry Pull, was not without merit. With this in mind, Lu Feng resolved, if he could not change, he would adapt. Suddenly, he remembered that Tianlu was set to compete against Malm soon. This was the perfect opportunity to showcase his talents on the international stage. His current English proficiency was adequate, and if he caught the attention of foreign powerhouses, should he seize the chance? He recalled that in his previous life, a year later, due to certain issues, the team transitioned to an international roster, subsequently reaching the pinnacle of success. Following this, the exploration of international lineups became a continuous endeavor. Thus, discussing national sentiment here felt like a moral imposition. The most remarkable professional clubs in the following years primarily consisted of international lineups. Professional players could represent their country, while clubs merely represented nationality without embodying national identity. For instance, renowned teams like the Bees and Team 2 began exploring international rosters years later, even clinching championships. The Bees, after abandoning their all-French lineup, unleashed the potential of their ultimate weapon, resulting in undeniable success and numerous tournament victories. In contrast, the two Swedish powerhouse teams, bound by roster restrictions, rapidly descended into decline. Even the emerging new dynasty faced a similar fate years later, struggling to maintain a full Danish roster, which frustrated their compatriot teams. It seemed that only Danish clubs persisted with an all-Danish lineup in the following years, resulting in a dismal outcome where no complete Danish lineup made it to the elimination rounds in the inaugural Team 2 event. After the final betrayal, their all-Danish roster remained largely ineffective. In contrast, the team that formed an international lineup after the betrayal remained intact and even performed better. With these thoughts, Lu Feng solidified his resolve. While it may be premature to decide if an esteemed foreign club extended an olive branch, he would certainly consider it. At this moment, Lu Feng felt wide awake. Contemplating further, he picked up his phone and found Chen Hang on WeChat, sending a message. Lu Feng, Chen Hang, are you asleep? I'm taking a leave of absence next semester to pursue a professional career. Chen Hang, wow, is that for real? Which team? Lu Feng anticipated that Chen Hang would still be awake during the holiday break, and quickly replied. Lu Feng, the team captain just contacted me. I'll be going for a trial after the new year. Chen Hang, a domestic powerhouse. You finally made it. Lu Feng responded. Made it is a bit of stretch. I'm just entering one of the most legitimate teams in the country. The road ahead is still long. Chen Hang encouraged him. You'll be fine. Don't overthink it. Just focus on the matches and showcase your skills. Lu Feng agreed, yes. Just focus on the matches and show what I can do. After school starts, I'll handle the leave of absence paperwork. Let us grab a meal together when you come back to school. Consider it a farewell. Chen Hang replied, farewell? Come on, you're not going away for good. It's just like working remotely. Once you become an esports superstar, I'll be your personal assistant. Lu Feng laughed. Ha, what kind of superstar am I? I don't need a personal assistant. Haha, enough joking. See you at school. Chen Hang responded, all right. If you have something to say, just speak up. If they bully you at the club, I'll 1T stand for it and will rush over immediately. Lu Feng replied, all right, stop boasting. I'm going to a professional club. Not prison. There are no bullies. Chen Hang laughed. See you at school then. Good night. Lu Feng put down his phone, chatted a bit with Chen Hang, and gradually calmed his emotions. As drowsiness suddenly overcame him, he washed up and went to bed. Chapter 18. The Professional Circle. Here I come. Following the start of his winter break, Lu Feng devoted his mornings to reviewing his major courses and practicing his spoken English. In the afternoons, he engaged in gaming on various platforms, maintaining a moderate intensity of practice to preserve his skills. Before long, the eve of the Lunar New Year arrived. On that day, Lu Feng visited his uncle's home to celebrate the festival. His uncle had a daughter who was already married, so according to tradition, she spent the new year with her in-laws, leaving only his uncle and aunt at home. Lu Feng, being considerate, helped his uncle clean the house, put up spring festival couplets, and they made dumplings together. The three of them spent a lively New Year's Eve, and Lu Feng felt quite satisfied, knowing he had a place to celebrate. Soon, the calendar turned to the 10th day of the Lunar New Year. Lu Feng recalled his earlier promise and pulled out his phone, dialing Counselor Wang's number. When the call connected, he heard Counselor Wang's bright voice. "Hello, Lu Feng. Happy New Year. What can I do for you?" "Hello, Counselor Wang. Happy New Year." Lu Feng took a deep breath and continued, "Counselor Wang, I have some matters to attend to after the New Year, and I would like to apply for a leave of absence." "What? You want to take a leave of absence? What could possibly warrant such a decision?" Counselor Wang was evidently startled by Lu Feng's words and pressed for more details. Lu Feng decided to be honest. "It's like this, Counselor Wang. I've been playing games in my spare time, and recently a professional team wants to recruit me. I wish to take a chance on this. It has always been my dream. If I miss this opportunity, I fear I will regret it." Counselor Wang, being young, could relate to Lu Feng's aspirations, and though surprised, she was not shocked. "I can somewhat understand your desire to pursue your dreams. You're applying for a leave of absence partly because you're concerned about future uncertainties. You want to ensure there's a path for your studies, correct?" Lu Feng nodded earnestly. Counselor Wang continued, "Although I may not know much about this field, I believe that opportunities like these are not easily come by. Since you are my student, I should support you in seizing this chance. When you plan to take your leave?" "Thank you, Counselor Wang. The club has some important competitions scheduled after the Spring Festival, and they want me to arrive as soon as possible." Lu Feng earnestly explained the situation to Counselor Wang. "All right, I understand. Here's what we'll do. On the first day of school, all the responsible teachers will be present. Come to school to find me, and I will assist you in processing your leave of absence. It should be completed in the morning. The school can retain your student status for up to 3 years. I will try to secure the maximum duration for you." Counselor Wang clearly wished to help Lu Feng, as he left a very good impression on her. "Thank you so much, Counselor Wang. I want to take up more of your holiday time." Lu Feng expressed his gratitude with a bright smile. "All right, just like that. I will keep an eye on your progress. I hope you achieve great success. Good luck." Counselor Wang encouraged him. Lu Feng replied earnestly, "Yes. Off you go." Counselor Wang waved him off. Lu Feng bowed respectfully and turned to leave. Being young is truly wonderful. Watching Lu Feng's departing figure, Counselor Wang sighed softly. The leave of absence procedures were completed swiftly in the morning, and Lu Feng was pleasantly surprised. Upon leaving the school, he quickly pulled out his phone to send a message. "Bro, I've completed the leave of absence procedures and can depart at any time." Moments later, his phone buzzed with a reply. "So fast? I'll have HR book your ticket right away. Send me your ID number." "Okay, thank you, bro. My ID number is..." Lu Feng hurriedly expressed his gratitude and entered his ID number. 20 minutes later, Lu Feng arrived home and began packing. Ding! His phone chimed with a new message. "Your ticket is booked. Tomorrow at 9:30 a.m., departing from your local station to Hangzhou. You should arrive around 11 p.m. Make sure to note the time and don't miss your train." "Okay, thanks, bro. I'll continue packing now." Lu Feng closed his phone, pondered for a moment, then took it out again to set 3 alarms before putting it away. Time flew by, and after much contemplation, Lu Feng felt he had not overlooked anything. Remembering his plan to invite Chun Hang for a meal, he promptly dialed Chun Hang's number. They agreed on a time and place, and soon met up. The entire meal was spent with Chun Hang cheering him on, but I want to elaborate further on that. When it was time to part, after Chun Hang's insistence, Lu Feng agreed to let Chun Hang accompany him to the station. The next morning at 8 a.m., Lu Feng's phone rang. He pressed the answer button, and Chun Hang's voice came through immediately. "Hey, Lu Feng, have you packed everything? I called a taxi, and I'm already at your gate." "Oh, okay. I'll be right out." Lu Feng quickened his pace. After turning off the water, electricity, and gas in his home, he slung his large backpack over his shoulders, grabbed the bag containing his gaming equipment, and hurried out the door. "Lu Feng, over here." Chun Hang waved from a distance. Lu Feng didn't pause and quickly ran to the back of the car, stowed his luggage, and hopped into the vehicle. The taxi sped off towards the station. Upon arriving at the station, Chun Hang handed Lu Feng the water and food he had bought for him earlier. They embraced, exchanged heartfelt farewells, and Lu Feng turned to enter the station. With the blessings of Counselor Wang and Chun Heng, Lu Feng embarked on the journey toward his dreams. Just like when the character Dian Zij boarded the train to Yangsuping, a young man's life was about to change at this moment. The HR department had secured him a sleeper ticket, specifically the lower bunk. Lu Feng marveled at the club's attentiveness and settled into his seat. Having been overly excited the previous day, he and T slept deeply that night. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts and images. One moment he was lifting a trophy. The next, he was holding it aloft. Then he was claiming victory. And then he was fiercely competing against top-tier players. In short, he was filled with aspirations for his future career. Leaning against the bunk, Lu Feng, wearing headphones, soon fell into a deep slumber. Ding dong. Dear passengers, we will soon arrive at Hangzhou Station. Please check your belongings and prepare to disembark. At that moment, Lu Feng had already gathered his belongings and stood at the train door, gazing out at the bustling station, with its dazzling lights and throngs of people. He silently murmured to himself, Hangzhou, here I come. Chapter 19 Arrival at the club. Lu Feng tightened his grip on his luggage and briskly crossed the exit. From a distance, he spotted the captain, distinguished by his iconic golden hair and a vibrant outfit that clearly showcased his unique sense of fashion. Beside him stood a man with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, intently gazing at the exit. Lu Feng quickly approached, flashed a smile, and nodded at the man, saying, Brother, I am. Upon seeing the spirited young fellow before him, the captain beamed and patted Lu Feng on the shoulder, exclaiming, we've been waiting for you. You're so young, how wonderful. He then gestured towards the man beside him, introducing him as the manager of their team. Hello, brother. Lu Feng promptly nodded in acknowledgement. Welcome to Tianlu. The manager extended his right hand for a handshake. Lu Feng hastily set down his luggage and grasped the manager's hand firmly, saying with restraint, It is my honor. My honor. Enough of the formalities. You haven't had a meal yet, have you? Let's head to the club. I've already ordered, the captain interjected, interrupting their pleasantries. Come on, let's get in the car. He indicated towards the vehicle behind them. Once inside the club, Lu Feng's excitement was palpable as he scrutinized every detail, akin to Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. In his previous life, he had seen the club's grandeur numerous times in videos, but experiencing it firsthand was still a refreshing novelty. After placing his luggage in the conference room, the captain led Lu Feng to the dining area. From a distance, Lu Feng noticed the table already laden with several dishes, including a generous serving of rice and the legendary Huang Minji. As the three took their seats, the captain observed Lu Feng's slight awkwardness and smiled, saying, Relax. Here, it's just like home. We brought you in to unleash your talent, not to put you through military training. Hearing this, Lu Feng chuckled heartily. The manager chimed in, Go ahead and eat. Don't hold back. We haven't eaten either and are nearly starving. After taking a few bites, the captain continued, I've heard from Lu Ku about your situation. The club has high expectations for you. This is not pressure, but genuine recognition. Lu Ku will familiarize you with the specific tactical arrangements and other details. Lu Feng nodded silently, absorbing the words. The captain, noticing Lu Feng's demeanor, couldn't help but smile, saying, Seeing you is like seeing my younger self. I was your age when I began my professional career. Over the years, I've come a long way, especially considering the conditions back then were far from what they are now. Lu Feng nodded, recalling the end of 2016 when there were no competitions. And discussing clubs providing salaries was a distant dream, as many clubs faced dissolution. I was quite young then, just hearing tales of how tough it was. Unable to imagine it, he replied. With a smile, the captain continued, We all came through that phase. Who could have imagined how things would turn out today? The future was unfathomable. Their meal concluded amidst nostalgic reflections. Both men felt a sense of camaraderie for the young Lu Feng. After finishing their meal, the captain remarked, It's too late for a grand welcome. With a major competition approaching, our training tasks are quite demanding. When we have time, I'll treat you to a nice meal and introduce you to the club's leadership. I have matters to attend to in the morning, so I must head back to rest. Lu Feng nodded earnestly, saying, Brother, rest well. With that, he departed. Guided by a staff member, Lu Feng arrived at the dormitory, where his accommodation was arranged. He noticed that although there were 2 beds in his room, there were no signs of prior occupants. The following morning, Lu Feng rose early, called Counselor Wang to report his safety, and with nothing else to do, decided to check out the training room. Meanwhile, in the office of the head coach, the conversation flowed naturally. Has the new recruit arrived? He inquired while skillfully preparing tea. Yes, he arrived last night, Everything is arranged. Today he will familiarize himself with the environment, and tomorrow he will officially start his trial training, came the response. What about the other side? He asked, pushing the prepared tea towards his colleague. I have communicated with them. Tomorrow the personnel will arrive at the club, and I will release an announcement, he replied, gracefully accepting the teacup. After sipping the tea, he continued, regarding the negotiations I was having, we were initially discussing a swap, but due to significant changes in their roster, that fell through. Recently, the team has finalized the acquisition of another team, allowing them to optimize their roster independently, which they are quite interested in. Aware of the situation, he remarked that is advantageous for them. Two compatriots will facilitate communication, and they need a strong breakthrough player. Nodding, he savored another sip of tea, inhaling the aroma, and stated, indeed, so the agreement was made swiftly. Everything is going smoothly. After finishing his tea, he declined further refills and stood up, saying, I will contact the two parties and issue the announcement. After receiving agreement, he added, by the way, with the significant roster changes over there, a coach will be coming here around early March, as he has some personal matters to attend to before arriving. Upon hearing this, the head coach contemplated silently, recognizing it as a positive development, and merely nodded in acknowledgement before leaving the room. The following day, 3 clubs simultaneously issued announcements detailing 1. Due to disciplinary actions, certain players are now inactive. 2. Following mutual agreement and respect for player autonomy, club players will be brought in through cooperative transfers. 3. After negotiation and thorough respect for player preferences, original team members will transfer. 4. Talented youths will be introduced to enhance the roster. The essence of the announcements included 1. The esports team has been wholly acquired by a new club and renamed. 2. Given that our club players have academic commitments, they will now be classified as inactive. 3. Based on player preferences and amicable negotiations, original team members will be integrated into the roster. The overall content signified 1. Our club's roster is set to be restructured, with all players departing. 2. Former club players will transfer. We wish them the best. As the announcements were released, another heavyweight player joined the scene, truly a significant addition. The simultaneous announcements from the 3 clubs sent shockwaves through the domestic esports community. While the constant player transfers had become commonplace, discussions predominantly revolved around this new player. Who is this individual? Where do they come from? Most spectators harbored such questions. It was evident that those unfamiliar with the competitive scene were unaware of the top players on both the 5 and 5 battle platforms. This player evidently had a keen interest in the leaderboard and, in their response, couldn't resist taking a jab at others. What genius! Are they capable? Transitioning from a ladder player to a professional? Queries and discussions filled the online community, rife with skepticism, envy, and admiration. Chapter 21 Training and Discussion the following day. At 10 a.m., the team members had risen and prepared, gathering in the training room. As captain, he rose earlier than the others and, after breakfast, hummed his unique tune as he made his way to the training area. Upon pushing open the door to the training room, he was taken aback to find someone already inside. Typically, he was the first to arrive, and it was evident he was not accustomed to anyone else being there before him. At this moment, he discovered that Lu Feng had arrived at the training room ahead of him, already engaged in a warm-up exercise. Regaining his composure from the initial surprise, he thought to himself, it is quite normal for a newcomer to the club to exhibit a burst of enthusiasm. Perhaps it will only last for 3 days. Having played professionally for many years, he had encountered various types of players. The driving force behind all domestic professional players, without exception, is their passion for the game. He had yet to witness anyone embodying true discipline. The level of professionalism among domestic esports clubs, while commendable, still fell short compared to some prominent foreign clubs. Approaching Lu Feng from behind, he patted his shoulder and remarked, "You've come in early." Lu Feng removed his headphones and turned around. Recognizing him with a smile, "Good morning, brother. I'm accustomed to waking up early to study English before attending to other matters." Taken aback by Lu Feng's words, he nodded approvingly. "Indeed, learning is a commendable habit. We are in our prime, but we might face a career transition in the future. Acquiring more knowledge is never a disadvantage." As they spoke, the other team members gradually entered the training room. Noticing everyone had arrived, he clapped his hands and announced, "Let me introduce you all. This is our new teammate." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Lu Feng, smiling as they introduced themselves. "I don't need an introduction. We met yesterday, and we are roommates." Lu Feng, the manager, discussed with me yesterday about understanding your fundamental skills for future tactical arrangements. How about this? Let us assess your basics. You first play a match in the deathmatch mode, and I'll observe. All right, brother, Lu Feng replied, promptly opening the community server window and selecting a deathmatch with favorable latency to connect. Adjusting the mouse cord slightly outward, Lu Feng prepared for the extensive maneuvers required in the deathmatch. Once ready, he chose the AK-47 and commenced his display of marksmanship. As news of a new player's assessment spread, everyone gathered around. In the blink of an eye, he had already secured 30 kills, skillfully executing pre-aiming, shooting, tapping, and short bursts with seamless fluidity, his shooting technique remarkably smooth, often achieving headshots with just 2 precise shots. When faced with unexpected encounters, he swiftly pulled his weapon for a short burst, expending no more than 5 bullets. The onlookers were astonished, each silently marveling at the exceptional prowess of a newcomer. How proficient are you with the sniper rifle? Lu Feng turned around to find one inquiring. Upon seeing his familiar face, Lu Feng thought, one looks quite lean, indeed. He is a lower-spec version of Lu Haoren. He knew that one was the most skilled player in the Tianlu team, an indispensable cornerstone of their strength, a status he had maintained for many years, earning him the title of Grandmaster. I'll give it a try, Lu Feng responded, immediately switching to the sniper rifle and continuing the deathmatch. Lu Feng's proficiency with the sniper rifle was equally impressive, executing various techniques with ease, flashing, blind firing, pre-aiming, and instant aiming, all mesmerizing to behold. Whether performing extreme, flick shots, or standard positional sniping, every shot found its mark with remarkable consistency. Seeing this, he inadvertently made eye contact with the others, who were all equally astonished, their eyes gleaming with admiration. All right, let us pause the demonstration of marksmanship for now. He halted Lu Feng's deathmatch and continued. Now, I would like to assess your mastery of equipment. Please create a map running mode on this machine, using 128, and throw all the items from the competition maps. Okay, just a moment. Without looking up, Lu Feng promptly complied. Soon, the equipment assessment concluded, revealing Lu Feng's impeccable stockpile of items. He could throw both standard and unconventional items on all maps, without considering his terrifying individual skill. Even just his role as a support player would be a tremendous asset to the team. Gathering everyone together, he stated, the team has recruited both of you to fill the void left by the previous players. One was a sniper and the other a rifleman. He raised his gaze to focus on Lu Feng and one, asking, as newcomers, I would like to hear your thoughts. Rubbing his head, one replied, I mainly play rifle, so I'm a bit more experienced in that area. Noticing the conversation stagnating, Lu Feng chimed in. I have no issues playing as a sniper, but I believe I excel more as a rifleman. I have a few ideas I'm unsure whether to share. Everyone nodded in agreement, encouraging him to share. Sensing their genuine interest and lack of disdain typical of seasoned players towards newcomers, Lu Feng began to outline his overarching strategy, which consisted of the following points. In terms of offense, depending on the map situation, if the map favors the police, such as in Hell's Town, it may not be necessary to use a sniper rifle at the onset of the attack, as it might hinder the ability to catch the opposing team's defensive sniper or their rifleman attempting to flank. If the team feels the rifle firepower is insufficient, or if the opponent's riflemen are overly dominant, our riflemen may find themselves suppressed. In such cases, I could opt to take the sniper rifle to counter the opposing rifleman's position. However, if the opponent's timings are unpredictable, the effectiveness may be compromised. This is because offensive sniping requires considerable resources. In a situation where firepower is already lacking, occupying the rifleman's resources would not be wise. In other maps, if the offensive team can utilize the sniper rifle to initiate stealthy attacks, I would voluntarily request to take the sniper rifle to engage the enemy. On the defensive front, the approach would depend on the opponent's tactics. If they favor stealthy engagements, such as on the second floor of Desert Mirage, I would employ the sniper rifle for direct defensive measures. On certain maps, if our team needs to use the sniper rifle to promptly disrupt the opponent's rapid occupation, I would not hesitate to request the sniper rifle. There are also maps where the defensive advantages of the sniper rifle are particularly pronounced, such as Train Station, which aligns perfectly with its capabilities. Lu Feng elaborated on numerous scenarios and conditions, prompting nods of approval from the team, who began to appreciate his keen insight into gameplay. Ultimately, the crux of his message was succinct. Unless absolutely necessary, I prefer using the rifle to conserve resources and ensure optimal firepower output. After wrapping up the discussion on sniper tactics, he instructed everyone to enter the server, where they practiced several commonly used tactics on each map, bringing the day's training to a close. Chapter 20. New roommate and interview. As the team announcement was released, Lu Feng, with 1's assistance, was assigned a training computer in the training room. Subsequently, he proceeded to the personnel office to collect his team uniform, gaming equipment, meal card, and gym card. While gathering his items, Lu Feng couldn't help but marvel at the meticulous attention to detail exhibited by the large club. Once everything was settled, he encouraged Lu Feng to explore the club and familiarize himself with the environment before bidding him farewell. Feeling somewhat aimless, Lu Feng returned to his dormitory, deciding to stow away the newly acquired items. Upon entering the room, he noticed a chubby boy wearing glasses tidying up another bed. The boy, alerted by the sound of footsteps at the door, turned to face Lu Feng. "You must be Lu Feng." "I'm one. My real name is also Lu Feng." Lu Feng was the first to speak, clearly recognizing the newcomer at a glance. "Ah, I know you. You must be the new recruit who just joined the team. My name is Sheng Yuan Zhang, but you can call me Bai Kai." He extended his right hand for a handshake. Lu Feng noticed that the dormitory was arranged in an orderly manner, indicating that he was quite familiar with everything here. "You've been a professional for quite some time, haven't you? You seem to know this place well." Hearing Lu Feng's words, Bai Kai chuckled and replied, "This is my second attempt. I played for a while before, but wasn't mature enough to stay." Lu Feng couldn't quite recall this history, only remembering that they were of similar age, and he was surprised to learn that Bai Kai had already been a professional for 2 or 3 years. Unsure of how to respond, Lu Feng could only offer a sheepish smile. In his previous life, his memories leaned towards the later stages of his career. He only remembered achieving a personal breakthrough after joining the team and even winning an award for Rising Stars. In the following years, affected by the overall level of domestic competition, his performance gradually declined, ultimately leading him to become a fitness enthusiast. After seeing Bai Kai finish making his bed, Lu Feng suggested, "Shall we head to the training room together?" "Sure, let's go," came a cheerful reply. As they entered the training room, Lu Feng and Bai Kai were halted by a staff member. "You two, please come to the conference room for a moment. There's a video interview arranged by our club in collaboration with 5-Wong." This interview was a last-minute arrangement, prompted by the high discussion rate following the announcement. Lu Feng and Bai Kai were evidently unprepared for this development, but with Lu Feng's previous memories, he quickly grasped the significance of the interview. Soon, they followed the staff member to the conference room, where they found 5-Wong's staff had already set up the equipment and were waiting with question cards. Upon entering the room, the staff member addressed them. "This will be a solo interview. Who would like to go first?" "I'll go first," Bai Kai eagerly volunteered, keen to expedite the process. The 5-Wong staff immediately pulled out the question card designated for him. Lu Feng had no objections to Bai Kai going first, so he took a seat nearby and waited. Not being particularly articulate, and with the questions posed by the interviewers being quite straightforward, Bai Kai quickly finished his interview and excused himself to head to the training room. When it was Lu Feng's turn, he briskly walked to the camera and took a seat. Looking up at the 5-Wong staff, they promptly retrieved the question card and sat beside Lu Feng, microphone in hand, waiting for the cameraman to signal start. At the cameraman's count of 3, the red light blinked, and the interview officially commenced. "Hello everyone, this is 5-Wong Esports. We are delighted to be here at the club for the first time to interview the newly joined member." "Hello," Lu Feng greeted cheerfully. The interviewer seemed taken aback by Lu Feng's natural demeanor during the interview, pausing for a moment before posing the first question. "As everyone has seen in the announcement, today is your first day with us. How do you feel?" Lu Feng nodded and smiled at the interviewer. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, "I arrived at the club last night, and it was our manager and captain who picked me up. I was so nervous that I hardly slept." This being his first time joining a professional club, he continued, "I am unsure what other clubs are like, but my impression of this club is that it is very formal and professional. The training and accommodation environments are excellent, and everything appears quite comfortable." The 5-Wong staff nodded, clearly pleased with Lu Feng's comprehensive response, and proceeded to the second question. "What were you doing before this? And how were you discovered to join us?" "I was studying in my hometown during my freshman year, and in my spare time, I played on the 5 competitive platform, where I met our captain. As for how I came here, I'm not too sure. You might want to ask our manager about that." Lu Feng smiled as he spoke. The interviewer recognized that questions regarding recruitment should be directed towards the management rather than the players, so they moved on to the third question. "Everyone knows you have been ranked number 1 on the 5 competitive platform for quite some time. What are your thoughts on the 5 platform?" Recognizing this as a promotional question, Lu Feng knew how to respond. I believe the servers on the 5 platform are excellent, and the matchmaking system is particularly well designed. I have encountered many skilled players there, which has helped enhance my personal abilities. Hence, I enjoy playing, and as I played more, I gradually climbed to the top of the rankings. The staff were satisfied with this answer and continued with their next inquiry. Now that you are part of the club, what are your plans or intentions moving forward? Upon joining the club, my first priority is to quickly adapt to the life of a professional esports player, something I have never experienced before. Secondly, I aim to train diligently alongside the captain and my teammates to integrate into the team, enhancing our collective combat effectiveness, and striving for excellent results in future competitions, allowing the club to guide my growth. The 5 Wong staff, after hearing Lu Feng's response, remarked, "Thank you once again to the club for facilitating this interview. We hope you achieve great success." That concludes today's interview. Lu Feng nodded in gratitude and stood to leave the camera's view. Unbeknownst to him, the manager had quietly entered the room, standing in the blind spot of the camera. He remarked to the staff member, "He appears quite mature. Is he truly only 18? The staff member nodded in agreement, saying, "I am also quite surprised. He is indeed very composed. I have high hopes for his future." Thus, Lu Feng's first day at the club, filled with numerous trivial matters, came to a close. Chapter 22. Training matches on the first day of March. Lu Feng, as usual, completed his English reading and arrived at the training room. After several days of joint practice, he had fully integrated into the tactical system, and his teammates had accepted him well, all admiring the club's vision and decisiveness. Lu Feng knew that the club held a morning meeting at the beginning of each month, which the captain was required to attend. Thus, everyone had free practice time this morning. Other team members took this opportunity to sneak in some rest, still sound asleep in their dorms. Meanwhile, in the club's conference room, the manager, who was always attentive to the team's operations, initiated the discussion. "What are your thoughts on the 2 newcomers after these days of trial practice? Lu Ke, please share your views first." Firstly, the decision to bring in these 2 players was undoubtedly correct. The results of our joint practice have far exceeded my expectations. Their recent performance has been quite impressive. One of them has experience in the professional circuit, and his capabilities are evident. He will significantly enhance our team's firepower, making it troublesome for our opponents when positioned for output. He paused for a moment, noticing that both Lu Feng and Bai Kai were intently watching him, clearly eager to hear his assessment of the other player. He continued, "As for Bai Kai, I find it difficult to articulate just how strong he is. His marksmanship, throwing ability, timing, and understanding of the tactics I assign him far exceed my expectations. I am uncertain whether the club has signed him yet, and while I acknowledge I shouldn't inquire about such matters, I strongly recommend that the club expedite the signing process. If other clubs discover that we have yet to formally sign him, and with the major competition approaching, should he shine in his performance, the attention from other clubs will undoubtedly escalate, placing us in a precarious position. Our keen interest in this young talent stems from both a genuine appreciation for his abilities and a fear of losing him to rival clubs, which could potentially increase our burdensome competition. It is unexpected that such sentiments are conveyed to the club in this manner, highlighting the individual's capabilities. Upon catching the leader's eye, I exchanged a glance with the HR representative and promptly stated, "I will arrange the contract matters immediately." Nodding in acknowledgement, I took a deep breath and added, "The major competition is imminent. The closed budget tournament in MRM will commence this month. It is crucial for us. If we advance, the club will send you abroad for the main event. This is our utmost priority. HR must expedite the visa processing for the team." The HR representative nodded in agreement, affirming, "Understood." I took a sip from my thermos and continued, "Li Ke, you must ensure rigorous training in the coming days, addressing any issues that may arise. The club's significant strategic shift demands results. Failure to achieve this will result in severe criticism." Upon hearing the leader's directives, I responded with a firm acknowledgement. We then discussed minor matters that did not require my involvement, and after bidding farewell to the group, I exited the conference room. Having had an early lunch, I arrived at the training room to find everyone assembled. I announced, "Let's aim for around 2 p.m. today for a practice match. Everyone should warm up and consider your positioning. I will call you when we are ready." The team seemed slightly exhilarated, aware that this would serve as a test of our training outcomes, and they promptly began their warm-up routines, occasionally discussing their positions with teammates. "All right, everyone, please enter the server. The other team has already arrived," I notified them as the time approached. Under my guidance, Li F. Ing entered the training server. Shortly thereafter, all 10 players were in the server, exchanging pleasantries with the opposing team, signaling that we could commence at any time. After 3 refreshes on the server, the practice match officially began, set in the map Desert Mirage, starting as the attacking side. In this pistol round, we did not equip bulletproof vests, but instead armed ourselves with 2 flashbangs and a smoke grenade, while the other team members donned bulletproof vests. As the countdown concluded, the pistol round commenced, and we executed a quick probing tactic followed by an offensive strategy. Li F-ing positioned himself advantageously, sprinting towards the middle, ascending to the second floor of the area, ready to flank once the offensive commenced. One teammate moved towards the second floor, positioning himself outside the first area to prevent the enemy from gathering information, preparing to throw his devices. As Li F-ing approached the middle for a probe, he spotted a police officer observing. Without hesitation, he fired 2 shots. The opponent, seeing a criminal exposing himself in the middle, attempted to leverage the advantage of his pistol. But as soon as he fired, he was struck in the head, his health plummeting. The disorientation from the hit made it impossible for him to aim, forcing him to retreat swiftly. One is low on health. I must have hit him in the head, Li F-ing reported while falling back. He intended to regroup with his teammates at the first area to launch a full assault. Noticing that Li F-ing had returned to a good position, he promptly threw a smoke grenade at the archway, followed by a flashbang aimed at the police's stronghold. Seeing the flashbang deployed, the attacking player revealed his true nature and charged out of the first area, with Li F-ing closely trailing behind. At that moment, the police defenders clearly fell victim to the flashbang, retreating to evade the assault on the first area. Simultaneously, they charged out towards the jump platform and the archway, with a second flashbang being launched. The player from the first area, having emerged from the second floor, immediately spotted the police officer who had been injured by Li F-ing. Clearly dazed by the second flashbang, he quickly fired 2 shots, easily taking him down. After eliminating the police officer, the player refrained from jumping down to the first floor, using the cover of the second floor to continuously apply pressure on the police defenders. With Li F-ing and the team securing the archway, they swiftly moved to the outskirts of the bomb site, avoiding the police's line of fire, and quickly planted the bomb in a position strategically set for both the first area and the archway. At that moment, a police officer from the defending area dashed out through a narrow path, attempting to return to defend the archway, but the smoke grenade delayed his return. Meanwhile, Li F-ing stealthily emerged from the sewers, spotting the police officer preparing to return. Without hesitation, he fired 2 shots, eliminating him. The remaining 3 police officers opted to return from their stronghold. At this point, the terrorists had successfully established their bomb defense positions, with 1 player on the second floor and Li F-ing at the archway, guarding against any intruders. After setting the bomb, Li F-ing returned to the first area, forming a classic pocket formation. Observing a returning police officer, he attempted to fire a few shots to see if he could take one down. The returning officer, having received intel from a teammate, pre-aimed at the second floor, successfully taking down the player who had sought to collect tolls. With the pressure on the front lifted, the 3 police officers surged forward, ready to confront the terrorists at the archway. As the police officers exited their stronghold, Li F-ing opened fire, having picked up a dropped police pistol. In that moment, he discharged 2 bullets, eliminating the first 2 officers who charged out before swiftly retreating back into the archway. The third officer, drawn to the archway, continued to search for targets. At that moment, a player hiding in the first area sprang into action, spotting a significant side profile at the bomb site and without hesitation, opened fire, eliminating him. In the pistol round, the terrorists emerged victorious. Chapter 23, Practice Match, Part 2. Continuing from the previous account, following our triumph in the pistol round, we anticipated the next round with lightheartedness. Li F-ing noticed that his spawn point was closest to the first area and quickly voiced, "I have a good position. Please throw a flashbang for me at the first area when I charge in." Certainly, came the enthusiastic support for Li F-ing's strategy. As a round commenced, Li F-ing hastily approached the first area, closely followed, delivering a flashbang. Without halting his momentum, Li F-ing rushed out of the first area, spotting a police officer caught off guard, preparing to retreat into the bomb site. He immediately pulled the trigger of his weapon, incapacitating the officer. Following this, he moved closer to the first area jump platform, observing a police officer who had climbed to the second floor, seemingly aiming to secure it. Clearly affected by the flashbang, the officer's movements were sluggish, allowing Li F-ing to decisively open fire and take him down. seeing the breach in the enemy's defenses. The team pressed forward into the area, seeking to seize more territory and expand our victory. At this juncture, Li Feng had already infiltrated the lower level of the second floor, spotting a police officer preparing to shoot at him. Without hesitation, he crouched down and executed a short burst, landing a headshot on the officer. After achieving a triple kill in the area, Li Feng swiftly reloaded and dashed towards the police stronghold to provide cover for his teammates planning the bomb. Meanwhile, witnessing the police being cleared, the team advanced from the first area jump platform, crossing over to the archway to gain control of that crucial line. At this point, our formation was tightly organized. Each player fulfilled their roles effectively, quickly completing our layout. The defending police officers, disheartened and unwilling to return to the fray, opted to preserve their gear, including half armor and several devices, to save for the next round. They are all armed with pistols. Do not surrender your weapons, was the command given to all team members. Soon, with the explosion in Chu 4, the first round was secured with ease. In the second round, bolstered by ample resources, the team led a decisive assault from the alley into the area, claiming victory once more. The score stood at 3-0, a commanding lead. As both sides entered the first long gun round, the commander anticipated that the opposing team would likely adopt a default positioning strategy. Consequently, he directed the players in advantageous positions to stealthily navigate through the sewer to ambush any lone adversaries on the second floor. In contrast, the team devised a strategy involving one player in mid throwing grenades while the other four advanced into the area. At the onset, they positioned themselves in mid, deploying grenades and testing the waters with preliminary shots while the remaining four moved to the second floor of the area. As they advanced, one player prepared to check for any pressure from the sewer, only to be abruptly confronted by a police officer who emerged unexpectedly, resulting in an instant elimination. Lu Feng reacted swiftly, revealing himself to eliminate the encroaching officer. Despite the setback, he remained composed, reasoning that if there was indeed an officer pressuring from the sewer, it was probable that the area was currently defended by a solitary opponent. As he suspected, the opposing commander perceived the situation as a default control of the area and thus had not dispatched two players for defense. Lu Feng called out, "It's likely just one person. Let's execute a fast attack." Upon hearing the captain's command, the team promptly hurled their grenades and made their presence known, initiating a swift offensive into the area. Leading the charge, they burst forth from the second floor and quickly spotted a police officer by the alley pillar, signaling to his teammates. Due to the rapid nature of the assault, they were unable to secure a kill on the officer, who was subsequently eliminated by a teammate who followed closely behind. With the area secured, they continued their advance. Meanwhile, the officers preparing to counter were intercepted in mid, with one being taken down by Lu Feng in the supermarket. The last remaining officer opted to preserve his weapon, retreating back to the area along the path home, only to be discovered by an infiltrator at the archway, who promptly eliminated him. The first long gun round ended in total annihilation for the opposing team, plunging them into an economic round. In this economic round, the team maintained a steadfast approach, leaving no room for their adversaries to exploit weaknesses. The score quickly escalated to 5-0. In the sixth round, another long gun scenario unfolded, where the team employed a dual sniper tactic. One sniper controlled mid, while the other was stationed at the second floor. They resolved to adopt a more conservative strategy, leveraging their defensive and weapon advantages to systematically dismantle the opponent's default control tactics. In this round, the adversaries indeed chose a default positioning setup, creating disturbances at point 1 while one player advanced and infiltrated mid. After Lu Feng and his teammate cleared the second floor, he descended into the sewer to assist in mid. "Captain, I wish to attempt a breach into the area before aiding in mid. Even a slight delay could draw attention away from the alley and alleviate pressure in mid," Lu Feng proposed. "All right, prioritize survival. Do not recklessly sacrifice yourself," the captain responded, outlining his expectations. As the countdown concluded, Lu Feng and his teammate ascended to the second floor, veering left to inspect the sewer. Upon entering the second floor, Lu Feng noted that the opposing team had neither deployed damaging grenades nor smoke, but that someone was making noise heading towards the alley. He surmised that with no defensive measures in place on the second floor and a teammate deliberately creating sound in the alley, it was highly likely that a sniper was stationed there. With certainty, he stealthily approached the kitchen on the second floor, employing positional control to cautiously observe the exit, aiming to avoid being caught off guard by the sniper and to bait the opponent into firing prematurely. Bang! The sound of a gun echoed, and indeed, the sniper fell into his trap, firing a blank shot. The defender, realizing he had fired an empty shot, immediately retreated to the rear of a white vehicle, seeking an opportunity to fire again. Lu Feng, having anticipated this move, hurled a Molotov cocktail towards the white vehicle and surged forward. The sound of flames crackling erupted behind the vehicle, indicating that the sniper had been ignited. Without hesitation, Lu Feng dashed, preparing to shift his position. Not willing to grant him an escape, Lu Feng executed a small jump, landing on the windowsill of the second floor, blocking the fleeing sniper's path. A series of short bursts from his weapon dispatched the fleeing adversary. At that moment, the officer defending the alley became aware of the commotion and hurried back to assist his fellow sniper. Remaining on the windowsill, Lu Feng refrained from jumping down, instead shifting his perspective to adjust his aim, unleashing another series of short bursts that eliminated the officer who had emerged from the alley. This fluid display of skill was reminiscent of the tactics employed by the brilliant breakthrough artist from a previous life. With a double kill, Lu Feng accomplished a breach into the area single-handedly, swiftly advancing to the supermarket's exterior, deploying a smoke grenade to obscure the retreat route. Witnessing the area fully compromised, the other teammates promptly consolidated their formation, advancing into the area. After intercepting one returning defender, the remaining officers reluctantly chose to preserve their weapons. The score escalated to 6-0. In Chapter 24 of the training match, with a score of 6-0, the opposing team appeared somewhat stunned and called for a timeout. They exchanged insights regarding the previous circumstances and established new defensive positions. The commander specifically instructed the defenders in the area to prioritize jumping to observe the second floor. Should the adversary attempt to take the area, their focus should be on surveillance and delay, avoiding the immediate loss of personnel, which would hinder any potential countermeasures. As the seventh round commenced, considering that the adversaries had retained a sniper from the previous round and had limited economic resources, the team decisively initiated a bombing strategy for the area. The tactic proved effective, as the opposing team lacked sufficient resources to delay the attackers' momentum, resulting in another round secured. In the eighth round, Lu Feng positioned himself close to point 1, calling for a rapid assault strategy. To his surprise, four officers only deployed grenades, launching a barrage of grenades into point 1 right from the start. As Lu Feng entered the main door of point 1, he witnessed the grenades soaring towards him and instinctively sought to dodge, frantically maneuvering within point 1. Despite his efforts to evade, the 4 grenades proved overwhelming, and he was eliminated before even laying eyes on the opposing team. Lu Feng chuckled, acknowledging the officer's effective countermeasure. With nothing but grenades thrown their way, facing the remaining 4 fully armed teammates proved futile. The score escalated to 8-0. In the 9th round, another fully equipped long gun scenario unfolded. After being taken out by the chaotic grenades in the previous round, Lu Feng decided to seize the opportunity on the second floor of the area, opting to wield a sniper rifle. This time, he was clearly trusted with his ability to breach, as he was accompanied by one teammate. Lu Feng, cradling the sniper rifle, ascended to the second floor, preemptively aiming to establish a vantage point. As he meticulously cleared the vicinity, he began to cautiously push towards the second floor exit. At that moment, an officer from the opposing team leaped, attempting to maneuver in a wide arc, hoping to evade detection. However, he significantly underestimated Lu Feng's reflexes. Bang! The sound of the sniper rifle rang out, and although only the officer's scalp was exposed, Lu Feng's shot found its mark, pinning him midair. As Lu Feng secured the first kill, his teammates swiftly deployed grenades to disrupt the alley and surged past Lu Feng to charge out from the second floor. Together, they concentrated their firepower to eliminate the second officer guarding the alley. Lu Feng chose not to descend to the second floor, but instead remained at the window, maintaining his aim towards the supermarket. Bang! Another shot rang out, intercepting the first returning officer. Realizing that a counteroffensive was futile, the opposing team resolved to preserve their weapons. The score rose to 9-0, further extending their advantage. In the subsequent rounds, Lu Feng continuously capitalized on the sniper rifle's advantages, stealthily eliminating opponents. Coordinating with his teammate to target officers near the archway and those attempting to retreat through mid, the opposing team found themselves in dire straits. Ultimately, the halftime score reached an overwhelming 15-0, with the opposition failing to secure a single point. Given that this was a training match, Victory was not determined by reaching 16 points. The server was reset, the roles reversed, and the match was set to continue for a full 15 rounds. In the second half, as the defensive side, they faced the first pistol round. Lu Feng, adhering to the training schedule, promptly arrived at the second floor of the district. To his surprise, the opposing team employed an identical tactical approach to their first half, utilizing a pistol strategy. At the moment of the explosive assault, Lu Feng immediately fortified the entrance on the second floor. After successfully eliminating the assailant aiding the attack, he swiftly maneuvered into the second floor. Caught off guard by the opponent's strategy, he found himself momentarily stunned. Had they chosen to pursue Lu Feng at this position, they would have missed the opportunity to seize the archway and front line. Conversely, disregarding him to advance would result in him countering decisively, exacting a toll. Lu Feng's maneuver was utterly infuriating. As he retreated to the second floor, he warned his teammates, "The enemy is assaulting the district. The main force is at point 1. The second floor is secure. I am inside." His command was resolute, directing one teammate to secure the second floor while the remaining 3 engaged the enemy stronghold. In due course, the face-off of the pistol strategy commenced. The adversaries, having returned to defense, were ruthlessly met with Lu Feng's punitive measures as they charged towards the police stronghold. Due to smoke grenades and terrain constraints, visibility was limited, resulting in no casualties. At this juncture, 3 police officers had positioned themselves to confront the 3 advancing assailants. Lu Feng emerged from the second floor, having already received intelligence about the safety of the jump platform. He aimed at the sandwich position and, indeed, spotted an enemy aiming at him. They both fired simultaneously. Lu Feng sustained a shot to the chest, while the opposing assailant was struck down by Lu Feng's precise headshot. After eliminating the enemy at the sandwich position, Lu Feng swiftly exited the second floor, unleashing a barrage upon the remaining 3 assailants. Under the pressure of the police's assault, the remaining adversaries fell to the ground in defeat. The defenders triumphed in the pistol round, claiming the first point of the second half. The subsequent 2 rounds were secured without elaboration. The teams then transitioned to the first fully equipped long gun round of the second half. This time, Lu Feng recognized his advantageous position and opted for a sniper rifle instead of a rifle. As the countdown concluded, Lu Feng executed a swift maneuver. Leaping through the dog hole, he discerned that the opposing team had deployed smoke grenades, evidently aiming to control the central area. Lu Feng steadied his aim through the scope, glancing at the timer displayed above. Bang! The sniper rifle discharged as Lu Feng, amidst the smoke, eliminated an enemy. Drawing from his previous experiences, he accurately anticipated when the first enemy would emerge from the smoke. This was somewhat of a gamble, akin to a hit-or-miss endeavor. Upon achieving the smoke kill, Lu Feng did not linger. With perfect agility, he leaped from the windowsill, ascended the corner brick pile, and swiftly entered the small black room through the dog hole. Emerging from the small black room, Lu Feng aimed at the central position. The assailants, upon spotting the sniper rifle, retreated behind sandbags and attempted to obscure the archway with smoke grenades. They believed that since the sniper was firing, he must be confined to the district and could not be at the archway. Once the grenades detonated, an enemy revealed himself from behind the sandbags, attempting to maneuver through the small pathway to support his teammates. Bang! Another shot rang out as Lu Feng swiftly eliminated this adversary. The assailants were bewildered. How did he get there? Lu Feng's presence in the small area completely dismantled their plan to advance through that route. After dispatching the second assailant, Lu Feng did not pause, quickly retreating through the supermarket and police stronghold to reach the telephone booth at the police stronghold's entrance. Lu Feng casually tossed a smoke grenade, obscuring the view of point 1, and with 2 agile jumps, ascended the telephone booth, aiming his sniper rifle at the archway. Meanwhile, the assailants, having lost one of their own to Lu Feng's sniper shot, recognized the futility of their efforts and rescinded the command to advance through the small pathway. Originally intending to flank from the second floor, they now found themselves unable to proceed and reluctantly returned to their base, contemplating a potential ambush at the district. 2 adversaries in the central area, having deployed another smoke grenade, stealthily descended the slope, waiting for the smoke at the archway to dissipate before preparing for a silent approach. As Lu Feng perched atop the telephone booth, aiming at the archway, the smoke began to clear. At that moment, an enemy emerged. Bang! Another shot fired, taking down the assailant who sought to breach the archway from the central area. Forget it. Let's just preserve the rifle, the commander lamented, issuing the order. Throughout the latter half of the match, it transformed into Lu Feng's personal showcase, seamlessly eliminating enemies from various positions without affording them any opportunity. The assailants, facing an overwhelming defensive advantage, failed to score any points. The entire training match concluded with a complete shutout. Chapter 25. Review and contract signing. As the first training map came to a close, the coach's expression turned grim. He approached, patting the team captain on the shoulder. Upon noticing the captain remove his headset, he gestured sternly, saying, "Cease the training match. We need to hold a meeting." In the Tianlu training room, receiving the message to terminate the training match, he anticipated that the opposing team might be experiencing a psychological collapse. He switched off the communicator and announced, "They have decided to discontinue. Let us discuss the previous match." Subsequently, he observed his teammates gathering around, pushing their chairs closer. After a moment of silence, he turned to player one, urging, "You start." The latter rubbed his chin, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "In the last training match, our performance was outstanding. We clearly bewildered the opponents, and the remaining players took advantage of their positions, making it all flow smoothly." After hearing this, he turned to player two, nodding in a manner that signified, "Your turn." Pinching a pimple on his cheek, he endeavored to recall the match, eventually stating, "In our frontal assault, we progressed quite smoothly. The enemy formation was consistently disrupted, and I felt very comfortable in my role. It felt as if I hardly had to engage in the final stages." Supporting his forehead with one hand, he understood his two teammates well. They were prone to grandiose boasts, while serious discourse was scarce. He then rubbed his brow and remarked, "Player 3, please continue." I believe the setup for this training match was excellent. I charged in to scout the area with great ease, constantly forcing the enemies into my line of sight without expending much effort. Additionally, the rifle was exceptionally swift. At times, I barely had time to shoot before he had already taken him down from behind. It was quite effective. Finally, he interjected, "Let us not just focus on the positives. What constitutes a review is primarily discussing what went wrong. Merely stating the good aspects serves little purpose. Lu Feng, please share your thoughts." Lu Feng, upon hearing this, felt somewhat awkward, contemplating, must I be the one to deliver the potentially offensive critique? Everyone was quite supportive of my spontaneous strategies, and the positional rotations were swift and seamless. All right, he interrupted Lu Feng. "I asked you to address the issues, not engage in pleasantries." Lu Feng shrugged, continuing, "You all seem to be lacking in articulate expression. Where did all that bravado go?" The group exchanged awkward chuckles. Observing their expressions, he resignedly stated, "Let me provide some insights on the recent match." He then launched into a lengthy critique. Everyone was reveling in the outcome of the training match. Even Lu Feng felt a sense of pride, but little did he expect the captain to pinpoint so many issues. The expressions of the group gradually stiffened. In truth, the captain's review was quite reasonable, identifying only a few key problems. First and foremost, the issue of reckless gunplay must be addressed, as we strive to minimize this unwarranted heroism in future competitions. Such aimless confrontations with firearms, even if victorious, merely serve as embellishments. However, should we face defeat, it is likely that our opponents will seize the opportunity to amplify the impact, leading to chaos. Additionally, the quality of our equipment requires significant improvement. Some players have poorly timed flashbangs, and others misplace their smoke grenades. Lastly, the connectivity between our positions is insufficient. When a teammate makes an advance, our reactions remain sluggish. At the conclusion of the review, I selflessly praised Lu Feng, expressing that our strategic focus should lean towards him in the future. Thus, the afternoon training session came to an end. "Lu Feng, I need to speak with you. Please come here." I called out to Lu Feng as I heard the players concluding their debriefing outside the training room. "Oh, coming." Lu Feng immediately rose and followed out of the training room. I led Lu Feng to the meeting room. Upon entering, Lu Feng noticed a slightly plump, dark-skinned, middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. It was none other than the club's owner. "Ah, little Lu, welcome. Please have a seat." He gestured to the adjacent chair as Lu Feng walked in. After Lu Feng settled down, he continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the chairman of the club." Upon hearing this introduction, Lu Feng promptly stood again. "Please, sit down. Don't be so formal," the chairman hurriedly reassured him. Once Lu Feng was seated again, he stated, "I called you here for just one matter. The club wishes to sign a professional service contract with you." With that, he slid a stack of papers towards Lu Feng. "Please take a look at the contract, and feel free to ask me any questions." Lu Feng picked up the contract from the table, and scrutinized it carefully. In truth, the contract was quite straightforward and similar to those signed by other players. The term was 1 year, with the club to discuss renewal with the player after that period based on circumstances. During the contract period, the player's salary would be 8,000 yuan per month, with the club taking 30 of match bonuses and the remaining 70 distributed between the player and coach. The contract also stipulated that the player could not engage with other clubs regarding transfer negotiations in their own capacity. There were additional clauses concerning commercial activities, accommodation, public property, equipment, and uniforms. The chairman, with a beaming smile, patiently awaited Lu Feng's review of the contract. After a short while, Lu Feng looked up and said, "Chairman, I have no issues on my end. May I proceed to sign?" Without rushing to respond, the chairman merely smiled and said, "Rest assured, little Lu, our contracts are legitimate and standard professional agreements, free from unfair clauses." Lu Feng nodded. He then stated, "If all is in order, let us sign. There are 2 copies." Lu Feng took the pen and swiftly inscribed his name in the designated area, followed by his fingerprint. He then received the contract, signed it at the primary responsible persons section, and affixed his personal seal. Finally, he received the contract once more and stamped the official seal of the Tianlui Sports Club. With the signing complete, the chairman stood up and shook Lu Feng's hand, saying, "Congratulations, you are now an official member of the club. Tomorrow is a rest day. I invite you and all the team members to dinner to welcome you." Lu Feng nodded and replied, "Thank you, chairman and manager. I am delighted to officially join." Chapter 26, Malm Closed Qualifiers. On the very night of Lu Feng's signing, another significant member joined the roster, our coach. He was incredibly dedicated to his new role. Upon entering the dormitory, he immediately accessed footage from the training matches. He took out his personal laptop and skillfully imported the data, engrossed in viewing it. After finishing, he had meticulously recorded notes on 2 full pages. His discerning eye captured issues that closely mirrored the day's summary. Once he organized his observations, he propped his chin on his hand, absent-mindedly drawing circles on the paper. Clearly, he held a high regard for the team's capabilities and was thoughtfully contemplating future strategic focuses. The day following the signing marked a rest day for the team. Lu Feng organized a gathering with everyone, and they made their way to a nearby food street. The group was larger than initially anticipated, as many members were already familiar with Lu Feng, resulting in a natural camaraderie. As they strolled deeper into the food street, glances frequently lingered on Lu Feng. The party entered a relatively upscale hot pot restaurant. This gathering was not solely to welcome Lu Feng, but also to bolster morale for the upcoming Malm competition. With leadership present, everyone exhibited a certain level of formality. Ultimately, amidst heartfelt words of encouragement, the meal concluded. The following days were spent in rigorous training, with the team engaged in continuous practice, reviews, and more training. Before long, mid-March arrived. At this point, the team, bolstered by 3 new key members, was set to face an important match. The Malm Masters Asia-Pacific Regional Closed Qualifiers officially commenced. The schedule for this closed qualifier was intensely compact, featuring 16 teams competing in a single elimination format. Within just 1 day, they would vie for the ultimate championship and a direct passage to Malm. On the day of the competition, all players were early in the training room, awaiting their first opponent, the Indonesian team. The first adversary was not particularly formidable, and the outcome was unsurprising as they decisively eliminated their opponent with a score of 2-0, advancing to the second round. On the maps of Castle and Desert Mirage, they triumphed with scores of 16-1 and 16-0, respectively. As it was a one-sided match, Lu Feng's strong performance was not necessary. All players contributed, and Lu Feng ended with a score of 182. Throughout the match, the strategy was to allow Lu Feng to engage more actively, aiming to rapidly elevate his gameplay to a peak state. Before long, the matches of other teams concluded, and the second-round opponent was the Malaysian team. The referee allotted both teams 40 minutes for preparation. As the time elapsed, both teams entered the server, and Lu Feng spotted a familiar face. It was a sniper who later became renowned, still serving in a domestic team at that time. The match, too, unfolded without any suspense. Even with their star player, they posed no threat to the team's composition. The final scores were 16-1 on Death Paradise and 16-1 on Forklift, swiftly eliminating their opponents with a 2-0 victory. We concluded our match rather swiftly. Once you all have rested, remember to practice maintaining your skills, he thoughtfully advised, concerned about his teammates' performance. This type of encouragement had originally come from him. The arrival of the coach had alleviated much of his workload, allowing him to focus more effectively on the competition. Soon, the semifinals commenced, and their opponent was the Australian team. They clearly appeared more fatigued, having played full 3-map series in both of their prior matches. They eliminated the Singapore team 2-1 in the first round and followed suit with a 2-1 victory over the Hong Kong team in the second round. As the semifinals began, the first map was Hot Sand City, which they won effortlessly with a score of 16-2. The second map was Desert Mirage, a map they had chosen, and they faced no resistance, achieving a complete shutout at 16-0. They advanced to the finals with ease. Observing the matches of the other 8 teams in the lower bracket, the most dominant was evident. They had swiftly eliminated the Vietnamese team with a score of 2-0 in the first round and subsequently defeated the strong Australian team. In the semifinals, we faced the formidable Thai team, which we successfully defeated with a score of 2-0. However, the journey was far from easy. Thus, both teams advanced to the finals. Although an intense battle was imminent, regardless of the victor, one team would secure a coveted entry ticket to the Malm main event. At 9:30 p.m., the finals of the Malm Asia-Pacific closed selection commenced. The competing teams hailed from and the map selections were conventional, featuring the well-known maps of Ray Hot Desert and Inferno. As the match began on the first map, Ray Hot Desert, the defending side employed no unconventional strategies in the pistol round. Based on their spawn positions, Lu Feng and swiftly moved to secure the area, while the other 3 players lined up at the A site. They devised a strategy to quickly push through the small path, leaving only one player to intercept any potential counterattacks. Lu Feng effectively controlled the gun positions and returned to the middle sands, just in time to spot a player lingering mid-range. With a few precise shots, he scored a headshot. At that moment, the 4 aggressors charged toward the bomb site, utilizing flashbangs to eliminate the defenders. However, during the assault, one of the attackers was taken down. Aware that there was still one enemy lurking on the main road, they decisively opted to plant the bomb in the small path, seeking refuge in the ninja position while holding the small path. Lu Feng, having heard footsteps in the small path and received intel regarding the bomb placement, promptly communicated, "I will go up the small path. Cover me from behind." The 2 swiftly advanced to the small path, with Lu Feng leading the charge. Having received reports that the defuser had dropped behind the bomb site box, they remained calm. As Lu Feng approached the small path, he meticulously pre-aimed at various angles like a sweeping robot. Suddenly sensing an opening, he swiftly maneuvered, enticing the enemy's gunfire to create an opportunity while attempting to inflict damage. For Lu Feng, this was enough. He executed a half-body stop, delivering 2 precise headshots. Immediately following this, Lu Feng shouted, "Cover me." He made a rapid, spinning leap around the corner of the small path, prompting a startled enemy to fire at him. This unexpected turn caught the opponent completely off guard, causing their aim to falter. Lu Feng swiftly retaliated, eliminating the panicked adversary. Meanwhile, another teammate reached the large slope, noting that the bomb site and player positions were unguarded, exclaiming, "There's no one at the bomb site. Watch for Ninja or the player from the police side." Lu Feng and his teammate ascended the small path stairs, catching sight of the Ninja position. Faced with 2 enemies simultaneously, they were unsure whom to target and were quickly overwhelmed by concentrated gunfire. Upon clearing the enemies, one teammate retrieved the defuser to complete the bomb defusal. The pistol round concluded with a victory, leading 1-0. Chapter 27. Entering the Malm main event with the successful opening of the pistol round, the team felt a sense of relief. In contrast, the day's intense competition had left them slightly tense. The captain, unwilling to see the early advantage slip away, decided to employ an aggressive strategy. The situation was not dire, as they had just planted the bomb and received economic rewards. Under the captain's guidance, the team quickly equipped themselves with weapons, favoring rifles and submachine guns conducive to aggressive plays. Lu Feng, noticing he spawned at the advantageous position, promptly chose to control the door alongside his teammates. The defenders lined up on the main road, believing that even with an aggressive push, standing at a distance would provide them with a significant advantage. However, an unexpected formation emerged as one of their players opted for a submachine gun, charging directly into the first layer of the tunnel. Upon reaching the stairs, he encountered 3 opposing players advancing swiftly. Without resistance, he was swiftly eliminated. The original strategy aimed for a rapid 3-2 flank on the bomb site. Upon securing the first kill, the player shouted, there should only be one at the site. Let's quickly flank. Subsequently, the police side was obscured by 2 smoke grenades to secure a safe advance, sparing no resources for their approach. The defenders, caught in the flank, were unable to retaliate, resulting in a swift double kill. This rapid assault strategy appeared to be well rehearsed, flowing seamlessly without affording the opponents any time to respond. Realizing the situation was untenable, the captain decisively commanded to preserve their weapons. With an explosive bang, the second round was successfully turned around, resulting in a score of 1-1, which was not too disheartening, as there was still fight left in them for the next round. They reminded each other to maintain defensive formations and aim to disrupt the opponent's economy early on, avoiding unnecessary risks. As the third round commenced, Lu Feng, having preserved a Fama's rifle from the previous round, decided to donate it to a primary fire point, while opting for a scout rifle himself. As the countdown concluded, Lu Feng swiftly ascended the small path. With a series of jumps, he reached the small path's close point, aiming directly at the mid-road oil barrels. Almost simultaneously, an enemy appeared at the barrels. In truth, advancing through the mid-road was not a poor decision, considering the economic factors indicated that the opponent likely lacked a sniper rifle. A crisp gunshot rang out as Lu Feng delivered a headshot. Taking a few steps back, he then aimed at the entrance of the first layer of the tunnel. At that moment, an enemy was hastily approaching the first layer. Another shot echoed, marking another headshot secured by Lu Feng. His reaction speed was extraordinary, as his positioning left even snipers unable to react, let alone riflemen. After eliminating the second opponent, Lu Feng tossed a smoke grenade down the small path and leaped back onto the platform, racing unimpeded from the police side to the mid-road area. As he aimed through the gap in the mid-road, he found himself in an intriguing position, perfectly aligned to intercept anyone moving from the first layer towards cover. Clearly, Lu Feng suspected that there might still be another opponent in the first layer. However, Lu Feng was mistaken, as no additional enemy remained in the first layer. The remaining opponents intended to continue controlling the mid-road from the gang side. Soon, the mid-road was enveloped in smoke, and a high flashbang soared over the entrance, momentarily forcing Lu Feng to retreat. Observing the smoke, Lu Feng swiftly repositioned closer to the sandy area. He discerned that the smoke served 2 purposes, either to shield the advancing teammates on the small path or to set up a trap to catch him off guard. Conversely, he did not expect the scout to remain in the mid-road. He presumed it had shifted to guard the small path. As Lu Feng peered through the sniper scope, utilizing the upper edge of the mid-road opening, he scanned the far mid-road area. Soon, he spotted an enemy preparing to conceal themselves by the false door. Lu Feng's aim was precise as he fired, delivering a headshot through the door. In a popular livestream, this focal battle captured the attention of many viewers, flooding the channel with spectators. What a rapid reaction! Lu Feng's scout rifle took down the player near the oil barrels. To everyone's surprise, he remained focused, redirecting his aim towards the first layer of the tunnel, anticipating an approach. His accuracy was astonishing as he eliminated another opponent. He expertly concealed the small path with smoke, leaving no information for the opposing team. While observing the mid-road with his scout rifle, it was evident that they aimed to reclaim control of the mid-road. Oh no! Another one fell to the scout rifle. The opposing team's plan was shattered by Lu Feng's exceptional performance. He was terrifyingly accurate, demonstrating the prowess of his scout rifle. As he delivered miraculous shots, in a live streaming room, the commentator passionately narrated the match, albeit with a somewhat unrefined delivery, indicating he had yet to refine a formula of his own. "Let's save our weapons. This round is lost," he lamented, realizing their strategy had completely unraveled. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was diligently scanning the mid lane with his sniper rifle. With only 8 seconds remaining, he discerned that the opposing team had opted to save their weapons, prompting him to swiftly descend to the first level and retrieve the dropped AK-47. In the third round, victory was secured. The subsequent defensive rounds offered little opportunity to the adversaries, as the score rapidly escalated to 11-1, significantly widening their lead. Under the intimidating presence of Lu Feng's sniper, control of the mid lane became nearly unattainable. Even if they managed to briefly seize control, it demanded an excessive expenditure of resources, culminating in a dire shortage of equipment when they launched their final assault. In the 13th round, by sheer coincidence, Lu Feng found himself defending the main line again, employing the same tactic as in the second round, successfully catching an opponent off guard in the sand area. A flashbang exploded in the mid lane, causing chaos and resulting in a rapid elimination leading to a breach in their defenses. They were caught off guard again by a swift flanking maneuver. The score now stood at 11-2, marking their second point of the first half. In the remaining 2 rounds, the team had evidently grown wary of this tactic. Lu Feng actively coordinated defenses between the mid lane and the small path, skillfully navigating between these zones and providing no further opportunities. The first half concluded with a definitive score of 13-2. As the second half commenced, the optimized firepower advantage became evident, decisively concluding the match. The first map ended with a score of 16-2. Map 2, Helltown, showcased an overwhelming advantage. Despite a full day of competition, Lu Feng was in exceptional form, leaving no room for error. They only managed to score once on the defensive end, utilizing unconventional forward pressure tactics. Ultimately, the score for the second map was fixed at 16-1, leading to a substantial victory and an early conclusion to the day's matches. In a live streaming room, the host exclaimed, "Wow, everyone, I never anticipated such a significant advantage today. The match concluded so swiftly that we can finish early. Congratulations on advancing. We look forward to their splendid performance at the Mall Masters. I will announce the list of winners during tomorrow evening's stream. Signing off now, everyone, goodbye." In the training room, following the final victory, the team promptly removed their headsets, standing in excitement and high-fiving each other. "Awesome, everyone. Lu Feng, what an incredible sniper." With every teammate's praise, Lu Feng sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled, for he was still quite young and felt it prudent to remain humble in the face of compliments. Taking a deep breath, he felt relieved. This match was over, and they had successfully advanced to the Mall main event. Chapter 28. Reactions from all sides the following day. At 9 in the morning, Lu Feng sat before the computer in the training room. Given the high-intensity match from the previous day, the club had granted everyone a day off. Meanwhile, others were still fast asleep in their dormitories. Lu Feng aimlessly browsed the internet, perusing news about various competitions both domestically and internationally. Soon, a discussion thread caught his attention, titled APAC Matches, a cliff-like domination. What are your thoughts on the new roster? The replies spanned several pages, with fervent discussions underway. What do you think? You should ask the Australian Cowboys from the APAC region. They are old rivals. This seems like forced confrontation. The Cowboys were easily overrun, someone remarked. The best sniper to date. Yet yesterday he appeared sluggish, likely fatigued from a day of competition. Wasn't he a full day? Another added. In domestic top-tier matches, it was a complete blowout, right? Lu Feng felt a sense of alertness. Including experiences from his past life, he realized he lacked true offline competition experience, which was perhaps his greatest shortcoming at present. He resolved to address this issue by seeking guidance from the captain, whose wealth of experience could prove invaluable. Ideally, he hoped to participate in a domestic offline match before the battles in Malm commenced to better acclimate himself. Continuing to scroll through the comments, he noticed one praising a user known as Nyolyoga. "This guy is remarkable. I like him," Lu Feng thought to himself, secretly admiring the nickname. Amusingly, all discussions surrounding him referred to him as. "Isn't it said that matches between Kai Baozi and others generally end in a 50-50 or 40-60 split? I don't see any evidence of that," one commenter quipped. That was before joined. Ding! A notification chimed from his communicator. Lu Feng opened it, surprised to find a message from Fei Jiao. "Is this really you?" "Yes, it's me. It's been a few months since we last met. You've made it this far?" "Indeed. Pursuing a professional career has always been my goal." "Wow, impressive. It seems playing professionally really changes a person." "Haha, now that I'm awake, it's not too late." After closing the communicator, Lu Feng, feeling somewhat bored, retrieved his phone, found Chunhang's contact information, and dialed. "Hello, Lu Feng, I watched the match. Incredible. Haha, just having completed my first match. There are many more to come. Don't you have any training today? Don't slack off. Our reputation as the Twin Stars rests on your shoulders. Ha, the club gave us a day off today. I'm a bit fatigued, just wanted to chat with you." After exchanging pleasantries, they ended the call. Lu Feng wasn't entirely idle. He downloaded all the footage from the previous day's matches, intending to review it and reflect on his gains and losses. Simultaneously, within various clubs' training rooms, team captains, coaches, and managers were also reviewing the match. In one training room, the game interface was closed as they finished watching the previous day's competition. Observing the silence, one finally spoke up. "This player has a seasoned approach and impressive marksmanship. He is quite challenging to deal with." "Who?" someone inquired, munching on snacks. "Who else could it be? You were the one who got beaten by him yesterday." "I've known about him for a long time," another chimed in. "I encountered him in the latter matches. He is formidable. It seems he has improved since yesterday. While reluctant to admit it, the truth was as stated. I've been on the receiving end of his skills as well. In disbelief, one looked around, realizing, so you all know him? I'm the only one left in the dark. Regret washed over him, as he recalled introducing Lu Feng to Lu Ko. He dared not mention this, shaking his head to refocus. We all just watched. Yesterday's tactics didn't revolve around him at all. He created opportunities on his own. If the strategy shifts to focus on him in the future, it could become very troublesome. The remaining four listened, heads down, lost in thought, their minds racing for solutions. Meanwhile, in the club's office, the owner was meticulously brewing tea, pouring from a purple clay teapot while inquiring, "What were you thinking at the time to bring this player on board?" Upon receiving the teacup pushed over by the boss, I refrained from hastily drinking, instead earnestly declaring, "I believe in Lu Ko." I paused my previous actions, affirming, "I trust you." Suddenly, the air became momentarily still as we both instinctively extended our palms and struck a hearty high five. We truly are exceptional. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the commercial operation of an esports club, no matter how skillfully executed, remains largely obscure to the general public. The only aspect that garners widespread admiration and discussion is the achievement of results. Therefore, should the club's youth training system produce a super talent, and the outcomes of transfer and recruitment operations be particularly remarkable, these accomplishments become the pride of the management. In this moment, the sentiments of the management reflect this pride. In the afternoon, after lunch, Lu Feng sought me out to inquire about experiences from offline competitions. For someone who has never participated before, it undoubtedly seems shrouded in mystery. Yet, it is not as complex as one might imagine. It simply requires focused attention. I then collected my thoughts and continued, explaining that many factors can affect one's concentration during an offline competition, such as the audience, the equipment on site, the noise from the sound system, and the trash talk from opponents, among other distractions. Alas, despite my explanations, you cannot truly experience it until you are there. Cool me. I know of an esports CAF nearby that frequently hosts small competitions. I will take you to experience it firsthand. With that, I donned my jacket and pulled Lu Feng out the door. "Captain, where are you going?" Seeing me lead Lu Feng outside, someone hurriedly chased after to ask. Upon noticing his approach, I calmly explained, "It's nothing. Lu Feng wishes to experience the atmosphere, so I'm taking him to the esports AF. Oh, we have nothing pressing either. Let's all go together. It's much better to experience it as a team." With that, I called up one, and we all exited together. Chapter 29. The eve of departure, the subsequent days were spent in training and lively collective activities. Trust among team members, the fluidity of communication, and mutual understanding significantly improved. In the latter half of March, the schedule was exceedingly packed, featuring a series of qualifiers for the World Electronic Sports Championship, the Asia-Pacific Online Competition, and other preliminary rounds. Although all team members appeared somewhat fatigued, they unerringly secured qualification or championship titles in every single match. The absolute dominance within the domestic sphere had been established, with victories over nearly all domestic teams being overwhelming. For the club, this was a fortuitous development, as the ascent of the frontrunner inadvertently expedited the overall enhancement of standards. Time swiftly passed to early April, and following the conclusion of domestic qualifiers, the team was granted a brief 4-day holiday before the grand tournament. Prior to the break, all players received their visas and confirmed flight arrangements with the organizers. Everything was in place, awaiting the expedition. At this juncture, Lu Feng incessantly sought advice from some of the club's veteran staff regarding matters such as adjusting to time zones, the nature of the hotel accommodations, the equipment on site, and whether the food would be palatable to everyone, much to the annoyance of those around him. This was a manifestation of his insecurity. Despite being far ahead in technical prowess, it was natural for Lu Feng to feel apprehensive, as this was his first overseas foray to compete against the world's elite teams. Oh dear brother, just let everything unfold naturally once abroad. The organizers are seasoned in hosting major events. Trust in their expertise and capabilities, I said, exasperatedly trying to reassure the anxious Lu Feng. Should I bring a spare set of gaming gear? Lu Feng continued to pose questions without relent. I'm about to lose my mind. I'm going to eat now, so don't follow me. I hastily escaped from the training room. On the eve of departure, to ease everyone's nerves, the club organized a 2-day outing to Qiandao Lake, primarily for relaxation and recreation. As a long-standing club in the professional circuit, they understood better how to adjust the players' mental states. Observing that everyone maintained a calm and stable demeanor, Lu Feng gradually came to an understanding and relax his mindset. Upon returning to the club, Lu Feng felt at ease. In his memories from a previous life, he recalled only that they had advanced from the group stage, ultimately losing to a team led by the legendary player Guahuang, with little else remembered. At this moment, he was eager to learn more about the Mall Master Tournament. Sitting at the computer, Lu Feng began to research. The Mall Masters, evidently held in Malm, a city in the Kingdom of Sweden, featured a total of 16 teams divided into 4 groups, employing a double elimination format. The groupings had been announced, and Lu Feng's team found themselves in Group A, alongside the champions and the Brazilian team led by the Godfather, as well as a team that had recently signed a prodigious young talent. Another team, at this point, boasted Lu Feng's idol from his previous life. The remaining 3 groups consisted of Group B, featuring a prestigious Swedish team and a powerhouse from North America. The French Dream Team, Group C, home to the young and rising star team, a legendary team with a home advantage and a soon-to-take-off Polish powerhouse, and Group D, comprised entirely of legends, including the Brazilian team known as the Second Brothers, freshly launched. Thus, advancing to the main event would present no easy feat, as all groups could be classified as death groups, regardless of which half of the bracket one ascended from. Claiming the championship would be a testament to credibility. Upon reading this, Lu Feng felt a surge of anticipation, as the first match would pit them against the champions. How intriguing. Should they triumph in the opening round, they would face the victors of the other 2 matches, making the initial advantage critical. At this moment, Lu Feng's mind began to weave a tapestry of strategies. On April 11th, in the airport terminal, a group of young individuals clad in matching attire, pushing suitcases and bearing identical backpacks, traversed the terminal. Those who paid attention would recognize this as the team poised to embark on their journey to Malm. These young players, clutching boarding passes and chewing gum, gradually approached the check-in counter. Awaiting them was an 11-hour voyage into the realm of high-stakes international competition. Prepare for boarding. May you all achieve resounding success. The boss called out, waving to the group. Go for it. The players and coaches chorused in unison. As their figures gradually faded from view at the boarding gate, the boss clenched his fists, reluctant to release his grip. At this moment, a staff member had already captured this scene with a camera, promptly sharing it on the club's official Weibo account. Beneath this post, players who had long been following the club showered them with blessings. Be cautious with your food. Watch out for local delicacies. Show your prowess. The last time we made a mark on the world stage was in 06. Let's make our voices heard again. Keep pushing forward. Congratulations. The more effort you put in, the greater the rewards. Amidst the players' well wishes, the plane glided down the runway and ascended into the sky, flying towards the opposite hemisphere. Having unfastened his seatbelt, Lu Feng was aware of the time difference between the eastern and western hemispheres. Upon arrival, it would still be April 11th locally. They had little time for adjustment, as their first match was set for April 12th. Hence, at this moment, Lu Feng donned his headphones, listened to soothing music, and retrieved an eye mask from his backpack, preparing to catch some sleep. Observing the excitement of those around him, he couldn't help but smile helplessly. Removing his headphones to take out earplugs, the cabin crew also inquired about the purpose of their journey, thus refraining from excessively disturbing the team members. Before long, fatigue enveloped all the players, and a tranquil silence descended upon the surroundings. Gradually, Lu Feng succumbed to slumber, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He dreamt of countless delightful possibilities that were soon to be realized. In stark contrast, the professional circles back home exhibited an unusual stillness, as if everyone awaited some astonishing news from Malm. Chapter 30. Before the competition commences, the airplane soared westward, chasing the setting sun. After an arduous 11-hour flight, the team arrived in Malm on April 11th, local time. Upon exiting the airport, they were promptly collected by a bus arranged by the event organizers and swiftly transported to the designated hotel. Once inside, the team hastened to the organizers' workstation to sign in and receive their player badges. At this moment, the novelty of the experience far outweighed the fatigue from their journey. Having arrived just a day before the competition's commencement, many essential pre-event procedures were overlooked. Consequently, as soon as Lu Feng and his companions set down their luggage, they were whisked away by the organizers for a photo shoot and interviews. Numerous local European teams found participating in the Malm event exceedingly convenient, akin to Lu Feng and his team traversing cities back home. Furthermore, many European events were meticulously scheduled to avoid conflicts with major competitions like Malm. In the Asia-Pacific region, However, synchronizing schedules with Europe proved challenging. Being in a developmental phase necessitated frequent participation in various competitions, leading to a tight timeline filled with smaller events. After a brief grooming session, the players were ushered into a temporary studio set up by the organizers within the hotel. Fortunately, all staff members were well prepared, and the photo shoot and interviews were completed smoothly in under an hour. With their excitement still palpable, the team returned to their rooms to don their gear before heading to the training facility arranged by the organizers. The training area was situated within a banquet hall of the hotel, where computers designated for player training were neatly arranged in 4 rows. These computers matched the configurations of those used in the actual competition, necessitating that the players acclimatize to the equipment and swiftly identify optimal settings for the competition machines. By this time, several teams were already engaged in training within the hall, creating a lively atmosphere. Players mingled in the aisles, some engaged in discussions, others competing in deathmatch modes, while some wandered about observing the strategies of other teams, and a few made trips to the snack table for refreshments. Everyone appeared relaxed and thoroughly enjoyed the experience. Lu Feng found it curious that the American teams seemed equally at ease despite having traveled from afar. Perhaps this was a matter of cultural perspective. Foreigners might perceive such expeditions as leisurely journeys. The training hall thrived with activity as players quickly located unoccupied computers and settled in. Lu Feng, adhering to his usual routine, promptly adjusted the computer settings. Soon, inspiration struck him. To test his configurations, he accessed the community server and entered a local Swedish deathmatch. The computers provided by the organizers proved to be exceptional, featuring top-tier products from various sponsors. In the deathmatch, Lu Feng quickly drew attention as a formidable player, prompting fellow gamers to recognize his avatar and team emblem, leading them to greet him warmly. Seizing the opportunity to practice his spoken English, Lu Feng enthusiastically reciprocated their greetings. After a brief session, feeling confident in his adjustments, Lu Feng exited the server. Restlessly seated, he began to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a short, stout figure with golden hair in a corner. Excitement surged within him. This individual was none other than his idol from his previous life, a member of a renowned team, and they might soon face each other in competition. Lu Feng pondered this as he ambled over to observe what the player was doing. The player, sensing Lu Feng's presence, turned to him, revealing an Eastern visage and attire indicating he too was a competitor. He politely nodded and greeted, "Hi." Lu Feng returned the gesture, smiling as he replied, "Hi." However, the player seemed disinterested in continuing the conversation, focusing instead on preparing himself for the upcoming competition. At that moment, another player, dressed in the same team uniform, turned around, saw Lu Feng, and smirked disdainfully, exuding an air of superiority. Noticing the gaze directed at him, Lu Feng met the player's eyes, but the individual rolled his eyes and turned away. Completely unfamiliar with this person, Lu Feng thought it absurd that someone would look down on other competitors. Inwardly scoffing, he maintained his composure. The player who had glanced at Lu Feng was indeed a member of a team with a lackluster career in Lu Feng's previous memories. The European region, teeming with talent, fostered an inherent sense of superiority among its players, leading them to look down upon teams from less developed areas like the Asia-Pacific region. Perhaps feeling disheartened, the player turned toward the snack table, collected some refreshments for his teammates, and retreated to his area. "Where did you wander off to?" he asked, smiling as he accepted the drinks Lu Feng offered. Lu Feng quickly sat down, adjusting his chair, and replied, "I want to see what the other players were up to," and took a moment to observe him. "He's one of my favorites." "Oh, the one with the incredible Desert Eagle shots?" He chuckled. "Yes, that's him." Lu Feng engaged in light conversation with his team captain, deliberately omitting the earlier incident of disdain. To voice such grievances would be a display of weakness. Lu Feng preferred to teach respect through his gameplay. With the competition approaching, the players did not practice for long, merely discussing computer configurations before vacating the training hall. Upon returning to their hotel rooms, the coach gathered everyone for a meeting. Once all were present, he stated, "I have reviewed some materials and compiled notes." He proceeded to distribute papers detailing their positioning habits and the allocation of certain fixed strategies. The players attentively examined the notes in their hands. Lu Feng understood that their early strategies favored rapid advances and swift captures. They frequently send a player forward to disrupt the defensive formation, exploiting this chaos to launch a pull-style attack. Additionally, they preferred early player exchanges, often entering endgame scenarios quickly, where they held a distinct advantage. After reviewing the notes, The team discussed a few key points before concluding the meeting early. The most pressing matter was to rest, as they had a match to prepare for the following day. Chapter 31. The first opponent is the champion the next day, April 12th, local time, after breakfast. The team arrived at the group stage venue. The group stage was organized in the outer corridor of a sports arena, with no other competitions available for reference. The organizing committee scheduled their match for the first session on the first day, with only an hour remaining before the commencement of the competition. Lu Feng and his teammates were already seated at their designated positions, diligently fine-tuning their machines and warming up. The atmosphere on this side grew palpably tense, as everyone approached the imminent challenge with grave seriousness. In contrast, the other team was engaged in light-hearted banter, joking with their coach while adjusting their equipment. They indeed had the luxury of relaxation, having recently clinched the championship title in Columbus just half a month prior. This was the most prestigious tournament of the first half of the year. Meanwhile, the players from the opposing team arrived at the venue. Their eyes fixed on the competing squad, their expression somber. During the group stage in Columbus, they had narrowly secured victory in their opening match. By a twist of fate, they found themselves grouped together once more here in Malm, clearly intent on enacting revenge. "Hey, team members, please swiftly enter the server," instructed the referee responsible for the first match, conveying directives from the event organizers. Lu Feng promptly concluded his practice session, tapped on his keyboard, and entered the designated competition server. Soon, all participating players, including those from Lu Feng's team, joined the server. The referee summoned the coaches from both teams to select the map for the match. The chosen map was Desert Mirage. Lu Feng felt satisfied with the selection, as it was a map they frequently trained on, ensuring a high level of familiarity. As the players from both teams exchanged fist bumps and shouted words of encouragement, the match officially commenced. In the knife round, one side demonstrated superior positioning and teamwork, ultimately claiming victory and decisively opting for the defensive side. The pistol round commenced, with the chosen strategy leaning towards a heavily fortified area. In the initial moments, they established control over the second-floor platform and secured a ninja position near the bomb site. Following the elimination of an opponent, they moved to the column in the alley. It appeared that the opposing team had anticipated their champion strategy, opting for a heavily fortified area as well. The commentators, observing from a godlike perspective, were visibly surprised, promptly relaying the unfolding situation to the viewers. In the first round, a glaring tactical error became evident. The commentators soon spotted the opponent maneuvering near the sewer entrance, mistakenly believing them to be in a standard position. Unbeknownst to him, the enemy forces had already infiltrated the second floor of the area. At this moment, the intentions of the opposing player were unmistakable. He aimed to ensnare the enemy scout, determined to prevent their escape. However, he fell into a trap. With meticulous control, he attempted to secure the first kill, yet danger loomed ever closer. He was the last in formation, while four teammates had already surged towards the vicinity of the kitchen. Just as he advanced, the four players burst forth from the kitchen. In an instant, two opponents unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The sight of this chaos sent him into disarray, causing his aim to falter, and he was swiftly taken down by the charging adversaries. At this juncture, the players stationed at the column desperately aimed to eliminate any passing foes. Yet, the angle of his shot proved exceedingly challenging. Before long, he too was targeted and killed by the vigilant enemies. Quickly, he attempted to retreat to the bomb site, initiating the planting process, but was shot down by an enemy waiting in the ninja position. In the face of the scattered opponents, his efforts were in vain, and he was promptly eliminated. Lu Feng, stationed in a secure area, quickly made his way towards the supermarket, seeking an opportunity to regroup. The two teammates arrived at the supermarket in succession. Lu Feng worked diligently to pre-aim and scout the area while providing cover and addressing any gaps. However, the area was eerily quiet, with only the sound of the bombs beeping, no further actions from the enemy. This exemplified the tactical acumen of champions. As Lu Feng prepared to leap through the supermarket window, he was halted. "Captain, do not go out. Focus on defense and equipment," Lu Feng advised, adding, "The enemy has provided no information, and we lack knowledge of their positioning. Charging out would be an ineffective defensive maneuver." With a reluctant nod, the two retreated to the second floor. With a resounding explosion, the bomb was detonated, securing the pistol round and claiming the first point. In the second round, they opted to equip some powerful pistols in an attempt to turn the tide. At the outset, Lu Feng rapidly advanced to the second floor, hoping to catch the enemy off guard. Unfortunately, the opposing team initiated a quick assault through the middle, advancing through the alley. Under Lu Feng's leadership, they attempted to counter the enemy's rapid advance. Clearly, this was not a wise choice, as confronting the enemy's long guns with pistols, especially in the confined terrain of the middle, proved disastrous. The defending team was swiftly eliminated, allowing the opponents to infiltrate the area and locate cover. Lu Feng refrained from making any futile counterattacks, as the enemy was aware of his possession of only a pistol and did not pursue him. The second round slipped away. In the third round, Lu Feng took the lead, charging into the area with his 4 teammates, all armed with only pistols. They fortuitously encountered a lone opponent, swiftly surrounding and eliminating them, acquiring a 47 in the process. With the information gained, they quickly seized control of the area, both teams opting to refrain from interference, thus preserving their captured 47 and abstaining from rashly pursuing the remaining attackers. With a score of 3-0, the newly crowned champions showcased their tactical prowess, seizing the early advantage. The moment for the first fully equipped rifle round arrived. Having preserved the 47, their economy was relatively robust. They provided Lu Feng with a sniper rifle, while Lu Feng purchased 4 rifles for his teammates. Soon, they had all weapons and grenades appropriately allocated, and both teams prepared for a crucial round of confrontation. Chapter 32 began the pursuit of points. The 4th round commenced. Lu Feng found himself in an advantageous spawn position, swiftly navigating through the dog hole to the designated area. The opposing team sought to exploit the middle once again. Should their advance through the middle proceed smoothly, allies positioned in the area could react instantaneously. Lu Feng immediately noticed the enemy deploying smoke to obscure the middle pathway. Without hesitation, he deployed a sandbag incendiary grenade into the middle. Lu Feng aimed at the edge of the smoke, prepared to thwart any lateral movements from the enemy. Suddenly, he observed a flashbang soaring through the smoke, hurtling towards him. In that split second, Lu Feng reacted, firing in the direction from which the flashbang emerged. The kill notification appeared in the corner of the screen. Lu Feng's extraordinary reflexes allowed him to seize the opportunity, eliminating an enemy concealed within the smoke. Clearly, they were attempting to execute another rapid assault. He planned to throw a flashbang to disrupt the enemy, then deploy a smoke grenade to facilitate a swift advance through the alley. Lu Feng's precise execution of the smoke tactic abruptly halted the enemy's middle assault. Just as he fired, the flashbang struck him, blinding him momentarily. Yet, he remained composed, relying on instinct to navigate back behind the wall. Once his vision returned, he swiftly positioned himself, deploying a smoke grenade at the archway. Preemptively aiming, he prepared to counter any enemies emerging from the designated area. At that moment, Lu Feng noticed an enemy preparing to toss a jump incendiary grenade. With a swift shot, he eliminated the opponent before they could even release their weapon. The incendiary grenade fell to the ground, igniting a vast inferno. As the incendiary grenade erupted, the area transformed into a blazing sanctuary. At this moment, indeed, the command for a strong assault was issued. The individual's prowess became evident. Quietly approaching the second-floor window of the district, he demonstrated considerable experience, his gaze piercing through the cover, quickly identifying the adversaries. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of fire, and the advantage of height allowed him to swiftly dominate the confrontation. Upon noticing a breakthrough, he immediately began tossing grenades, and all members leapt from the second floor. Those returning from the small dark room were caught off guard by the rapid positioning of their opponents. Clearly unprepared, one was intercepted by a sniper rifle. The district fell entirely into enemy hands. They were well aware that, although it was a 3-on-3 situation, their team was at a health disadvantage. Thus, they decided to block the narrow path with smoke grenades, leaving only the supermarket direction open to initiate a frontal resistance. Lu Feng, seemingly unaware of the enemy's intentions, had learned from previous information that all 3 adversaries were in the district. He rushed through the archway and sprinted up the narrow path. Just as he was preparing to further scope the narrow path, a smoke grenade exploded right in front of him. One and another member from the supermarket side faced intense opposition. Lu Feng hesitated, contemplating whether to jump to the waterway to return to defense on the second floor or to wait and see if there was any progress in the supermarket's counterattack. In this moment of indecision, another smoke grenade detonated in the narrow path. Curse! The management of equipment is truly impressive, Lu Feng thought bitterly. It was evident now that the enemy had only 2 rifles in the supermarket, and no sniper had appeared. Seizing the opportunity, he boldly fired and eliminated the exposed opponent. The moment the captain fell, he immediately commanded Lu Feng and One to safeguard their weapons. This round of counterattack was declared a failure. They narrowly won the first long gun round, making the score 4-0. Lu Feng signaled to the captain that a timeout should be called, allowing everyone to regain composure and control the rhythm. He had some words he wished to share with his teammates. Upon signaling for a pause, the referee promptly acknowledged and announced the timeout, granting them a minute and a half of respite. "Everyone, let me speak for a moment." Lu Feng could no longer contain himself and began to address the team. The enemy's assault was resolute, and their initial point capture was remarkably efficient, almost as if they wished to engage us face-to-face immediately. His teammates responded in the voice channel, encouraging Lu Feng to continue. "Here's the plan. At each position, we should reduce direct engagements, adopting a defensive strategy similar to the one we used on the second floor of the district. No more direct confrontations. All defense should prioritize reconnaissance and delaying tactics. The enemy clearly aims to determine the outcome at certain points as swiftly as possible. This is their usual tactic." All team members calmed down, beginning to comprehend the situation, and nodded in silent agreement. Additionally, Lu Feng reminded them to avoid large-scale exchanges in the middle lane. If exchanges were unavoidable, they must guard against the enemy's flanking maneuvers. They were evidently employing a tactic of single-point breakthroughs, drawing attention from both sides. Indeed, the teammates seemed to resonate with this insight. Many of the previously inexplicable actions began to clarify at that moment. As the timeout concluded, the match resumed. In the fifth round, Lu Feng swiftly made his way to the district and ascended to the second floor at the earliest opportunity. He positioned himself at the second floor, looking through his scope. A teammate who had reached the narrow path informed Lu Feng that he had not heard any sounds. Gaining confidence, Lu Feng aimed and pushed deeper into the second floor. Suddenly, he spotted a figure preparing to enter the waterway. Bang! With no empty chamber, he swiftly eliminated the target. Not overreaching, Lu Feng quickly retreated from the second floor, traversed the supermarket, and arrived outside the dog hole. Through his teammates' communications, he learned that the enemy had secured the middle lane but had not breached the narrow path. Emerging from a dog hole, Lu Feng encountered an enemy who had just been pinned down. Bang! Without aiming through the scope, he fired a blind shot. Given the close distance, luck was on Lu Feng's side, and he successfully eliminated the target. Following the kill, he wasted no time and tossed a Molotov cocktail, incinerating the lower base. Upon returning, Lu Feng also deployed a smoke grenade at the archway. At this moment, the battlefield fell into a brief silence. With a 5-on-3 advantage, there was no need for impulsiveness. By controlling key positions, the enemy found it challenging to act. Ultimately, with 30 seconds remaining in the round, the remaining 3 teammates opted for an explosive assault on the district. One, stationed at the bomb site, denied the enemy any opportunity, using his teammates' flashbangs to eliminate 2 opponents. With one successful distraction, the final enemy was dispatched from the jump platform. The score shifted to 4-1, reclaiming a point. After this round, under Lu Feng's leadership, they officially entered a scoring chase. In the 6th round, as the countdown concluded, Lu Feng immediately arrived. He noticed that the enemy had again deployed a smoke grenade past the point. He continued to throw a Molotov cocktail after tossing a sandbag, intently observing the middle lane. Playing a double engagement behind the smoke, Lu Feng sought to see if he could eliminate any adversaries. Noticing the unusual silence in the middle lane, where the enemy had not aggressively pursued the narrow path or the archway, he surmised they were likely waiting for something. Suddenly recalling their habitual tactics, he raised his aim, targeting the upper edge of the smoke grenade. Indeed, at that very moment, he caught sight of a figure leaping into view. Bang! Lu Feng decisively eliminated the opponent before they could land. This sniper from the opposing team seemed to have realized their plan had been anticipated. Simultaneously, the astonished commentary from the broadcast booth spread across the globe through the live stream. Securing the first kill bolstered Lu Feng's confidence, leading to victories in all exchanges during this round. The score reached 4-2, and the pursuit for points continued. Chapter 33. The battle against the champions was underway. After 2 consecutive losses, their economy was depleted. In the 7th round, they refrained from aggression, instead opting for a more cautious approach. Lacking long guns and equipment, their offensive capabilities were evidently dulled. Thus, they lost this round as well, bringing the score to 4-3. In the 8th round, both teams faced off again in a long gun round. This time, Lu Feng's spawn position was average, while One's was optimal. They devised an unconventional forward-pressing strategy. At the first opportunity, Lu Feng and One burst from the police house, using the short box at the bomb site to ascend to the second floor. Lu Feng closely followed One, deploying Molotov cocktails and flashbangs to secure the initial point. At this juncture, the district formed a setup where One and Lu Feng held the front with sniper rifles, while the second floor and One executed a small tactical maneuver to clear the area. Indeed, upon entering the second floor, One encountered a lone enemy. After swiftly dispatching the unprepared foe, the two immediately retreated back to the bomb site. Meanwhile, One was eager to intercept the retreating adversary. As soon as the enemy exposed themselves, Lu Feng eliminated them with his sniper rifle. Lu Feng rarely missed such precise engagements, securing a double kill at the first contact. With the advantage now firmly in their grasp, after achieving the kill, Lu Feng quickly fled. He dashed to the district supermarket, taking up a position at the window to cover the second floor. He swiftly liberated the second floor, allowing for the formation of a complementary position at the middle back. Any adversaries attempting to infiltrate the narrow path were ambushed by Lu Feng and One, leading to their immediate downfall. On the second floor, witnessing the plan to split forces and assault the district falter, they promptly opted for a strong attack. Passing by a window, Lu Feng intercepted an enemy who had been lying in wait with his sniper rifle. The remaining enemy, left isolated, picked up Lu Feng's sniper rifle and fled to preserve their weapon. The score leveled at 4-4, equalizing the match. We've caught up, brothers. We've leveled the score. In this round, although the team managed to retain one sniper rifle, the rest of the players were left with scant resources, making a comeback highly probable. In a live broadcast room on MUMO, the host, playing on a machine, passionately addressed the influx of viewers. Brothers, let us go for it. In the voice channel, team members also expressed their excitement, loudly cheering and motivating one another. As the perspective returned to the field, the match continued with a rapid breakthrough tactic, but they clearly struggled to keep up. Consequently, they were compelled to revert to a default map control strategy, slightly slowing their pace. However, the details of the American team were not their strong suit. They were evidently less adept than some other European teams at executing default map control strategies, frequently falling prey to Li Feng, who disrupted their formation. In a situation of numerical disadvantage, as long as the players refrained from making mistakes, the endgame became exceedingly arduous. The score swiftly escalated to 9-4, culminating in a 9-0 mini-streak. As the 14th round commenced, Li Feng's spawn point was closest to the zone. Without hesitation, he decisively dashed to the second floor. Li Feng quickly ascended to the second floor, aiming his scope at the most likely exit for the enemies. At that moment, a player from position 1 caught the sound of Li Feng. He presumed that the strategy involved 3 players pushing positions 1 and 2. Subsequently, he relayed the information. Meanwhile, they were keen on a stealthy engagement to see if they could take the zone outright. Upon hearing the news, they opted for a direct assault on the zone, completely unprepared for another swift attack. The 2 players launched an assault, ultimately exchanging fire with only 1 enemy downed. The zone was once again occupied. Li Feng discerned that the firepower and amount of equipment in the zone were substantial, concluding that a significant enemy force was stationed there. He wasted no time and traversed the second floor, running from the enemy's base towards the upper level. At this moment, a player from position 1 attempted to intercept Li Feng on the second floor. After waiting in vain for Li Feng to appear, he abandoned his pursuit, merely informing his teammates that an enemy might be flanking from behind. As he stealthily approached, he emerged from the dog hole and found himself behind the main force's returning players. The situation on the field was as follows. 3 players were guarding the zone against the approaching defense, while others in the supermarket were probing for an attack, waiting for Li Feng to reach the second floor. Just as he emerged from the dog hole, preparing to ambush, Li Feng opted not to take the second floor route, but instead chose the middle path, arriving at the alleyway. Upon nearing the alley, he began to scope out potential targets. The moment he exposed himself, he spotted an enemy concealed on the sofa. With a fluid motion, he swiftly adjusted his aim and took the shot. At this juncture, his teammate also engaged, arriving at the window to spot an enemy near the alley pillar. While reporting to his teammates, he opened fire. As the primary sharpshooter, his accuracy was noticeably superior, and he successfully eliminated the adversary in a direct confrontation. Noticing the downed enemy, he quickly approached the supermarket window to finish off the opponent. Just as he was about to leap out of the window, he was already under fire. He promptly maneuvered towards the supermarket, unleashing a volley of bullets towards the window. Though he didn't secure a kill, he successfully diverted the enemy's attention. In that fleeting moment, a well-timed shot from behind the bomb site wall took down the enemy. Li F-ing approached the alley pillar, picking up the discarded AK-47 and replacing his sniper rifle. At this point, the positions of the two remaining enemies were clear, one at the bomb site and one in the supermarket. This endgame was challenging. Li F-ing first glanced at the supermarket window, noticing there was no direct line of sight. He then threw a flashbang into the supermarket, hoping to momentarily disrupt the enemy's vision. Utilizing the cover of the flashbang, he dashed into the bomb site without encountering any resistance. Meanwhile, the enemy had already repositioned to the perimeter of the bomb site. Li F-ing, resigned, could only tap the bomb. At that moment, the enemy in the supermarket moved at the window, firing 2 shots to draw Li F-ing's attention. However, Li F-ing was not deceived. He aimed to quickly neutralize the nearby threat. At the same time, an enemy outside the bomb site was stealthily observing Li F-ing. This was the moment. Li F-ing swiftly swung his gun, aimed, and fired in one fluid motion. The exposed enemy did not retreat to cover and fell instantly. Li F-ing tapped the bomb again and counted to 3 silently before jumping out of the supermarket window. Once outside the bomb site, he refrained from revealing his position immediately, opting instead to utilize cover to engage in a strategic maneuver around the pillar. Li F-ing was aware of the enemy's intentions and chose not to defuse the bomb. Just as he took 2 steps, he suddenly reversed course, colliding with the enemy who was attempting to circle around him, decisively scoring a headshot. At this juncture, the urgent countdown from 4 echoed, leaving no possibility for defusal. Li F-ing sprinted towards the small pillar, switched to his sniper rifle, and prepared to escape. However, it was too late. The bomb detonated, sending Li F-ing flying and his sniper rifle soaring through the air. The score shifted to 9-5, a narrow victory, reclaiming a point. Chapter 34. The first victory in the final point of the first half. They still found no opportunity. The team members gradually discovered their rhythm, and all their actions began to appear increasingly rational. Initially, Li F-ing positioned himself relatively close to the zone, yet he refrained from fortifying the defense. He dashed past the bomb site and long bench towards the archway, hoping to create a kill from that angle. As he approached point 1, Li F-ing remained vigilant, preemptively scoping out position 1. Indeed, he spotted the enemy attempting a double hold, evidently aiming to intercept and defend against players at the archway. Li F-ing emerged from behind the long bench, entirely catching them off guard. He did not anticipate the enemy's vigilance, as they aimed to preemptively target even this passage. Li F-ing demonstrated superior reflexes and positional control, swiftly eliminating the player attempting to collect a toll. This disruption entirely derailed the attacking team's rhythm. They had initially intended to launch a rapid assault on the zone after securing some kills. With Li F-ing's opening kill, their entire plan crumbled. Although Li F-ing achieved the first kill, his positional information was now exposed, with no opportunities for engagement in the middle. Remaining at the archway or mid would only squander defensive resources and waste time. Without hesitation, Li F-ing traversed to the zone and ascended to the second floor. Once again, he expertly scoped his targets and began to push the second floor. Advancing towards the kitchen, he noticed no presence of the attacking team. Their intentions to attack had become glaringly apparent. The pressure on the zone's defense was alleviated, allowing all players to stealthily converge on the zone. Just as they settled into their defensive positions, the enemy initiated a bomb attack. With this being the final point of the first half, the defenders held their ground tenaciously, refusing to yield an inch. After an intense clash in the zone, they secured this point. The first half concluded with the score at 10-5, leading. During the brief intermission, both teams utilized this fleeting moment for discussion. Here, they reiterated the importance of tight formations and the interrelation of positioning. As the second half commenced, the teams switched sides and resumed combat, now assuming the role of attackers. The pistol round began, and the attackers were evidently not satisfied with the previous half's performance. They similarly called for a full-on assault strategy. In contrast, the defenders maintained a formation nearly identical to the previous one, yet with noticeably improved details and a more reasonable setup. They promptly positioned 2 players on the second floor platform, while others took cover at the bomb site, ready to scout and draw attention. The reconnaissance was evidently superior to the technical prowess displayed. Upon noticing 2 of his teammates, he chose not to linger. Swiftly descending to the second floor, landing heavily to ensure his escape was audibly marked. This attention to detail was commendable. The adversaries, clearly drawn to the sound, ceased to tread cautiously and pursued him with fervor. Simultaneously, a low-thrown flashbang was deployed from the second-floor exit, blinding the first 3 assailants. Although this was a well-crafted tactic, the advantage was squandered as their marksmanship faltered, only managing to eliminate the foremost attacker, who was promptly avenged by Lu Feng. Aware of the enemy's coordinated assault, he refrained from retreating too far, aiming to alleviate the pressure on his team. Yet, he was disheartened by the minimal gains, resorting to a desperate counterattack beside the white vehicle. Ultimately, he succeeded in dispatching the second assailant, with the first player cleaning up the scene and taking down the notorious Long Lao Lu. With a graceful leap, the first player descended from the second floor, landing precisely at the bomb site. Just as he drew out the bomb to plant, he was ambushed by an adversary concealed in a ninja position. Lu Feng quickly detected the threat, adopting a low profile and eliminating the foe with a preemptive shot. He seized the fallen weapon and swiftly secured the bomb. As the roles of offense and defense exchanged, they braced for the police's counteroffensive. At this moment, Lu Feng intended to reposition for safety, but was taken aback by the rapidity of the enemy's response, who had already emerged onto the narrow path. This time, his aim did not falter. He scored a headshot the moment he laid eyes on Lu Feng. Now, he was left with the daunting task of navigating a 1v2 situation. Remaining composed, he picked up a pistol from the ground, cautiously maneuvering behind the white vehicle, and executed precise shots to eliminate the approaching adversary from the narrow path. The positions surrounding the bomb site were now confirmed. Gradually, he advanced toward the white vehicle, yet no figures were discernible. His subsequent aim extended toward the sofa area. Just a few steps forward, both parties spotted each other almost simultaneously, initiating a fierce exchange of gunfire. In this moment, the conditions for both shooters were entirely equitable, leading to a rapid discharge of bullets from their pistols. At the final moment, the player with greater experience in high-pressure scenarios prevailed, swiftly dispatching the opponent. Following this, he defused the bomb, securing victory in the second half of the pistol round. The score now stood at 10-6, seemingly igniting a momentum for a comeback. The coach, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, decisively called for the first time out of the second half. Due to the successful bomb plant in the pistol round, they prepared for a robust offensive in the second round. At this juncture, there were no specific tactical plans. He merely aimed to disrupt the enemy's rhythm and allow his teammates a moment to regain composure. As the timeout concluded, the second round of the second half commenced, with Lu Feng opting for a bird sniper rifle. The excitement was palpable among the domestic commentators, who recalled his previous stunning performance. Positioned at the center spawn, Lu Feng dashed toward the middle as soon as the countdown concluded. The bird sniper rifle conferred a slight acceleration, allowing Lu Feng to draw ahead of the police. He raised his scope and spotted a target. Crack! A shot rang out, claiming a headshot. Lu Feng refrained from lingering in the middle and retreated decisively toward point 1. He scoped in and, upon finding a favorable angle, firmly held his position at the jump platform. Crack! Another shot echoed, and the observer at the jump platform fell. In the instant of his collapse, he quickly covered the area with all available utilities. The entry fragger, accompanied by the first player, surged forward, and together they swiftly eliminated a foe hiding behind the second-floor wooden boards. With the area secured, Lu Feng did not venture far from point 1, utilizing the cover to aim directly at the enemy's home base. After placing the bomb at point 4, he immediately dashed toward the archway and the front line. Clearly unwilling to concede this round, the remaining 2 adversaries attempted to reclaim the area. The first player peeked from the narrow path, identifying an enemy concealed within the archway. They engaged in a fierce shootout, where the superior marksman triumphed over the less skilled one. After a fierce exchange, he leaped down the narrow path towards the archway. At that moment, the first player was already stationed, prepared for an ambush. Simultaneously, the smoke at the enemy's home base dissipated, revealing a hidden figure. Crack! Lu Feng's reflexes were exceptional. He fired a headshot, leaving no opportunity for the adversary, who remained at their base. The moment he exited the archway, he was struck down by the lurking first player. This comeback secured the second round of the second half. The commentators were left speechless, realizing that giving him a bird sniper rifle yielded miraculous results. He was indeed the king of the bird sniper rifle. His performance transcended mere triple kills, exerting a greater psychological impact. In subsequent rounds, even with limited economic resources preventing the acquisition of a major sniper rifle. The opposing team hesitated to expose themselves recklessly, having learned to respect the threat of his bird sniper. The commentary flowed seamlessly, grounded in sound analysis. In the ensuing matches, opportunities were seized, resulting in a relentless offensive. Ultimately, the match concluded with a score of 16-6, achieving a resounding victory. The message "We have won the championship" flooded the chat rooms across all domestic streaming platforms. Chapter 35. The second battle. Following the elimination of the final opponent, the team discarded their headsets, rose, and embraced one another in jubilant celebration. The coach, fists clenched, joined in the ecstatic cheers. He rushed to be the first to embrace the still-standing Lu Feng, turning to embrace the rest of the team. The expressions and actions of all players were unrestrained, lost in joy. In the meeting room, the owner shared an emotional embrace, tears shimmering in his eyes, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The first match had been won, a potent morale booster that resonated deeply within all players. As the team composed themselves, they lined up to acknowledge their opponents with a handshake. Observing the East Asian faces walking past, a palpable sense of disappointment lingered. However, upon encountering Lu Feng, a smile broke forth, and he scrutinized Lu Feng earnestly. He extended his hand for a firm shake, solemnly stating, "Well played." Lu Feng reciprocated with a smile, equally earnest, replying, "Thank you." After gathering their gear, the players hastily departed the competition area, as another match awaited. They received instructions from the owner, situated far away at the club, to treat everyone to a nice meal. In this unfamiliar land, the question arose, where could they find a good place to eat? Ultimately, they settled on a McDonald's at the venue's entrance to satisfy their hunger. Meanwhile, the match was already underway. Having recently joined, many unresolved issues remained between him and his teammates. In contrast, the opposing team exhibited a markedly more developed tactical system. Within the squad, he wielded absolute authority to engage in combat, even having unrestricted access to sniper rifles. The match unfolded on the scorching map of Ji Sha Chung. On this map, no team could claim absolute superiority. All players were highly skilled, with the outcome hinging on firepower and in-game performance. Ultimately, the fierce battle extended over 29 rounds, concluding with a score of 16-13 in their favor. Lu Feng maintained a stable performance with 26 eliminations, averaging 96, leading the entire match, while the one who had previously disparaged him finished with a meager score of 0-9. After enjoying their meal, the team returned to the venue. They had no matches scheduled for today, allowing them to return and rest at any moment. However, they chose to stay and watch the match between the two teams. On one hand, they wished to discern their opponents for tomorrow, and on the other, they aimed to observe the technical characteristics of both sides. The outcome was already quite clear, and tomorrow they would face off. Winning the match would secure them the top position in the group, leading to a clash with the second-ranked team in the knockout stage. Should they lose tomorrow, they would have to engage in another grueling battle for the Group's second position against the winner of a match. With no further business today, they returned to the hotel, but still convened a meeting. The atmosphere of the small meeting was relaxed, primarily focused on reviewing the earlier match. The team members analyzed the positioning distribution, the technical traits, and movement habits of each player. Naturally, a particular player was identified as a focal point for analysis, and extensive discussions ensued regarding him. Lu Feng, however, was more attentive to a player named. His performance today left Lu Feng feeling quite displeased, and he resolved to target him relentlessly tomorrow until he was utterly defeated. In truth, Lu Feng's strategy was sound. The opposing team exhibited minimal positional adjustments, and their tactics appeared somewhat rigid. Against such a team, capitalizing on their weakest link was crucial for breaking the stalemate. As the meeting concluded, the team members began to rest in anticipation of the following day. The next day, the weather in Malm was splendid, with gentle sunshine. The match against was the first of the day. Following yesterday's impressive performance, the attention surrounding the match had noticeably increased. The teams from Group had arrived early to observe the match closely. Lu Feng noticed that he did not seem to be moving with his teammates. He had arrived at the venue alone to warm up. After warming up for over 10 minutes, the remaining players finally showed up at the competition area. As before, they disdainfully cast a glance at their designated positions before turning to enter the competition zone. Half an hour later, the referee informed both teams that they could enter the server. The coaches stepped to the front of the competition area to finalize the match map. which was quickly determined to be the map known as Fiery Sand City. The opposing team appeared more confident on this map, and so did the players on this side. At the referee's signal, both teams began to engage in a knife round. After losing the knife round, the opposing team unhesitatingly opted to start as the attacking side. All pre-match arrangements were completed, and the second round of fierce competition was about to commence. The server refreshed 3 times, and the match officially began. In a well-known streaming room on a domestic platform, the commentator, known as Playing Machine, began his broadcast. Brothers, this is the second round of the Malm Group stage, featuring the match against, as the defending side. Countless viewers flocked to the live stream to witness this focal battle. The team commenced with a standard defensive stance. Oh no, it was not standard. Immediately at the start, they utilized their positional advantage to arrive at the first level of the tunnel. The defender stationed at point 1 moved to the alley, while others remained on the platform to observe the main street and defend the package point. Playing Machine conveyed the movements of the players in detail to the viewers, offering timely interpretations. It was evident that they aimed to exploit their numerical advantage immediately, prioritizing control over the center. In contrast, the opposing side displayed peculiar movements, with a player opting to enter the tunnel right away. Why start a pistol round with a Desert Eagle? Leading the charge, he and another player stealthily approached the door. We all know the Desert Eagle is highly accurate, but starting with it in a pistol round seems overly confident. Playing Machine spoke rapidly, clearly articulating the dynamics of the match. Returning to the competition scene, this movement clearly indicated an intention to execute a 3-2 strategy. At this moment, Lu Feng had already spotted the player moving ahead, preparing to scout the first level of the tunnel. 2 shots rang out, and a perfect headshot from a 250 eliminated the player. Feeling stifled after being killed without any response, the player slammed his fist against the armrest of his chair. As Lu Feng retreated while firing defensively, he noticed the opposing team was using their firepower to block his route for a follow-up shot. Choosing not to pursue him immediately, Lu Feng dashed towards the center, reloaded his magazine, and stealthily crept into the first level. Sensing that the enemy had lost 1 player, he opted to retreat, evidently attempting to divert attention. Thus, it was highly probable that the defending Team S player would attempt to ambush him from behind while he was observing the first level of the tunnel. However, he was mistaken. After preparing for an ambush at the tunnel entrance for quite some time, he saw no sign of the opponent. At this point, Lu Feng had successfully navigated the spiral staircase to the second level of the tunnel, catching a player turning back and decisively eliminating him. Meanwhile, the other player had exited the door, realizing that the outside area was vacant. He took a deep breath, executed a lateral maneuver, and revealed his position, just in time to spot the player on the platform. Bang! A single shot took him down. The team swiftly occupied the central area. At this moment, Player 1 received critical information from the team and quickly retreated to the package point. Just as he reached the outskirts of the package point, he encountered the trio from the opposing team, and an immediate exchange of fire ensued. Player 1 aimed to delay the enemy's advance rather than engage in a desperate fight, leading to an ongoing skirmish. It became apparent that the opposing team was stalling tactics, prompting him to throw a smoke grenade to obscure the vision of the defenders. The trio, led by the player, continued to advance while engaged in combat. Player 1 struggled to hold his ground and ultimately fell at the hands of the Desert Eagle's overwhelming firepower, quickly taking cover in a ninja position, awaiting assistance. At this moment, Lu Feng understood that the defenders had no vision, and he had to quickly ascend the alley, rapidly approaching the package point. He recognized that this stronghold could not be relinquished. If it fell, the defense would become exceedingly challenging. At this juncture, the player had already reached the platform and was hiding to reload. Following closely behind, Lu Feng aimed to eliminate him swiftly, knowing full well that allowing the stronghold to remain was a significant threat. The instant he reached the platform, Lu Feng galloped from the alley. He rushed toward the door, preparing to encircle from the larger direction. Lu Feng spotted the player heading toward the ninja position and did not hesitate to shoot, only to be taken aback by the rapid counter from the alley. 3 precise shots resulted in a headshot, eliminating the player. He refrained from pursuing further and decisively began planting the bomb at the package point. At this moment, the opposing player had reloaded and started to reveal himself, aiming at Lu Feng. The opponent's aiming technique was indeed top-notch, with the first shot striking Lu Feng as he attempted to dash out of the alley. Lu Feng recoiled in alarm, quickly retreating back into the alley. That really hurt. The Desert Eagle's power is formidable. At this instant, the player exposed himself in the larger direction, steadying his aim and calmly firing at Lu Feng. His health was nearing the red zone, prompting him to shrink back to the wall, utilizing the package point for temporary cover to alleviate the pressure. He began exchanging fire with the opposing player from the package point. Both sides found themselves in a brief stalemate. Observing the opponent retreating, Lu Feng sprinted out of the alley, collaborating to suppress the enemy. Eventually, seizing the opportunity, he eliminated the last player. The accuracy was indeed terrifying, adjusting his rhythm. With a slight sidestep, he took down the player on the main street. Lu Feng closed in, leaving no room for opportunity. Utilizing the 250 at close range, he unleashed a fierce assault that dispatched the remaining player. The round concluded with a victory in the pistol round. Chapter 36, Fierce Battle. After winning the pistol round, Lu Feng reminded everyone not to let their guard down. In his memories, he was in an exceptionally good state, brimming with vigor, even amidst the game, which was equally lethal. The Desert Eagle in his grasp wielded a level of intimidation akin to Lu Feng wielding a bird sniper. As the match commenced, he indeed opted for a cautious and prudent approach. The positioning of all personnel was tightly coordinated, wary of being caught by the opponent. Lu Feng was swiftly positioned on a side path while maintaining a vantage point from a bomb site, glancing at the main route, where the probability of a swift elimination from such a distance was minimal. Alongside, they arrived at the area to thwart any advances from the adversary. This side's maneuvering clearly focused on finding a breakthrough point. They chose a relatively conventional opening strategy, one person guarding the entrance while another lingered further down the middle lane. Poised for action, guiding his teammate, they scouted the second floor of the tunnel before leaving a rear guard. Progressing cautiously, they began to navigate towards the first floor of the tunnel. The one in front descended the spiral staircase at a measured pace. His aim was indeed impeccable. Meanwhile, Lu Feng had already established his position along the side path, with one player pressing against the left wall, directly aiming at the first floor of the tunnel from a corner, embodying a classic cross-cover stance. The perspective shifted to the first floor of the tunnel, where he had thoroughly scouted all possible angles of the spiral staircase. Adjusting his angle, he took a deep breath, and with a swift horizontal sweep, he spotted the exposed head of his opponent. With a single shot, the Desert Eagle delivered a headshot, eliminating the adversary instantly. Realizing there were enemies on the first floor, he hastily emerged to take another shot, and with another gunfire, another opponent fell, lying beside the first. Alas, the inevitable had arrived. Lu Feng sighed with a rueful smile, recognizing the familiar tactic that consistently undermined his confidence. Seeing the side path cleared, he quickly regrouped there, using his sole smoke grenade to obscure the view of the middle door. As the entire team rushed towards the side path, Lu Feng heard the information provided over the voice chat. The enemy had deployed a smoke grenade at the middle door, with the bulk of their forces advancing along the side path. Timing it precisely, Lu Feng tossed a grenade into the side path. The result was devastating, having the health of 3 opponents. With no time to lament the damage inflicted, the main force charged out of the side path. The earlier grenade had disrupted their previously tight formation. Lu Feng remained composed, standing on the slope, utilizing the cover provided by the bomb site to begin firing in bursts. He fired 2 rounds at a time, executing precise shots from various positions without lingering too long, which made it exceedingly difficult for his teammates to target him. The attempts to eliminate him were futile, and as teammates fell one after another, only one remained by the time they breached the bomb site. At that moment, Lu Feng's FAMAS was out of ammunition. He switched to the 250 pistol he had preserved from the previous round, maneuvering while outputting fire towards the bomb site. The situation was dire. Without eliminating Lu Feng, they had no chance to plant the bomb. Seizing upon a misstep from an opponent, he steadied himself and unleashed a flurry of shots, swiftly neutralizing the threat. In the match area, a teammate buried his head in his hands, frustrated and leaning back in his chair, visibly displeased with the foolish maneuver. The commentary from the broadcast echoed, as if to continue the mockery, with the commentator humorously attributing kills to Lu Feng without him needing to lift a finger. At that moment, Lu Feng had not overthought. He simply wished to avoid exposure that could lead to his capture. Winning the second round, they proceeded to the third, where they appeared more subdued. Having failed to plant the bomb, their economy was strained, resulting in a more restrained approach in terms of weapons and equipment. With a score of 3-0, the opening was satisfactory. As the fourth round began, both sides entered with fully equipped rifles, adopting a standard formation. Initially, Lu Feng and his teammate rushed towards the door, only to find it eerily quiet with no immediate actions. Lu Feng, positioned closest to the area, swiftly made his way through the middle door, following closely behind his teammate. Seeing Lu Feng pass through without incident, dashed toward the area as well. However, as he crossed the middle door, the sound of a sniper rifle echoed from the opposing side. In a split second, the young player's reflexes kicked in, intercepting the attempt to pass through the middle door. At that moment, Lu Feng and his teammate, believing themselves safe, were suddenly blinded by a flashbang that soared in from above the door. With the explosion of the flashbang, 3 teammates charged through the door, easily dispatching Lu Feng's companion. The player stationed on the slope attempted to resist the formidable assault, but was swiftly overwhelmed by concentrated gunfire. Lu Feng was the last one standing, unable to secure a victory in this dire situation, and reluctantly chose to save his weapon. Their economy could still support another fully equipped rifle round, bringing the score to 3-1. Not deeming the situation overly grim, he chose not to call for a timeout, instead reminding everyone over voice chat to be cautious. Swiftly assume positions and avoid wandering about. The opposing sniper possessed considerable control, and everyone needed to maneuver with utmost caution. The match resumed, and soon the distribution of weapons and equipment was finalized. This time, they refrained from intercepting the middle door, assigning the sniper rifle to a teammate while Lu Feng opted for an AK-47. At the start, he positioned himself atop a crate near the police station, anticipating the opponent's tactical maneuvers. Utilizing the smoke from a grenade explosion for cover, he quickly traversed the middle door and arrived at the area for defense. The other 3 maintained a defensive line along the main route. After the opening, they descended to the first floor of the tunnel but found no opportunity to push forward through the side path. The middle door remained quiet, employing a smoke grenade to obscure the view from the police station. Lu Feng utilized a momentary flashbang thrown from the far side of the middle lane to probe the middle door, following closely behind. He then heard his teammates reporting that the enemy had begun attempting to breach the middle door. Quickly, he launched a smoke grenade at the tunnel entrance and positioned himself at the door, aiming directly at the middle exit. Sure enough, an opponent revealed themselves, prompting Lu Feng to unleash a barrage of bullets, eliminating the threat before they could retaliate. A teammate behind him attempted to provide cover but was caught off guard and fell victim to a headshot. The breach at the middle door had been thwarted. After securing the kill, Lu Feng evaded the flashbang while advancing toward the bomb site, anticipating a tactical encirclement from the enemy. However, the plan was not to encircle the area. They aimed to send 2 players through the middle door to inflict damage and distract the defenders. The remaining 3, capitalizing on the assault through the middle door, suddenly launched an offensive through the side path, hoping to exploit the disruption in the enemy formation. Unfortunately, the failure of the middle door strategy left the trio attacking the side path in an awkward position, ultimately forced to launch a desperate assault on the area. They were collectively cornered within the side path and systematically eliminated. After baiting the enemy into firing, Lu Feng emerged from the middle lane, dispatching the final adversary and seizing their sniper rifle. With a score of 4-1, they gain another point. Chapter 37. Intense Battle, Part 2. In the 6th round, the team's economy was average. They opted to save their funds, eschewing the acquisition of long guns in favor of some utility items and powerful handguns. The Desert Eagle remained a fearsome presence. At the first opportunity, he made his way to the center lane, engaging directly with the Desert Eagle in a one-on-one confrontation. Having been swiftly eliminated in the previous round in the alley, he felt a sense of trepidation at this moment. After exchanging fire in the center lane twice, he chose to evade the confrontation and reluctantly retreated to the alley. Upon arriving at the alley, he refrained from using any utility items, instead meticulously preparing for a pre-aim. Once he was fairly certain of the enemy's positioning, he suddenly repositioned and executed a precise headshot, eliminating the opponent's station on the slope. Lu Feng momentarily withdrew from the midsection, quickly filling the vacant gun position and aiming directly at the alley's exit. In an instant, there was no dramatic showdown of the Desert Eagle versus the sniper rifle. Lu Feng successfully intercepted the adversary. The remaining teammates posed little threat, and they swiftly coordinated their efforts, eliminating the last 4 opponents. As the 7th round commenced, it was evident that the likelihood of the opposing sniper holding the area single-handedly was low. Given Lu Feng's characteristics, he would likely be maneuvering through the sand or the area. True to expectation, he swiftly arrived at the area and took refuge in a corner at the exit of the hole. Laying 2 incendiary grenades in front and behind at the left corner of the hole, just outside the false door. As anticipated, the enemy was forced out by the flames, and he aptly secured a kill with the AK-47. The team advanced in unison, quickly breaching the area. With a rapid return to defense, Lu Feng aimed his sniper rifle at the dog hole, preventing the enemy from escaping. The remaining 3 teammates collaborated to attempt a breakthrough at the bomb site, testing whether they could achieve a kill. After throwing their utilities, one teammate and another swiftly charged in. However, their initial attempt to breach the area was thwarted, and both were intercepted. Left with no choice, they and Lu Feng decided to preserve their weapons. They managed to score 1 point back, making the score 5-2. Following that, they faced a challenging economic situation, conceding 2 consecutive points. They employed 2 highly proficient tactics, one with a swift flashbang breakthrough and another with a successful 32 crossfire strategy. They rallied 3 points in a row, leading to a moment of hubris as they taunted their opponents. "Hey, Eastern lads, your firepower is too weak. You need a tank." The distance between the 2 teams' competition areas rendered the taunts inaudible. The score reached 5-4, and after the previous round success, they now faced a critical long gun round in the first half. Lu Feng, armed with a sniper rifle, first threw a grenade, creating a cloud of smoke in the center. He swiftly maneuvered through the center. The obscuring smoke rendered the enemy, who was observing the middle with a sniper rifle, unable to detect them. The moment the smoke cleared, Lu Feng reappeared, observing from the sand side, and upon aiming, he halted, swiftly dispatching the enemy with a precise shot. This sudden action left the opponent with no chance to react. Without pausing, Lu Feng surged into the center, using the cover to directly aim at the first layer of the hole. At that moment, an enemy appeared in Lu Feng's view. He initially intended to feign a movement. Such a tactic was utterly futile against a vigilant Lu Feng. A single shot eliminated the threat without granting the enemy a chance to retreat to cover, leaving him exposed. Lu Feng wasted no time and tossed a smoke grenade at the center, using the cover of the smoke to leap out of the center and make his escape. Suddenly recalling that he had not reported the point, he hurriedly exclaimed. He ran out of the center. This unprofessional display left his teammates dissatisfied, but amidst the match, no one had the luxury to criticize him. At this moment, the strongest firepower still remained, prompting them to continue their offensive. After achieving success in the center, Lu Feng quickly made his way to the area. He called for cross-cover, aimed to pre-aim, and began clearing the hole, capturing the enemy's offensive information. Upon successfully advancing into the hole, he found no enemy presence. Considering the lack of intense follow-up fire and utility pressure after the earlier kill in the center, Lu Feng deduced that the enemy was likely planning to breach the door. He promptly informed his teammates in the area and quickly formulated a small tactic. He instructed one teammate to hide in the large pit while he held a flashbang at the main road, ready to execute a counterclear if the enemy charged out. As anticipated, just as the teammates settled into position, a significant assault from the enemy commenced. A flashbang exploded in midair at the door. Another teammate charged through the door, following closely behind the one responsible for throwing the flashbang. The teammate, concealed in the large pit, was not affected by the flashbang's blinding effects. Upon hearing the enemy's hurried footsteps, he quickly called for the counterclear flash. A flashbang arced gracefully through the air, detonating above the door. All 3 adversaries were blinded. Utilizing the cover of the flashbang, he emerged from the large pit. This time, he was thoroughly prepared, and his aim was flawless, swiftly eliminating the opponents. Positioned slightly behind and blinded, the enemy retreated slowly into the blue box based on instinct. After throwing the counterclear flash, he did not linger, quickly moving toward the door and accurately tossing a wall-bouncing, incendiary grenade into the blue box. Witnessing the flames erupt at his feet, he felt a wave of despair. Ultimately, he was forced to charge out of cover, falling victim to a joint assault by his opponents. Securing this crucial point, the score became 6-4. What a remarkable display of teamwork, with every phase seamlessly integrated, clearly demonstrating their preparedness for the opposing team's usual tactics. What happened next? The commentary desk praised the defensive coordination at the door. The match continued. Their economy still allowed them to engage in another long gun round. This time, they opted against using sniper rifles, choosing instead to arm everyone with the AK-47. Lu Feng initiated the round defensively in the center. Once again, he utilized a grenade smoke cover to leap through the center, catching a glimpse that there were no sniper rifles poised to intercept him. After briefly pre-aiming at the mid-range oil barrels, he crossed the center again, still finding no sniper rifle opposing him. Considering the positioning information from his teammates, it appeared that the enemy had not equipped any sniper rifles in this round. Typically, on the scorching map of Xiaocheng, if the economy permits, the terrorists not deploying sniper rifles will likely resort to one of two strategies: a rapid door rush or a 32 crossfire. However, since the teammates at the door had safely settled in a while ago, if the enemy intended to rush the door, they would have executed it within the first 20 seconds. Just then, Lu Feng believed he had not misheard. He detected the faintest sound of footsteps from the hole's first layer. The enemy was attempting a 32 crossfire. He urgently relayed the information to his teammates while swiftly retreating to the area, directly aiming at the center from the direction of the dog hole. As Lu Feng secured his position, a smoke grenade flew out, accurately blocking the view of the police's stronghold. A flashbang detonated in the center, and 3 teammates surged forth from the center. Utilizing the wall of the dog hole for cover, Lu Feng evaded the enemy's high-altitude flashbang. With seamless precision, he aimed, located, and fired, swiftly intercepting the first charging enemy. At this moment, the police's stronghold released a burning grenade that exploded just outside the center. Lu Feng had already prepared for this, having informed his teammates to assist in defending the center. The incendiary grenade was, in fact, his own throw. After eliminating the first opponent, Lu Feng did not continue his assault. Instead, he tossed an incendiary grenade outside the dog hole to prevent a rapid pursuit. He threw a smoke grenade towards the hole, alleviating the defensive pressure on that side. The incendiary grenade launched from the police stronghold had successfully delayed the enemy's advance through the center. At that moment, Lu Feng scored another hit, taking down the bewildered adversary. A concealed smoke flash was thrown, blinding those caught in the incendiary's trap at the center. Under the cover of a flashbang, the team swiftly exited the police station and quickly located their target, neutralizing him effectively. However, they were obstructed by smoke grenades at the tunnel, witnessing the complete annihilation of their mid-lane assault group, rendering any further attacks futile. The loss of 2 rifles would inevitably plunge them into an economic downturn in the next round. Reluctantly, the 2 retreated, opting to preserve their weapons. Chapter 38. Intense Battle, Part 3. The first half of the match remained fiercely contested. Though leading, the situation was far from optimistic, as their economy failed to stabilize, leaving them vulnerable to collapse at any moment. The scorching sands of SHCH favored aggressive tactics by the assailants. Once the defending side's economy crumbled, a comeback became exceedingly difficult, with the advantages of long rifles being exceedingly pronounced on this map. The match continued at a score of 7-4 after a failed mid-lane assault, prompting them to safeguard their 2 long rifles. In the 12th round, as the attacking side, they did not receive economic rewards for preserving their weapons. Apart from their 2 heroes, the armaments of the rest were rather inadequate. Here, Li Feng chose to assist his teammates in controlling the door before remaining at the front line. This round was relatively conservative, with all defensive points refraining from engaging in gunfights initially, instead opting to utilize equipment to restrict the opponent's movement. Conversely, the opposing team adopted a default formation of 1-2-2, holding the door while advancing through the mid lane and the tunnel. They proceeded to clear the first layer of the tunnel while keeping themselves stationed on the second layer, searching for opportunities to break through. Aware that their formation was a single line, the defensive route was considerably lengthy. Thus, the defense focused on delay and caution, with Li Feng swiftly deploying a smoke grenade to seal the tunnel entrance. Having seen the smoke, he began to formulate a plan. He signaled his mid-lane teammates to converge towards him after clearing their positions. Unbeknownst to them, for opponents had gradually assembled behind the smoke. As the smoke began to dissipate, the scent of danger crept towards their area. Recognizing that continuing to hold their position would be unwise as the smoke cleared, he prepared to reposition behind the bomb site cover, calling for assistance from his teammates in the middle to establish a crossfire. Now was the moment. Anticipating the opponent's intentions, he knew that once the effects of the equipment faded, they would likely reposition or replenish their supplies. Just as he was about to leap to the bomb site, the adversaries emerged from the tunnel, launching an assault that caught a moving target off guard. The 4-man squad surged into the area, easily dispatching those in the sandy terrain preparing for support. The area was utterly compromised. Retreating back to the police station, Li Feng noted that the door and dog tunnel were heavily fortified with equipment. Realizing that a defense was futile, he and his teammates opted to preserve their weapons. With an explosion marking the score at 7-5, they once again secured a point through individual prowess. Faced with such circumstances, anyone would choose to safeguard their arms. The area in SHCH-ing is among the most challenging terrains to reclaim. Moreover, this map heavily relies on long rifles. Without the foundational support of long rifles and equipment, even approaching the opponent becomes impossible. Realizing the necessity to restrict their movement, they understood that they must contest critical zones. If they allowed the opponents to gather excessive information on the defenders, their personal abilities would render a defense untenable. In the subsequent round, adjustments were made. At the outset, Li F-ing was positioned on a narrow path, executing a series of jumps to rapidly assume his position while aiming down sights at the first layer of the tunnel. Teammate 1 applied pressure with equipment to the far mid lane, slowing their control of the map. This time, it was the turn of the opposing player to navigate through the tunnel. The disparity in aim and shooting skills compared to Li F-ing was significant. The moment he exposed himself in the first layer of the tunnel, Li F-ing eliminated him with a sniper shot. Not being greedy for additional kills, he promptly withdrew and deployed a smoke grenade on the narrow path. Li F-ing retreated to the platform, having changed positions, and continued to use his sniper to defend the main road. Those leaving the bomb site coordinated with him to fortify the narrow path. If they chose to aggressively assault the narrow path amidst chaos, he would have the advantage with ample equipment and rifles. Knowing that the enemy sniper would likely change positions after a successful shot, the narrow path was ripe for an offensive. However, the opponent possessed a wealth of equipment, leading to a protracted standoff with smoke grenades. Ultimately losing patience, 2 of their players surged through the smoke, colliding with the defenders in the narrow path. Yet, the defenders were well prepared, with one evading the flashbang while the other engaged, successfully executing a 2-for-1 exchange. The remaining defenders, upon the smoke dissipating, continued their second wave of attack. At this moment, Li F-ing stood behind the location where the double kill had just occurred. The second wave of the enemy's assault proved ineffective, as Li F-ing firmly blocked them in the narrow path, earning another point and bringing the score to 8-5. In the following round, they opted for an immediate assault on the main area. This time, the large-scale battle yielded no advantages, as mistakes compounded like a snowball. Li F-ing and his teammate retreated through the mid lane, only to be relentlessly pressured by the opposing team's barrage of equipment in the narrow path. Ultimately, the 2 retreating players were encircled, resulting in a forceful exchange that led to their downfall, with Li F-ing's sniper rifle returned to the adversary. In the final round of the first half, their economy was in dire straits. Li F-ing lacked a sniper rifle while the opponents wielded one. This imbalance caused them to hesitate in revealing their positions, leaving them in a passive state, awaiting information. They initially launched a strong push through the mid lane, scoring a headshot on one opponent. Just as they secured the mid lane, a confrontation erupted at the door, where a flashbang allowed them to catch an enemy off guard. Upon noticing the enemy's loss in the mid lane, Li F-ing immediately leaped to the police station to prevent further incursions into the sandy area. Simultaneously, control of the doors slipped away, placing them in a precarious situation. Should the opposing forces dominate the door, a single player could not withstand the onslaught. If Li F-ing did not assist in defending the mid lane, the defenders in the area would become isolated. At that moment, Li F-ing seemed to have an epiphany. He deduced that the mid lane was not the main avenue of attack. The final assault route would likely focus on the main area. He communicated to his team, "Captain, we are outnumbered, so we must take a gamble. You quickly move to defend the narrow path, and if they attack the main area, you won't be the first to fall. I will clear the mid lane. Group up with me and abandon the area." While discussing with his teammates, Li F-ing utilized a flashbang to push towards the mid lane. Noticing the absence of the opponent, he surmised that they must have retreated to regroup with their teammates at the door. Indeed, as Li F-ing had predicted, after coordinating the breakthrough through the mid lane, the opposition chose to withdraw. Remaining in the mid lane, they used the narrow path as a pivot, while others rushed to the door to regroup and mount an offensive on the main road. Silently, Li F-ing advanced into the mid lane, leaping up just in time to spot an enemy clearing the narrow path. To his astonishment, the enemy dared to pursue immediately after breaching the mid lane. He swiftly eliminated them and left a teammate stationed in the narrow path as support. Li F-ing then pressed the attack towards the door. Although he had cleared the support in the narrow path, the ensuing situation remained highly challenging. At the moment he took down the opponent, the enemy's intentions for retreat became evident. They had already advanced through the main road, seizing the bomb site and employing equipment to aggressively suppress the narrow path. As Li F-ing emerged from the door, he unexpectedly collided with a returning enemy. Following the recent breakthrough in the mid lane, his health was already halved. Although Li F-ing successfully overcame this point, his health was now critically low. The narrow path remained impenetrable, and Lu Feng hesitated to advance recklessly, opting instead to engage in tentative shots from the main road. The arrangement was exceedingly rational. The remaining three utilized their equipment to suppress the enemy, successfully closing in on the narrow path and achieving a 1-for-2 exchange. Lu Feng, with his health bar dwindling to a critical state, found himself powerless to turn the tide. With no avenue for concealment on the main road, he was easily felled by the remaining two adversaries. The score stood at 8-7, with a 1-point lead as the first half concluded. Chapter 39. Triumph. After a brief respite, both teams swapped roles, and the second half commenced. In the pistol round, smoke grenades and flashbangs were deployed, setting the stage for a rapid assault strategy down the main road. As the countdown ended, both sides began repositioning, for players quickly gathered at the door, anticipating the moment the flashbang would detonate. With the flashbang exploding, everyone surged forward, swiftly scouting behind the door and searching for potential hiding spots for law enforcement. Another flashbang was thrown, prompting the team to spread out and initiate an assault on the bomb site. The moment they exposed themselves, they spotted an enemy engaged in lottery-style shooting. In a coordinated effort, they unleashed a barrage of fire, swiftly eliminating him. The smoke grenade obscured the view of the police, allowing them to breach the platform rapidly. Meanwhile, in the pistol round, a duo advanced through the narrow path while another player pressed through the middle door, adopting a stance aimed at resolving the conflict in the center and striving to overpower the enemy positioned in the middle and first floor. Upon realizing the attack was imminent, the team retreated, immediately spotting the smoke grenade deployed by the police. Without hesitation, they unleashed a torrent of bullets into the smoke, hoping for a stroke of luck. Even if they couldn't secure a kill, they could at least whittle down the enemy's health. With no time to waste, they rushed through the police's smoke after it detonated. 1, 2, 3. Lu Feng was fourth in line, ready to follow through. Suddenly, he inexplicably collapsed to the ground, clearly the unfortunate recipient of the grand prize. Observing his three teammates unscathed ahead of him, Lu Feng was left with a sense of exasperation. Having just set up the fourth player, the team was promptly met with a counterattack. As they emerged from the narrow path, the counteroffensive officially began. A fierce struggle ensued around the bomb site, with both sides exchanging eliminations at a rapid pace, showcasing high efficiency in follow-up shots. Ultimately, it was the most formidable player among the local legends who provided an opportunity. In a critical moment, a follow-up shot misfired, leading to his elimination. They narrowly secured victory in the pistol round. Lu Feng was aware that the defensive zone often saw players maneuvering between the sand and the bomb site. Targeting the weak spots became his strategy, and whether for personal reasons or tactical considerations, he resolved to focus solely on this point throughout the second half. Following their win in the pistol round, they entered the economic round, determined not to tempt fate in the zone. The main force concentrated on the middle door and zone tactics, aiming to seize control of the door, thus preventing the enemy from easily aiding the defense. As expected, both economic rounds were secured with certainty. The score reached 11-7 as both teams prepared for the first rifle round of the second half. Lu Feng did not opt for a sniper rifle. Instead, he planned to breach the point with an assault rifle. Following the same route, he proceeded through the second floor of the tunnel before scouting the first floor. Once he confirmed the middle route was secure, he decisively called for a flashbang from the captain positioned far down the middle. Utilizing the flashbang's cover, Lu Feng charged out through the middle door, quickly locating an enemy who was blinded and flailing like a headless chicken. A quick burst of fire resulted in a headshot, eliminating him. Lu Feng retaliated with a smoke grenade to obscure the police's view, then followed it up with a Molotov cocktail thrown on the smoke's periphery to prevent the enemy from escaping the smoke. With preparations complete, Lu Feng instructed his teammates in the tunnel to coordinate with him for a pincer attack on the zone. Without a doubt, the zone fell, and the choice to preserve their weapons was made. This strategy of targeting the weak yielded fruitful results. At the moment of his elimination, he slammed his fist on the table, burying his face in his hands, overwhelmed with frustration. Clearly, he felt that his previous response had been utterly foolish. Throughout the second half, this scenario played out repeatedly. His exasperation grew as he either found himself on the path of counteroffense or in the process of preserving his weapons. Eventually, he awoke from this dreamlike state, securing 2 points through a switch in defense. Yet again, Lu Feng found him, and the routine of targeting the weak continued. Ultimately, the match concluded with the score solidifying at 16-9, resulting in victory. Wow, we've made it to the knockout stage. The team embraced tightly, shouting in exuberance to express their elation. Brothers, we are truly formidable. We ranked first in our group, and we are the first team to advance to the knockout stage. I thought we were merely underachievers learning in an advanced class, but it turns out we are the top students. What a thrilling plot twist, brothers. In the domestic live broadcast, viewers witnessed the celebratory scenes, equally moved. We have prodigious talents among us. The barrage of comments in the live chat rolled frantically. Shifting focus back to the competition venue, the players composed themselves, preparing to exit the competition area for handshakes of goodwill. With his fellow teammates, Lu Feng approached the competition zone, noting players organizing their gear, and smiled as he walked over. His demeanor certainly exuded the essence of a captain as he greeted each teammate with a handshake. When he reached one player, he continued to smile and extended his right hand. However, the player turned away, pretending not to see him, and resumed packing his gear. The captain's hand hung awkwardly in the air. After a few seconds, the player, well-versed in social nuances, quickly deduced the reason for the snub, smiled subtly, and remained unfazed. If he chose not to shake hands, so be it. He naturally withdrew his right hand and exited the competition area. Other teammates observed this scene, frowning in dissatisfaction with the player's behavior. The following players mimicked this, only extending handshakes to others aside from him. When Lu Feng approached, he genuinely wished to shake hands with this once idolized figure, now a prodigious talent. Presently, Lu Feng was merely a year younger. Upon noticing Lu Feng, the player scrutinized him for a few seconds before speaking. You played exceptionally well. I was completely at your mercy. I hope we have another opportunity to face off. I will have my revenge. With that, he extended his right hand, firmly shaking Lu Feng's hand, both youths recognizing their mutual respect. After shaking hands with the other teammates, Lu Feng stepped forward. I hope your prowess allows you to remain arrogant. With that, he uttered only a single sentence before turning to leave. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words and watching him walk away, the player glanced back at his departing figure, shook his head, and continued organizing his gear. His mood dampened by the thought of a life-and-death match awaiting them the next day. Captain, who was that person who just refused to shake our hands? A teammate inquired, hastily catching up to ask. That was the soft target Lu Feng obliterated in the second half, came the response, and the teammate's expression shifted to one of realization. Ah, no wonder. Chapter 40. Advancing to the knockout stage, major esports news platforms promptly announced the team's advancement to the Malm knockout stage. The internet erupted. This marked a historic breakthrough for the team in this game since its release. Praise poured in from all corners online, undoubtedly detonating a bombshell in the stagnant Asia-Pacific scene. Prior to this, the Asia-Pacific region was a small pond, often dominated by the Australian Cowboys and a couple of teams alternating in supremacy, with professional teams lacking a definitive advantage in this small aquatic realm. Since its inception, all matches against AUNIZ have predominantly resulted in defeats. Thus, the recent performance in this grand tournament has officially proclaimed that, at least within the Asia-Pacific region, they have transformed into a formidable giant. According to a certain institution statistics, following the advancement to TOMRM, the player base in the national region has surged by no less than 200,000. During that era, such a statistic was truly astounding. With 2 victories securing their advancement, they enjoy an additional day of rest compared to other qualifying teams in their group. Currently, the competition for second place among various groups continues unabated. The team has already declared their advancement with 2 wins, meaning they will not face them in the initial round of the knockout stage. The ongoing match indicates that their likely opponent in the knockout stage is. Meanwhile, another group is also vying for second place. Presently, they lead by a significant score of 1-0. The team that clinches first place in the group will find their path to the knockout stage in the lower bracket, which is composed of stronger teams. Even if they triumph in the first round, they will subsequently encounter the victor from 2 other formidable teams, making the forthcoming matches exceedingly arduous. While there is astonishment at their victory, the reaction has not been overwhelmingly explosive. Winning the championship in their first battle has overshadowed the excitement surrounding this match. Consequently, there is little knowledge about how they secured their victory. In fact, the match against poses greater difficulty than. Thus, It is speculated that the second place in the group will be claimed by. The organizers have made no arrangements today, opting instead to observe their next opponent closely, particularly focusing on the performances of the two sharpshooters, who will directly influence the team's overall performance. Inside the competition venue, the match between and is still ongoing. The map is Death Playground. Despite the close score, Li Fing can sense that the rhythm is still under their control. Winning the match is merely a matter of time. As the opposing team teeters on the brink of collapse, Li Fing notices another area where and are engaged in a tense battle for second place in their group. Based on memories from a past life, this contest for second place was originally supposed to feature. Ultimately, they secured a 2-1 victory, sending their rivals home and completing a narrative of revenge. However, Li Fing's arrival has entirely altered the original trajectory. At this moment, the team is occupying the narrative that originally belonged to. The first map is Forklift, which is their favorite terrain. Their performance indeed dominates this map, leading to a decisive victory with a score of 171. On this map, the opponents stand no chance. The second map is also Death Playground, a specialty of. This time, the opponents are utterly defenseless. The German trio of and exhibit performances akin to a dreamlike state on this map. Particularly, they cannot even discern where the 4 bombs were planted, demonstrating a remarkable level of incompetence. Growing increasingly bored, Li Fing decides to leave the match venue and hastens to the training area. At that moment, his phone alerts him with a notification. It is the arrival of his salary and bonus from last month. With a substantial sum in hand, Li Fing is no longer interested in spectating, rushing to find a computer to engage in market shopping. After acquiring several butterfly knives and a few commemorative stickers, he exits his account with a satisfied expression and leaves the training area. The first knockout match is set to commence on April 16th. Today is only the 14th, allowing for 2 more days. Initially, he intended to schedule training matches with a few European professional teams to enhance his skills. However, during this offline tournament period, no one is willing to engage in practice matches. Thus, the players must content themselves with deathmatch customs and playing on the European ladder platform for the next 2 days. The scene shifts back to the domestic front. The club's owner leisurely sips tea in his office. He promptly receives the news of their advancement to the knockout stage. In a show of generosity, he transfers a sum of money for him to treat the team to a fine meal. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, they will likely enjoy a meal at Golden Arches tonight. Knock, knock. A voice calls from outside. Come in. He responds casually. The manager enters, tossing a folder onto the desk and stating, "Boss, many are inquiring about the signing fee and wish to discuss the possibility of transfer." Indeed, in the group stage, the 2 matches combined for a total of 184 kills, with 107 of them attributed to, nearly reaching 70 eliminations. Such performances have rendered Li Fing the top target for club owners across the nation. Even clubs from Southeast Asia are inquiring about him. After finishing his tea, he firmly replies, "There is no possibility of a transfer. He is currently not for sale. We have yet to warm him up before handing him off to someone else." That's simply impossible. He finds the club owners somewhat amusing, as he is disinterested in hearing their budgets, knowing they cannot meet his expectations. This is the operational dynamic of professional clubs. Even the most star-studded athletes have a price in the minds of their owners. Fully aware of the owner's stance, he understands the typical behavior of other club owners in the country. Thus, he refrains from elaborating further, as this is a rather commonplace occurrence. The conversation shifts as the 2 sip their tea and discuss the current situation. They both agree that in MRM, they can at least advance 1 more round. Once they reach the semifinals, the stance of these 2 will be considerably stronger. In truth, the team possesses a hidden trump card yet to be revealed. The map of Li Ozhn is their most familiar terrain, capable of competing with world-class teams on this map. In the authentic timeline, there was a period when this map was referred to as the town. Chapter 41. The knockout stage begins on April 16th, local time. The knockout stage officially commences, as it belongs to the lower bracket. The match schedule is set later in the day. At this moment, the first knockout match features the second-place team from one group facing off against the first-place team from another. The format is a best-of-3 series, requiring 2 victories to advance. The main stage is brightly illuminated, presenting a grand display. The stage is arranged in a large T shape, with a colossal screen at its center. The competition zones are flanked on either side of the stage, surrounded by screens and mesmerizing lighting effects. The Trophy 4 stands proudly at the center of the stage, and every player entering will pass by it. On stage, the host, an Asian beauty, passionately introduces the two competing teams in English. Good afternoon, everyone. Wow, I see the seats below filled with enthusiastic fans. You must have been waiting for a long time. Observing this splendid main stage and the fervent crowd, it is truly. This term is not solely the domain of a certain domestic rap artist. It has been used in the West long before. The host continues. Now, let's take a look at the two teams in the first match. They're the first-place team from their group, a powerhouse from Eastern Europe, and their opponents are one of the oldest clubs in history, a team from Germany. As the host calls out, the two teams emerge from either side of the large screen, standing on stage with their hands behind their backs. The audience erupts into a cacophony of cheers, whistles, and chants in support of their favorite players. At the host's prompting, the captains of both teams exchange fierce words on stage, heightening the excitement among the spectators. Subsequently, both teams enter their respective competition zones to make final preparations before the match. As the countdown on the large screen reached its conclusion, the match was poised to commence. Prior to the two teams stepping onto the main stage, the competition maps had already been determined. CHH, Li NR Xiaz N, and Hu NGM MCing. With an explosive performance, they secured victory in the first map, establishing themselves as the kings of CHCH, boasting a clear advantage with a final score of 16-7. As the match progressed to the second map, the shortcomings of their strength began to surface. They were thoroughly restrained by the default strategies of the opposing team, compounded by the sporadic brilliance of Gu Huing, culminating in a score of 16-10, allowing them to claim victory in the second map. Upon reaching the decisive map, both teams unleashed their full potential, yet even this did not assist them in achieving victory. The trio of Huns remained oblivious to their own actions, often falling victim to inexplicable eliminations by the opposition. Ultimately, the score concluded at 16-13 after a grueling 29 rounds, resulting in their premature elimination from the tournament, leading to an early holiday. The second match of the elimination round featured the Danish team facing off against the French Dream Team, ultimately resulting in a decisive 2-0 victory for the Danes. At this juncture, despite the presence of such youthful Danish talent, the subsequent flashy maneuvers are not to be evaluated, at least at that moment. Their competitiveness was undoubtedly in the upper echelon, and their youth in major competitions could not be dismissed as insignificant. However, they boasted players at their peak, and in this match, their performance was stellar, leading the scoreboard with an impressive 178. In a state of exuberance, he effectively dismantled the strategies of their opponents, maintaining control throughout the match and leaving little room for suspense. Today's third match in the elimination round was against their local rivals. As anticipated, they smoothly entered the elimination stage. The organizers scheduled the match for 10:30 p.m., a primetime slot, underscoring the importance placed on this clash. The players from both teams entered the arena in succession, receiving a thunderous ovation, especially as they were the local Swedish team. However, there were few supporters in the audience, predominantly consisting of Chinese faces, likely international students. Lu Feng, possessing commendable English skills, was pushed to the forefront for an interview with the host. Hey, first of all, congratulations on making it to the elimination round. How have you been these past few days? What is the feeling like? Thank you, we've been doing quite well. The group stage went smoothly, and we dined at NGMN, as there weren't many options available. We are still adjusting to the local cuisine. Yesterday, we played some football. Overall, everything has been quite satisfactory thus far. Wow, cool. You exhibit that unique sense of relaxation often seen in Easterners. Regarding today's opponent, as a star player within your team, what preparations have you made? We have reviewed their match footage and conducted some research, but it remains untested. I hope it proves effective. We have no prior encounters to draw from, so it's challenging to provide specifics. Moreover, I do not consider myself a star player. We function as a team, each fulfilling our designated roles. What I exhibit is merely the tactical direction bestowed upon me by our captain. Well, you truly are a humble team. The host continued with inquiries, predominantly regarding their views on the opponent and any sentiments as a local team. Their responses were measured, expressing gratitude for the support from their hometown, while acknowledging their limited understanding of the opponent's capabilities despite previous training sessions. Having completed the pre-match formalities, both teams swiftly made their way to the competition arena. Before taking the stage, Lu Feng and his team had already adjusted their computers, and at this moment, he meticulously confirmed all settings once more. Meanwhile, the The host, due to the local team's presence, took a moment to engage the audience, elevating the anticipation to unprecedented heights. As the countdown concluded, the match officially commenced. The third elimination match today was against their rivals. The order of the competition maps was set as follows: Li Nr Xiaz N, Hu Ngm MCing, and SW Ing Ylun. On the first map, Li Nr Xiaz N, they began as the attacking side. Welcome to the match between the two teams. I am your host, WNJQ. Greetings, everyone. I am your host, MXX, and welcome to the match. At this point, the excitement was palpable, as their former captain was still engaged in battles in Malm. So MXX had yet to deliver his full opening remarks. With the global gaming community's attention fixated, the journey of the elimination round officially commenced. As the countdown concluded, the match began. In the first round, as the attacking side, they opted for a 5-player opening strategy, coordinating their efforts with 2 flashbangs and a smoke grenade. In contrast, their opponents did not deploy any equipment, opting instead for 5 bulletproof vests. After the opening, the players swiftly approached the entrance to observe the area. Meanwhile, their teammates rushed into the banana pathway, maintaining a tight formation, while the first player jumped towards the bomb site. Recognizing the opponent's intent to attack, he fired 2 shots in hopes of yielding results. As teammates swarmed in, he understood that prolonged engagement was unwise. Turning on his heels, he fled, knowing that with only a pistol, he could not withstand a group assault. The 5 opponents quickly pursued, advancing with the flashbangs. He and his teammate were momentarily disoriented by the flashbangs and failed to establish effective crossfire, compounded by the sudden onslaught of 5 opponents, leading to erratic shooting. As a result, they achieved no eliminations and were swiftly encircled by the opponent's tactical maneuvers. After clearing the area, the opponents promptly planted the bomb, while their smoke grenade was deployed simultaneously to disrupt any potential countermeasures. The counterattack posed no threat to a team that was already well prepared. Lu Feng, capitalizing on his teammates' distractions, secured multiple eliminations. They concluded the pistol round with a score of 1-0. Subsequently, they maintained their momentum, denying the opponents any opportunities and securing 2 additional points, bringing the score to 3-0. The first fully equipped rifle round commenced in the upper half. In this round, they executed one of their most practiced strategies, the flying to the second floor. At the outset, they rapidly coordinated to the second floor. After a brief reconnaissance, they discerned that the opponents had no intention of contesting control of the second floor. Thus, they silently seized control. Unbeknownst to their opponents, the majority of their forces had already gathered on the second floor. With the deployment of tactical equipment, smoke and flashbangs were precisely thrown. Utilizing the cover provided by these devices, they surged from the second floor as if they were dumplings being dropped into boiling water. The defenders fought valiantly, but they could not withstand the offensive, which was bolstered by superior equipment and efficient follow-up shots. The area fell into disarray. After Lu Feng cleared the bomb site, he swiftly capitalized on the advantage of smoke and flashbangs, positioning himself at the entrance of the study. As soon as he settled into position, he intercepted 2 players attempting to regroup, securing another point and extending the score to 4-0. The opposing team found themselves in a dire economic situation. Having entered the elimination rounds, they seemed to have undergone a transformation. Lu Feng's prowess was evident, and the understanding of formations and follow-up efficiency displayed by the other 4 players had markedly improved. In the 5th round, they opted to probe the mid lane before applying pressure to the bomb site, maintaining their group cohesion. Without any unexpected twists, the game was firmly secured at a score of 5-0. Clearly bewildered by the initial onslaught, the commander hastily called for a timeout. As the architect of a universe team and a champion with 3 trophies, his strategies indeed bore fruit in the subsequent round. In the 6th round, he opted for a reconnaissance strategy on the second floor, deploying props to delay the enemy as soon as his teammates began to take control. This effectively disrupted their tactical rhythm. Just as the opposing team's props were dissipating, they prepared to continue their sweep on the second floor. But the command to regroup and prepare for an offensive was issued from their side, leaving them unaware of the defensive information on that front. Without hesitation, they retreated to regroup with their teammates. Meanwhile, the defenders began to advance proactively, gathering intelligence. They spotted the retreating player, effortlessly eliminating him. On the other side, Lu Feng noticed that the teammates tasked with controlling the area had been eliminated. He had no choice but to collaborate with the remaining teammates for a strong push. Lu Feng's breaching capabilities are well known. Leveraging a flashbang, he stormed into the area, swiftly eliminating an enemy hiding behind the line. Following that, with a lateral movement, he caught sight of the second defensive player concealed behind the second box. In a fierce exchange of fire, Lu Feng, with the advantage of initiative, successfully dispatched the second defender. The area had been breached. However, the player who had obtained dynamic intelligence had already moved towards the area. After breaching, Lu Feng's health was critically low. Just as he prepared to ascend the platform, he was taken out by a grenade thrown from a distance. With 4 players in position, they entered a precarious 2v3 situation. Ultimately, the defenders, possessing advantages in numbers, health, and equipment, triumphed in this scenario, reclaiming a point and bringing the score to 5-1. In the 7th round, the defense became more aggressive, initially employing a plethora of props to seize control of the banana path. Subsequently, 2 defenders utilized props to fortify their defense on the 2nd floor. This time, they were significantly more astute, refraining from immediately contesting control and instead establishing a position at the back, with Lu Feng applying constant pressure in the mid lane, forcing the opposing team to prematurely deploy their defensive items. This tactic indirectly pressured those pressing forward on the 2nd floor. With only a limited set of props available to delay the attack in the mid lane, time was of the essence. If they could eliminate the defenders stationed at the link or the first player after the props expired, the 2 defenders on the 2nd floor would effectively be trapped, no longer contributing positively to the battle. Therefore, before the props dissipated in the mid lane, they had to revert to their original defensive positions, believing they had exerted sufficient pressure on the area. After the defensive props on the banana path faded, they continued to regain control using their remaining equipment. At that point, the defenders had retreated back to their safe zone. Once adequately prepared, they launched another wave of explosive tactics, and the area fell rapidly, akin to a city management team clearing the streets. The defenders, evidently lacking in equipment, chose to conserve their weapons instead of attempting to retake the area. They secured the 7th point, bringing the score to 6-1. During this offensive, Lu Feng was once again the first to charge into the area. With his exceptional targeting skills akin to a sweeping robot, he located and swiftly eliminated the 2 defenders in the safe zone. If the Infernal Town were to be aptly nicknamed, Lu Feng would undoubtedly be the mayor of this town. At this juncture, it was a widely accepted understanding among players that if the area did not engage in a coordinated offensive, it would be exceedingly challenging for an individual to break through due to the multitude of critical positions to monitor. However, this issue has been resolved in later times through the utilization of spatial control and preemptive targeting, coupled with the gathering of intelligence to ascertain the general positioning of the opponents, thus enabling one individual to potentially seize an area. As the competition continued, both teams entered the fray for the 8th point. Following the opening, a swift strategy was called for a 4-person rapid occupation of the banana path. Conversely, by sheer coincidence, the opposing team also deployed a 3-person strategy to quickly suppress the banana path. Consequently, a significant number of players from both sides surged into the banana path. In their quest for advantageous positioning, both teams exhibited remarkable coordination by refraining from using incendiary grenades, opting instead for flashbangs and smoke grenades. Here, Zero charged out from the area, colliding with the bulk of the opposing team. The aiming prowess was indeed remarkable. He quickly eliminated and won, only to be subsequently taken out by the 3rd player, Lu Feng. Following suit, the advancing Zero hastily fired back, inflicting substantial damage on Lu Feng, who was left with nearly 70 health, before being eradicated by Lu Feng and his teammates. The 3rd player, sensing the tide turning, promptly deployed a smoke grenade and retreated back to the area, shifting to a delaying defense. This exchange resulted in a 2-for-2 outcome, with Lu Feng sustaining severe damage, albeit still possessing the initiative as the attacking side, rendering the remaining health inconsequential. While Lu Feng and were stationed in the banana path, contemplating their next move, encouraging news arrived from the rear guard. He had eliminated the player using a shotgun on the side path, successfully advancing towards the area. This shift clarified the situation. Lu Feng and immediately abandoned the banana path, hastening up the mid lane to regroup at the boiler room, preparing to assault the area. At this moment, only one defender remained in the area, armed with a singular weapon and previously active in the safe zone. Upon hearing the props being deployed towards the mid lane, He realized an attack was imminent on one. After some contemplation, he deemed the position in the safe zone unsustainable. While he could potentially take down one opponent, there would be no escape route. Thus, he resolved to ascend to the second floor, planning to intercept an opponent during the attack and subsequently secure the second floor. Awaiting reinforcements. After his decision, he swiftly made his move, leaping onto a truck to hide on the second floor. However, at this critical moment, his long-standing leg ailment reared its head. After 3 attempts, he finally managed to leap onto the second floor platform. As he charged into one, he caught sight of the player on the second floor platform, awkwardly attempting to jump. The defenders were bewildered, questioning the absurdity of such antics amidst the commotion in the mid lane. Simultaneously, the player was mortified to be seen in such an undignified manner, feeling a pang of embarrassment. Without further ado, both sides immediately commenced shooting at each other. Ignoring his shame, he endeavored to inflict damage, but after sustaining injuries, he was ultimately eliminated by Lu Feng. The area was declared compromised, leaving only the sole survivor, who was utterly oblivious to the earlier events, knowing only that a defense was no longer feasible. He quickly dashed to the banana path, retrieved his fallen weapon, and chose to conserve it. The other 4 players, having witnessed the incident, covered their faces with one hand, feeling an acute sense of awkwardness. Viewers watching the live broadcast globally also caught sight of this scene, erupting in laughter and actively engaging in the comment section. This incident became a renowned moment in 2016, often reminisced about with amusement. The competition continued, and throughout the first half, the economic state of the team remained in disarray, yielding little success. Ultimately, they managed to secure only 1 round, fortuitously encountering a pocket formation set by 5 opponents during their offensive. The final score for the first half was locked in at 13-2. With a significant advantage, they commenced the second half. The sides exchanged roles, opting for a strategy involving a rapid ascent to the second floor during the pistol round, a tactic commonly employed in the Infernal Town. However, the majority of teams tend to adopt a strategy of grouping together to launch an offensive in the pistol round. The defensive side S pistols are constrained by their rate of fire, necessitating extreme precision and seamless coordination of crossfire with teammates to effectively repel the onslaught. When the pistol round aims for the offensive zone, most teams will initially conduct a probing attack in that area before proceeding with genuine assaults in other directions. Following this approach, the commander undertakes the task at the outset. They swiftly forced back a scout, inflicting significant damage, leaving the defensive scout unable to continue gathering information. With crucial intel lost, the defenders could only establish crossfire positions and await the enemy's advance. Due to the successful probing of the offensive zone, the defensive formation inadvertently drew closer to that area. This unwittingly fell into a trap, as the banana path was left for continued harassment and rearguard actions, while the remaining 4 players had quietly assembled on the second floor. Suddenly, a smoke grenade obscured the connection between the link and the bomb site, followed by 2 flashbangs that detonated above the pit. The 4 assailants descended from the second floor like dumplings. Before long, those defending the pit were eliminated, and the hiding attackers at the bomb site were also captured. Lu Feng, positioned at the link, found his line of sight obstructed by the smoke grenade, rendering him unable to provide fire support. Relying solely on instinct, he fired a magazine toward the second floor exit, but failed to land a decisive hit. He could only await the retreat of the 2 defenders from the zone to regroup and address the ensuing defensive crisis. One player returned to the link to join Lu Feng. At this juncture, the smoke at the link began to dissipate. The assailants had successfully planted the bomb and formed a pocket formation, anticipating the police's counteroffensive. Lu Feng and his teammate initiated an assault from the link, while the other flanked from one side towards the bomb site. The frontal advance at the link proved to be challenging. Lu Feng swiftly eliminated the enemy, testing the waters at the bomb site. Just as he intended to push further, he was severely injured by a hidden foe in the graveyard, prompting him to hurriedly take cover in a recess. He exchanged fire with the assailants in the pit, but their advantageous cover left him largely unharmed while he suffered considerable damage. The situation was even direr for the other player. Upon attempting to exit the link and head towards one, was eliminated by a retreating foe from the banana path. Lu Feng realized that the originally planned defensive formation could not be executed and opted to preserve his bulletproof vest, preparing to acquire a powerful handgun in search of an opportunity for a comeback. In the second half of the pistol round, trailing 13-3, they managed to secure 1 point. In the second round of the second half, unwilling to concede defeat in the pistol round, buoyed by a substantial lead, they had room for error, allowing them to experiment with some audacious strategies. Consequently, all players donned bulletproof vests and equipped themselves with powerful handguns, such as the 250 and the 57. At the onset, aided by one player's coordination, they breached the second floor, obtaining valuable information. The attackers exhibited evident caution, reluctant to infiltrate the narrow confines of the second floor, where they could easily be dispatched by pistols or shotguns. Thus, they chose to control the banana path and regroup for an offensive in the zone. After gathering intel, one player continued to probe towards the assailants, while the other 4 teammates assembled in the zone, awaiting the enemy's advance. As the attack commenced, upon entering the zone, they encountered 2 sets of crossfire, resulting in the loss of 2 players and causing their offense to falter. Amidst their hesitation, one player flanked from the assailant side, eliminating one before swiftly retreating back. Consequently, they found themselves entirely trapped in the banana path, caught between a rock and a hard place. Soon, the remaining 2 were slain by the defenders who had emerged from the zone, successfully turning the tide. With this reversal, the match lost all suspense, culminating in a decisive score of 16-3 as they triumphantly conquered the map known as Lianyu Town. Chapter 44. Intense Battle on Map 2, Part 1. Following the victory on Map 1, both teams entered a brief respite. The players from each team ventured into the corridors of the venue, some heading to the restroom, while others indulged in smoking. Expertly lighting their cigarettes, they began deliberating strategies for the next map. Our aim was to secure victory on Map 2, concluding the match with a commanding score of 2-0, as we felt less confident about Map 3, Death Amusement Park, given our lack of familiarity compared to the European teams. Indeed, regarding our ability to triumph over European teams on this map, uncertainty loomed in our minds. They had yet to face European teams on this map, having only observed their performances through match footage. All European teams, including those we had defeated, excelled at navigating the Death Amusement Park, which had birthed numerous iconic moments. Ultimately, after much discussion, it was decided to grant Lu Feng greater firepower on Map 2, empowering him to shatter the opponent's confidence from the outset. As the break concluded, both teams returned to the arena. The second map, Desert Mirage, commenced officially. Since the second map was selected, we had the advantage of choosing to start as the defending side. In the pistol round, we once again opted for a 3-man defense in the zone, mirroring our previous setup. Ascending to the second floor for reconnaissance, one player concealed himself in the ninja position while another collected tolls at the column in the alley. In the zone, Lu Feng observed from the police house while another teammate roamed the area. The offensive tactics were evidently well coordinated. The 4 attackers swiftly ascended to the second floor, then silently traversed the sewers. One player remained on the second floor to draw attention, ensuring the defenders would not shift their positions. The quartet, descending into the sewers, quickly initiated an assault on the archway. This represented a classic pincer strategy. Notably, the defenders, seasoned in their approach, did not fall for the ruse. Upon the offensive commencing, they abandoned the second floor engagement and steadfastly held their ground to prevent the attackers from gaining entry. Initially, the defenders misinterpreted the sound of numerous footsteps on the second floor as a potential bomb threat in the zone. However, they soon received information regarding the attack on the zone. Upon receiving this intel, one player dashed to the alley and opened fire on the assailants at the archway. Another player promptly returned from the supermarket to reinforce, one assisting while the other joined Lu Feng at the police house, successfully intercepting an assailant at the archway. One player was then overwhelmed by the combined fire of the other 3 attackers. Though resulting in a 1-for-1 exchange, this action effectively delayed the enemy's advance. The defenders resolutely held their ground, preventing any intrusion by the assailants, thus making it impossible for them to secure the bomb at the archway. At this juncture, 4 assailants remained on the field, having avoided excessive entanglement with Lu Feng and his teammate. They all surged towards the police house. Only by clearing it could they successfully plant the bomb. Lu Feng utilized the gap formed by the telephone booth in the sandwich direction to intercept one assailant. After collecting his toll, he did not linger in that position, swiftly retreating to establish a bait-and-strike formation. The remaining 3 assailants pressed forward, aiming to eliminate Lu Feng and his teammate. However, Lu Feng and his partner were well prepared. With coordinated strikes, they quickly dispatched the 2 leading assailants. At that moment, Another defender returned through the dog hole into the police house, and the three players combined their efforts to take down the final assailant. Victory in the pistol round was secured, establishing an initial advantage with a score of 1-0. Subsequently, in the following 2 rounds, the momentum of the attackers surged, denying their opponents any chance for a comeback, as they consistently maintained their economic stability. After 2 rounds, the attackers' economy rebounded, leading to the first fully equipped rifle round. Lu Feng opted for a sniper rifle, employing a clever tactic. In the first instance, Lu Feng adeptly utilized his sniper rifle to approach the defensive point at 1, while simultaneously deploying smoke grenades from the sandwich to obscure the second floor. This round was strategically centered around a default positioning in the area. Lu Feng ascended to the second floor, aligning his sight on the archway at 1, focusing intently as he awaited his target. Soon, an adversary appeared within his crosshairs, and without a moment's hesitation, he fired, eliminating the threat at 1. After taking down one opponent, Lu Feng refrained from pursuing further shots and chose to withdraw swiftly. Although he considered chasing down the remaining enemy, time was not on his side. Meanwhile, the second floor had detected Lu Feng's retreat and quickly navigated through the smoke to intercept him. As he emerged from the haze, he was met with a premeditated ambush, resulting in 2 of his comrades being eliminated. The commander, aware of the enemy sniper's presence in the area, promptly ordered a retreat to regroup with the remaining 2 teammates for an assault on the zone. By this time, 3 defenders had fortified the area. However, the sharpshooters at 0 and 1 proved to be as formidable as rumored. Despite the challenging circumstances, they managed to seize the zone, culminating in a remarkable exchange of 2 for 3. Ultimately, only Lu Feng remained in the zone, prepared to confront a 1 versus 2 situation, without any unexpected developments. He coordinated with his teammate to secure the victory, triumphing in this long-range engagement with a score of 4-0. Because they had successfully planted for, their economy remained intact, allowing them to engage in yet another long-range skirmish. In this round, Lu Feng ascended to the second floor, positioning his sniper rifle to potentially catch any adversaries traversing that level. Due to the limited number of equipment, they opted against a broad map control strategy. The commander decided that all members should immediately converge on point 1 to execute a bomb assault on the zone. Their gamble paid off, as the absence of sniper control allowed them to allocate excessive manpower to the mid lane. The bomb assault proceeded seamlessly, with only 1 casualty, successfully capturing the zone. Their strategic deployment of equipment effectively isolated the defenders at the archway and the front line. The observing defender at 1 fell to the attackers, while another attempting to enter the sandwich from the jump platform was also intercepted. With the defenders' main routes of reinforcement severed, they were left with no choice but to preserve their weapons. The score was now 4-1. The once renowned commander of the Yuzhou team demonstrated considerable skill, being one of the most adept users of bomb tactics, yet their efficiency still fell slightly short. Chapter 45. Intense Battle, Map 2, Mid. After reclaiming a point, their economy began to stabilize. With sufficient equipment at their disposal, they endeavored to gain control of the mid lane. In this round, Lu Feng swiftly ascended from the jump onto the brick pile, quickly slipping into the small dark room. He commenced laying down smoke grenades and incendiaries at the archway, while deploying further smokes behind the sandbags. They believed they had covered all probable positions where the sniper could impede their advance down the small path. As they prepared to move forward, Lu Feng revealed himself from the small dark room. With a swift motion, he aimed, fired, and retreated, executing the actions with remarkable fluidity. Another unfortunate soul fell victim to his aim as he attempted to traverse the small path. The remaining teammates were momentarily stunned. How could the sniper have appeared in such a location? It was implausible for him to have traversed from the supermarket to the zone and then to the small path in such a short span of time. This predicament left them in a quandary. Having expended numerous resources to cover their teammates' approach down the small path, they now faced a sniper station there. At that moment, Lu Feng deployed a smoke grenade at the entrance of the small path, alleviating the opponent's indecision. He quickly summoned his teammates to position him at the high point near the entrance of the small dark room. Upon reaching the high ground, Lu Feng spotted a defender beneath the archway, preparing to assist another teammate. Once more, he aimed, fired, and retreated, executing a flawless sniper technique. Another adversary was downed. Without hesitation, they hurled incendiaries into the small path to prevent Lu Feng from gaining the high ground again. The remaining 3 initiated a fierce assault on the archway. Utilizing smoke and flashbangs for cover, they rapidly surged through the smoke and collided with the defenders in the zone. This time, the defensive positioning was more robust, successfully thwarting the attack. Despite the fierce offensive from a Swedish gunman, they ultimately lost 2 players. The score now stood at 5-1, with another point secured. The onset of the second map proceeded so smoothly that it caught everyone by surprise, leading to a slight overconfidence. Soon, they would pay the price for this arrogance. In the 7th round, with inferior weaponry, they opted for a rapid assault on the zone. The defenders at the zone and one clearly faced significant challenges. Their positional choices lacked cohesion, and their delay tactics were not executed promptly. They managed to stop only one adversary before being overwhelmed, relinquishing their 47 in the process. The trio defending the zone chose to conserve their weapons. The score shifted to 5-2, regaining a point, which provided them with a much-needed economic reprieve. In the subsequent round, Lu Feng found himself in an optimal spawning position, sprinting directly to the 2nd floor, ready to pre-aim with his sniper rifle. However, it seemed the opponents were unwilling to default to a control strategy, as they were wary of Lu Feng's sharpshooting. They quickly resorted to a bomb tactic on the zone, employing both equipment and marksmanship to efficiently capture the area. Observing the desolate 2nd floor, Lu Feng could only smile in resignation as he retreated to conserve his weapon. With the conclusion of this round, their economy teetered on the brink of collapse, necessitating a more cautious approach. The score now stood at 5-3. The pursuit of points continued. In the 9th round, Lu Feng promptly arrived at the zone and noticed the enemy had sealed off the smoke passage. He fired a couple of shots as a mere formality, only to discover no subsequent actions from the enemy. Gaining confidence, he decisively jumped down, activated his sniper scope, and began advancing from the sewer towards the 2nd floor. At the moment his crosshairs aligned with the 2nd floor, he spotted 3 opponents. Without hesitation, he aimed at the nearest target and swiftly eliminated him before making his escape. As he fled, he caught a glimpse on his radar indicating that he had taken down a bag robber. The misfortunate adversaries, caught off guard by Lu Feng's audacity, quickly recognized their offensive strategy had been compromised. Initially, their plan involved 2 players executing a bomb assault on the zone while feigning an attack. Now, they were compelled to make slight adjustments, leaving 1 player on the 2nd floor while another dashed to the zone with a 4. They rapidly shifted their tactics to a one-man feint at the zone while launching a genuine bomb assault. Lu Feng, after escaping from a sewer, deployed a smoke grenade in the exit, opting not to retreat to the zone, but instead continuing to aim and push down the mid lane towards the bandit entrance. This was no longer merely an issue of luck. It was a testament to his competitive reading skills. Just as Lu Feng focused his sniper scope on the bandit entrance, he spotted the bag robber emerging from the doorway of the 2nd floor, intending to regroup with a teammate in the zone. With a decisive shot, he downed the bag robber, causing the loot to fall. The exclamations of disbelief echoed, for it seemed Lu Feng was omnipresent, thwarting their every move. Their offensive intentions had been revealed twice, and they were left with no choice but to preserve their weapons. The score stood at 6-3, securing a point that disrupted the opponent's momentum, simultaneously retracting their foot from the brink of an economic quagmire. In the 10th round, leveraging Lu Feng's positioning, a tactic was employed to adopt a close-range defense at position 1, skillfully evading Lu Feng's sniper rifle. They opted for rapid control of the center, with 3 players advancing up the side path, while 2 launched an assault on the 2nd floor. This was a quintessential strategy for executing a swift 3-2 pincer maneuver in the designated area. The defensive team, under the pressure of the opponent's encirclement, positioned themselves reasonably, but only managed to achieve a 2-for-2 exchange. This outcome was somewhat acceptable, as they prepared to attempt a 3-on-3 counter-defense scenario. Lu Feng chose to traverse the side path for the counter, while another player approached from the supermarket. This time, he displayed remarkable intelligence. After successfully assisting his teammates into the side path, he concealed himself in a small dark room for cover. Hearing footsteps in the side path signaling a counter, he promptly advised his teammates to remain hidden and avoid detection. Meanwhile, they stealthily sent over the counter personnel, silently trailing Lu Feng. Just as he entered the side path, preparing to dash behind a pillar, he was unexpectedly ambushed from behind. The counter from the supermarket direction did not fare well either, lacking any information on the opponent's positions. And Lu Feng's anchor point in the side path had not been established. Upon emerging from the supermarket, they frantically searched for the enemy's silhouettes. But in the absence of intelligence, this endeavor proved futile, resulting in a successful interception by the opponent at the bomb site perimeter. Losing a point brought the score to 6-4, compounded by the dire economic situation necessitating a win in the next round. Similarly, the seasoned opponents did not grant any opportunities. They first exploited the long terrain in the center to engage the defending side, gaining a slight advantage. Subsequently, capitalizing on their weaponry superiority, they coordinated a group assault on the area. Lu Feng, sheltered on the second floor, was forced out by a Molotov cocktail, managing to eliminate an opponent, but to no avail. The score tightened to 6-5, bridging the gap to a single point. The 12th round became pivotal. Losing it would entail continued hardship. In the aftermath of the previous round, though they had not turned the tide, they had caused some minor disruptions for the opponents. As the new round commenced, their economy had improved slightly, and both sides resumed the contest for long-range weaponry. This time, Lu Feng positioned himself closest to the action, refraining from employing his sniper rifle. After a brief consultation, the captain assisted him by throwing a flashbang at the terrorist entrance from the center, as Lu Feng aimed to stealthily assault the opponent's entry point. This strategy would later become a hallmark of the Ing team's classic approach to mid-map engagements. On the map of Undisputed, rapid smoke grenades had yet to be fully developed. Typically, controlling the center required the use of smoke grenades to obscure vision. Consequently, the terrorists' overall rhythm in controlling the center lagged behind that of the police. Of course, at this time, there were no exceptionally talented prodigies, so it was rare for the defending side to mount a strong offensive on the center. Lu Feng had previously favored such tactics in ranked matches, and now he sought to utilize the agility of his rifle to disrupt the opponent's tempo. As the countdown concluded, Lu Feng, employing his exceptional agility, executed a spinning jump followed by a series of quick hops, swiftly darting through the dog hole. With another spin jump, he descended, maneuvering laterally and pressing his face against the wall of the side path, thus avoiding blinding from either his own or the opponent's flashbangs. Approaching the midsection, Lu Feng hurled a flashbang towards the sandbags, momentarily blinding the enemies at the terrorist entrance. Following the flashbang, he arrived at the entrance, utilizing the visual angles created by the opponent's smoke grenade and the sandbags to begin scouting for enemies. Indeed, the timing was impeccable, as the opponent's 0 and 2 teammates came into Lu Feng's line of sight. Their pre-aiming angles were slightly misaligned, clearly disrupted by the flashbang. Although affected by the flashbang, they did not slow their advance into the center. The two instinctively assumed this was a delaying flashbang from the defending side and remained unaware that Lu Feng had already crept in closely. A series of silenced gunfire from the unique sound of the 41 rifle echoed, as Lu Feng unleashed a barrage of bullets. The 0 and the other fell to the ground, both laid flat against the wall, evidently felled by headshots. The distinct sound of the silenced 41 rifle, amidst the chaotic environment of the center, rendered it almost imperceptible. All the terrorists were caught off guard, unable to comprehend the situation, while Lu Feng had already made his escape, even preemptively preparing for a potential threat from the sewer. Astonishingly, he had executed a close-range assault on the opponent's 0 at the terrorist entrance with a group of 4. The adversaries were clearly bewildered. They had not anticipated encountering him at that time and place. On the streaming platform, the commentators meticulously analyzed the unfolding scene for the viewers. Upon receiving the report from 0, the remaining teammates swiftly understood that the opponent had someone pushing the center. Their response was equally prompt, as they immediately threw a Molotov cocktail accurately through the smoke to intercept Lu Feng's retreat. Anticipating this, Lu Feng had already thrown a smoke grenade at the archway, extinguishing the Molotov while simultaneously providing cover for his withdrawal. These habitual details from his previous life proved exceptionally useful at this moment. Remarkably, he was still quite young, having only engaged in professional play for a few months, yet his attention to detail was extraordinary. As a sniper, he exhibited calmness and cunning. As a rifleman, he was both audacious and precise. After ambushing his opponents, he swiftly arranged his escape route. This was the hallmark of a prodigious talent. At this juncture, the illustrious General Ma Sisi made an appearance, generously praising Lu Feng during the live broadcast. Domestic players now affectionately referred to Lu Feng with terms like Hui Li Ge, Dao Lu Ge, or Ni Lu Ge. And whenever these phrases appeared in the comments or bullet screens, everyone knew precisely who was being referenced. Returning to the match. Following Lu Feng's successful takedown of 2 opponents, he had secured a substantial advantage in terms of kills. The defense of both areas became increasingly conservative. If the opponents were to attack, the strategy would primarily focus on delaying rather than inflicting casualties. While observing from the police side, Lu Feng returned to the area, maneuvering along the front line. The defensive strategy was structured as a triangular crossfire, positioned at the sofa, the bomb site perimeter, and the small pillar, creating a pocket formation for output. In contrast, following their losses in the center, the opponents could only resort to either a grouped attack or a defensive position. Naturally, some tactical distractions in the center were still necessary. How many opponents could be lured and was left to fate? After executing a feint in the center, the three players regrouped on the second floor, preparing to launch an assault on the area. Lu Feng continued to scout the center, discovering that the opponent had not infiltrated the vicinity. He immediately relayed this information to his teammates, prompting everyone to exercise greater caution in anticipation of the opponent's grouped attack. Indeed, not long after, the assault on the area commenced. The pocket formation proved effective. The opponent's flashbang only slightly affected the defenders near the sofa, while the other two defenders maintained stable output. Ultimately, the defending side executed a 1-for-3 exchange, with Lu Feng yet to reposition before the skirmish at the area concluded. The attack from the opponents was decisively overwhelmed by the three-man team in the area. Winning the crucial long-range weapon engagement, the score escalated to 7-5. Following the accumulation of the previous 2 points, their economy remained sustainable. Both sides swiftly equipped themselves and resumed their tactical duel. In this round, Lu Feng and his teammates opted for a close-range defense at positions 1 and 2. Holding position 1, Lu Feng and another player advanced to the second floor, forcefully confronting the opponent's lone wanderers. They executed a feigned explosion tactic, while the remaining personnel launched an assault on the area. The overall tactical process entails 2 individuals arriving at the bomb site, with 1 person sent out to feign an attack. Simultaneously, 2 of the remaining 3 swiftly secure the second floor, while 1 person in the middle throws grenades and fires shots, creating an illusion that the middle route is also under control. They then quickly regroup with the personnel on the second floor. Lu Feng rapidly enters the second floor, only to find it deserted. At that moment, the opposing team begins to cover the bomb site with grenades, this time with a more meticulous approach, even deploying a close-range flashbang that instantly blinds him. With the bomb site empty and no presence on the second floor, Lu Feng promptly shares this information with his teammates. Despite being blinded, he manages to retaliate and eliminate his attacker. Meanwhile, the bomb site team has already retreated and regrouped with their allies. Lu Feng, positioned on the wooden beams of the second floor, unexpectedly dispatches an enemy. After neutralizing the assailant, he waits a few moments, noting the absence of further attacks. He quickly warns his team, caution in the bomb zone, as he relays information while advancing toward the bomb site. At that very moment, the genuine offensive from the opposing team commences. Just prior, while Lu Feng was issuing warnings, the opposing team's formation had weakened, causing them to unconsciously shift toward the supermarket. This shift allows an enemy to ambush them, resulting in a fierce exchange where they ultimately lose 2-1. The bomb site falls, leaving Lu Feng and his team in a precarious 2v3 defensive situation. Regroup on the second floor to secure weapons. The captain decisively commands. Should they force a counterattack and succeed, they could potentially manage a strategic setup for the next round. Conversely, a loss would lead them into a dire economic situation in the following round. With a score of 7-6, they have managed to gain a point, resulting in an intensely competitive match. In the ensuing round, they decide to extend the strategy employed in the previous round. This time, they opt for a double feint tactic. Initially, a simulated bomb attack is executed at the site to create tension among the defenders, followed by a genuine offensive from the second floor, sending 1 person out to feign an attack on the bomb site. Meanwhile, upon the initiation of the feigned attack, the defenders exploit the momentary disarray to launch a real offensive. Having suffered from the previous round's defeat, their economy is somewhat strained, leading to a rather inadequate supply of grenades and firearms. Consequently, they are compelled to adopt a close-quarters defensive stance. The initial positioning mirrors that of the previous round. Upon successfully infiltrating the second floor, Lu Feng discovers a lack of aggressors. After providing cover for Lu Feng's ascent, his teammate retreats to assist the defense of another area, which indeed presents a greater challenge than the second floor. Just as they secure their positions, 2 smoke grenades are launched towards their area, closely followed by 2 flashbangs. As the smoke and light explode, sporadic gunfire is heard from outside, but no one rushes in. It could be a ruse. Do not shift formations, one of them cautions, sensing the peculiar atmosphere. Indeed, shortly after this warning, the opposing team launches a genuine attack, utilizing the cover of the flashbangs to surge from the second floor. As Lu Feng leaps down, he is momentarily disoriented and fails to immediately detect the resistance. Given the unfavorable economic situation, they cannot rely on grenades for delay or defense, but must leverage their positional advantage to exploit the enemy's timing. In the midst of hesitation, an enemy from the first floor and another near the bomb site appear simultaneously, concentrating fire to eliminate him. Observing the absence of follow-up shots or further grenades from the enemy, they hastily inform their teammates that the bomb site might also be a feint. It becomes evident that their economic predictions have faltered. Had they not opted for this dual feint tactic and instead executed a direct attack on the bomb site, they might have successfully overwhelmed their opponents, as their current weaponry and supplies do not support sustained effective defense. At that very moment of the feigned attack on the bomb site, the defenders for the first floor are indeed deceived. One of them swiftly retreats to the jump platform, prepared to reinforce the bomb site. Meanwhile, the individual lurking near the bomb site finds himself in an awkward position. Should the enemy charge from the first floor, he would be immediately spotted. Just as their thoughts waver, the genuine offensive on the bomb site commences. 3 smoke grenades soar over the first floor, targeting the jump platform, the junction below it, and the police station. Following this, flashbangs explode above the bomb site. The 4 attacking players dash out from the first floor, intending to circumvent the short box at the bomb site and make a beeline for the police station. The smoke grenades obscure their vision as they maneuver around the jump platform. Lu Feng remains concealed on the second floor. Suddenly inspired, he informs, "Captain, retreat to the police station. The second floor is unoccupied. I can strike from behind." Understanding the cue, the captain promptly withdraws into the police station. As the attackers burst forth from the first floor, they catch a glimpse of the retreating smoke grenade. Aware that someone is concealed in the police station, their attention is effectively diverted. At that moment, Lu Feng makes a brilliant decision. He throws an incendiary grenade towards the short box at the bomb site from behind the smoke, followed by a high-altitude flashbang. The placement of the incendiary grenade is impeccable, eliminating the possibility of the attackers planting a bomb at the short box and briefly dissuading them from further searching the second floor. Although the subsequent flashbang lacks significant impact, it reveals his position. The attacking assailants realize there is one person at the police station and another at the jump platform, and their vigilance toward the second floor diminishes considerably. Meanwhile, the individual hiding in the police station sporadically fires into the smoke towards the bomb site, striving to maintain the enemy's focus. At this very moment, Lu Feng stealthily emerges from the second floor. For adversaries come into view. Taking a deep breath to steady his aim, he unleashes a volley of precise shots, swiftly eliminating 3 attackers. The final assailant, bewildered, turns to glance toward the second floor, only to find it deserted, as Lu Feng has already retreated. In that instant, his teammate also recognizes the opportunity, and they both emerge from the smoke, concentrating fire to take down the last enemy. This flawless execution of timing and coordination results in the sudden dissolution of the enemy's offensive. With a score of 8-6, they secure another point, thwarting the opponent's chances of equalizing. As the first half concludes, their economy is restored, and they prepare for the continuation of the tactical struggle. Following the previous round's careful strategy being dismantled, they revert to their default control tactics. The resistance in the middle proves effective, ultimately neutralizing the aggressive push towards the bomb site. The first half concludes with a score of 9-6, granting them a 3-point advantage as they transition into the second half. With the sides swapped, both teams prepare for renewed combat. In the first pistol round of the second half, they opt for 2 sets of grenades, launching an offensive on the bomb site. They do not fall into the trap of predictable attack patterns and instead choose to reinforce the bomb site. Lu Feng refrains from leading the charge. Instead, he contributes to the team by selecting a set of grenades. As they gather outside the first floor, they align their formation. With the grenades arcing through the air above the bomb site, the offensive commences. A smoke grenade obscures the jump platform, while another cloaks the archway connection. This time, there was no blockade at the Jing family's location. Their objective was to seize this crucial point, leveraging their positional advantage to resist the opponent's counterattack. Leading the charge, 5 individuals swiftly surged forward towards position 1. A sniper hidden in a sandwich executed a headshot, taking down the first runner. The attention of the attacking team was drawn towards the sandwich, leading to immediate concentrated fire, resulting in their elimination. Simultaneously, the second-floor defenders quickly repositioned and eliminated another player. Due to the use of throwing equipment, Lu Feng and his teammate, who were trailing behind, attempted to retaliate but were shot by 2 defenders stationed behind the Jing family in the long box. Because they had spent their resources on equipment, Lu Feng and his teammate were without bulletproof vests. They could hardly withstand a few shots before being overwhelmed by the remaining defenders. The score was 9-7, and the ambush team lost the first pistol round of the second half. Their momentum remained strong. They were determined not to allow the opponents the opportunity to level the score comfortably. In the second round of the second half, they decided to leverage Lu Feng's individual prowess in an attempt to turn the tide. Chapter 48, We Won. Continuing from the previous chapter, preparations were underway for a tactical maneuver to seek a comeback. Indeed, a teammate provided Lu Feng with a bird sniper rifle, while others equipped him with supporting items, such as 250 or 9. Bird sniper. Brothers, Dao Lugu has received the bird sniper from his teammates. Do you know what this means? It means he has acquired a bird sniper. Yes, the streamer is simply a master of frivolous commentary. Just kidding, brothers. Since they have equipped him with a bird sniper, it signifies their intent to engage, to exploit weaknesses, and to penetrate their defenses. Let us see who will make the ultimate sacrifice in this round. In the streaming room, he showcased his breathtaking sense of humor. Oh, Dao Lu has received a bird sniper. He is coming. Our Dao Lugu's bird sniper has a legacy. Some memorable moments. Let us see if this bird sniper will serve as a precursor in this round. In the streaming room, the charismatic Ma Shishi continued to share his insights without restraint. Returning to the match, in this round, Lu Feng positioned himself closest to position 1, intending to intercept anyone approaching the bomb site with a bird sniper. As the countdown ended, Lu Feng sprinted toward position 1 with the bird sniper in hand. The player from the opposing team, having recently excelled in the pistol round, moved carelessly from the bomb site towards the archway. Bang! At the moment he appeared in the sniper scope, Lu Feng executed a precise headshot, taking him down. This sudden turn of events caused significant anxiety among the defenders, who feared an aggressive counterattack. The opposing team, however, was not foolish enough to advance without equipment or firearms. It would be unwise to engage at close range. After Lu Feng eliminated one opponent, he swiftly capitalized on the mobility advantage of the bird sniper and dashed towards the second floor. After a prolonged wait, he discovered that the enemy was not attacking the area. Anticipating that with the bird sniper in hand, they would likely venture towards the midline in search of long-range engagement opportunities, they clearly misjudged the situation. Lu Feng quickly ascended to the second floor, preemptively aiming through the kitchen, preparing to target the exit. At this moment, the defenders did not realize Lu Feng would quickly reach the second floor to seek a breakthrough. He evidently failed to control his jump position carefully, exposing his upper body multiple times during the jump. Just as the bird sniper's view expanded fully, Lu Feng spotted the opponent at the peak of his jump, who was now vulnerable. Bang! Another clean shot, resulting in a headshot, pinned the opponent in midair. The teammates following closely behind, seeing the damage inflicted, wasted no time in deploying equipment, pouring out from the second floor like dumplings. The area was secured, allowing Lu Feng to focus on the alley. The other players moved with great agility, planting the bomb and positioning themselves swiftly. At that moment, the second offender, hiding in the small dark room, attempted to observe the situation in the area, subtly revealing himself in the alley. Lu Feng immediately reacted, landing a shot on the opponent, reducing their health to a critical level. Knowing the opponent was severely weakened, his teammate rushed into the alley to eliminate the remaining defender. With the alley secured, Lu Feng could confidently set up an ambush in the supermarket, intercepting other returning players. With the loss of the alley stronghold, the remaining 2 defenders abandoned their plans and retreated to secure their weapons. They successfully turned the tide and claimed victory in the round. The morale of the opposing team was significantly diminished after the round reversal. Throughout the second half, under the relentless offensive strategy of the opposing team, their defense was repeatedly dismantled, with the scores swiftly escalating to 14-7. Reluctantly, they called the final timeout of the match. This timeout proved somewhat effective, allowing them to employ unconventional forward pressure tactics to score 2 points, bringing the score to 14-9. With a decisive economic advantage, they adjusted their strategy, allowing Lu Feng to wield the sniper rifle and lead the charge, securing the first kill. With a final push, they clinched 2 more points, decisively concluding the match. The final score was 16-9, securing a victory and eliminating the opposing team with an overall score of 2-0, advancing to the semifinals. At the match venue, a brief silence enveloped the atmosphere, a mild sense of suffocation permeating the air. Only faint cheers from some international students could be heard. Moments later, applause erupted from the front rows of the audience, gradually spreading throughout the entire arena. Although the local team had lost, the spectators still applauded the victorious team. In the soundproof box of the venue, the players were already jubilantly embracing each other. Shifting perspectives back to the domestic streaming platforms. Wow, we made it to the semifinals. Brothers, the excitement in my air MO continues. The streamer expressed immense joy, exclaiming, "All right, from today onward, I am a die-hard fan. Hold on, brothers. The match data has just come in. Let me check for you." The streamer tried to maintain a measured tone, but his excitement was evident. Brothers, the entire team performed exceptionally well, with a combined score of 186 across 2 maps. Oh, including this match. We currently lead my air MO with a total of 179 points, with the second-place team at 141 and the third at 130. The streamer relayed the match statistics to the viewers with enthusiasm. In the club, the owner, having witnessed the last point scored, slammed his hand on the tea table. "We won! We won! We made it to the semi-finals. I told you so." Other staff members watching the match echoed his excitement. The entire club was engulfed in a sea of joy. Returning to the match venue, there was no excessive celebration. They approached the opposing team to shake hands in greeting. The players had clearly given their all, yet they had not emerged victorious. At this moment, they acknowledged each other with respect, shaking hands and offering compliments. After exchanging mutual respect, both teams returned to their respective areas to quickly pack up, as another elimination match awaited them, necessitating an immediate departure. Chapter 49, Before the Semifinals. Leaving the match venue, breathing in the cool air of my air MO, the players gradually regained their composure from the excitement. They quickly reached a consensus regarding their next course of action, heading straight to the Golden Arches. The entire schedule for the elimination rounds would be rather tight, with a semi-final match against the winner between 2 formidable opponents set for tomorrow. Lu Feng recalled his previous life, where he achieved victory and ultimately secured the championship in Malm. This time around, he was uncertain whether his forthcoming opponents would remain the same. Nevertheless, Lu Feng recommended to his coach that they focus their research on the competition. He firmly believed that the team, with the advantage of local combat and recent roster enhancements, would emerge victorious. The outcome indeed aligned with Lu Feng's expectations, as they triumphed without even reaching the 3rd map. Both teams, consisting of several seasoned players, were eager to conclude the match promptly. Had they employed a strategy of endurance, it would have been uncertain who would falter first. The recent form of their opponents was exceptional, complemented by the stable performance of a player known as Zero, leading to a decisive 2-0 victory. Lu Feng was reluctant to face this team, for their experience in major competitions was profound. They had established a consecutive win record that remained unbroken until 2024. In Lu Feng's memories from his past life, Zero was regarded as a deity of the game, and the legendary partnership forged by these 2 players permeated his recollections, evoking a sense of reverence and an underlying fear within him. However, the opportunity to compete against them on the battlefield was indeed an honor. Lu Feng had already devised a strategy in his mind. Among the active roster, the newly joined players were identified as targets for his focused breakthroughs, and he regarded them as soft targets. As the team gathered to discuss their strategy for the next round, Lu Feng meticulously observed the positioning, defensive, and offensive habits of his opponents. He also prepared a secondary plan. Should the match remain deadlocked, they would resort to a strategy of endurance. At that moment, the average age of the opposing team conferred a significant advantage. In just a few hours, the next round of eliminations would commence. A good night's sleep was paramount. The teams advancing from the upper bracket had already been determined, Team A and Team B. Regardless of who they faced, both teams posed formidable challenges, their difficulty surpassing that of previous opponents. When confronting Team A, Lu Feng could exploit cross matchups to utilize his sniper rifle effectively against them. Lacking a top-tier sniper, Lu Feng held a considerable advantage during matchups. In contrast, the 2 teams in the upper bracket boasted renowned snipers, including Gua Huang and other world-class marksmen. If they advanced to the finals, Lu Feng lacked confidence in his ability to outgun either of these elite snipers. Recent match performances indicated that while one opponent was in peak form, the other exhibited a slight decline. Therefore, should they face off? With proper tactics and Lu Feng's skills and intellect, victory was plausible. Yet, facing the latter felt akin to gambling. One could only hope that they would not perform at their best. Following discussions, the team members had a general strategy in mind. They alleviated some pressure and retreated to rest. The next day, on April 17th local time, after a hearty lunch, the team arrived early at the venue. The match between Team A and Team B was about to commence, and Lu Feng was keenly focused on this encounter. Each time he observed matches involving European powerhouses in person, it became an invaluable learning opportunity. These European teams frequently clashed, boasting mature tactical systems that adeptly countered star players. Lu Feng and his teammates aimed to absorb these strategies. At this juncture, Team A was an enigma to the European squads, with no prior encounters recorded. Conversely, while the European teams had reviewed numerous recordings of Team A, their lack of direct experience rendered them equally inscrutable. The match commenced, with Team A's selected maps being Hot Sand City, Inferno Town, and the Castle. The second-ranked team displayed remarkable prowess in Hot Sand City, frequently attacking and scoring, disrupting Team B's rhythm. The entire match saw Team B severely limited, resulting in a straightforward 16-7 victory in the first map. After a brief intermission, they proceeded to Inferno Town, a map also favored by Team B. However, Team A's tactical execution proved far superior, leaving no room for error. As the match dragged on, it became increasingly mundane, resembling garbage time. This underscored the notion that tactical acumen holds greater significance than reliance on individual star players. Lu Feng mentally noted the tactical positioning habits before departing the viewing area. He refrained from overly concentrating on this match, as his own matchup was approaching, necessitating contemplation regarding his own opponents. Upon leaving the viewing area, Lu Feng returned backstage to warm up, deliberately extending his sniper practice session. Amidst the cheers, he realized that the preceding match had concluded. As Team B tidied up, it was soon their turn to take the stage. Lu Feng quickly gathered his warm-up gear with his teammates, preparing to enter the main arena. He was aware that the upcoming French showdown would soon unfold, marking the end of an era for the French team. In contrast, Team B had consistently stood tall on the world stage, remaining one of the top-tier teams. Entering the main arena and reaching their designated area, they began setting up their equipment and calibrating their machines. They needed to finalize their preparations swiftly, as the entrance time for their match against Team A was imminent. Observing from a distance, Lu Feng admired the calm demeanor of Zero as he adjusted his equipment, a testament to his extensive experience in major competitions. Half an hour elapsed swiftly, and the organizers announced the commencement of the entrance ceremony for Team B. Malm's second round of eliminations, the semifinals, was about to begin. As the players from Team B entered the stage from either side, the Asian host began to introduce both teams. Ladies and gentlemen, let us first welcome Team A. They have advanced to the semifinals with a nearly dominant performance in this series. Now, let's take a look at these 5 remarkable young men from the East. As the host introduced them, applause and cheers erupted from the audience, predominantly from overseas Chinese and international students, while the local spectators provided the clapping. Facing yet another local team, Team A found themselves in a challenging position, having just defeated a formidable domestic powerhouse, now matched against a legendary team. The host continued with her introduction. Next, let us welcome the legendary team. Hailing from Sweden, this storied team boasts numerous accolades, with their strength repeatedly validated. Tonight, let us witness their performance. The atmosphere exploded with cheers, whistles, and applause, resonating as if to lift the roof off the venue. Many foreigners raised their beer mugs high, spilling some onto nearby spectators, yet the crowd remained unperturbed, reveling in the excitement. Lu Feng mused that if his own match were to take place, they too might enjoy such fervor. The host then called forth representatives from both teams, preparing to ignite a spark of rivalry and further elevate the audience's enthusiasm. Here, the naturally gifted Lu Feng, proficient in English, has emerged. However, stepping into the spotlight is not one of the seasoned veterans, but rather a newcomer whose recent performances have been nothing short of spectacular. The first to be interviewed is Lu Feng, as the host, a young lady, raises the microphone and gazes into the youthful Eastern face before her, posing a premeditated question. Hey, currently, You and your competitor are formidable contenders on the leaderboard. Tonight, only one of you can advance to the ultimate showdown. What do you have to say about this? Indeed, that is the current situation. I am thrilled to share the leaderboard with my fellow competitor. We both play crucial roles within our respective teams' tactical frameworks, which attests to the fact that we have performed admirably thus far. This is also why our teams have reached the semifinals. I am honored to compete against such a legendary team, and I hope everyone performs splendidly, Lu Feng replied with eloquence, his humble yet dignified words resonating profoundly with the audience's values. Everyone present, including the interviewer, nodded in agreement. Well then, what do you wish to express regarding this formidable team? The host extended the microphone towards Lu Feng's adversary. Yes, the performance of the team has left me in awe. Our legendary players, 0 and 1, have faced this team several times since the 16 era. They have remarked that their team possesses a unique artistry in gameplay, which we must respect and approach with utmost seriousness. It appears that 0 and these two renowned players exercise caution in their evaluations when confronted with a vast fanbase. Following the interview, both teams retreated to their respective areas to finalize preparations as the match was about to commence. Prior to this, the teams had already selected the maps for the competition. The first map, chosen by the first team, is Castle Clash. The second map, selected by the opposing team, is Inferno Town. The third map, drawn from the remaining pool, is Desert Maze. On the map of Castle Clash, the first team holds a distinct advantage, as it is their signature specialty. The commentary team, comprising two well-known commentators from earlier days, commenced their introduction of the map. As the countdown concluded, the advertisement on the large screen faded, revealing the match visuals. The focus shifted back to the domestic audience. Brothers, welcome to the second semifinal match in Malm, where our team faces the legendary team. The opening map, selected by the first team, is Castle Clash. We observe that, aside from the four familiar faces, there's also an unfamiliar one. Indeed, he is the recently recruited newcomer, rumored to be Sweden's new hope and the direct disciple of the legendary player. A successor in the making. Let's keep our eyes peeled for his performance. In a live streaming room, the host rapidly introduced the players' backgrounds. Brothers, as a commentator, I am unwaveringly loyal to the fan team. However, as someone who grew up watching the Swedish scene, I also pay equal attention to the opposing team. Meanwhile, in another streaming room, host Mashiksi endeavored to engage the audience's emotions. Hello everyone. Welcome to the broadcast of the Malm semifinals, featuring the first map, Castle Clash. I am your host, Mashiksi. Who are you? Let's get started. Let us observe the performance of the player known as Reverse Flow today. I believe this will be a pivotal aspect of the match. Everyone is aware that the team has consistently struggled with snipers. During the Dynasty period, the capabilities of player Phyla were often criticized, yet the team consistently achieved commendable results. Thus, the contradictions were not prominently highlighted. Evaluating today's lineup, they still lack a top-tier, dedicated sniper. As the chief commentator, Mashiksi, a professional gaming analyst, must boldly express his judgments and provide incisive insights. The match visuals return to the live scene, with the countdown still ongoing on the large screen. Since the first map was chosen by the first team, they had the privilege of selecting their side. Surprisingly, they opted to commence as the attacking side. This decision aligns with their strategy, as Castle Clash offers a relatively balanced attack and defense dynamic, with a slight advantage for the police. After careful consideration, they chose to attack first, aiming for the opponent's weaker points to establish early dominance and build confidence swiftly. It is well known that in Castle Clash, those who control the jump platform dominate the game. Once captured, it is challenging to reclaim. Therefore, the focal point of the competition primarily revolves around the area. Player 0, due to exceptional personal skills, typically undertakes the defensive responsibilities alone. Players 2 and 3 jointly defend the jump platform and the connecting area, with players 4 and 5 primarily responsible for the area defense. Thus, while the defense appears to have vulnerabilities, it is, in fact, a complementary balance of strengths and weaknesses. As the countdown concluded, the match officially commenced, marking the beginning of the first offensive round. The strategy for the pistol round was relatively straightforward, for players would assault the jump platform, while one would advance through the corridor. As usual, they equipped themselves with a set of gadgets, allowing the free player to traverse the corridor and lead the charge towards the jump platform. Just as the quartet ascended the jump platform, they were met with a tactical surprise. As they prepared to utilize their gadgets to assault the jump platform, 2 grenades were hurled from below, catching them off guard. It remains a mystery how the defending team timed their maneuvers so precisely. The player in the lead was swiftly eliminated by the grenades before he even had a chance to react. Lu Feng and the other 3 teammates felt the pressure, their health points dwindling dangerously low. The team, now on the brink, had no choice but to retaliate, promptly throwing their gadgets and leaping from the jump platform in pursuit of their opponents. After jumping down, the 3 players desperately searched for any sign of their adversaries. However, there was no one in sight. The defending players had all retreated to the second point or concealed positions to fortify their defense. From the corridor, there was a continuous stream of probing shots directed at their approach, disrupting their coordinated efforts. Without time to think, the trio rushed out of the small hall, preparing to flank the area. The waiting defenders, utilizing pre-aimed blind spots, unleashed a barrage of crossfire to repel the attack. Soon, the health of the 3 players, already in a precarious state, was completely depleted. Lu Feng, disheartened, followed his teammates out of the small hall, only to be distracted by a flanking maneuver and subsequently eliminated by a concealed opponent. In a matter of moments, all attackers on the jump platform were downed. The lone player advancing through the corridor was left isolated and vulnerable. The moment he appeared on the small platform, he was met with a relentless hail of gunfire from multiple positions. The score stood at 1-0, with the defending team triumphing in the pistol round. In the subsequent 2 rounds, the attacking team found themselves with no opportunities. Castle Clash predominantly favored long-range engagements, rendering pistols nearly ineffective. The score escalated to 3-0, further solidifying the attacking team's initial advantage. As the first full-gear rifle round of the first half approached, Lu Feng readied his sniper rifle, preparing to probe the narrow path. While his teammates coordinated an attack through the midsection, they sought to assess the defensive fortitude of the area. Lu Feng swiftly reached the entrance of the narrow path, concealing himself behind cover. After a brief wait, wary of the opposing team's advance, he noticed a lack of movement and proceeded into the narrow path, aiming down sights and cautiously advancing. Accompanying him, his teammates provided cover for any potentially overlooked positions. Players 2 and 3 alternated their rifle coverage as they began infiltrating the midsection. One player engaged in harassment against the jump platform defenders. Meanwhile, the player tasked with single-handedly defending the area chose to conduct close reconnaissance through the central door, only to encounter players 1 and 2 advancing towards him. Without hesitation, he threw a smoke grenade to obscure the view of the central door. Simultaneously, the reinforcement from the side path was called back. As Lu Feng and his team traversed the entire path, they encountered no resistance. In the central area, he engaged with 2 opponents. At this moment, a selective error occurred. He failed to recognize the repercussions of the sniper rifle breaching the side path. He accurately positioned himself and threw a smoke grenade to obstruct the connection to the main entrance. Lu Feng swiftly responded by deploying a smoke grenade at the dog hole. Observing the enemy's equipment being thrown, he hastily tossed a Molotov cocktail down the path to delay their advance. Just as he emerged to throw his projectile, Lu Feng's sniper scope precisely locked onto the vicinity of the connection. With a deft flick of his wrist, he eliminated his target with pinpoint accuracy. Noticing the Molotov cocktail thrown just before his opponent's demise, Lu Feng wasted no time, swiftly maneuvering through the barn to sever the defender's retreat route. Separating from Lu Feng, his 2 teammates prepared to ambush from both sides in the middle, aiming to clear the area and open a pathway. At this moment, one player, having descended from the jumping platform using equipment, exerted maximum effort to engage with the remaining 2 defenders, thereby significantly delaying their counterattack. As the opposing team was eliminated, the area was declared lost and the package was initiated. Although the 3 defending players were eliminated without any kills, his contributions were invaluable, maintaining the delay until the area was breached. Despite his agile playstyle and tenacity, he sought to test the defensive area. He opted to probe from the direction of the dog hole, only to be intercepted by Lu Feng, who had already secured control of that region, resulting in his elimination by a sniper shot. Not wanting to further escalate the risk, he withdrew with the remaining weapon. With a score of 3-1, they managed to reclaim a point, still possessing economic resources for the next round. As the 5th round commenced, they planned to attempt a breakthrough in the area. If successful, the opposing team's personnel losses would be more severe and their morale would take a hit. Lu Feng immediately arrived at the corridor, positioning his sniper rifle to cover the corridor's end, while coordinating an offensive on the jumping platform, close to the middle for support. Lu Feng observed no movements from the opposing team, yet there was no progress at the jumping platform, which made him hesitant to advance. Meanwhile, 3 players approached the jumping platform, only to find that smoke grenades had been deployed to obscure it. The team hesitated to advance, opting to wait behind the smoke. Unbeknownst to them, an ambush had already been set up on the jumping platform, where a player silently raised a flashbang. The concealed flashbang detonated, bursting forth from the smoke, blinding the opponents and allowing for a swift takedown of 2 players. Although not completely blinded, the adversary was caught off guard while attempting to throw equipment, failing to switch to their main weapon in time to retaliate. As they took a step forward, they were instantly shot down. After securing the kill, the player refrained from advancing, quickly retreating through the smoke and leaping off the jumping platform. This sudden turn of events left Lu Feng and his teammate momentarily stunned. Lu Feng was the first to react, advancing down the corridor without waiting for coordination. As he revealed his position on the small platform, he spotted an enemy in the wooden house, swiftly zooming in and executing a perfect shot, eliminating the target before they could respond. The moment Lu Feng returned to cover, he sensed another presence behind the package point. With a fluid motion, he aimed and shot again, executing another kill. At this juncture, an opponent appeared from behind a tree platform, taking advantage of the sniper rifle's cooldown to fire at Lu Feng. However, Lu Feng's side was fully exposed at that moment. Yet the adversary's aim faltered, failing to eliminate him efficiently. Lu Feng pivoted, sweeping his weapon broadly while quickly adjusting his scope to target the retreating enemy, securing yet another kill. Following the earlier skirmishes, Lu Feng's health was critically low. He emerged at the entrance of the jumping platform, landing a shot on the weakened Lu Feng. In this tense situation, a significant misstep occurred. The adversary should have decisively opted for the jumping platform, as doing so could have potentially eliminated Lu Feng. Coupled with Lu Feng's previous 3 kills, this situation evolved into a 2 versus 1 advantage. Yet, they did not anticipate Lu Feng's ferocity, as he managed to take down 3 opponents single-handedly. At that moment, following Lu Feng's lead from the corridor, the situation became exceedingly precarious. Confronted by a fully healthy opponent, the prospect of winning this purely gunplay scenario seemed like a mere fantasy. The legendary duo would undoubtedly not grant such an opportunity. The last remaining player was swiftly eliminated. With a score of 4-1, they secured this round, soon facing economic difficulties. In Chapter 52, the fierce battle continued. After the previous round's defeat, it was evident that the disparities were multifaceted. At least on the map of Gubois, the ability to seize opportunities, control time, and read the game surpassed their opponents. Having failed to plant the bomb in the last round and missing out on the rewards, the economic situation was less than optimistic as the 6th round commenced. In light of this scenario, he approached the situation with increased caution, refraining from forcing his teammates to engage heavily. Instead, he equipped himself with a set of equipment, while others were issued powerful handguns. The strategy was relatively straightforward. The objective for this round was singular: plant the bomb. Naturally, if they could eliminate more of the enemy's weaponry, that would be even better. The 5 players quickly approached the side path, utilizing flashbangs to systematically clear the positions within. Upon reaching the midpoint of the side path, 1 player departed from the group, navigating through the spiral staircase to the central hall. Soon after, they spotted an enemy scouting from the large slopes railing. The 2 immediately distanced themselves, exchanging fire in a front and back formation. The advantages of their handguns became apparent in such an open area. After expending considerable ammunition, they successfully eliminated the 2 opponents at the base of the slope. As they noted their ammunition dwindling, they aimed to retreat back to the bomb site. However, escape was not an option. The 2 players in the middle had exerted considerable effort to deplete their ammunition, ensuring they could not return. Simultaneously, Lu Feng charged out from the side path, eliminating the retreating player. At this moment, Lu Feng wielded a powerful handgun rather than a sniper rifle. Why not utilize a sniper? He had his own reasoning. On the Gubois map, most firefight locations featured extensive vertical and horizontal visibility, which was unfavorable for offensive snipers but advantageous for defensive ones. Thus, Lu Feng refrained from squandering resources on a sniper rifle. Continuing with the flow of the match, after securing the elimination, Lu Feng swiftly made his way to the bomb site, preparing to fortify the defense at the balcony. After tossing a smoke grenade to obscure the vehicle's front, his teammate followed closely behind, leveraging the smoke's cover to rapidly enter the bomb site. Concurrently, another player had positioned themselves at the entrance. Upon witnessing the enemy obscuring part of their vision with a smoke grenade, they acted without hesitation, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards the center of the smoke. Successfully navigating past the smoke, they arrive at the bomb site, only to meet their demise amidst the smoke, losing the weapon they had just acquired. Realizing he could not stop the bombers, he did not wait for his teammates to regroup. Instead, he stepped out from the cover of the connecting door to seek advantageous shooting angles at the bomb site. Lu Feng, perceiving movement, adjusted his perspective by 90 degrees and fired 2 shots, one to the head and another to the body, swiftly eliminating the target. At the same moment, an enemy appeared on the balcony. He had silently approached it earlier. Based on prior information, he was aware that one bomber had just rushed into the bomb site, while Lu Feng's position remained ambiguous. Therefore, he refrained from revealing himself too soon. The gunfire from Lu Feng had already disclosed his location. Upon realizing the positions of both bombers were now apparent, he swiftly revealed himself from the balcony, executing a quick burst of fire to eliminate the fully exposed Lu Feng. In the vicinity of the Bao Jian, under the cover of Lu Feng, for explosives had just been successfully placed. Upon witnessing Lu Feng being struck down, it became evident that the police had already returned to their positions. With no alternative, he could only muster all his strength to maneuver and evade the advancing officers. Lacking any advantage in firearms or equipment, and being alone, this predicament appeared utterly hopeless, leading to his swift capture. The successful placement of the explosives brought the score to 5-1. In this round, having placed 4 explosives, coupled with the rewards for consecutive defeats, the economic situation saw a slight improvement. In the 7th round, both teams resumed their fierce contest for dominance. Noticing the available funds, Lu Feng decisively opted for the sniper rifle. This time, he aimed to take the initiative and breach the designated area. Armed with the sniper rifle, Lu Feng swiftly advanced down the corridor, refraining from throwing any devices and instead opting to scope out the situation before proceeding. Meanwhile, the persistent harassment from the first member had rendered 2 defending officers unable to attend to other matters. Lu Feng continued his silent advance, with his companion closely following to provide cover. Upon reaching the corridor's exit, Lu Feng did not rush to expose his position, but merely adjusted his shooting angle slightly. "Captain, take out the opposing player hiding beneath the platform," Lu Feng thought, realizing that clearing this position was essential to secure the remaining areas. A well-aimed incendiary grenade soared towards the platform beneath the corridor, confirming Lu Feng's suspicions of an early concealment by the opponent. His original strategy was to create a diversion, enticing the enemy to focus on the Bao Jian or the chicken coop while he flanked them from the side. However, the incendiary grenade left his adversary with no escape. Just as the opponent was about to flee, Lu Feng, having prepared his shooting angle, would not allow him to escape. With a resounding crack, the sniper rifle fired, eliminating the target. With the first kill secured, Lu Feng ceased his concealment, launching all his devices as he capitalized on the moment of the flashbang's explosion to search the chicken coop and Bao Jian. True to his expectations, the enemy was indeed positioned at the Bao Jian, as Lu Feng had intended to draw fire away from his teammates. In the split second of eye contact, Lu Feng's sniper rifle discharged again, the bullet finding its mark before the opponent had a chance to retreat to cover. At the same moment, the assault from the platform commenced. Coordinating with the first member, they executed a 1-for-1 exchange, successfully taking down the adversary. Once the area beneath the platform was entirely cleared, they promptly secured the retreat route with devices and began to plant the explosives, positioning their personnel. Their economic status had improved significantly, bolstering their confidence as they decided to engage in this defensive stalemate. Utilizing the thrown flashbang, they surged out of the door, swiftly locating the first member at the entrance and eliminating him. After tossing the flashbang, they quickly jumped through the small window, preparing to enter the area from the platform room. Just as they eliminated the first member and were about to switch positions with the rock, they were met with a volley of gunfire that left no room for further action. On the other side, just as Lu Feng emerged from the platform room, his sniper rifle discharged, not allowing the enemy a chance to seek cover, and he was shot dead at the door. The score now stood at 5-2, having reclaimed a point and temporarily halted the opponent's advantage. The economic accumulation had also suffered a slight setback. In truth, Lu Feng was entirely unaware that he could leverage his individual abilities to relentlessly target the isolated defensive areas until the enemy restored their dual defense. Once they began to double guard, the forces in the area would seem insufficient, making it easier to secure both the platform and corridor. His respect for the opponents led him to believe he could not overpower them, simultaneously trapping him in a tactical misconception. Chapter 53. The contest of offense and defense in reality. This predicament was not exclusive to Lu Feng. The entire team shared the same sentiment. The lack of opportunities to engage with formidable teams from other regions instilled a certain apprehension towards those they once revered. The strategic architects, he and Lu Feng, had only collaborated for less than 2 months, leaving them unaware of Lu Feng's potential. Even Lu Feng himself, after his transition, was uncertain of the extent of his capabilities. Thus far, the tactical focus had not sufficiently tilted in Lu Feng's favor, and his freedom to fire was still limited. Consequently, their lack of self-awareness and understanding of each other led to the current predicament. Their preconceived notions led them to believe they could be overwhelmed by the enemy's tactics or even by individual prowess. Returning to the match, in the 8th round, the default control of the map was evident, with the formation suggesting that the offensive focus would lie in the area. Immediately, Lu Feng utilized his sniper rifle to dominate a substantial section of the central lane, providing cover for he and the first member as they advanced. In this round, controlling the small area was key. Upon reaching the haystack, he noticed the approaching pressure. His extensive experience dictated that he must avoid direct confrontation. If they merely exchanged 1-for-1, it would be a losing endeavor for their team. Meanwhile, he and the first member pushed forward with great fanfare, certainly drawing the attention of the enemy. To evade the risk of being flanked, Lu Feng dropped a smoke grenade in the small path and hastily retreated to the barn. He also called for assistance to defend the slope, advising his teammates who were not visible to refrain from reckless actions, as there might be an ambush at the platform. As anticipated, the enemy was keenly observing the defensive movements at the platform, looking for an opportunity to inflict unexpected damage. Gradually advancing towards the area, they relied on devices and terrain to delay the inevitable, as time slipped away second by second. Though neither side had sustained casualties thus far, the decisive moment was quietly approaching. The infiltrating members had largely reached their designated positions, searching for reference points to prepare for the bomb detonation. At this moment, Lu Feng decided to take the initiative. He signaled to throw a flashbang as he stealthily approached the central door shrouded in smoke. The flashbang silently traversed the smoke and detonated in the central hall, momentarily blinding he and the first member, who hastily resorted to preemptive fire. His flashbang, so close at hand, posed no threat to Lu Feng, who was shielding from afar with his sniper rifle. As the flashbang pierced through the smoke, Lu Feng's shot left an enemy motionless in their place, effectively dismantling the enemy's clearing tactic. The adversary struck down by Lu Feng did not harbor anger. Instead, he urgently informed his teammates that at least 3 attackers were present in the area. Receiving this intel, they abandoned their defense of the platform and immediately rushed to assist in the area. Just as Lu Feng eliminated the enemy and saved he and the first member, they launched their attack. In the small path, he and the first member unleashed their devices, covering various points in the area. From the wooden platform, a concealed enemy emerged, swiftly taking down the first member who charged out of the small path. As the assault intensified, they attempted to retreat but were intercepted by an enemy rushing up the slope. Back at the barn, he swiftly exited with a low-throw flashbang, eliminating the enemy. At this point, he and Lu Feng also surged from the slope, with Lu Feng taking down an enemy attempting to flee. Following the elimination, the duo pressed on toward the Bao Dian, with Lu Feng providing cover for he as he planted the explosives. At this moment, the other teammates initiated their movements, utilizing their low-throw flashbangs to leap from the platform, engaging with those attempting to return to the area. Their delay was somewhat successful, resulting in a 1-for-1 exchange. However, after leaving one behind, they were eventually defeated. Exiting through the door, they utilized the police car's cover to search for Lu Feng and his positions. At this juncture, the explosives had been planted, resulting in a 2-against-1 scenario, rendering it unnecessary to take risks in a direct confrontation. If the opponent wishes to secure victory, they must dismantle the package. Thus, both parties simply need to bide their time. As anticipated, the first move was made. He maneuvered around the police vehicle and approached the spawn point of the officers. Just as he was about to leap onto the breach in the package, an assailant concealed beneath the balcony opened fire, forcing him to remain stationary. The score was now 5-3, having regained a point. All personnel were lost in this round, leaving them with just enough resources to mount one last offensive with rifles. As the 9th round commenced, Both sides resumed their tactical skirmish. This time, they opted for a default control strategy, but unlike the previous round, they heavily weighted their manpower towards the zone. Learning from their earlier misstep, they resolved not to allow the enemy an easy infiltration into the vicinity. At the outset, they summoned assistance, and the trio advanced aggressively down the center lane. Their forward assault tactics were evidently well practiced and executed with precision. The team attempting to control the area, led by Hyun-won, was swiftly ambushed by the veteran trio, who exhibited exceptional coordination, eliminating them in an instant. The rhythm of this veteran trio was indeed impressive. Two of them engaged the enemy in the center, while the third launched a gadget at the opportune moment, striking from a flank. They executed a surprise assault on Hyun-won, flawlessly timing their attack. This engagement appeared to be a direct confrontation, yet it was laden with intricate details, leaving the opposition vulnerable. The remaining three members were uncertain whether their rear had been compromised. Returning to clear would be a time-consuming and resource-draining endeavor. Without further hesitation, they initiated a forceful advance into the zone. The clearing of the zone occurred with astonishing rapidity, catching the defenders off guard, as he and his team had scarcely expended any resources in their defense. Even under duress, the two defenders, armed with their gadgets, managed to delay the assault until their teammates could regroup. This reality unfolded as the attack commenced. The opposing team utilized incendiary and smoke grenades, completely stalling Hye's advance. As he attempted to breach the gadget barricade and leap out of the corridor, he was met with concentrated fire from the adversary. With the gadgets obscuring his view, he found himself unable to secure a follow-up shot. Lu Feng, in frustration, had no choice but to retreat, preserving his sniper rifle for the next round. The score was now 6-3, thanks to an efficient forward assault strategy that halted the opposing team's scoring momentum. Chapter 54, The Dance of Offense and Defense, Part 2. At this juncture, the team had undeniably succumbed to the rhythm dictated by the adversary. Typically, the tempo of the match should rest in the hands of the attacking side. However, it was now evident that should the defenders alter their pace and employ unconventional maneuvers, it could yield significant results, an unfavorable development for the attackers. Following their lackluster performance in the previous round, their economic situation began to look bleak. As the 10th round began, they equipped themselves with certain gadgets to assist Lu Feng's sniper rifle in breaching the corridor. Meanwhile, the others armed themselves with submachine guns and coordinated their assault on the jump platform. Given their seasoned experience, they had made preparations in advance. They were aware of the sniper's presence, while the firearms of the other players were likely subpar. The corridor represented the most threatening vantage point for the sniper, and as long as they positioned themselves aptly, opportunities for the sniper would be limited. As the commander, he devised a few strategic nuances in the corridor rather than adopting a purely defensive stance. Immediately, he deployed smoke grenades to obstruct the escape route of the bandits from the corridor. The intention was clear, to deny any direct line of sight for the sniper station there, planning to utilize the smoke grenades to hinder their advance and delay Hye's offensive maneuvers. He, utilizing the cover of smoke, vaulted onto the platform, closing in on the corridor's defense. Lu Feng and his partner swiftly approached the corridor and, upon emerging, encountered a smoke grenade, allowing them to infer some of the defender's strategies. Recognizing the positioning of the enemy's gadgets, Lu Feng formulated a plan. After a brief exchange with his partner, they stealthily advanced to the depths of the corridor, preparing for a coordinated ambush. Once in position, Lu Feng adjusted his sniper scope, scrutinizing the platform's position. It was indeed overlooked that the far end of the corridor could allow for a double ambush, taking advantage of the smoke's concealment. At this moment, the corridor was enveloped in silence, with only sporadic gunfire and gadget sounds emanating from the direction of the jump platform, where both sides were engaged in mutual harassment and probing. This moment of quiet caused he to wonder, could it be that the enemy had vacated the corridor? As the first smoke grenade's effect began to wane, he emerged from cover, prepared to deploy a second smoke grenade. Now was the time. Lu Feng aimed to catch the enemy in the act of restocking their gadgets. With a resounding shot, he eliminated the adversary who had exposed themselves from behind cover. Seizing this opportunity, he hurled an incendiary grenade toward the platform. Just as he intended to fire again, the incoming incendiary grenade successfully deterred him. He and Lu Feng sprinted toward the breach in the platform. As they neared the gap, Lu Feng launched a flashbang into the air above the platform, providing cover as they burst from the corridor. Simultaneously, the assault on the jump platform commenced. Upon leaping from a platform, he maneuvered around the tree, racing toward the package. His objective was clear: to mark enemy positions as accurately as possible, allowing Lu Feng to take them out one by one. Indeed, upon returning to the package, he heard footsteps approaching and quickly eliminated the threat. At that very moment, Lu Feng's follow-up shot landed, leaving no room for error. Although the assault on the jump platform was impeded by gadgets, both sides found themselves ensnared, unable to extricate themselves from the situation. Observing casualties in the zone, he decisively abandoned his defensive position to intercept Lu Feng. Aware that both the package bandit and the sniper were present in the zone, he recognized that returning to the zone was no longer an option. After eliminating the threat, Lu Feng approached the package, aiming directly at the doorway of the jump platform, anticipating any defensive countermeasures. At that moment, he heard commotion at the door, and with a swift lateral movement, he presented his weapon, targeting the source of the sound. A shot rang out, and the adversary collapsed at the door, mere inches away from escaping behind cover. With the elimination of this opponent, the remaining members realized only one adversary lingered near the jump platform and rushed out to secure the kill. Meanwhile, the returning team was poised to enter the connection point. Noticing that both he and Lu Feng had fallen, he promptly abandoned his retreat to safeguard his weapon. The score now stood at 6-4, having clawed back a point despite an economic disadvantage. If the score continued to alternate in this manner, it would prove to be detrimental for the team. Recognizing the deteriorating situation, he called for a timeout. In the designated competition area, the coach was evidently dissatisfied with the defensive strategy employed on the platform. Using both hands, he gestured emphatically as he spoke, taking the time to impart wisdom to his team. Meanwhile, the coach utilized the timeout to rally his players, first offering encouragement to Lu Feng, affirming his performance, and then cautioning everyone that following the timeout, the opposition would undoubtedly have devised special arrangements, urging them to remain vigilant and avoid falling into traps. Once the timeout concluded, both teams resumed their strategic contest in the 11th round. In this round, they opted to attack the zone, employing the same tactics that had previously yielded success. Lu Feng and one infiltrated via a concealed path, while others harassed the jump platform to prevent a swift defensive return to the zone. Initially, they adhered to their strategy, methodically advancing in pairs to clear the area. However, the player at the jump platform, after tossing 2 gadgets and firing a couple of shots, intended to withdraw to the point. The issue arose at this juncture. His harassment was somewhat lackluster this time, drawing the attention of the defenders at the jump platform. In this round's plan, there was indeed an intention to establish a dual position to monitor the jump platform. Just as he stepped away from the jump platform, he was trailed closely by the enemy. After scouting the corridor and jump platform, he discovered the zone was unguarded and promptly informed his teammates of the attack direction. Aside from him, the remaining 4 members were stationed defensively in the zone. Having left the jump platform, he cautiously traversed the zone towards the center lane. As preparations commenced for a full-scale assault, he successfully rendezvoused with one, assisting in the offensive on the central lane. He maintained a distant watch, attuned to the sounds emanating from the midsection, and upon seizing a splendid opportunity, his appetite for engagement intensified. He prepared for a significant ambush, not merely to eliminate the opposing free agents. The frontal assault commenced. Lu Feng and his companion faced immediate resistance upon their appearance. The adversary was elusive, offering no angles for Lu Feng's sniper rifle to exploit. After a laborious advance, they encountered further obstruction, as one opponent had already concealed himself behind a police vehicle. The trio advancing through the middle prepared to charge the slope, but as they formed their ranks, they were met with resistance and delay. The moment a skirmish ignited in the midsection, he moved towards the central door, where he spotted 3 opponents with their backs turned on the slope. Unsurprisingly, he dispatched them one by one. Utilizing the cover provided, Lu Feng eliminated the remaining foe and prepared to push towards the bomb site. Suddenly, 2 hidden figures emerged from the site, swiftly dispatching Lu Feng and his companion. The planned offensive was successfully thwarted, and the score shifted to 7-4. Chapter 55, The Strategic Tug-of-War, Part 3. The defeat in the 11th round caused a slight fracture in morale. What he believed to be a covert tactical maneuver had not only been uncovered by the enemy, but had also resulted in a significant setback. In the 12th round, in a bid to bolster his economy, he opted for a single round. The castle map presented the most advantageous close combat terrain for pistols, specifically the jumping platform. After setting up a few props, the entire team prepared to leap onto the platform. True to form as one of the best utilizers of urban warfare tactics, they caused considerable trouble, almost turning the tide. The round began, and both sides plunged into chaos within the jumping platform area, akin to a meat grinder. Although they secured victory in the economic round, it was a Pyrrhic triumph, leaving only Lu Feng and one other alive. The score extended to 8-4, reinforcing their lead by 4 points and restoring their economy for continued offensive and defensive engagements. In the 13th round, Lu Feng opted not to wield a sniper rifle, but instead chose a 47 assault rifle, complemented by various equipment. With the sniper rifle set aside, he was finally permitted to act independently. At the outset, Lu Feng ventured alone down a narrow path, scouting the middle while the other three awaited. If the pressure from the area was substantial enough, it could draw the defenders into a coordinated response, thereby creating an opportunity for assault. Indeed, the pressure proved formidable. Lu Feng first intercepted an enemy near the spiral staircase at the narrow path, capitalizing on the moment when the adversary was distracted. Seizing the gap as the enemy lost personnel, Lu Feng advanced rapidly towards the bomb site, firing 2 precise shots that swiftly eliminated the supporting defenders. Lu Feng single-handedly penetrated the entire area, with the opposing team unaware of a remaining player in the middle, thus dismantling their defense without acquiring any intelligence. Just as the defenders began their retreat, the remaining 3 members seized the opportunity to take down the area. This timing was impeccably executed, effectively cornering the last 3 defenders in the connecting zone. However, the complexity of the terrain made it challenging to eliminate them swiftly. To secure the remaining opponents, they incurred 2 casualties. The score shifted to 8-5, maintaining the competitive edge. In the final 2 rounds of the first half, a double sniper strategy was unexpectedly deployed, catching the opponents off guard. Although the opposing sniper lacked individual prowess, the supporting defensive strategy was exceptionally well-crafted, leaving them with little recourse. Ultimately, the first half concluded with a score of 10-5, granting them a comfortable advantage as they transitioned into the second half. After a brief respite, both teams exchanged roles, initiating a struggle for the latter half. The second half commenced with a pistol round, opting for a heavily fortified area. Only Lu Feng remained to scout the area, while the other 4 converged on the zone. The offensive plan mirrored that of the first half. After the round commenced, they replicated the previous strategy, launching a grenade directly into the jumping platform. However, the grenade's placement proved impractical, inflicting minimal damage on the enemy. It was evident that they had merely imitated the previous strategy without careful consideration. Simultaneously, the attack commenced, with 1 and 3 others leaping from the jumping platform, successfully catching an unsuspecting opponent. Upon occupying the jumping platform room, the 3 refrained from rushing out, instead reorganizing their assault formation. Just as they prepared to storm the room, the long corridor's defenders arrived. In an instant, the area erupted with gunfire, the 5 players executing a synchronized attack. This level of coordinated aggression proved challenging for the defenders. Confronted with foes on all sides, 1 and his companions fought valiantly from behind the bomb site and stone cover. Ultimately, they succeeded in eliminating 1 opponent, but were overwhelmed by the remaining 4. The pace of the offensive in the area was rapid. As Lu Feng entered the connector, his teammates had already fallen. Faced with a 1-against-4 counterattack, Lu Feng found himself in a predicament. The remaining 4 were astute and composed, refraining from engaging Lu Feng directly, positioning themselves strategically to deny him any opportunities. Lu Feng waited at the door, aiming for a considerable time. Yet no one fired in his direction. Reluctantly, he stepped back, took a running leap, and soared out the door, landing softly behind the stone cover. Still, no one revealed themselves to engage in gunplay, clearly intending to lure him into the bomb site to dismantle him once he lost his cover. Ultimately, as Lu Feng had anticipated, the enemy drew him into the open and concentrated fire, eliminating him. The score reached 11-5, solidly securing the pistol round of the second half. In the subsequent 2 rounds, no opportunities were afforded to the opponent, and leveraging their weaponry advantage, they swiftly escalated the score to 13-5. In the first long gun round of the second half, Lu Feng selected the sniper rifle. He left 2 assault rifles to defend the area while he took the sniper rifle to the zone. The defensive setup was a conventional arrangement. Lu Feng utilized the sniper rifle to guard the long corridor from a distance, while 1 defended the jumping platform area. In this round, they anticipated Lu Feng would opt for a sniper rifle. Thus, they chose a rapid assault on the area. Realizing that a silent confrontation in the long corridor would likely spell disaster for them. Instead of remaining static, they launched a chaotic offensive, aiming to eliminate the sniper. The remaining 4 swiftly advanced towards the long corridor while creating a diversion on the jumping platform. In a moment, the area was filled with flying projectiles, flashbangs exploding in succession, and 2 smoke grenades detonating simultaneously, obscuring the vision on both sides of the tree position, effectively isolating Lu Feng within the bomb site area. Upon witnessing the airborne projectiles, Lu Feng understood that a coordinated rush towards the long corridor was imminent. Remaining calm, he tossed a Molotov cocktail towards the entry point of the long corridor, preventing the enemy from jumping out and finding cover. With the disruption caused by the Molotov cocktail, the opponents could only maneuver laterally in the long corridor. Utilizing the bomb site cover, Lu Feng evaded the high-altitude flashes, casually tossing a smoke grenade at his feet, effectively providing additional concealment for the bomb site. Lu Feng deftly shifted, aimed, and spotted an enemy charging from the long corridor. Bang! With no empty chambers, he swiftly eliminated the advancing foe. Retreating back into cover, he shifted left, aimed again, and spotted an opponent poised to leap from the jumping platform. Bang! Another shot, and he took down the adversary midair. Utilizing the smoke for concealment, he repositioned himself, evading the gunfire aimed at him. A slight flick of the gun, followed by a precise shot, resulted in a kill. The last person walking behind faltered, too intimidated to descend from the platform, seeking refuge behind a box to recalibrate his strategy. Lu Feng had already discerned his position, swiftly aiming through the scope, shifting his crosshair sideways, leaving his cover and relocating to the chicken coop. Emerging from the opposite side of the coop, his field of vision expanded, revealing just enough of a target. Without hesitation, he fired. The final adversary in the corridor fell. Meanwhile, the one hiding in the jump platform room found himself in an awkward predicament. He lacked wings and could not soar back to safety. It was merely a matter of time before he would be eliminated. The score stood at 13-6. Reclaiming a point. In Chapter 56, titled Losing Map 1, Lu Feng's adept use of smoke grenades to elongate cover and execute a defensive maneuver would undoubtedly become familiar to everyone in the years to come. It was indeed a signature move of his. Upon witnessing the explosive play, Lu Feng immediately recalled his usual tactics, applying them in real time. With his current technical prowess, he effortlessly replicated the move. Goodness, my friends, in this minuscule space, our brother Nilio truly demonstrates an uncanny ability to appear and vanish at will. With a single sniper rifle, he sent his foes reeling. Such proclamations of his esteemed status as a disciple of the legendary were mere embellishments. Indeed, uncanny ability and sending foes reeling succinctly encapsulated the moment. The streamer, having absorbed various idioms over the years, was running low on expressions to convey the intensity of the scene. Regardless of how fierce the battle became, the commentary remained steady, a constant rhythm of output. The rapidity of Lu Feng's previous maneuver left the streamer unable to comprehend the intricacies of his movements. It was uncertain whether the director would provide a replay. This was undoubtedly a memorable moment. To the streamer's chagrin, there was no replay, prompting an outburst of frustration. On the other side of the streaming platform, upon witnessing Lu Feng's performance, the renowned commentator Ma Cici quickly logged in. How'd he manage that? He eliminated all 4 attackers single-handedly. This child is terrifying. Is he truly our prodigy? Ma's commentary on grand spectacles adhered to his tried-and-true formula, which he referred to as the 3 soul questions. As the perspective shifted back to the match, the seasoned veterans, having tasted the bitterness of defeat against Lu Feng's sniping, began to regain their composure. These experienced players would not be intimidated by Lu Feng's prowess. Their extensive competition experience would prevent them from engaging in a battle of pride. They were solely focused on employing every possible strategy to secure victory. In the subsequent rounds, they endeavored to scout Lu Feng's position in advance, directing their attacks while avoiding confrontation with him. The results were indeed significant, leaving Lu Feng in a state of discomfort, either on the defensive or on a mission to preserve his weapon. The score gradually widened, reaching a match point of 15-6. At the 22nd point, a bold move allowed Lu Feng to advance and secure the first kill. Taking advantage of his spawn position, he wielded his sniper rifle in the middle lane, and upon revealing himself, he eliminated an isolated enemy. Noticing Lu Feng's presence in the middle lane, the opposing team promptly clustered together, but they were met with the prepared defenses of He. Once Lu Feng had fortified their position, the other defenders, utilizing his cover, moved forward to secure the corridor. Meanwhile, He, who had been observing from afar, had been meticulously counting the enemy's resources, realizing that they could no longer rely on utility to clear the area, compelling them to engage in a direct assault. Due to the hasty nature of their previous attack, they had exhausted many of their resources, leaving them ill-equipped for a second explosive attempt. Lacking smoke and flashbangs for cover, they could not evade the sniper's line of sight. The score shifted to 15-7, reclaiming a match point. Such flashes of brilliance were insufficient to reverse their downward momentum. Essentially, they were being led by their opponents, unable to dictate the rhythm of the game. Ultimately, no miracle transpired, resulting in a loss of 8-16 in Map 1. Nevertheless, their morale remained largely unaffected. They accepted the defeat on the Castle Ruins map. During the intermission, the players from the opposing team made their way to the rest area, skillfully pulling out cigarettes from their pockets to offer to one another. "Come on, smoke a hometown cigarette to steady your nerves." One chided, "Why didn't you pull that out earlier? I can only find Marlboro here. Hurry up and light it." With playful reproach, they exchanged banter. One should unveil good things only at critical moments," another chuckled. "All right, let's get down to business. The next map is Hell S Town. We just need to play normally. They don't have anything special. They're accustomed to playing default control maps. We will assess the early consumption and then decide which area to attack." Their entire tactical approach leans more towards area control. Interrupting the jovial exchange between two smokers, a serious voice interjected. "What you mentioned is crucial. Let us think this through. Hell S Town is our selected map, and the opposing team will likely choose to defend first. We should focus on controlling the banana path and the second floor, observing whether they will challenge us. If they're not overly aggressive in countering our control and lack the resolve to engage us immediately, that will make things easier. Lu Feng, be proactive in engaging them." "Understood," came Lu Feng's reply, followed by affirmations from the other team members, indicating their comprehension of their roles. Lu Feng felt no apprehension regarding Hell S Town. His abilities in game reading, tactical integration, and proactive engagement were all commendable. Most importantly, his confidence remained intact. The previous match on Castle Ruins had seen a noticeable lack of belief among the team. If they wished to advance further on the world stage, addressing the depth of their map pool was imperative. As the break concluded, the players gradually returned to the arena. The on-site host continued to engage the audience, distributing small gifts and striving to enhance the atmosphere. Upon returning to his computer, Lu Feng, seeing a camera pointed at him through the glass, immediately smiled and waved. The audience erupted in cheers as they recognized Lu Feng on the big screen. His recent performances had catapulted him to fame, with many now aware of this sniper hailing from their region. As the players' cheers crescendoed, the countdown on the big screen began, signaling the imminent start of Map 2. On a domestic streaming platform, aside from the most popular gaming channels, other streamers were also broadcasting the match. "Brothers, Map 2 is about to begin. From what we've seen, it appears their mentality is solid, unaffected by the first map. I predict a significant victory in this round. If we can stretch the match to Map 3, the advantage lies with us." The streamer highlighted the many memorable moments of Neilio in the desert city, especially with that iconic rifle. Anyone who witnessed it could not help but be impressed. Back in the streaming room, the host Masisi reappeared on screen. "Welcome, players, to the live broadcast. What you're about to witness is the semi-final match in Malm, featuring the second map. I am your host Masisi. Who are you? Let's get started." In the club's conference room, the owner and all staff gathered around the television, while in the training room, all players sat at their computers. In a dormitory at Lu Feng's university, Chun Hang sat at his computer. A similar scene unfolded in various broadcasting areas. Having reached this stage, the attention extended beyond mere players. Gamers worldwide were curious whether they could continue to create miracles against legendary teams. Chapter 57. The Battle of 2 Air commences as the countdown on the grand screen concluded. The match in 2 Air officially commenced. As anticipated, the team opted for a defensive start. The defensive positions on the map of Lianyu Town are relatively fixed, only changing during the execution of several multi-person counterclearance tactics. Typically, the main defensive area and the auxiliary defensive area, known as Fu, are established. Defensive 1 is tasked with guarding the connection, while new members are usually assigned to defend the second floor and the large pit area. At the beginning of the match, there was no haste to call for an aggressive tactic. Instead, they chose to place 1 or 2 players at each critical position to probe the opponent. At this moment, Lu Feng swiftly arrived at the bandit entrance, executing a spinning jump into the sewer, fully concentrated on the direction of the mid lane. He was aware that the opponent favored observing the mid lane from the one angle. If the adversary made an appearance, Lu Feng aimed to eliminate them at the earliest opportunity or deter them from scouting the mid lane, thereby depriving them of vital information. Two players were stationed at the banana path, refraining from rushing to the nearby area. Instead, they approached the tree position to conduct tentative shots. The defensive design for the pistol round did not employ conventional positioning, but rather opted for a distribution of 3 or 2 players. The optimal spawn location allowed them to swiftly cross the mid lane and enter the boiler room. After observing the side lanes through a small window and confirming the absence of attacking players, he stealthily slipped into the small dark room. Not far behind, he noticed he faced no obstacles, indicating that either the control of the side lanes was slightly delayed or completely vacant. Thus, he chose not to rush forward, but decided to gather intelligence on the mid lane first. He initially checked the connection towards the mid lane and saw no attacking players. His confidence surged as he shifted to position 1 for further observation of the bandit entrance. Just as he was about to enter the cover at 1, Lu Feng stood up from the sewer and, upon seeing the enemy, fired without hesitation. Despite his efforts to control his position, he was still struck in the head by Lu Feng's bullet. Although a pistol cannot eliminate a helmetless opponent with a single shot, it severely depleted his health. Startled by the headshot, he dared not continue. He quickly traversed 1, leaping onto the second floor from the truck, observing from the second floor entrance, creating a pincer maneuver with 1 player in the small dark room. Following the initial setup, the decision not to charge through the banana path was indeed wise. At this moment, a counterclearance trap was set up in the area. Holding a flashbang at the coffin position, they positioned themselves closely to the inside of the area's entrance, watching for any movement from the opponent. Should they rashly advance, they would be met with the flashbang counterclearance trap. In the following instant, while maneuvering in the banana path, he decided to advance slightly to ascertain the specific situation in the area. Upon reaching the vehicle position, he spotted 2 players observing and immediately exchanged gunfire. In their haste, neither managed to inflict damage. They neglected to call for a flashbang for the counterclearance. The situation was quite disheartening for him. With only 1 opponent advancing, deploying a flashbang to clear just 1 person didn't seem worthwhile. Ignoring the situation was not an option. They could not afford to engage in a prolonged exchange, lest they risk being eliminated by a sudden advance from the opponent. Ultimately, he resolved to utilize the trap they had set for some time. He called for a flashbang and followed it out of the entrance, maneuvering cautiously without overextending. As the flashbang exploded, although temporarily blinded, he still had room to maneuver, executing a sideways leap back to the cover of the banana path. Upon emerging, he saw the blinded enemy, clearly unwilling to let them escape, and immediately circled out from the vehicle position, preparing to eliminate the adversary at the corner. Coincidentally, the player hiding in the tree position was not affected by the flashbang and was providing cover. At this time, Lu Feng observed that no one was revealing themselves in the mid lane and leaped out of the sewer, ready to enter the banana path. Both players simultaneously spotted the one who had circled out from the vehicle position and, without hesitation, concentrated their fire, resulting in a swift elimination. Their attention was solely on the enemy at the corner, unaware that another opponent awaited them from a distance. Realizing their own position had been compromised and abandoning the plan for further counterclearance, the 2 players promptly retreated, preparing to defend the area using conventional tactics. Noticing that they had already secured a kill in the area, the team began to regroup, ready to launch a coordinated assault. After the recent exchanges, the banana path was clear, devoid of any obstructions. A smoke grenade obscured the view of the police house, while a high-altitude flashbang blinded the enemies in the circle. Following the deployment of these devices, the team surged into the area. Without any suspense, they swiftly identified and surrounded the remaining adversaries, leading to their demise and the fall of the area. The defending team, low on health and lacking equipment, opted not to counterattack, retreating deep into the second floor in a bid to preserve their bulletproof vests. With a score of 1-0, the victory in the pistol round solidified their determination to triumph into air. In the subsequent 2 rounds, they allowed Lu Feng to play freely, intending for him to amass funds to acquire a sniper rifle. Armed with a submachine gun, Lu Feng ruthlessly advanced through the mid lane, eliminating 2 opponents at the connection. With a score of 3-0, they did not manage to turn the tide, but instead further solidified their economic advantage. As the long gun round commenced, Lu Feng found himself in a favorable spawn position, promptly arriving at the bandit entrance and setting his sniper rifle on the banana path. Still haunted by the failure of the first round's counterclearance, he planned to utilize equipment to secure the banana path from the outset, before the devices could detonate. The opponents rushed out. Just as they reached the vehicle position, Lu Feng eliminated one with his powerful sniper rifle, causing them to become cautious. After dispatching the sniper, Lu Feng remained active, occasionally firing into the smoke to dissuade any thoughts of continuing their advance. As the effects of the devices faded, control of the banana path returned to their hands, while the others retreated to defend the area. Lu Feng, leading his team, approached the area. At this juncture, he held a smoke grenade while observing the police house, ready to deploy it immediately upon spotting an opponent. Entering the premises, he pre-aimed, and just as he peered out, he caught sight of an opponent in a half-obscure position. Bang! One shot swiftly eliminated the enemy, who had not yet managed to retreat, causing their smoke grenade to fall and detonate on the ground. Perfect! The smoke grenade for the police house was spared. The others, following Lu Feng, wasted no time and began to unleash their grenades, rushing into the area en masse. Despite their efforts, they only managed to achieve a one-for-one trade, relinquishing control of the bomb site. On the other side, the defending team opted to conserve their weapons. From the start until now, they had not even fired a shot, recording 0 kills and 0 damage. With a score of 4-0, 2Air had also established a commanding lead. Chapter 58. Countermeasures. Once again, they found themselves trapped in an economic round, with no effective countermeasures at their disposal. The commander instructed the free player to harass the banana path, while the others quietly advanced to the mid lane, preparing to launch a coordinated assault on the connection. It was evident that, during an economic round, they aimed to engage at a distance, preventing the opponent's powerful pistols from gaining any leverage. Ultimately, the defenders managed to execute a trade, with one player eliminated, while the defenders secured an AK-47. The 3 defenders, however, were not as fortunate, as they were methodically pushed back without a single opportunity, resulting in their complete downfall. With a score of 5-0, their lead expanded further, maintaining rhythm and control. The following 2 rounds were also won. Initially, Lu Feng and his teammates exploited the advantages of their sniper rifles and rifles, quietly eliminating an opponent observing at the connection. Seizing the momentum, they directly pressed into the area, engaging in a head-on confrontation that led to the elimination of 2 opponents, securing their 6th point. In the 7th round, despite wielding a long gun, the lack of equipment deterred them from advancing and regaining control of the map, resulting in the loss of critical information for the attacking side. Ultimately, they were overwhelmed by a sudden barrage of explosives followed by a charge from the city management team, leading to the capture of the area. The score escalated to 7-0. As a defending side, they had exhausted their usual strategies, prompting the coach to call for a timeout. Once the timeout concluded, the contest for the 8th round resumed, and they indeed resorted to unconventional tactics. Initially, they deployed smoke grenades to obscure the mid-lane vision, with 2 players rushing down the center, utilizing the smoke as cover to swiftly approach the flanks. Another teammate entered the boiler room, preparing to assist in clearing the side lanes. Meanwhile, they maintained a standard pace to control the map. However, Lu Feng's spawn position was too far back, preventing him from reaching the mid lane in time to intercept the opposing team with his sniper rifle. The player controlling the side lane was slow to respond upon encountering enemies at the forefront, leading to a double kill by his teammates. With the advantage of numbers, they did not rush in recklessly. After swiftly clearing the battlefield, they retreated to their designated area. At this juncture, a critical decision loomed. Should they continue to control the side lane and the 2nd floor? While they had sufficient equipment for such maneuvers, they lacked manpower and time. The team, having lost a player, commanded the remaining 3 to group up silently, aiming to seize the connection and encircle the area for support. Lu Feng, wielding his sniper rifle, led the charge with teammates closely following, ready to provide backup. The trio stealthily approached the mid lane. The player guarding the connection continued to observe the mid lane with evasive movements, opting not to directly thwart the enemy's advance, but instead focusing on detection and delay. With a numerical advantage, they were reluctant to engage in a direct confrontation. Lu Feng cautiously scoped the connection with his sniper rifle, demonstrating heightened vigilance. He effectively controlled his position, though he was unable to secure a kill. merely inflicting damage on an opponent behind the corner with a well-placed shot. He tossed a smoke grenade at his feet to obscure the connection route, hastily retreating to a safer position. In that moment, Lu Feng felt a surge of determination, unwilling to let the opportunity slip away. He dashed toward the connection, discarding his sniper rifle to engage in close combat, aiding his teammates in eliminating threats. The trio emerged from the smoke, successfully revealing the adversaries. However, as Lu Feng leaped out of the smoke, he was swiftly taken down, although his teammates managed to secure the necessary kills. Despite capturing the connection area, the 2-against-4 situation remained daunting. Ultimately, the two players were forced to eliminate the large pit, only to be overwhelmed by the remaining 3 opponents. The score shifted to 7-1, earning them a point through unconventional tactics. Although the unconventional strategy yielded results, they were acutely aware that such tactics could not be relied upon indefinitely. The match proceeded, and due to Lu Feng's earlier decision to abandon his sniper rifle on the rooftop, he was unable to retrieve it. In the 9th round, despite lacking his sniper rifle, he passed a weapon to a teammate while opting for a different rifle himself. This time, Lu Feng chose the 47, as he intended to employ a strategy to ascend to the 2nd floor, rendering the sniper rifle less useful. Leading the charge with the 47, he approached the spiral staircase. The tactical setup this round was particularly effective against the opponents. They were well aware that the opposition had consistently assumed control of the map, thus far executing their offense with remarkable ease, which is why they had refrained from utilizing the 2nd floor strategy until now. After the round commenced, both players arrived at the 2nd floor. Armed with rifles, they positioned themselves at the wall corner, while Lu Feng aimed his sniper rifle at the spiral staircase. Establishing a horizontal crossfire tactic, Lu Feng ascended the spiral staircase quietly, opting not to rush to the 2nd floor, instead choosing to wait patiently. At that moment, a teammate controlling the side lane threw a Molotov cocktail toward the boiler room, followed by another aimed at the small black room. Confirming that both positions were clear, Lu Feng prepared to make his move. He steadied himself, took a deep breath, and executed a perfect horizontal crouch, firing a single bullet that resulted in an immediate kill. The classic maneuver of swiftly dispatching an enemy sniper was executed flawlessly, catching the opponent completely off guard. The player beside him failed to react in time, instinctively firing in an attempt to eliminate Lu Feng, but the hasty shot led to a loss of recoil control. In that instant, Lu Feng sensed the enemy's presence. He deftly adjusted his aim, unleashing a barrage that eliminated yet another opponent. The meticulously orchestrated defense on the 2nd floor crumbled under Lu Feng's onslaught. With no obstacles remaining, they rushed to jump down from the 2nd floor. A player stationed at the connection attempted to intervene, but was swiftly taken down amidst the smoke. The two defenders opted to conserve their weapons, resulting in a score of 8-1. After a brief interruption, they resumed their scoring streak, with 1 point gained and another lost. Their economy reset, necessitating 2 rounds to recover. Throughout the first half, they were completely dominated, losing control of the map, facing explosive attacks, and losing control once more. It was as if they were ensnared by a curse, with the entire team trapped in a cycle. They only managed to secure a point after the 2nd timeout, concluding the first half with a score locked at 13-2, entering the 2nd half with a considerable advantage. Observers of the match were unable to discern the underlying patterns. There were no innovative tactical designs, merely a combination of map control and explosive assaults, but they remained utterly defenseless. Many speculated that the opposing team was simply experiencing a stroke of bad luck, constantly falling into the line of fire. Certainly, luck played a role. In the early rounds, Lu Feng utilized his sniper rifle to control the field, successfully targeting the defensive focus several times. Following consecutive first kills, the opponents grew wary of Lu Feng's sniper prowess, becoming increasingly cautious and reluctant to engage in direct confrontations to reclaim control of the map. This initial setback triggered a chain reaction, leading to their passive performance throughout the first half. In truth, their map control details were not executed flawlessly, with numerous vulnerabilities available for exploitation. However, such weaknesses and opportunities would only become apparent upon reflection. Chapter 59, Winning Map 2. A match is a match. It does not afford you the luxury of reflection or contemplation. Day after day, thousands of hours of training are condensed into these brief 2+ hours of competition. In a live broadcast room, the host Mas CC sees the intermission between halves to share insights with the audience. We observe a substantial lead of 13-2 in the first half, yet one must not become complacent. The seasoned veterans on the opposing team possess extensive professional experience, having witnessed every conceivable scenario, including remarkable comebacks. Masisi began by emphasizing the historical context of the team, glancing at the data board before continuing to express his opinions. Regarding the events of the first half, I believe the primary issue lay in their hesitance. Initially, in the early confrontations, they failed to gain an advantage, which led to a significant reduction in proactive engagements, allowing the opposing team to assume default control. Furthermore, as the defending side, whether proactive or not, they were obliged to expend a certain amount of resources early on. However, these resource investments yielded no effective results, no kills, and no valuable information, creating a vicious cycle. Ultimately, when they launched their final attacks, regardless of which area they targeted, they were always outnumbered, thereby perpetuating the current predicament. The insights of a professional team coach resonate with credibility. In another live broadcast room, the host remarked, "Brothers, did you hear?" The host predicted this map would turn the tide. This match was akin to a fish. The larger the fish, the bigger the bones, and the bigger the bones, the less the meat. As the fish grows smaller, it becomes increasingly elusive. Our reverse-flowing brother is like that large fish bone, piercing straight into the small fish, consuming all the meat. In the live streaming room, the barrage of comments erupted, questioning the host's awareness of his own words. "I'm burning up. Can you repeat what you just said? I doubt you can articulate it a second time." The host, seemingly a philosopher, elicited a response of bewilderment. "I'm inundated with thoughts of fish. I feel brainwashed. You've been on about fish for ages. Where are they?" As attention shifted back to the arena, the countdown concluded, signaling the commencement of the second half of the match. In the pistol round, with a significant lead, the team opted for a conservative positioning, employing a standard formation. Lu Feng advanced swiftly to the mid lane, feigning movement at the enemy entrance, just in time to spot an adversary aiming to engage him, thereby disrupting their intelligence gathering. With 3 muffled gunshots echoing, the enemy observer fell victim to Lu Feng's precise headshot. Not lingering for combat, Lu Feng retreated into the boiler room, maneuvering to the second floor. Noticing the attacking side lacked control on the flank while the enemy had scouts positioned, he surmised that the banana path likely harbored opponents intent on striking the area. He promptly relayed this intel to his teammates, who fortified the connecting defense. Although they lost an observer, the impact was minimal as they prepared to launch an explosive assault on the area. Simultaneously, those equipped with explosives and gear began their own defensive strategy. The offensive commenced with a smoke grenade obscuring the enemy's view from the police house, followed by a high flashbang detonating on the rooftop. 4 attackers exuberantly leaped into the area. At this moment, the defensive positions had already been allocated. One stood behind the triple stack, with the critical point being the coil behind them. Upon arriving at the police house, a rolling flashbang was thrown through the smoke. Hearing the explosion, 3 defenders instinctively pulled back, beginning to fire at the intruders. The disoriented defenders found themselves clustered at the base, unable to position themselves effectively. One by one, the defenders unleashed their firepower, causing the attackers to fall like dominoes. Ultimately, they failed to plant a bomb, and the attackers were eliminated entirely. The score stood at 14-2, clinching the pistol round of the second half and securing match point. In the 17th round, having failed to plant the bomb, they did not opt for a forceful resurgence, but instead relinquished the match point. The atmosphere grew tedious as all 5 players entered unarmored, armed merely with standard pistols. Dashing up to the second floor, one could not help but admire the agility of the European players. The 5 of them launched from the second floor like a swarm of grasshoppers, scattered everywhere. It took considerable effort to subdue them all. With match point in their grasp, they relaxed slightly. With such a high margin for error, if they allowed the opponents to level the score, it would be a dismal outcome. As anticipated, the opponents mounted a counteroffensive. At match point, they accumulated funds, equipped themselves with gear and firearms, and executed the second floor rush strategy, catching their adversaries off guard. After successfully clearing the second floor and the first defender, they secure the area. Lu Feng, stationed at the connection point, found himself isolated by smoke and prepared to wait until it cleared to reclaim the defense. He was not inclined to squander their advantage, opting instead for his teammates to preserve their weapons for the next round. A failed defense in this round would necessitate 2 attempts, a scenario he was keen to avoid. The score shifted to 15-3 as they stubbornly clawed back a point. In the 19th round, They indeed denied any further opportunities. Lu Feng, alongside his teammates, swiftly occupied the banana path, eliminating 2 foes and establishing an initial advantage. After securing the kills, he refrained from overextending, reverting to a defensive stance. This decision proved prudent. With a clear advantage, they merely needed to wait for the enemy to come to them. Ultimately, the aggressive push towards the area failed, yielding their final point. The score stood at 16-3, a decisive victory that carried them into the third map. During the intermission, in the corridor of the competition venue, 2 players were seen puffing away on cigarettes. The team listened intently to the reminder that the third map would be Desert Mirage, advising them to rely on their established training. Their defensive capabilities were robust, and if their offense faltered, they should aim to delay the opponents, potentially yielding favorable results. Should they triumph in the knife round, they would first target the defensive side, aiming to maximize their score, thus instilling doubt in their opponents during their defense. As they transitioned to the third map, Lu Feng reflected on the need to maintain pressure, ensuring their opponents felt suffocated and unable to contemplate the finer details, thereby hindering their rhythm and confidence. If allowed to play comfortably, their opponents would unleash their aggression, making the match exceedingly challenging and threatening to disrupt their mental fortitude. Although the 2 opposing players possessed remarkable shooting skills, their true prowess lay in their strategic thinking. Lu Feng desired to engage them in a test of marksmanship rather than a battle of wits. At this juncture, when it came to aiming proficiency, he stood on equal footing with them, if not surpassing them. However, tactical nuances and minor collaborations were elements that needed to be cultivated during the match. Particularly, spontaneous partnerships that evolved through competition would only improve with repeated use. Hence, establishing early rapport was crucial. If the opponents demonstrated such tendencies early on, interrupting them a few times or forcing them into mistakes would likely deter them from employing those strategies again. As the break concluded, both teams returned to the battlefield. With a significant score of 1-1, they found themselves at the same starting line, ready to contest the decisive map. Following their victory in the second map, the morale of the teams surged, while the opposing side appeared somewhat disheartened, particularly as they seemed to linger on the previous match's outcome, struggling to regain their composure. The competition commenced on the selected map of Desert Mirage. In the knife round, both sides engaged in a chaotic battle within the first area, though it appeared disorderly. There was an underlying order to their movements. Demonstrating superior prowess, they emerged victorious in the knife round, earning the privilege to select their side. Without hesitation, they decisively chose to defend. As the server reset, the match officially began. In the pistol round, they again opted for a standard formation. Lu Feng entered the mid lane, armed with a bomb diffuser and a flashbang, surveying the police house's first area. The 3 opponents adhered to their usual tactics, with one positioned as a ninja, another concealed behind a small pillar, and one scouting from the second floor. This round was set to target the area. At the outset, they left a lone dog-head player concealed in the mid lane, poised to act. The remaining 4 players converged on the first area, preparing for a coordinated assault on the zone. They clearly had studied their opponent's typical positioning. Their strategy of a 41 sandwich was particularly targeted, intending to first deploy a smoke grenade to obscure the police house's view. Then 4 players would infiltrate the area and secure the front line. A player advancing through the mid lane would wait for the offensive to progress, ready to flank and assist his teammates in eliminating or repelling the defenders. Their tactical approach was sound. However, they failed to anticipate Lu Feng's presence in the area. The offensive erupted as a smoke grenade effectively obscured the police house's visibility, followed by a flashbang detonating above the area. The 4 attackers swiftly surged from the first area, ready to traverse the entire bomb site and charge towards their target. At the moment their assault initiated, Lu Feng refrained from advancing to the platform for a confrontation, instead opting to utilize cover to intercept those passing through, biding his time for reinforcements. The first assailant to charge forth collapsed upon spotting Lu Feng. Lu Feng denied him the opportunity to draw his firearm, executing a precise headshot that eliminated the first adversary. The second assailant, undeterred, pressed on in pursuit of Lu Feng. Lu Feng, taking a step back, endeavored to minimize his profile while positioning himself strategically at the lower jump pad. In an instant, as the second adversary entered his line of sight, Lu Feng swiftly fired 2 shots, both striking true and dispatching him. At this point, only 2 remained in the frontal assault, having just entered the archway, preparing to regroup with their teammate for a coordinated strike. After neutralizing the second foe, Lu Feng wasted no time. He pivoted and executed several consecutive jumps, retreating to the windowsill position, revealing only a fraction of his body to cover the doorway. He guarded the path leading back through the archway, providing cover for the placement of Bomb 4, while continuing to advance, attempting to catch Lu Feng off guard. The seasoned veteran exhibited considerable experience as he approached the doorway. He leapt, using the doorframe to shield his head from a potential headshot by Lu Feng. Lu Feng fired 3 shots in quick succession, landing 2 hits. However, against a target clad in body armor, the handgun's efficacy was limited, failing to secure a kill with 3 shots alone. Recognizing that his aim had faltered, Lu Feng anticipated a counterattack upon the adversary's landing. He could not afford to grant them the opportunity to eliminate him and promptly turned a leap into the sewer. At this juncture, Lu Feng comprehended the adversary's intentions to plant the outer bomb, seize control of the jump pad, archway, and front line, while opposing the reinforcements from the police base. As long as he remained unscathed and continually active around the archway, the enemy would be in a precarious position, ever vigilant against his potential ambushes. Meanwhile, the reinforcements from the district had also moved toward the police base, and those entering had already picked up on the footsteps of the district's trio. Although only a wall separated them, in this terrain, there was merely a dog hole connecting the two. The first to emerge would inevitably suffer the consequences, making it prudent for neither side to provoke the other. The police base was now positioned, and the counterattack was imminent. Only the adversaries concealed at the jump pad remained vigilant against Lu Feng's potential retaliation from the sewer, unable to stray too far, as they also had to guard against any ambush through the dog hole. Confronted by 3 adversaries directly opposing the police base, one was swiftly dispatched. Lacking body armor due to the need for equipment, he could not withstand many shots. Following this, he exchanged brief words with Lu Feng, grasping his intentions, and tossed a flashbang into the archway. In the split second the flashbang detonated, Lu Feng counterattacked from the sewer, immediately spotting the blinded enemy and eliminating him with 2 shots. Now, only one remained. Equipped with a bomb defusal kit, he turned to dismantle the bomb, while the other 4 steadfastly held their positions, ready to unleash a barrage of gunfire should he expose himself to disrupt the defusal. The resistance faltered, and he was gunned down, resulting in the successful detonation of Bomb 4 and securing the handgun round. Following the successful placement of Bomb 4, they received a reward for the bomb, allowing for additional options in the second round. They could opt for long guns directly or choose a bare-bones approach for the round, entering the third segment fully equipped with long guns. To ensure stability, they refrained from hastily taking up arms and instead opted for light armor as a 5-man team. This strategy posed little threat. With morale already high, they merely expended some ammunition and equipment to navigate the situation flawlessly. The score stood at 2-0, establishing a minor early advantage. Observers could easily discern Lu Feng's seasoned prowess in the previous handgun round. He maximized his personal capabilities through judicious positioning, engaging and retreating, rather than stubbornly confronting the enemy head-on. Not only did he eliminate 2 attacking adversaries, but he also preserved his own safety, establishing a pivotal point for counterattacks behind enemy lines. Had Lu Feng been eliminated, the adversary would have had no lingering concerns, allowing them to leverage the terrain and confront the police reinforcements directly, potentially delaying the bomb's detonation until 4. Given the unstoppable momentum of the attacking side planting Bomb 4, the probability of a successful defense on their part significantly increased. Lu Feng expertly balanced the advantages and disadvantages of the situation. Winning was paramount. The outcome of the handgun round held greater psychological implications for both the offense and defense than many long gun rounds. Returning to the match, the third round commenced with weapons and equipment fully equipped. Lu Feng, having not accumulated sufficient funds due to the previous round's activity, continued to utilize the Fama's rifle. A new strategic contest was about to unfold, and from the perspective of armament configuration, they faced a slight disadvantage. In the third round, they planned to execute a default control strategy. Aware that they had not amassed enough funds for a sniper rifle, they proceeded with the current round. Due to incomplete weaponry, Lu Feng needed to coordinate with his teammate armed with a 4 rifle for defense. With a favorable spawn position, Lu Feng and his teammate jumped to the sewer entrance, deploying a smoke grenade at their feet to establish a dual cover at the sewer's mouth, ready to ambush any adversary attempting to seize control of the center. This dual cover position, capable of catching opponents off guard momentarily, proved highly effective against rapid incursions into the center. Given that Lu Feng was armed with a FAMAS and his teammate possessed a silence 4, Lu Feng assumed the role of anchor. Knowing the opposing team lacked sniper rifles, their movements were bold. They charged forward without hesitation, igniting an offensive from the criminal base with a high flashbang. Indeed, within the confines of the central area, they held both a numerical and armament advantage, presenting a straightforward opportunity. If any defenders dared to confront them head-on, they would surely suffer significant losses. At the sewer entrance, the exposed defender was momentarily disrupted by the high flashbang and failed to open fire immediately. Observing 3 opponents emerging, he grew flustered and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the one in the middle. As the 3 drew closer from the center, they sensed incoming fire but could not pinpoint its origin immediately due to the disorientation caused by the flashbang. Struggling to regain composure, the defender expended considerable effort to secure a kill, but with his magazine nearly depleted, he could no longer continue his assault. At this moment, both Lu Feng and his teammate recognized that expanding their success further was exceedingly challenging. Retreat. Lu Feng quickly suppressed any thoughts of switching to his handgun. The two swiftly ducked into the sewer, preparing to withdraw from the second floor. Their reactions were swift. Upon being downed, they immediately understood that fire was coming from the sewer. Noticing no one emerged to challenge them, they deduced that many from the district had retreated into the sewer. Without hesitation, they launched an attack toward the district. 2 attackers began throwing equipment, preparing to breach the first area. Meanwhile, 2 others advanced from the center, flanking the district through the archway. The defenders at the district and first area could not withstand the onslaught, falling to the coordinated efforts of the attackers. At this point, Lu Feng and his teammate narrowly escaped the supermarket, having lost control of the area to the attackers, while the police base's control also fell into enemy hands. Should they recklessly advance to retake control, they would undoubtedly be intercepted from both fronts. Reluctantly, the 2 retreated back to the supermarket to safeguard their weapons. They successfully secured their first long gun round, bringing the score to 2-1. In the 4th round, Lu Feng relinquished his FAMAS and equipped himself with a silenced 4 rifle. Recognizing his advantageous spawn position, he resolved to collaborate with his teammate for a frontal assault on the center. Unlike previous rounds, they aimed to employ smoke to carefully control the center, seeking opportunities for direct engagement. The adversary's strategy of managing the center played right into Lu Feng's hands, as he utilized the 2 flashbangs thrown into the center to initiate a counterattack. He swiftly eliminated the adversaries at the criminal base and followed up with a smoke grenade to obscure the archway, allowing him to counter from the sewer. Timing his actions perfectly, he swiftly dispatched the would-be ambusher. With a triumphant triple kill, a significant advantage in head count was secured, prompting an immediate consolidation of formation to focus on defending the 2 bomb sites, leaving no opportunity for the adversary to exploit any vulnerabilities. The attacking side, reduced to merely 2 players, faced with a numerical disadvantage, could only cautiously navigate through the designated area. After a series of maneuvers, they managed to eliminate 1 opponent, but were met with an absence of immediate interception, which was disheartening, akin to a punch thrown into the void. This was, in fact, a deliberate strategy to allow them access to the bomb site. Ultimately, the 2 players, with no options left, prepared to plant the bomb. At that moment, teammates surged from all directions, swiftly eliminating the 2 attackers. The score increased to 3-1, extending their lead by 2 points. Previously, having lost only 1 player, they successfully detonated the bomb, winning a round, only to be completely wiped out shortly thereafter, resulting in another loss. Their economy remained intact, presenting a somewhat optimistic outlook, allowing them to sustain another round of long-range engagements. Thus, the 5th round continued to be a contest of long-range tactics. As the 5th round commenced, a trio positioned themselves for close defensive sites 1 and 2. After successfully escorting Lu Feng to the 2nd floor, they retreated to prevent the opposing side from infiltrating and flanking from behind. However, Lu Feng's positioning was not sufficiently cautious. While observing the mid lane, he was targeted and eliminated. This left the players on sites 1 and 2 in a precarious situation, as they became the focal point of defense should the adversary advance through the archway. In the end, rather than engaging in a firefight, they regrouped on the 2nd floor, launching an explosive assault on the site. The defenders at Site 1 successfully delayed the enemy's advance, offering a glimmer of hope for a counteroffensive. Lu Feng opted for a stealthy approach through the back route. Unbeknownst to them, this was a tactic to encircle and counter. Lu Feng, traversing the narrow path, was ambushed by an opponent. The remaining 3 teammates, believing the adversary intended to change sites, were systematically eliminated during their movement. The score shifted to 3-2, closing the gap by 1 point, and they were rewarded with an additional round. In the following round, they equipped themselves with bulletproof vests, powerful handguns, and minimal equipment. Reflecting on the previous match's progression, the decision for this round was misguided. Had they opted for basic armor, Lu Feng could have acquired a sniper rifle in the next round. This choice delayed his access to the sniper rifle by several rounds. The outcome was indeed bleak. The round with basic gear did not yield a successful turnaround. Demonstrating shrewdness, they leveraged their weaponry and equipment advantages to first secure control of the mid lane. After establishing dominance in the mid lane, they executed a coordinated assault from the second floor, simultaneously pressuring the site. The assailants in the narrow path were tasked with clearing ground targets. Engaging from a distance left no room for the adversary to respond. The score equalized at 3-3, returning both teams to a level playing field. In the 7th round, Lu Feng still lacked a sniper rifle and could only contend with his rifle against the opponents. Utilizing his positioning, he sprinted to directly engage an enemy emerging from the smoke. Following a swift maneuver, he darted into a small dark room. Having evidently studied Lu Feng's movements, the opponent anticipated his tactics. Controlling the mid lane, they deployed 2 incendiary grenades to flush Lu Feng out. Just as he approached the doorway to the dark room, a grenade was thrown beside him, severely depleting his health. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, Lu Feng retaliated fiercely, crouching down and unleashing a barrage of fire. The opponent, clearly unprepared for such a counterattack, was swiftly taken down by Lu Feng. Although the adversary retaliated immediately, Lu Feng's firing speed and accuracy proved superior. Ultimately, Lu Feng was eliminated, yet they managed to reclaim control of the mid lane from the opponent. The ensuing scenario was captivating. A 3-on-4 offensive situation was orchestrated with remarkable precision, creating significant pressure on the adversary. In the end, they triumphed in this crucial standoff, moving the score to 3-4, momentarily reclaiming the lead. Chapter 62. The contest. As the score shifted in their favor, they found themselves in yet another round. They finally grasped the crux of the issue. In a defensive scenario, utilizing rifles for stealth or broad control of the map necessitated greater resource mobilization. You require teammates to assist with flashbangs and cover your movements. Conversely, a sniper rifle is relatively resource efficient, offering broader control and a more pronounced advantage over rifles. A defensive sniper positioned effectively can deter opponents from advancing or contesting that point without adequate preparation, potentially causing them to hesitate in certain positions. In contrast, an offensive sniper demands more resources. Positioning poorly necessitates using equipment to secure a spot, requiring teammates to provide dual coverage and protection. At this juncture, a consensus was reached. Lu Feng needed to utilize a sniper rifle to regain control of the match. Following a round with basic gear, they had accumulated sufficient funds. The score subsequently rose to 3-5, prompting a change in defensive strategy, aiming to leverage Lu Feng's sniper rifle to revitalize their defense. As the 9th round commenced, Lu Feng, armed with a sniper rifle, positioned himself strategically, noticing the adversary deploying smoke. He fired 2 shots into the smoke. Although he did not secure a kill immediately, he signaled the presence of a sniper in the defense. Hearing the gunfire, the opposing team became more cautious, adjusting their positioning and utilizing equipment more liberally in specific areas. After vacating his position, Lu Feng summoned a replacement for his defense. After executing a series of jumps, he reached the front of Site 1, using cover to push forward. As he emerged from Site 1, his crosshairs fell upon a lone enemy. Without granting the adversary any opportunity to react, he fired, taking them down. Lu Feng quickly retreated, deploying a smoke grenade to obscure Site 1. After several consecutive jumps, he reached the archway, calling for assistance to block off the single path with smoke. Peering through his scope, he began to anticipate movements from the right side of the archway, waiting for several seconds without anyone appearing. Moving to the other side of the archway, he initiated a long-range push from the narrow path. Indeed, just as his aim was set, he spotted an enemy attempting to deploy equipment near the archway. Lu Feng's reflexes were lightning fast. Despite the opponent's efforts to control their position, they were still caught off guard by his precise shot. After eliminating 2 adversaries, Lu Feng returned to the police base, and the entire team adopted a conservative stance. With a numerical advantage, they merely needed to await the final assault from the opposition. The forceful attack under such disadvantage proved to be feeble, yielding another point to their opponents, bringing the score to 4-5. In the following round, Lu Feng commenced by utilizing his agility to leap onto the narrow path, positioning himself at a height to oversee the exit of the opposing team from the mid lane. The controlling adversary, intending to use the smoke to conceal their movement behind the sandbags, was spotted by Lu Feng as they emerged, resulting in a swift first kill. In a state of disarray, the opponents unleashed a barrage of equipment in an attempt to suppress Lu Feng's position on the narrow path. Utilizing his agility, Lu Feng swiftly retreated into the small dark room, then emerged to engage the mid lane, eliminating an enemy intent on quickly advancing through the archway. Reacting quickly, the adversary threw an incendiary grenade behind the sandbags, aiming to flush Lu Feng from his corner. Anticipating this, Lu Feng was already prepared to escape. A smoke grenade extinguished the flames, and he deftly maneuvered through the dog hole, retreating to the police base. However, he did not stray far, maintaining a watchful eye outside the dog hole, accurately predicting the opponent's next move. Aware that Lu Feng had fled, they attempted to advance through the archway, seeking to exploit the opportunity for a flanking maneuver. Believing himself to be undetected and unnoticed, he attempted to exploit the fleeting moment of his opponent's repositioning to flank them from behind. Little did he know, Lu Feng was already awaiting his arrival. As he emerged from his hiding spot, Lu Feng swiftly dispatched him with a single shot. Having been thwarted twice in his attempts to control the map, he faced the disheartening realization that the opposing sniper had accurately pinpointed his location, causing him considerable distress. At this juncture, their economy had dwindled to a precarious state, making a continued 2v5 assault unrealistic. A further loss would deplete their resources entirely. After a moment of contemplation, he retreated to regroup with his teammates, opting to preserve their weaponry. Since Lu Feng had acquired a sniper rifle, it seemed as though he had become a linchpin for the team, consistently executing successful flanking maneuvers and pressuring their adversaries. Each player contributed significantly, revitalizing the entire squad. The score escalated to 9-5. And as the final point of the first half approached, they found themselves lacking funds and forced to make a desperate push. In the last round, with insufficient equipment, they abandoned their usual strategy of map control and reconnaissance, opting instead for a direct assault with explosives. The defenders in the designated area could not entirely thwart the offensive, resulting in a trade of 2 for 2. Ultimately, Lu Feng and 3 others remained, well-equipped with ample resources. Utilizing their supplies, they launched a counteroffensive from the supermarket, successfully capturing the bomb site. After a series of exchanges that ended in another 2 for 2 trade, Lu Feng adeptly employed a smoke grenade to force the bomb defusal, while an enemy, armed only with a handgun, found himself utterly incapable of contending with Lu Feng amidst the obscurity of the smoke. In the end, Lu Feng's successful defusal secured victory in this clutch situation, netting the final point of the first half. The score settled at 10-5, a relatively standard outcome. Given their earlier loss of advantage, the ability to adapt their strategy and return the match to this level was commendable. Nonetheless, they remained dissatisfied with the first half's results, feeling their response to the opposing team's map control was less than ideal. This, indeed, mirrors the current state of the map, SHMMCHing. The air walls throughout the map remain partially closed off, and many long-range maneuvers have yet to be executed. Controlling the map is imperative for any team. Only by dominating or suppressing a specific area can strategies be effectively deployed. Ultimately, the root of their struggle lay in insufficient research. They had not left a wealth of competitive records on the international stage, and without video footage to analyze, studying Lu Feng, who had played for less than 2 months, was nearly impossible. As the second half commenced, the teams switched roles, preparing for a renewed battle. The opposing team demonstrated formidable defensive capabilities, and their modest lead in the first half did not guarantee victory. Thus, the contest for the pistol round became the pivotal point of the match. Securing the pistol round could potentially propel their score to an irreversible advantage. Conversely, if they were to lose the pistol round, a steady and cautious approach would allow them to leverage their defensive strengths to quickly equalize the score or even seal the match. They devised a strategy that had never been employed before, indicating their seriousness regarding the pistol round. Their approach was reminiscent of a city management-style offensive, with all members positioned conservatively to prolong their survival and avoid being swiftly eliminated by the attacking side. In the pistol round, defenders were particularly vulnerable to being overwhelmed by a coordinated assault, leaving them with little chance to retaliate. In the second half of the match, the pistol round commenced. This time, they opted against a collective offensive in the designated area, instead choosing a tactical approach reminiscent of their earlier strategy. They aimed to secure the police station by blocking visibility from the jump platform, with no one coordinating in the middle. Their defensive setup diverged from the norm, with one player hidden beneath the wooden platform on the second floor, another observing from the police station, while the remaining 3 fortified the area. They anticipated that the opposing team would execute an efficient opening strategy in the pistol round, making it likely for them to employ it in such a critical match. However, their assumptions proved incorrect. 2 smoke grenades soared over the first area, exploding at predetermined spots, while flashbang detonated overhead, a signal for their assault. Lu Feng ascended to the second floor, while the other 4 surged from the first area. Observing from the telephone booth, one player, upon witnessing the explosion, chose not to retreat and attempted to capitalize on the situation. However, after being struck by a member of the advancing team, he hastily retreated to the police station. Lu Feng, having received information from his teammates, seized the opportunity to shoot at the police station from the second floor, swiftly eliminating the injured player. At that moment, every action Lu Feng undertook was laden with meticulous detail. He executed a rotational jump, diving into a blind spot of the bomb site rather than simply descending from the second floor. The player hiding below, expecting to intercept Lu Feng's descent, was taken by surprise as Lu Feng maneuvered in midair, landing directly in the blind spot. Upon landing, Lu Feng did not linger. He swiftly adjusted his perspective and searched the area below, catching the unsuspecting defenders off guard. The 2 defenders in the area fell, allowing them to successfully seize control of the police station. After safeguarding his teammates as they placed the bomb at the police station, he quickly arranged a defensive formation, preparing for the inevitable counterattack. Just as they settled into position, the counteroffensive arrived. With the police station under their control, the defenders opted to retreat through the archway. The first player to charge out of the archway aimed to swiftly circle behind the long box, but was intercepted by a defender concealed in the sandwich area. Meanwhile, another player, distracted by the defender in the sandwich area, fell victim to Lu Feng, who had positioned himself in the blind spot of the bomb site. Ultimately, the last player to emerge faced a barrage of fire from multiple angles, leaving him defenseless in the center of the path. The score of 11-5 marked their victory in the pistol round, tilting the scales of triumph in their favor. Subsequently, in the following 2 rounds, the defending team refrained from taking unnecessary risks, opting for bare minimum equipment to consolidate their economy. The score reached 13-5 as both teams entered the first long gun round of the second half. Lu Feng had acquired a sniper rifle, while the others were armed with rifles. The opposing team utilized a conventional strategy, opting for a slow map control approach. Initially, Lu Feng, equipped with his sniper rifle, noticed that the enemy had deployed smoke to obscure their advance. Upon observing that the opposing team was not executing a rapid assault, but rather a methodical map control strategy, he chose to reposition with his teammates to the police station, taking aim at the first area. Executing a 1-3-1 formation, Lu Feng quickly ascended to the second floor and positioned himself at the first area, while the remaining 3 controlled the middle. With their equipment properly laid out, the trio controlling the middle advanced down the path, successfully eliminating the player hiding in the small black room. Observing the elimination of the opposing defender, they prepared to further invade the path. A defender stationed at the archway seized the opportunity, taking out the first player to enter the path, while another player, retreating from the first area to counterattack at the archway, was met with a double kill from Lu Feng's teammates positioned in the path. The ensuing skirmish in the middle resulted in a disastrous exchange of 1-for-3, inflicting significant losses on their side. Recognizing the chaos in the middle, they surmised that the defender's attention was likely focused there and promptly charged out of the first area in search of an opportunity. The sniper positioned at the police station was undeterred by the commotion in the middle and skillfully intercepted a player rushing from the first area. Observing the main defensive zone becoming compromised, Lu Feng decisively charged from the second floor, eliminating a player attempting to retreat. Leaping from the second floor, Lu Feng immediately began planting the bomb, prioritizing securing the reward before anything else. In a 1v3 situation, he opted to take the initiative, advancing into the supermarket in search of an advantageous position. Indeed, he found his opportunity, executing a precise shot that took down a player who had just entered the supermarket. Although he succeeded in eliminating one opponent, his position was now fully revealed. From a narrow path back to defense, he understood Lu Feng's prowess. The two provided mutual cover as they advanced, always remaining together, denying each other the opportunity for a one-on-one confrontation. Ultimately, Lu Feng was eliminated by the duo's coordinated assault. They successfully completed the bomb defusal, achieving a narrow victory. Fortunately, the surviving players managed to retrieve a sniper rifle after the bomb was defused, bringing the score to 13-6, a resilient comeback. In the preceding round, Lu Feng successfully planted the bomb, accumulating a decent economic advantage that allowed him to continue engaging with rifles. In contrast, despite securing a victory, their economy teetered on the brink of collapse. A single loss would plunge them into dire straits. The subsequent rounds followed this pattern. Although they did not secure the final victory, they consistently planted the bomb, earning rewards that maintained their economy, enabling them to continue purchasing rifles. Each round culminated with 1 or 2 players remaining, preventing them from amassing sufficient funds. Eventually, through a feigned explosive distraction and a genuine offensive maneuver, they secured a point. The last straw emerged, and their economy finally crumbled. As the score reached 14-9 in the second half, they were left in a precarious situation, effectively handing the match point to their opponents. They did not allow any openings to be exploited and secured the match point with steady resolve. At 15-9, victory was merely a step away. Lu Feng readied his sniper rifle, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. At the outset, Lu Feng was positioned at point A1. Without hesitation, he sprinted to A1, executing 2 consecutive jumps to ascend the structure. He aimed down the sights, steadying his position with fluid precision. Bang! A single shot felled the opponent who had just emerged from the long box. A1 as a sniper, he urgently warned his teammates. After securing the first kill, Lu Feng did not retreat. He swiftly moved to crouch at the left side head position. The second player, emerging from the police station, attempted to retaliate. But Lu Feng executed a spring-like maneuver and eliminated him as well. He prepared to intercept the transition between A1 and the short box with his sniper rifle. Aware that the enemy sniper was likely present, he threw a flashbang to briefly disorient them, then leapt to the second floor, aiming with his sniper rifle. His teammates poured out from A1, swiftly taking control of the bomb site and the police station under Lu Feng's cover. The enemy, seasoned and wise, sensed the threat. They attempted to accelerate past the door frame, exploiting a speed advantage. This tactic might work against other snipers, but against Lu Feng's reflexes, it proved futile. Just as the opponent gained momentum beneath the doorframe, bang, Lu Feng denied them a chance to land, eliminating them instantly. With the enemy's defenses utterly shattered, defeat was merely a matter of time. Ultimately, no miracle unfolded, and they held firm in the final moments. The score settled at 16-9, securing victory in this semifinal. They had sent their opponents home early from their own turf. Chapter 64. Post-match, in the instant of victory, the team leapt to their feet, cheering, embracing, and high-fiving one another. This celebration was notably shorter than that of the first elimination round. After 3 grueling maps, both teams had expended considerable energy. Although excitement coursed through them, they quickly tempered their emotions. The team rose and exited the soundproof room, making their way to the competition area to shake hands with their opponents. Lu Feng lingered at the back, eager to capture a moment with the 2 legendary players and request their autographs. Upon entering the competition area, both teams began shaking hands and exchanging smiles. Lu Feng approached he, extending his hand. After shaking hands with Lu Feng, he promptly inquired, "Who are you?" "Yes, I am," Lu Feng replied. "You've caused us quite a bit of trouble." "Well done," he remarked with a smile. "Thank you. I've learned a lot from you. I have been your fan since the 16th era. I would love to take a photo with you and hope you can sign my memorabilia. However, it seems I'm not quite prepared for that at the moment." Lu Feng expressed his desire to his idols. "Oh, no problem. We will be checking out at noon tomorrow in Malm. Feel free to come find us before then," he replied with a smile. "Thank you. I will definitely come." Lu Feng nodded in appreciation, shook hands once more with the 2, and turned to leave. Back in their competition area, the teams swiftly disassembled their gaming equipment, preparing to vacate the venue. At that moment, someone rushed into their area, informing them that the host required an interview and needed someone to step forward. This task undoubtedly fell to Lu Feng, as he was the only one capable of articulating his thoughts in English. He was asked to go first for the interview, while the others helped him pack up. Lu Feng hurried to the center of the stage, greeted by the same Asian host, whom they referred to as Big Face Sister, who had presumably since departed. The audience had not yet dispersed, and as Lu Feng stepped onto the stage, cheers erupted from the crowd. "Hey, you made it to the finals. How does it feel?" the host asked as her first question. "It feels amazing. This match has left us a bit fatigued, and we might go grab a bite to eat soon," Lu Feng responded, sticking to a straightforward account of their feelings. "After losing the first map, you rallied back to win the next two. Can you describe the match and what changes you made?" "This match was somewhat challenging for us, particularly on the first map, where we were completely dominated by our opponents. The second map was one of our strengths, and everything unfolded according to our plan, making it much smoother. On the third map, both teams were evenly matched in the rifle rounds, but we managed to win both pistol rounds, which gave us an advantage. I'm glad we didn't falter in those rounds." Lu Feng succinctly recounted the match's progression, reflecting the reality as everyone had witnessed it. Nothing particularly special. "Well done. Is there anything you'd like to say to the audience here? I imagine many have already become your fans." "First, I would like to thank the audience for their encouragement. Although they were the home team, the crowd still showed us great respect. Additionally, I noticed many familiar faces in the audience who cheered loudly for us, and I want to express my gratitude." At this point, Lu Feng paused, took a deep breath, and spoke in Chinese, "Thank you." Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted into cheers once more. Meanwhile, in the club's meeting room back in the homeland, everyone continued to watch Lu Feng's interview. The owner's smile stretched from ear to ear. "After watching the finals tomorrow, regardless of the outcome, everyone gets a 3-day vacation." Wow, long live the boss. The owner understood that the team reaching the finals of a major tournament had made history. Indeed, after the Malm competition concluded, upon returning home and facing other domestic teams, they typically dominated. The gap had widened significantly after the rigors of international competition. In less than serious scenarios, no domestic team could score more than 5 points against them. In the following period, after undergoing rigorous training, the tactical and technical levels of other domestic professional teams improved rapidly. Even some second-tier domestic teams could now compete with teams like the Australian Cowboys. Thus, the achievements in Malm had a tremendous impact on their development. In a streaming room on a certain platform, the broadcaster exclaimed, "Brothers, we have made history, advancing to the finals." After watching Brother Nyolyo's interview, the streamer felt an inexplicable urge to cry. On the territory of others, defeating 2 home teams consecutively is truly exhilarating. My friends, during the finals, regardless of victory or defeat, the streamer wielded a gradient knife with fervor. Simultaneously, the streamer expressed admiration for the team, noting that after their roster change, they exhibited the potential of champions. Unfortunately, they encountered opponents buoyed by the goodwill of countless players. It was evident that our performance was superior. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, the esteemed General Masisi shared his sentiments with the audience. "Astonishingly, we have created a miracle. Earlier this year, we faced significant setbacks, yet they made a remarkable recovery and unearthed the prodigious talent known as Ni Lu Ge." At such a critical juncture, the bold decision to utilize newcomers showcased remarkable audacity. When the lineup announcement was made, few believed in their prospects. However, now, everyone stands corrected. I assure you, following this opportunity for international training, the champions of all major tournaments in the Asia-Pacific region will undoubtedly be theirs. It truly aligns with his own words. The professional commentator must dare to make judgments. Returning our gaze to Ma RMO, we gathered our belongings and departed from the competition venue. The evening had set in, and in the Nordic region, 24-hour fast food establishments are a rarity. Upon returning to the hotel, we could only indulge in the local Swedish cuisine offered within, which was quite delightful, and everyone enjoyed a hearty meal. After dining, Lu Feng's first task was to summon the team photographer to seek autographs and photos. The 2 legendary players were indeed waiting for Lu Feng. Observing this exceptionally gifted young player, the 2 veterans seemed to see reflections of their younger selves. A wave of nostalgia washed over them as they affirmed Lu Feng's talent. The 2 legendary veterans offered Lu Feng and the team some advice, suggesting that as a sniper, his approach needed to be more aggressive. In terms of equipment management and tactical execution, further refinement was necessary, as the current strategy overly relied on player conditions and lacked diversity. With another match scheduled for the following day, after a brief exchange, Lu Feng bid farewell to the 2 and returned to the team's quarters. The impending finals against formidable opponents required swift strategizing and a thorough review of the opponent's data. The team from RMO displayed impressive form, particularly with their 3 riflemen, whose firepower was formidable. In another semifinal match, they decisively swept their opponents, allowing only 9 points across 2 maps. Furthermore, they possessed a sniper. And although Guahuang's recent performance had fluctuated, one could never predict when he might unleash his prowess. Who would dare underestimate a top-tier sniper? After a lengthy discussion, it became evident that the opponent's default control of the map was highly commendable, and we needed to engage them head-on at certain key positions. Should we falter in direct confrontations at various points, the match would become exceedingly arduous. Having grown weary from the day's exertions, we disbanded shortly thereafter to rest. Chapter 65. Regret. 2 days later, the day following the conclusion of the MO finals, Lu Feng busied himself packing his belongings in his room. He turned, his gaze lingering on the medal resting in the corner of his suitcase. It was the award bestowed upon him by the tournament committee after the finals. Just a single medal, devoid of a championship trophy, as they had suffered defeat. Players across the globe witnessed the finals livestream, noting the overwhelming score of 2-0 against them. The world only saw the champions lifting the MO trophy, with no one concerned for the runners-up, nor the desolate figure quietly packing up his gear. Unbeknownst to him, his thoughts drifted back to the day of the finals. The first map, Inferno, ended in a narrow loss at 14-16. The second map, Mirage, saw them overwhelmed by a crushing 16-3 defeat, leading their opponents to victory. After the match, he mournfully collected his equipment, preparing to leave the venue while the main stage basked in applause, flowers, and the championship trophy. In that moment, an unexpected announcement was made by the organizers that the award for the tournament's most valuable player went to a member of the losing team. Although Lu Feng had dominated the competition with an average of 177 across 9 maps, significantly ahead of the second-place score of 136, this was unprecedented. A non-champion receiving such an honor had never occurred before. Lu Feng became the first to achieve this accolade as a member of a non-championship team. The ensuing discourse surrounding this topic eclipsed the excitement of the championship victory. Many players expressed skepticism. Was it credible for a non-championship team member to receive an award? Yet, a significant number of players presented statistics that validated the decision. In major tournaments, an average of 177 compared to 118 is an unprecedented statistic. Whether anyone will surpass this record in the future remains uncertain, but such numbers are indeed astonishing. What transpired before the finals? What caused the team to falter so swiftly? These details were not disclosed. Only they knew. The issue arose during the late-night meal following the semifinals. With all chain fast food establishments closed, they begrudgingly returned to the hotel for dinner. The local delicacies, dried fish, shrimp paste sandwiches, and distinct barbecued meats, while sumptuous and flavorful, resulted in severe gastrointestinal distress among the team. That night, they were plagued by frequent trips to the restroom, with all players suffering for diarrhea until the team leader urgently procured anti-diarrheal medication. The local culinary offerings wreaked havoc on the players' stomachs, resulting in a severe rejection response. As the saying goes, even the mightiest cannot withstand 3 bouts of diarrhea. By the day of the finals, some players exhibited low-grade fevers, while others faced mild dehydration, hampering their cognitive agility. Throughout the match, apart from their familiarity with Inferno, which allowed for instinctive responses, the excessive strain of the first map depleted their already waning energy reserves. Consequently, they succumbed swiftly in the second map. A loss is a loss. Such circumstances cannot serve as grounds for complaint and hardly merit discussion. Health management during competitions rests solely with the respective teams, and the tournament committee bears no responsibility. If health issues during the competition adversely affect a player's performance, it reflects a lack of professionalism within the team, rather than a fault of others. To claim that diarrhea led to a loss in the finals is rather embarrassing. One cannot attribute food poisoning when all consumed the same hotel food. Why was it only their team that fell ill? In such a large establishment conducting business, one cannot voice improbable occurrences that tarnish reputations. Speaking carelessly incurs accountability. Thus, the team harbored grievances without a means to express them. After their semi-final victory, everyone felt in peak form, prepared to grasp the championship. Their performance in this tournament had indeed illuminated the path to victory for many players. Although Lu Feng had experienced significant enhancements in physical capabilities following his journey, he was not invincible. Fever and cold, accompanied by diarrhea, have brought forth a myriad of issues. Yet the symptoms are markedly milder than those experienced by other team members. In the finals, Lu Feng's performance remained commendable, but it could not redeem a team that was collectively absent. Lu Feng felt immense regret and frustration for not being able to showcase the full extent of his capabilities during this decisive match. The only solace came from the honor bestowed upon him by the organizing committee. In the domestic club's office, the manager lamented, "I have communicated with Lu Ko. The entire team suffered from food poisoning. Some experienced dehydration, while others had fevers. The team was completely out of sorts, with no energy to strategize or even think clearly." As he recounted the grim situation relayed from Malm, his frustration mounted. "Damn it, you all went there as mere tourists? Knowing how late the match would conclude, why didn't you procure fast food in advance? Are you just sightseeing?" The logistical support for the team during the competition was abysmal. Upon learning the actual circumstances, the owner was infuriated. Such a fundamental oversight pushed him over the edge, and he chastised the club's staff loudly. "I repeatedly emphasized that you should not simply drink any water provided and to purchase branded bottled water. Do not indulge in local delicacies. Stick to food from reputable chains. If you wish to enjoy yourselves, wait until after the competition." With the team's recent achievements, it seemed they had become complacent, as if my words were mere trifles. Slamming his hand on the table, he vented his frustrations, feeling utterly exasperated. All staff members crowded in the owner's office, heads bowed in silence. After a prolonged pause, the atmosphere gradually calmed, and his tone softened. "Although the cost is steep, consider it a lesson learned. Such occurrences will not be tolerated in the future. The club has the budget for this. You must take it seriously and abandon your cavalier attitude. Just because nothing happened domestically does not mean your methods are infallible. Competing abroad has proven otherwise. Do not remain overly optimistic. The sanitation conditions in some countries may not match our own." With a weary sigh, he dismissed everyone. "Let me be alone for a moment." As the employees hurriedly exited the office, relief washed over them. Returning to Lu Feng, after packing his belongings, he felt a sudden pang of pain in his stomach. Damn it, not again. He rushed to the restroom, knocking frantically on the door. "Just a moment. I'll be out shortly." The response came from another occupant, who had been using the restroom for over half an hour. Volume 1 concludes here. Chapter 66. Returning home, the group gathered their belongings and collected their pre-booked tickets from the hotel front desk. A minibus arranged by the organizers awaited them downstairs. Once everyone boarded, the driver started the vehicle, slowly departing from the hotel parking lot. Through the window, Lu Feng caught sight of teammates and staff boarding another vehicle on the opposite side. A faint smile gracing his lips as he mused, "We have plenty of time ahead." As the bus navigated away from the hotel, the stadium where this competition took place came into view. The atmosphere was subdued, with only the gentle hum of the engine breaking the silence, as everyone stared at the arena. This was where Lu Feng's journey began. The first glimmer of success he had reaped this year. Memories of the competition in Malm flashed through his mind like vivid scenes from a film. The disdainful glances, the approving nods, the scornful gazes, and the mix of triumph and disappointment. Many teams possessed championship potential, yet some players were simply out of form, and their training results fell short of expectations. Although the team did not clinch the championship, their performance exceeded all anticipations. The players felt a significant sense of regret over losing in the finals, yet it was not an insurmountable defeat. Lu Feng accepted the outcome, as he had showcased his abilities against formidable opponents, achieving a dominant performance that overshadowed even the champions. After the finals, numerous club staff approached Lu Feng, seeking his contact information. Perhaps one day, this could lead to deep collaborations with prestigious international clubs. Receiving such requests reaffirmed Lu Feng's understanding of his value. A sniper without weaknesses is a rare gem in the professional realm, and clubs would undoubtedly pay close attention to him. He pondered who his future teammates might be, a thought worthy of contemplation. As the stadium faded from view, the bus accelerated onto the expressway leading to the airport. Shortly after, they arrived at the airport and checked in for their flights. The moment they boarded the plane, the atmosphere shifted, easing into relaxed chatter as they anticipated the long journey ahead. With a thunderous rumble, the aircraft landed at Shanghai Hongqiao International Airport. Stepping off the plane and inhaling the familiar air, a renewed vigor surged through them. Without delay, they rushed to the high-speed train station, where the club had already secured their tickets, aiming for the quickest return to the club. The club's leaders awaited their arrival with eager anticipation. The owner personally greeted the returning team at the station. Due to a welcome banquet arranged for them, they did not head straight to the club, but instead traveled to a fine dining establishment. Despite the competition's disappointments and logistical errors, the owner felt satisfied with the results, which had far surpassed his expectations. At the dining table, he refrained from chastising the young players and staff, instead urging them to learn from his experience. Indeed, the lesson had been significant enough that they would not forget it easily. The players did not rest. Upon returning to the club the next day, they immediately engaged in the online qualifiers for an invitational tournament. Soon after, they boarded another high-speed train, hastily making their way to the capital to participate in the offline finals of the Master S Division. This competition featured various professional teams, including several other domestic second and third-tier squads. Among them was a team led by a former captain, whose strength had been steadily improving, and another well-established club with a commendable lineup. Lu Feng kept a keen eye on a newly formed team led by a regular young player, whose abilities were steadily rising. In his previous life, Lu Feng had always admired players who relied on their intellect in gaming, and this young leader was one of them. Although the competition boasted formidable teams, the outcome remained predictable. The team dominated throughout, claiming the championship. With the conclusion of this trip to the capital, only a few scattered online qualifiers remained on their agenda. The team members finally had a moment to catch their breath. Next month, they will travel to Seoul, South Korea, to participate in the offline qualifiers for the Asia-Pacific region. This championship, held in the Asia-Pacific, boasts a prize pool exceeding $30,000, with the victors earning a place in the qualifiers for the tournament in Cologne, which will take place in Katowice, Poland. This is the most significant event of the year, representing the prestigious Cologne Grand Prix. Undoubtedly, this competition ranks among the most crucial of the first half of the season, primarily due to the coveted stickers. As the pinnacle of competition in the Asia-Pacific region, it naturally attracts all the seasoned adversaries, including the Australian Cowboys and their formidable competitors. Other teams possess only average strength, merely serving as fillers. During these days at the club, Lu Feng feels remarkably relaxed and content. His daily routine consists of analyzing and optimizing tactical maneuvers, testing newly devised strategies, and participating in various online qualifiers. The remaining time is spent engaging in light banter with teammates, indulging in snacks, jogging in the gym downstairs, and climbing the competitive ladder. Recently, the club has disbursed various prize money, including that from the Malm tournament, to Lu Feng, along with an additional bonus to encourage his recent performance. Lu Feng leads a highly disciplined life, residing and dining primarily at the club, avoiding extravagant expenditures. In accordance with his previous plans, he has converted all the prize money and salary from the club into in-game items, carefully accumulating them. During this period, a matter has caught Lu Feng's attention. A well-known domestic streaming platform has signed a contract with the club. All team members are required to stream a few times each month on this platform to receive corresponding compensation. Lu Feng readily accepts this requirement. After all, it simply involves streaming gameplay, and whether others watch or not, he still earns money. Unbeknownst to him, his current popularity has skyrocketed, with a vast fan base eagerly awaiting his streams. Thus, upon the announcement of his debut streaming time, a flood of fans surged into his designated streaming room, subscribing in anticipation of his broadcast. This influx of viewers, remarkable in the realm of gaming streams, led the platform's traffic manager to suspect a back-end error. Chapter 67. The first live stream the day of Lu Feng's debut stream arrived swiftly. He had previously arranged with Chun Hang via WeChat to join him for the occasion. Having a familiar companion would ease Lu Feng's nerves, enhancing the overall entertainment value of the stream. As the time approached, Lu Feng promptly launched his streaming software, commencing his inaugural broadcast. Simultaneously, the platform sent out notifications to all subscribers regarding the live stream. Upon receiving the notification, players flocked to the stream, causing Lu Feng to be taken aback by the surge in viewer statistics. Just as Lu Feng was about to greet the audience, the streaming signal abruptly cut out, plunging the broadcast into darkness. The overwhelming number of players had caused the streaming platform's servers to crash, prompting the backend team to scramble to allocate additional bandwidth and server resources to rectify the situation. After approximately half a minute, the stream resumed, and Lu Feng began to address the audience. Hello everyone, I am from the team. Welcome to my first live stream. Thank you all for your support. Those who have wandered into the wrong stream may exit. After delivering his opening remarks, the chat began to explode with comments. Is this really the stream of Lu Feng? It can't be a fake, can it? Verified. It is indeed Lu Feng. Various gifs flooded the screen, overwhelming Lu Feng's mind momentarily. At that moment, Lu Feng received a message on his phone from Chun Hang. Don't just stand there, thank everyone for their gifts, and start playing the game. They are here to see your skills. Lu Feng, no longer hesitating, opened a matchmaking platform, ready to team up with Chun Hang. Fortune smiled upon them, as no players fled, and they successfully matched for their first game, allowing the match to commence smoothly. The opposing team consisted of several high-ranking casual players, not professional competitors, who were curious to witness the prowess of the newly crowned champion. Even against a lineup of high-ranking casual players, Lu Feng proved to be an insurmountable challenge. He executed a series of impressive kills, showcasing his agility, which thrilled the viewers. The chat erupted in unison, proclaiming, "Let's go." Lu Feng made an effort to engage with the audience. As he wielded his sniper rifle, he narrated his thought process and shared some of the techniques he employed, step by step. Another wave of impressive kills ensued, prompting the chat to echo, "I want to learn this." The overwhelming barrage of messages brought a smile to Lu Feng's face as he reminisced about his past experiences watching similar streams. After completing 2 ranked matches, Lu Feng took a brief break to interact with his viewers. The chat buzzed with inquiries. "Lu Feng, could you share about the Mom finals?" He sighed, "Honestly, there isn't much to say. The objective reason is that some of our teammates faced health issues. Ultimately, we simply need to strengthen our skills through more training. Practice makes perfect." The chat continued, "Lu Feng, why are you still using the default skin? Can I give you some skins?" Lu Feng replied, "I have skins. I just prefer using the original ones a bit more." Another viewer asked, "What was your experience like during the matches?" Lu Feng simply responded, in 2 words, "Very strong." As the banter continued, Lu Feng addressed the audience's curiosity about his plans. "In a few days, we will head to South Korea for the Asian qualifiers. If we qualify, we will proceed to Poland for the offline qualifiers in Cologne. The schedule is quite tight." The chat chimed in, "You must be the unbeatable force in Asia now, right?" Lu Feng laughed. "I wouldn't say unbeatable. We are in good form and gearing up for success. We are experiencing some great chemistry as a team, currently in a honeymoon phase. Our development in Asia has been relatively slow, so we're not exceptionally strong. We rely on our peers to highlight our capabilities." As the interaction with viewers concluded, Lu Feng began randomly selecting lucky viewers from the chat to award team jerseys. Following the raffle, he revealed the room number for the matchmaking platform, inviting 3 of the fastest viewers to join him in a gaming session. Although Lu Feng's streaming skills were quite rudimentary, the overall viewership remained at the top of the charts for the day. The streaming platform's officials recognized this and consistently featured his stream on the homepage. The official website of the 5-Duel platform also made efforts to increase activity, particularly by establishing a connection to Lu Feng's live streaming room at the top of the site. Upon witnessing the remarkable popularity of Lu Feng's stream, the other team members expressed their envy, remarking that they were thankful not to be streaming on the same day as him. Lu Feng, having streamed for 5 consecutive hours, felt somewhat fatigued, yet the enthusiasm in the live room remained fervent. Ultimately, he had no choice but to deflate the excitement and announce the conclusion of the day's broadcast. After ending the stream, Lu Feng picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Chun Hang, expressing gratitude for his companionship throughout the 5 hours. As Lu Feng exited the training room, he noticed the captain smoking by the trash can. "Captain, why are you alone? Have you eaten?" he inquired. "Not yet. I went out with those 3, and they returned home to their mothers," the captain replied. Lu Feng mused about the trio's antics. "Come on, let's go eat." "It's on me," he invited. "All right, just wait a moment while I grab my coat and phone," the captain responded cheerfully, turning back to the training room to fetch his belongings. Once they were both ready, the 2 entered the elevator side by side and descended to the ground floor. Lu Feng genuinely wished to treat this elder brother to a meal, as he regarded him as a mentor who guided him into the professional arena, fostering a deep sense of gratitude and respect. Upon exiting the club's building, they quickly arrived at a renowned barbecue restaurant nearby. Lu Feng ordered the pricier options without hesitation and did not spare his wallet. The captain tried to restrain him, saying, "That's enough. You've ordered things I've never even heard of. They're too expensive." Lu Feng insisted, "Don't worry, brother. It's been 2 months since I've had the chance to properly thank you. I understand how far I've come." The captain chuckled, "You're overthinking it. I merely suggested it. If you're gold, you will shine regardless. As long as you don't make foolish mistakes, no one can obstruct your path." Lu Feng replied, "I understand. I just want to train hard and compete well, without getting involved in anything else. Please, let me finish ordering the dishes." The captain smiled at him, shaking his head in resignation. This meal was spent in a casual exchange of anecdotes, as the captain reminisced about his early days in the profession. sharing numerous stories from when he first began. Lu Feng listened intently, reflecting on the perseverance required to reach this point and the significant shifts in the environment that had occurred. During the meal, Lu Feng noticed the captain frequently checking his phone to respond to messages. He had heard that the captain was pursuing a female gaming commentator. Lu Feng, however, was not particularly interested in others' private lives, as he was not yet at a stage in his life to consider such matters. After their meal, the two returned to their dormitory and went to sleep. A few days later, the Labor Day holiday concluded, and the entire team boarded a flight to Seoul, South Korea, to participate in the Asian offline qualifiers. The tournament would last 4 days, with a total prize pool of $55,000, and the champions would receive $35,000. 8 teams from the Asia-Pacific region were competing. Prior to this tournament, the two teams had faced each other in the finals of the Master S tournament and the national qualifiers, where they had decisively won 3-0, allowing only 8 points across 3 maps. However, in this qualifier, the two teams would not meet immediately as they were placed in different groups. Lu Feng's group contained Australia's second team and Korea's local team, while the other group included Australia's top team, the UAE, and Korea's second local team. The group matches were relatively easy, beginning with a match against the first team, where they triumphed with a score of 16-1. They could have achieved a complete shutout, but chose to let 1 point slip, not wishing to humiliate their opponents. In the second group match, they faced their old rivals, Australia's top team, on the maps Desert Mirage and Death Park. They delivered back-to-back 16-1 victories, crushing the Australian team with a decisive 2-0 score and securing advancement to the knockout stage ahead of schedule. After defeating Korea's local team, they lost to another squad. In the third round of the group, they overcame the UAE team, advancing as the second team in their group to the knockout stage. Meanwhile, in the other group, Australia's second team first won against the top Australian team and then secured a 2-1 victory in the third match, advancing as the group leaders to the knockout stage. Their opponents in the knockout stage were the second-place team from the other group, Australia's top team. Following an initial loss, they swiftly defeated the local teams, advancing as the second team in their group to the knockout stage. Now, for teams from two nationalities found themselves facing off against each other, having encountered familiar rivals early in the knockout stage. They won their first match, reaching the finals while awaiting the outcome of the competing teams. In the lower bracket of the knockout stage, 2 Australian teams battled fiercely across 3 maps, ultimately emerging victorious and retaining their positions. During the finals, the opponent's strength was not enough to motivate them. They relied solely on their instinctual movements, leaving the opposition defenseless. Across 2 maps, the opponents managed to score only 4 points, resulting in a 2-0 victory. This triumph also granted them a ticket to the Cologne offline qualifiers later that year. Previously, they had endured 5 grueling matches in the qualifiers, ultimately securing only 2 wins and 3 losses. They first lost to a team led by the renowned player Headshot Brother, followed by a win against a Brazilian team. In the third match, they succumbed to a rising team, and in the fourth, they triumphed over a North American dark horse. Finally, in a do-or-die 5th match against a team also on the brink of elimination, they were completely dominated, falling short just 1 step away from the main event. In this competition, they faced a powerful opponent once more, reclaiming the championship title for the second time, while the entire team transitioned to a new roster. They had successfully advanced to the finals, marking the first time this young team came so close to the trophy. This occasion was entirely a celebration for the American teams. Returning to the present, after claiming the championship in the Asia-Pacific qualifiers, they hurried back home. The next international competition was over a month away, as the European off-season was about to commence. The Asia-Pacific region had no significant tournaments, only minor online contests. Oh, Lu Feng remembered that there was an offline match in Beijing a few days later, with only 2 teams competing in the finals. Most of the other matches had been completed online. At that time, the competitive environment was just beginning to rise, and many tournaments were organized in this peculiar manner to save costs. This left Lu Feng somewhat speechless, as he had to travel for a single match. Thus, this time, the team did not board a flight back to their club's base, but landed directly in the capital. To minimize travel fatigue, they opted to train and rest in the capital for a few days, as the finals were to be held there shortly. The team shared this plan and traveled together to the capital, checking into the hotel designated by the event organizers. After a few days of training and recuperation, the finals commenced. The teams maintained their stable performance, decisively winning with a score of 3-0, thus concluding the first half of the year's competition on a high note. Following the match, Lu Feng felt a surge of joy within him. Since the capital was in close proximity to his hometown, he took a few days off to visit. At that moment, nostalgia for his hometown engulfed his thoughts like a tidal wave. Having secured his train ticket, Lu Feng boarded the train destined for his native land. At the tender age of 18, possessing the wisdom of someone in their 20s, he understood how to adjust his mindset. A visit home to reconnect with friends and pay respects to his grandparents would bring him a sense of tranquility. This adjustment and attitude would also lay a solid foundation for the battles that lay ahead in the latter half of the year. Chapter 69. The bustling off-season since the beginning of Malm, several clubs that had failed to achieve any victories in the first half were not idle. They continuously scrutinized their existing rosters and began scouting for new talent in preparation for the upcoming season. Notably, fresh blood entered the professional arena, with the most prominent being a newly established club. For the clubs struggling in the first half, roster changes became exceedingly frequent. They let go of certain players, acquiring formidable French talent instead. They parted ways with those who were performing adequately, evidently having found better options, which were crucial to their ambitions. Meanwhile, another team also opted for a similar Danish roster, resulting in the dismissal of a promising young player. In addition, they began to take notice of another young talent from Denmark, a burgeoning star whose joining was merely a matter of time. In the coming years, from a God's eye perspective, these maneuvers appeared utterly mesmerizing. At this juncture, the universally acknowledged prodigy stood on the brink of disintegration, starting to engage in flirtation with the notion of change. This was not entirely unexpected, as the latter represented the ultimate refuge for all Ukrainian talents. Concurrently, a return to the scene was noted. Yet the once great Cosmic team had lost its previous edge. The North American team announced the addition of a Spanish prodigy and enlisted a former star as their coach, heralding the rise of a new generation of North American champions. Faced with underwhelming performance, the French tactician sought to revamp their strategy, turning to youth as their solution. As interest surged, professional teams at all levels sought new possibilities, a topic too extensive to enumerate here. Observing the recent shifts in the global professional sphere, Lu Feng felt a wave of reflection. Perhaps this was the essence of competitive sports. These operations not only sought new breakthroughs for clubs, but also provided fresh opportunities for athletes. At present, he had little time to dwell on these matters, as cherishing this rare break was of utmost importance. He planned to pay respects to his grandparents, meet with Chun Heng, and reconnect with his university mentors, ensuring that his holiday was filled to the brim. In a small meeting room of a club in Germany, several executives convened. Should we consider some changes in our roster? Or perhaps abandon our local players in favor of a purely international lineup? The club's owner initiated the discussion. Following the owner's lead, the division manager chimed in. We have begun to experiment with some international players, and I believe our current roster is simply experiencing fluctuations in performance, not a lack of skill. They deserve more time. The team leader, in agreement, added, I concur, our roster still requires cohesion. The three local players possess the capability to assist the team. Although I recognize that their skills are not on par with others, we are approaching a major event in Cologne, a premier competition held on German soil. Abandoning local players before this could tarnish our reputation. The owner, visibly frustrated by their responses, retorted, Stop giving me the runaround. I am not interested in these mundane opinions. Who can tell me the ceiling for this roster? Do you think the shareholders will be pleased to hear this? We need to enhance our performance swiftly and join the ranks of the top 10 teams. I need you to tell me how to support you, not to leave me waiting. My request is simple. Do not sit idle. Find ways to improve our results and start acting on them. The manager and the team leader exchanged glances, realizing the simplicity of the situation. Roster changes were common, requiring data support from analysts and sufficient budget from the owner. Now that the owner had stated that funds were available, it was up to them to advise on how to allocate those resources effectively. Following Malm, they had privately discussed the matter, expressing dissatisfaction with the performance of the three Phantoms during the tournament. Their attention shifted towards a versatile and language barrier-free prodigy from Malm, whose potential was enticing. With this in mind, the manager spoke first. Boss, regarding the internationalization of our roster, we have some candidates, but preliminary investigations have yet to commence. The owner, interrupting, insisted, Then tell me who they are? The team sniper, they replied in unison. Oh, the one from Ulm? He should be considered untouchable, the owner remarked. Intrigued, can we acquire this player? What will be the cost? The manager, possessing more insight, responded first. I don't believe he is untouchable. It would simply come at a higher cost. The team is the most professional and resource-rich club, capable of prioritizing any professional player. The resolve of such a club to retain a player is not as strong as we might think. It all boils down to the offer. The owner, with the acumen of a shrewd businessman, recognized that speculation was futile and insisted on a definitive outcome. He looked at them and said, I don't want to hear your conjectures. Go communicate and bring me a final answer. Can we or can we not? How much? Upon hearing the owner's directive, the two immediately rose to respond. Understood. We will take care of it right away. A similar scene unfolded in the team's office, where interest in Lu Feng was equally palpable. However, at that moment, they lacked the substantial backing of capital, rendering their budget constraints a significant hurdle. Nonetheless, the investigation and communication efforts were essential. Meanwhile, across the ocean, clubs in the Americas had already set their sights on other regions, engaging in similar pursuits, often ahead of their European counterparts. Shortly thereafter, a renowned Mongolian player made the journey to the Americas. The ambitious North American newcomers quietly sought information on Lu Feng, while several European clubs, despite being hindered in their attempts at internationalization, could not resist the overwhelming tide of change. This player had quietly entered the observation lists of numerous European clubs. Now, the event in KL is imminent. This competition will serve as the final spark to ignite these professional clubs. As the second half of the season commences, the entire professional landscape begins to undergo a subtle transformation. Chapter 70, Investigation and offers Lu Feng, who is on a break at home, remains unaware that numerous clubs from Europe and America, having acquired his contact information, have initiated discussions to ascertain the specifics of his contract. They are particularly interested in details such as the contract's expiration date and financial particulars, including breach fees, signing bonuses, and buyout clauses. Since the conclusion of the match in MRM, the club's owner and manager have been gradually fielding these inquiries. As the off-season unfolds, communication with various clubs has intensified. Each day, upon arriving at the club, the owner is met with questions about how to respond to these inquiries. Concerning Lu Feng's transfer consultations, the club has consistently rejected all offers, asserting that he is not for sale and there are no plans to part ways with him at this time. Some clubs, not particularly fervent about altering or enhancing their rosters, ceased further inquiries. Only 3 clubs were undeterred by the initial refusals, seeking to explore the possibility of further negotiations. Among them, 2 clubs were particularly persistent. They insisted that the club refrain from dismissing their inquiries with a not-for-sale rhetoric, suggesting that they could propose an unacceptably high price, and at the very least, the price should be disclosed along with some contract details. This left the club's liaison in a quandary, unable to make decisions without consulting the owner. During this period, frustration began to mount. Upon hearing the staff's report, the owner lamented, "Do these foreigners not grasp the concept of negotiation? It is blatantly clear that discussions are off the table. Just tell them the offer is $500,000 and it must be in USD. If they wish to buy, they may. If not, then let it be." The staff, feeling relieved, promptly returned to their desks to respond to these clubs. Soon enough, replies from the 3 clubs arrived. Team A stated, "This price seems excessively high. However, it is not entirely unacceptable. Is there room for further negotiation?" Team B remarked, "I have never encountered a professional player valued at such a price. This is entirely inconsistent with market norms. Our club lacks the budget for such a figure. If we had it, we would pursue better options." Team C expressed, "We can accept this price. Might we add certain conditions, such as an initial payment of 60%, with the remainder contingent upon the player's performance in official matches, which must not fall below a rating of 12. It is evident that the clubs from the beautiful country possess substantial financial resources. Yet the imposition of unreasonable conditions reveals their inherent greed." The staff conveyed the responses from these 3 clubs to the owner. Upon hearing them, he was taken aback. Has inflation already permeated the professional circles of Europe and America? Are these athletes truly worth such sums? Even the most expensive domestic players do not command such outrageous prices. And as for Team C, it is absurd to expect after-sales service when selling an athlete. After momentarily gathering his thoughts, he instructed the staff, "Convey to them that we need to deliberate further, but additional conditions are out of the question." Watching the employee exit the office, the owner hesitated, mentally calculating. If Lu's personal desire is to pursue a professional career in Europe or America, should we allow him to leave? The domestic environment has shown some improvement. It remains a far cry from that of Europe and America. Would this opportunity be beneficial for him? Moreover, we stand to gain a significant sum, which would greatly assist the club's survival and likely elevate its development. In reality, there exists a misunderstanding in the communication between both parties. The European clubs perceive the 500,000 USD as the transfer fee, potentially including signing bonuses or other expenses associated with the player. This is the club's first experience with such international transactions, and they are unaware of the intricacies involved. On the other side of the globe, the external representatives of the three clubs are simultaneously consulting with their owners. Within the club, the owner listens to his subordinates' reports. After persistent inquiries, the opposing party has quoted a price of 500,000 USD. I believe this should be their transfer fee, though I am uncertain about the budget required for the player's signing bonus. Additionally, I sense that their stance is not entirely firm, indicating that there may be room for negotiation. After hearing his subordinate's words, the owner responded, "Although this price is unprecedented, it is not entirely unacceptable. I am keen to ascertain whether he is indeed worth such a sum and what other costs may be involved. Currently, you are merely relaying the price. Who will evaluate this player?" Now, summon the coach from the youth training team to my office. Upon hearing the owner's words, the staff sought out the youth training team coach. Shortly thereafter, both entered the owner's office. Without further ado, the owner stated, "I have several questions to pose to you. Today's discussion is confidential, and I do not wish for it to be disclosed to others." Noticing their nods, the owner continued with his inquiries. "I require an objective assessment of this player, based on your previous encounters." At this moment, the youthful and formidable player took the initiative to speak. Not deferring to the youth training team coach, he is exceptionally strong. After returning from MRM, we reviewed our match against them. He did not monopolize tactical resources. Rather, he nearly single-handedly dismantled us. His skills are exceptionally well-rounded, encompassing pistols, rifles, and sniper rifles. From the perspectives of tactical understanding and game reading ability, he executes his role flawlessly, indeed, perfectly. I hold him in high esteem. The youth training team coach, having viewed the footage, confirmed, "I have nothing to add. The assessment is as stated." The owner, clearly taken aback by the high praise, turned to the player and solemnly inquired, "Indeed, you need not speculate. We wish to acquire him. What are your thoughts on having him as a teammate?" Upon hearing this, the player's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he replied, "Really? That would be fantastic. With his support, we would exert immense pressure on all our opponents. We would undoubtedly possess championship potential." Understanding the boundaries of inquiry, he refrained from probing further, recognizing that the player would not be easily released. Instead, he silently envisioned the future with such a teammate. "Thank you for your evaluation. We now know how to proceed. Let me reiterate, today's conversation must remain confidential, as there may be other clubs harboring similar intentions." The owner's words interrupted the player's daydreams. Aware that the owner was politely ushering them out, he and the youth training team coach exited the office, returning to their tasks. Meanwhile, the management of Team C reacted to the responses, deeming the offer absurd. In truth, they understood that a 500,000 USD valuation is reasonable for a player of such caliber. They simply lacked the financial means. However, they did not intend to abandon the matter. They merely instructed their subordinates to place it on the observation list for ongoing monitoring and attention, planning to revisit negotiations should the opportunity arise in the future. The club, accustomed to the arrogance of North Americans, expressed their bewilderment at the lack of understanding of the essence of negotiation. "We have accepted your offer. Thus, alterations in the transaction method should be permissible. It is truly an affront to our sensibilities, akin to a petty household." Nevertheless, they did not sever ties with us. This moment marks a pivotal point for the club, driven by ambition, where they cannot afford to overlook any individual of talent. Fundamentally, they still acknowledge the merits of our proposition, believing that the cost is justifiable. However, they cannot dominate the negotiations, which is entirely unacceptable to their accustomed demeanor. It is essential to engage in deeper discussions to explore the possibility of additional clauses. We cannot hastily part with our funds. Chapter 71. The fake news controversy. As events unfolded, the boundless machinations of Western capital came to light. The club's representatives convened a discreet meeting with several prominent media outlets. The following day, multiple Western esports media released a sensational report. According to insiders, numerous prestigious clubs in Europe and America were pursuing our team at unprecedented prices. The club had already initiated discussions regarding the transfer contracts particulars with these clubs. Reports indicated that the transfer budget could soar to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Insiders also revealed that the top-tier club was initially reluctant to sell the team. Apparently, a series of onerous clauses were embedded within the contract, inciting dissatisfaction. Hence, following the Asian qualifiers, they proactively requested to be placed on the transfer list. The individual could no longer endure the club's management policies and had returned to his hometown from the training base. Several domestic clubs were attempting to establish contact to explore potential contracts. Meanwhile, these foreign clubs were unable to reach him, forcing them to endure the club's impudent offers. The Western esports media had done their homework thoroughly, even aware of Lu Feng's vacation. The report was vividly detailed, raising a stir across the global community. Even the usually neutral esports media outlets were swayed by the narrative and subsequently shared the news. The website even stated that if any professional player had indeed faced such unfair treatment, they would establish a dedicated channel for appeals. This is the perennial tactic of Western capital, to tarnish and attack, creating chaos in hopes of maximizing their own interests. Even if they do not achieve the desired outcome, they will not allow you to exit unscathed. This is essentially an exploitation of public opinion to undermine the psychological valuation of the team. With contractual disputes brewing and athletes seeking to escape, one cannot demand exorbitant prices. When this news reached the domestic arena, it caused an uproar. At this moment, Lu Feng, on vacation at home, was blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. Having just awakened, he was preparing to step out and enjoy the late spring sunshine. His phone buzzed incessantly. While showering, he had no opportunity to check it. As the calls persisted, he could no longer ignore them. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was his brother calling. "Hello, brother, what is the matter? Hey, Xiaolu, what is going on? I heard you had a fallout with the club. This vacation wasn't a normal break, was it? Hold on, brother, I don't quite understand. What fallout? What do you mean by running away on vacation?" He collected his thoughts, striving to convey the situation more clearly. "Did you not see the news? They claim the club signed you to a contract with onerous terms, and you were dissatisfied, hence your decision to leave." "What? That is not true. Who said that? I'm on a normal vacation and will be back at the club in 2 days. Did the club sign a new contract? I was unaware." "Huh? You don't know anything? Then what is this news all about? It sounds quite detailed. What news? I need to see it. I'm completely in the dark about what is happening. You call me early in the morning with all these questions, and I'm at a loss for answers. I'm a bit dazed. All right, check the news first. I also find it hard to believe I haven't confirmed anything with the club yet. I'll inquire." Lu Feng opened his phone, preparing to search for the news. His device was flooded with unread messages, all inquiring about this situation. There were also messages asking if he was considering offers from domestic clubs, suggesting they could discuss terms in detail. Additionally, there were several friend requests on WeChat, likely related to similar inquiries. Ignoring these messages, Lu Feng focused on the news. "What on earth is happening?" Lu Feng exclaimed, utterly bewildered. The situation seemed implausible. If it were true, why had the club not communicated with him yet? He then dialed his brother's number again. "Hello, brother, I've seen the news, and I'm just as confused. I genuinely had no knowledge of these matters. Then how could such a news article arise?" He asked urgently. "As of now, I have not raised any issues regarding treatment, nor have I had a falling out with the club. I am simply on a regular vacation, and everything has been proceeding as usual. Nothing chaotic has transpired. Could you please confirm if there have been any changes at the club?" Lu Feng elaborated on the situation once more. "All right, I'll contact the club to inquire. Everyone is discussing this, and I also suspect there is information I'm unaware of. In the club, in the owner's office. Is Xiao Lu on a normal vacation? Please tell me the truth. Has someone been undermining him? We cherish this young player who has just embarked on his professional journey. I will not allow anyone to harm him." Fuming, he reflected on the news he had seen that morning, leading him to question everything. He continued, "Furthermore, what about that news? It has circulated widely. Who can explain it? I do not wish to be left in the dark about these clandestine operations." Hearing the leader's words, the staff looked equally bewildered and responded, "No." I was shocked by the news as well. As of now, he has not raised any treatment concerns, and the vacation was indeed approved by me. It is merely a standard break. I sent Lu Ku to call and ask. We haven't received a reply yet. Even if there were contract changes, how could they not go through you? At that moment, there was a knock at the door, and Lu Ku entered. Just in time, Lu Ku. "Did you call Lu Feng? What did he say?" Understanding the urgency, Lu Ku quickly responded, "I called him this morning. He insists he is on a normal vacation and has not made any treatment requests to the club. The issues mentioned in the news do not exist. I was inundated with inquiries from other clubs this morning. I have no idea how to respond. What's happening? I'm completely in the dark, the owner said, visibly upset. At this point, the club's external liaison entered. He nodded to the owner and reported, "Boss, we received more inquiries today." They stated that, adhering to professional ethics, they would not contact the players directly, but prefer to negotiate with us, inquiring whether the price could be adjusted somewhat. They're still willing to compensate the club. The recent news seems to have been concocted by someone with dubious intentions, and now they're seizing the opportunity to stir trouble. After voicing his frustrations about the unscrupulous foreigners, the boss took a sip of his tea and continued, "Do not pay any attention to those clubs for now. First, investigate the origin of that false news." The club's external liaison nodded and promptly exited. Observing the liaison's departure, he anxiously inquired, "Leader, although I shouldn't meddle in the club's operations as the captain, I must confirm, are we truly planning to sell Xiao Lu?" With a hint of urgency, he added, "How could we even consider such a thing? Our lineup has just stabilized. Selling a key player would be madness." Frustrated and at a loss for words, he gestured affirmatively, signifying he is right. Chapter 72. The False News Controversy, Part 2. In truth, the club had never contemplated selling Lu Feng. With the qualifiers approaching in just over a month, it would be illogical to replace a key player at this juncture. Thus, they merely cited an absurdly inflated price in the hopes that the other party would back off. Indeed, such a price had never been seen in the European and American transfer markets. However, as global interest surged and capital flowed in, a price of $500,000 could soon become the norm for acquiring talented players. In a little over 6 months, this figure would not seem outrageous, with transactions exceeding it becoming commonplace. At that moment, the club had recently secured an investment and they were already determined to enhance their roster. Initially, their plan was to allocate approximately $300,000 to $400,000 to acquire 2 strong players to improve their lineup. However, they now believe that spending a bit more to acquire a versatile, high-caliber player would be well worth it. Returning to the club, after receiving the boss's reassuring response, the liaison said little more before taking his leave from the office. The boss, relieved to learn that there had been no issues with Lu Feng, felt a sense of calm return. Gradually regaining clarity amidst the chaos, he began to suspect that the emergence of such news was too coincidental. Even the absence of Lu Feng from the team had been manipulated into a narrative, leading him to believe that certain clubs were engaging in underhanded tactics. By muddying the waters, they could wait for Lu Feng's free agency period to pounce, playing the role of discerning scouts. After mulling over these thoughts, his mind began to clear. He understood that domestic clubs were unlikely to engage in such antics due to their inability to compete. However, he did not dismiss the possibility of major capital entering the professional scene, eager to pursue such players. If a newly formed club could raise a formidable banner, it might swiftly assemble a complete and competitive roster. After some time, the external liaison returned with information revealing that the source of the news stemmed from several small to medium-sized esports media outlets abroad. This corroborated his suspicions that it was likely the work of one of those European or American clubs. Yet a dilemma now confronted him. The outrageous price he had previously quoted had elicited genuine interest from these clubs. After all, they were well-known entities, and they could not afford to be perceived as untrustworthy or fickle. If they were to agree unconditionally, it would complicate matters significantly. At this point, he could only await Lu Feng's response. Should Lu Feng choose to decline, his previous offer would hold no validity, regardless of its magnitude. For now, it was best not to disturb his break. He would inquire about his true stance upon his return to the team. Oh, and such a significant matter deserved a public clarification. He promptly instructed, issue a statement to clarify the absurd rumors circulating. Not long after, an announcement appeared on the club's official Weibo and website. The club's statement regarding the transfer rumors read, "In light of the recent frequent reports online regarding disputes between the club and players leading to departures, we must clarify that these claims are grossly exaggerated and entirely fabricated. To prevent any emotional distress among fans and misunderstandings within the industry, we formally state the following. First, there are no disputes regarding treatment or contracts between the club and its players. Second, the player's return home is a normal part of the off-season break, approved by the club, and not an unauthorized departure. Third, the player remains an integral part of the club and has no intentions of changing environments. We kindly ask others in the industry to respect our athletes. Fourth, the club fully respects the player's wishes. Furthermore, he is a vital component of our roster. And under amicable cooperation, the club has no intention of relinquishing him. Fifth, we urge fans and fellow professionals to exercise caution and refrain from irresponsible remarks that could disrupt the club's operations. After the announcement was released, it ignited fervent discussions among players. Go Inli G. Go club. Go. I feel like Inli G is being bullied. Stop spreading rumors upstairs. They have issued an announcement. So, the news wasn't entirely baseless. Inli G is indeed at home. Shouldn't Inli G come out and say a few words? Eagerly awaiting Inli G's response, they exclaimed, yes. We need to hear from Inli G. An announcement alone isn't sufficient. These comments revealed the players' innate tendency to revel in drama. They were clearly more inclined to believe in conspiracy theories than the official statement. The club chose not to engage with these comments, as the announcement had already been made, and further discussion could only exacerbate the situation. In the management office of the club, the news had been circulating for some time, and I noted that the club had issued a clarification. Indeed, I've seen the announcement, but dissenting voices remain prevalent. That's good. Our objective has been achieved. The seeds of doubt have been sown. Several managers conspired ominously. Meanwhile, in the owner's office, a few executives were convening a meeting. Have you all seen the recent news regarding the team and the player? Yes, I have. I suspect it was orchestrated by clubs, like ours, looking for an advantage. These unscrupulous individuals will stop at nothing. The club is not foolish. They won't fall into a trap. While they may not fall for the trap, the seeds of mutual doubt have already been planted in their minds. I believe their future collaborations will not be as stable. Indeed, if a team were to uncover the contract details with the player and propose superior terms, they might be tempted. You are correct. This scheme is likely to have further developments. Some clubs, including those from Europe and America, may reach out to the player with enticing offers. We must act swiftly and follow up. We cannot lose the initiative. Let's send someone to inquire about the typical contract conditions of their fellow clubs. Shortly thereafter, a standard contract for professional players was placed on the desks of various clubs across Europe and America. Chapter 73. Perspectives from all sides. As the standard contracts in the professional realm came under scrutiny, clubs in Europe and America began to feel a sense of unease. What? Their breach penalty is less than $2 million? Converted to US dollars, that amounts to less than $300,000. Yet their offers soar to $500,000. Does this not imply that if we secure the athlete and cover their breach penalty, our costs will be significantly reduced? This thought simultaneously crossed the minds of all who perused the contract. Indeed, as they pointed out, the actual contents of this contract reveal considerable loopholes. Prior to this, these were hardly regarded as loopholes. Most professional players circulated only within their domestic leagues, and the breach penalties were already quite binding for the fragile domestic professional scene. Before this incident, no clubs had ever set a precedent for exporting athletes. No one would have considered this aspect. Thus, the ambitious clubs reached a consensus. We should engage directly with the athletes to explore the possibility of transfers, and, if successful, simply pay the breach penalty. This is not an act of deceit. It is merely a reflection of the evident flaws in your contract, a matter of commercial competition. With this determination, all parties were poised for action. A day later, Lu Feng returned to the club after his vacation. No sooner had he set down his luggage than a staff member informed him that the boss was waiting for him in the office. Lu Feng anticipated what this was about. After the recent events, it was essential for both parties to communicate without any lingering misunderstandings. He swiftly made his way to the boss's office, knocked on the door, and entered upon receiving a response. The boss greeted him with a smile, aware of Lu Feng's youth and perhaps his unfamiliarity with tea, and thus offered him a beverage from the small refrigerator nearby. Little Lu, come in, have a seat. Upon entering, Lu Feng remained composed and reserved, choosing not to speak and waiting for the boss to initiate the conversation. Demonstrating patience toward the young man, the boss refrained from diving straight into the main topic and instead asked, "How was your vacation? Did you enjoy yourself?" "It was quite enjoyable. I didn't do much in particular, just met some friends, visited my relatives' graves, and rested at home to adjust my state." The boss was somewhat taken aback by Lu Feng's response. This young man preferred tranquility over revelry, exhibiting a surprisingly steady demeanor. After all, esports is primarily a pursuit of youth, and athletes generally face minimal constraints on their leisure activities. Hence, most indulge in the pleasures of youth during their active years, relishing the opportunity to earn while they can. Surprised, The boss redirected the conversation to the crux of the matter. Little Lou, you've seen the recent news, and I can assure you, it's entirely fabricated. Since it's mere speculation, we won't delve into its contents. I called you in to discuss matters of the heart and to inquire if you have any opinions regarding the club's management. I have no complaints. I've been a professional for just over 3 months now. Although the time is short, I've observed the club's operations. Given the current adverse environment, the fact that we are still being sent to Europe for competitions to broaden our horizons is commendable. The conditions provided are also excellent. There is nothing I find unsatisfactory. Nodding in acknowledgement, the boss continued, "It's clear you're a level-headed young man. I want to hide this from you. I suspect many people have been reaching out to you directly. During this time, several clubs, including some prestigious foreign ones, have contacted me expressing their desire for your transfer." He watched Lu Feng intently, observing any shifts in his expression. Noting the young man's calm demeanor, he was secretly astonished and continued, "From my end, I certainly hope you can collaborate with us to achieve remarkable accomplishments together. Hence, I have largely declined those offers. However, a player's career is undoubtedly lengthy, and you have only just embarked on your professional journey. The road ahead is long. No one can guarantee that your career will remain unchanged." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng nodded, indicating his agreement with the perspective that youth and camaraderie alone, without regard for one's professional trajectory, is not a wise approach. The boss then posed a question that could not be evaded. "Therefore, I would like to hear your thoughts. How do you envision your career? For instance, if a European team were to express interest in you and offer you a chance to play professionally in Europe, how would you view this situation?" Lu Feng had rehearsed this question in his mind many times and was aware of the path he envisioned for himself. However, the abruptness of the inquiry caught him slightly off guard. After a brief moment of contemplation, he organized his thoughts and replied, "Boss, my ideas may not be fully formed yet. I hope you could offer some guidance." Noting the boss's nod, Lu Feng continued, "We are all acutely aware of the domestic environment. It is evident, and we cannot deceive ourselves. The club, being a leader in the domestic scene, must maintain its progressive stance. My teammates and I can currently uphold this advancement, but none can assure how long we can sustain it. The entire Asia-Pacific region represents a somewhat isolated gaming environment, with only a handful of teams circulating. We engage in contests within this limited scope, validating our skills at global competitions, then returning to play again. This cycle is rather lengthy. We must admit that others are advancing at a faster pace. There is already a disparity, and I cannot predict how much wider this gap may grow in the future. Thus, my concern is, if one day we can no longer maintain our leading position, what will I do?" The boss was taken aback by Lu Feng's insight. He had not anticipated that this young newcomer to the professional realm could articulate such profound reasoning. Overcoming his astonishment, he pressed further, "What are your thoughts on this?" Lu Feng pursed his lips, engaged in a brief internal debate before articulating his viewpoint. "I believe that if possible, we should seek a different pond, engaging in more training and competitions with European and American teams, just as foreign athletes are sent to participate in our Super League for table tennis. Thriving amidst the strong is essential to produce strength." After stating this, Lu Feng took a sip of his drink and continued, "However, I also feel that relocating the entire club to Europe is impractical. It is merely a notion. I am eager to continue my career alongside my teammates. Yet I am undeniably curious about the competitive landscape of Europe and America." Having absorbed Lu Feng's words, the boss understood that this young man was not only driven by pursuit of skill, but was also a deeply introspective individual grappling with emotional complexities. "Boss, I recognize that you were previously troubled by the issues surrounding the news. I, however, do not hold strong opinions regarding compensation. I am aware that the remuneration in major European and American clubs is substantial, which is hardly a secret. We could discreetly inquire with Western athletes. Nevertheless, this factor is certainly not the reason for altering my career trajectory. I would not hastily depart from the club that has nurtured me due to financial considerations. My goal is to enhance myself and elevate the stature of my career. I've always aspired to remain among the ranks of elite players." With these words, clarity settled within him. The child before us possesses an exceptionally mature intellect. Fundamentally, he harbors emotional bonds with his teammates. Yet, simultaneously, he yearned for the expansive waters of Europe and America, aspiring to become a world-class player. In truth, from both the club's perspective and his own, they are merely separated by a compelling reason to persuade each other. Once this pivotal point is reached, they may part ways amicably. In Chapter 74, Actions from All Parties, Lu Feng finds himself in a state of inner turmoil. He is reluctant to leave his teammates, with whom he has shared countless moments, though their thoughts on the matter remain unknown. Even more, he dreads parting from his mentor, the captain. He fears witnessing disappointment and regret in their eyes. The conversation between the boss and Lu Feng has brought clarity to their intentions. One has discovered what he desires, while the other has articulated his thoughts. Thus far, it is fortunate that the players have an emotional investment in the club and adhere to its regulations. However, simultaneously, Lu Feng's heart begins to waver. The current team is indeed the leader within the small pond of Asia-Pacific. Yet how long can this position be sustained? He feels uncertain. Should he seize the moment, step out of his comfort zone, and strive for the shark-infested waters of Europe and America? This presents a new challenge. How to secure more financial resources to advance this goal? Will the outcome be favorable or unfavorable? At present, the inclination to retain Lu Feng remains predominant. Just then, his reverie is interrupted by a knock at the door. "Come in." He responds to the sound. Upon entering, he sees the club's liaison officer and halts their speech with a glance. Turning to Lu Feng, the officer says, "Xiao Lu, thank you for your trust in the club. I have other matters to attend to, so please continue with your work. We can have a heart-to-heart another day." After bidding farewell to Lu Feng, he gestures for the liaison officer to speak. "The boss," the officer begins, "the clubs in Europe have reached out to us again, and their remarks are quite infuriating." "What do they say?" Lu Feng inquires. "They mentioned that our professional contract has a short duration, with a maximum penalty of only 2 million, which equates to less than 300,000 US dollars. They urged us to face the negotiations with them seriously. Otherwise, they would bypass the club and contact the athletes directly to explore the potential for transfers, offering to pay the penalty fee themselves." "Goodness, these foreigners are quite cunning," he exclaims, cursing under his breath. "How did they discover the details of our contract?" "Boss, many domestic professional clubs utilize similar templates. It's rather easy to find out," replies the officer. The new round of communication from the foreigners has clearly unsettled him. He had not anticipated this turn of events. If these foreigners truly persuade Lu Feng, the transfer fee could become a penalty, resulting in a loss of nearly half the amount. First, keep those foreigners at bay. Tell them we are willing to negotiate. And wait, don't rush off. Bring Lu Ku to me. Upon receiving the boss's command, the employee promptly exits the room. The office falls silent, and he internally reflects. Have I underestimated the situation? Is 2 million in penalties not substantial enough? Should we raise the penalty to 5 million? No, 10 million. He fails to consider how few exceptional talents like Lu Feng exist in the professional arena. However, with high penalty fees and lengthy contracts, any club that successfully cultivates a super talent can demand exorbitant prices. For instance, many predict that after 2 major competitions, acquiring such a player would necessitate a budget of at least 5 million. Whether any audacious club would actually invest that amount remains uncertain. But the mere speculation of such a figure renders any casual questioning off-limits. Exiting the office, Lu Feng heads to the training room and sits before his computer. Logging in, he prepares to practice his shooting. After a few days of rest, he needs to quickly regain his form. Upon his arrival, he is immediately approached by his teammate. "Goodness, man, you are something else. This isn't just a vacation. It seems you're gearing up for something big. How much did the club raise your salary?" "Cut the nonsense. Didn't the team inform you? It's all a load of rubbish. I was worried that taking a few days off would lead to losing my job." Lu Feng jested. "I'm just teasing you. I'm not that foolish." "But seriously, there was no raise? Not a single cent. If I were lying, I'd jump off this building. If I did get a raise, my first act upon returning would be to treat you to Huang Minji. Get lost. Who cares about your Huang Minji? You're not treating. You're trying to kill me." Amid their banter, a notification from the communicator sounds. Lu Feng opens it to find several friend requests awaiting him. "Request to become your friend, manager. Request to become your friend, talent director. Request to become your friend. 5 requests to become your friend. 259 requests to become your friend." During his break, a flood of friend requests had accumulated. His teammate leans over the screen, intrigued. "Goodness, man, you've received a ton of requests from foreign clubs. Hurry, accept them so I can see what they have to say. Step aside. You wouldn't understand a thing. I'm exhausted and don't want to engage with them right now." Lu Feng interrupts the urging, accepting all friend requests before shutting down his computer, preparing to head to his dormitory for some rest. "Hey, don't go. I plan to stream today. Join me for a couple of matches and support me. His teammate urgently calls after him. Later, I need to pack my things and grab a bite before joining you. You start your stream first. Lu Feng exits the training room. Meanwhile, in the boss's office, he and another individual sit, their demeanor anxious. Having lost the previous pleasantries they shared with Lu Feng, they quickly relay the situation to one another. The boss's words leave both men looking perplexed. They had not anticipated such a series of bewildering events unfolding. Turning to his colleague, he speaks earnestly. Xiao Lu respects you and trusts you. Make sure to converse with him often to gauge his awareness regarding these club offers. After gathering his thoughts, he straightforwardly adds, keep a close watch on him. We cannot allow these clubs to make private contact with him and sway his judgment. We may accept a standard transfer, but we cannot permit those clubs to compensate us directly at the penalty price. Losing such an outstanding player as Xiao Lu means we cannot afford to sacrifice the full transfer fee. From the perspective of a club owner, it is unreasonable to expect to gain nothing. Nodding in agreement, his colleague comprehends the boss's sentiments entirely. Retaining a player is one matter. Ensuring financial stability is another. And from a rational standpoint, there is no obligation to Lu Feng. From the club's commercial operations perspective, it is also entirely justified. He continues from this point forward. You will lead the communications with various clubs. Keep in constant contact with Lu Ke. If Xiao Lu's stance remains unchanged, then firmly hold to the figure of 500,000 US dollars. If possible, try to delay the transfer until after the qualifiers. After a moment of contemplation, he concludes his thoughts. I choose to place my faith in Xiao Lu. He would undoubtedly safeguard the club's interests. Your preconceptions during negotiations must revolve around a standard transaction, devoid of any signs of trepidation that might allow those foreign counterparts to exploit our vulnerabilities. Lu Ke, your approach should be centered on comforting and engaging in heartfelt discussions. If pursuing a professional career in Europe and America would benefit this young talent, you ought to encourage him to seize the opportunity, setting aside any personal motives. A nod of acknowledgement would signify that he comprehends the appropriate course of action. Observing their lack of hesitation, they were permitted to depart. In Chapter 75, Lu Feng remained true to his word. After tidying up his belongings, he arrived at the training room to join the live stream. The two engaged in two ladder matches together. Players perusing the internet, upon learning that Nilio Gu was live streaming alongside him, flocked to the channel. In that moment, the barrage of comments was filled with inquiries regarding Nilio Ge's status. Clearly, the reverberations from the news of the past few days lingered, and players yearned to hear Lu Feng's personal statements. Lu Feng addressed the players' questions, though there was no need for extensive replies from either of them. The mere fact that Lu Feng remained in the training room and participated in the live stream already spoke volumes. Soon enough, after the two matches concluded, Lu Feng endeavored to boost the team's popularity, uttering phrases intended to garner support, such as, I hope everyone can show us your support and pay attention to our live stream. At that moment, someone entered the training room, specifically to seek out Lu Feng. Upon noticing that the two had finished their matches, he approached and called Lu Feng outside. Cool, accompany me downstairs for a drink and a chat, he said while walking towards the exit. Lu Feng nodded and followed closely behind. The duo descended the club's building and made their way to a nearby milk tea shop, where they purchased 2 drinks and strolled leisurely along the street. I've been aware of the recent events. The boss must have spoken to you. I never anticipated it would be so complicated. He broke the silence. Yes, we discussed it. There are no misunderstandings, and everything remains as usual, Lu Feng replied. Nodding, he remarked, that's reassuring. The fake news from before truly caught me off guard. He took a sip of his milk tea and continued. The boss informed me that many clubs in Europe and America are inquiring about your price, wishing to recruit you for professional play. What are your thoughts on this? Brother, this is precisely the question I wanted to ask you. If it were you, setting aside any attachment to home and considering solely your career trajectory and compensation, what decision would you make? Wow, I've never contemplated such matters. Your sudden inquiry leaves me at a loss for words. Let me think it over, he said, scratching his head earnestly. After a lengthy pause, he spoke again, sigh. Lu Feng, let us speak candidly. While we have indeed performed admirably domestically, there remains a significant skill gap with foreign players. I have never dared to dream of that championship trophy. I merely hope to contend for stickers. However, since your arrival, I feel as though we have come much closer to that trophy. Lifting his gaze to meet Lu Feng's smile, he continued, yet during this time, I took a moment to reflect. In this upcoming Malm competition, although we have played well and have a chance at winning, we must not be blindly confident. This is a unique situation. Your presence has revitalized many aspects of our team dynamics. As a commander, I am aware that our execution of tactics has not been ideal. He sighed deeply, beginning to articulate the crux of the issues at hand. Firstly, the foreign teams have not faced us before and are unfamiliar with our strategies, making it difficult for them to adapt to our play style. Secondly, your individual capabilities have mitigated many unfavorable situations, allowing us to achieve results. Lu Feng interjected. It's not solely that, it's primarily due to everyone's collective effort. No, it's not that simple. Do not underestimate those foreign teams. They have begun to analyze us seriously and tailor their strategies against us, which will complicate matters immensely. Your abilities far exceed those of the four of us. And while they may not be able to completely contain you, they could very well neutralize us. At that point, our confidence would be shattered, and the matches could become quite unfavorable. After a long pause, he resumed, "Thus, I can now answer your earlier question. If I were in your position, I would certainly consider an opportunity to train in Europe. Therefore, if you genuinely have a chance to join a top-tier European team, you should pursue it. Even in the worst-case scenario, should you find yourself struggling there, enduring that environment for a while would still leave you as the strongest upon your return home. The domestic clubs would still vie for your talent. Reflecting on the trajectory of development, it is evident that we lack individuals like Lu Feng, those who dare to soar first. At this moment, we are akin to a flat surface, unable to withstand the opponent's strength. We must first strike out with our most formidable point, and you're that point. We hope that in the future, you will elevate the entire team." Lu Feng ceased smiling, inhaled deeply, and nodded earnestly. "Brother, I understand your perspective. I too harbor thoughts of venturing forth. However, I cannot forsake you and the others. Playing alongside you all brings me immense joy. Lu Feng, this is the professional realm where merit reigns supreme. While joy may boost the team's morale and enhance cooperation, it is ultimately skill that commands respect. In this circle, we must adhere to the creed of capability. No one reveres mere happiness." He then turned to Lu Feng, continuing, "I can sense your camaraderie, but friendship is one matter, and work is another entirely. Even out of friendship, I wish for your success. Should you secure a valuable opportunity, I cannot stand in your way." Lu Feng grasped the essence of their conversation, and both individuals simultaneously unraveled their concerns. "Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. Recently, some clubs may reach out to you privately. Do not casually agree to anything or sign anything without due consideration. To be frank, your contract's breach penalty is likely 200,000, and your transfer fee could exceed that amount. Should you make any informal commitments, it could result in losses for the club, leading to an undesirable situation for all. We must uphold our integrity. Brother, I understand. I will not act recklessly." As their discussion concluded, they discreetly made their way back to the base of the club building. The following day, Lu Feng began to address the messages flooding his communicator. One read, "Hello, I am the talent manager from club name. I would like to invite you to join our club. May we discuss this?" Lu Feng replied, "Hello, I harbor no prejudices against club name. However, I am currently bound by contract. During this period, if you have any commercial inquiries regarding me, please consult with my club management. I lack the authority to negotiate." The response came, "Are you named?" Lu Feng confirmed, "Yes. I am the business director of the club. I wish to invite you to join us. Are you interested?" Lu Feng reiterated, "I'm under contract, and these matters must be negotiated with my club." No. I've reviewed your contract. To facilitate a smoother transfer, as long as we can reach an agreement, we will directly cover the substantial breach fee. The club cannot impose restrictions on you in this matter." Lu Feng countered, "During my contract period, I cannot assist you with such arrangements. This is merely standard commercial competition. If you cooperate with us, we will also offer you a signing bonus of $50,000. This way, it would also counter the club's unfair treatment of you." Lu Feng, "I cannot possibly cooperate with you on this matter. Let us conclude our conversation, for I am not fond of your approach. May I inquire if you are indeed the person in question?" Lu Feng, "Yes, that is indeed me. We hope you could provide some proof." Lu Feng, feeling helpless, activated his computer's webcam and sent a photograph. "It is truly you. Greetings, I am the manager of the club, and I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our team. Should you express an interest, we will formally submit a transfer request to your club and initiate negotiations." Lu Feng, "I harbor no negative impressions of the club, aside from that particular matter. We are currently contemplating adjustments to our roster and may consider relegating him, although a decision has yet to be made. Lu Feng, oh, very well. If you wish to discuss transfer matters, please engage with my club, as I am not authorized to negotiate with you. Certainly, we shall do so. Chapter 76. Initiating negotiations following preliminary contact. These European and American clubs discovered that, as a young professional athlete, Lu Feng displayed considerable restraint. At least based on the current level of probing, it is apparent that circumventing the club to directly recruit him would prove exceedingly challenging. Each club harbored distinct intentions, seeking to flaunt their cleverness by exploiting commercial loopholes to acquire Lu Feng at the lowest possible price. The club is bound by certain professional ethics, yet constrained by financial limitations, unable to outspend the opposition, thus resorting to strategies that offer better value for money. The club's desire for player changes is quite strong, especially with a recent influx of funds, and they are less concerned with bypassing the club to acquire Lu Feng. They merely wish to ascertain whether this athlete holds any grievances against the club. The German approach to business remains meticulous and formal. Lu Feng, being a soul in his 20s from a future era, possesses considerable awareness and has absorbed advanced information. He is quite discerning in this situation. Had he still been the naive 18-year-old, just stepping into the academic world, he might have succumbed to the adoration surrounding him. After his conversation with Lu Feng yesterday, he has resolved his inner conflicts. Being fundamentally kind-hearted, he should encourage this young man to seize the opportunity. Today, within the training facility, he observed Lu Feng's responses to the club's communications. Thus, the concerns expressed by the boss yesterday need not weigh heavily on his mind. He trusts Lu Feng to uphold his principles and manage these matters adeptly. With this thought, he rose from the training room, preparing to report to the boss and alleviate the club's management's worries. Upon hearing the report, the boss's apprehensions were swiftly alleviated. At that moment, the tension in his heart began to dissipate, transforming from resistance into understanding and encouragement. Indeed, allowing this young man to gain experience in Europe for a few years presents an immense opportunity for his career. Perhaps in a few years, he will return home with enhanced skills and progressive ideas, providing substantial support. To put it bluntly, once he re-enters the domestic professional sphere, he will undoubtedly encounter the club again. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door. Come in. He responded gently. The manager entered, prepared to report on communications with foreign clubs. Leader, I just had a discussion with a few inquiring clubs. One club was exceedingly rude, persistently mentioning the breach of contract clause. Hearing this, the boss furrowed his brow but refrained from commenting, gesturing for him to continue. Another club also raised the issue of the breach of contract. However, they indicated that they did not wish to proceed in such a manner and were open to negotiation, asking if there was room for adjustment on the price. Lastly, there is that club which stated that the price we proposed is acceptable. They wish to establish a friendly cooperative relationship with us, particularly excelling in youth training. Thus, they can engage in in-depth exchanges with us regarding youth training and may even be entrusted with training our reserve players. This club, attempting to showcase their prowess in youth training, is, in fact, reliant on the success of others' training programs. Upon hearing this, the boss's eyes brightened. He recognizes that their youth training system possesses unique qualities. The attitudes of the three clubs form a striking contrast, yet it ultimately depends on the athlete's stance. If Lu Feng insists on joining the first two teams, the athlete's wishes must be respected, and a price adjustment should be made. Oh, by the way, all three clubs simultaneously expressed their inability to accept a transfer after the preliminary rounds. They explained that if an athlete represents one club during the preliminary rounds and then another during the main competition, it creates a conflict of interest between the two clubs, which is not permissible by the major competition organizers. The agency cannot issue two different stickers for Lu Feng simultaneously. This sudden mention of the transfer timeline interrupted the boss's thoughts. Hearing this, the boss sniffed, saying, "That makes sense. I had not considered it. No wonder they are eager to finalize the transaction at this juncture. I suspect they are quite anxious to get Lu over there for training and preparation." Subsequently, he continued, "Please compile all the information and bring it to me. I will discuss it with Lu Feng to ascertain his willingness to proceed, or whether he has a preference for a particular club, or perhaps he does not favor any of them." Understood. After acknowledging the leader's instructions, he turned and exited the office. That evening, after concluding a day of streaming, Lu Feng prepared to dine at the cafeteria. At that moment, a staff member intercepted him. "Lu Feng, the boss is looking for you." "Very well, I shall go at once." Lu Feng approached the door of the boss's office, knocked gently, and upon hearing a response from within, he pushed the door open and entered. Lu Feng, come in, take a seat. The boss welcomed Lu Feng inside, turning to retrieve a can of beverage from the small refrigerator, placing it before Lu Feng. Thank you, boss. As Lu Feng sat down, he promptly rose again, extending his hands to accept the drink. Oh, no need to be so formal. Sit down. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss a few matters with you. After organizing his thoughts, he continued, a few days ago, we spoke, and I understand you harbor some aspirations regarding the professional environment in Europe and America. Now, that opportunity has arisen. Let us discuss whether you wish to seize this chance to venture forth. Of course, this opportunity may not necessarily be advantageous. We have gathered some information, and I would like you to review it and see if there are any clubs that pique your interest. If so, do not hesitate to voice your thoughts. Upon hearing the boss's words, Lu Feng could feel his heart racing. The anticipated moment had indeed arrived. Lu Feng accepted the folder handed to him, diligently perusing its contents. He discovered that the pages were densely filled with transaction information from various clubs, even including those from the Commonwealth of Independent States, which made Lu Feng feel overwhelmed as he does not speak Russian. Lu Feng examined the contents several times, pondering deeply. The boss, seated opposite him, refrained from interrupting, savoring his tea. Notably, the club demonstrated great consideration by refraining from including transaction conditions alongside the clubs, fearing it might cloud Lu Feng's judgment. They believe that if the intention is truly for Lu Feng's benefit, his initial impressions should take precedence. Lu Feng's gaze remained fixed on the folder before him, his thoughts tumultuous as he rapidly processed the information laid out on the pages. To my astonishment, there exists a club that at this moment has likely not yet attracted investment, struggling both in terms of its roster and performance. Furthermore, the newly ascendant North American team must comprise emerging talents on the brink of recognition. Did they truly desire my presence? As Lu Feng pondered this, he contemplated how he would confront such a fool should he indeed join. With this thought, he lifted his gaze and inquired, Boss, if I were to join, who would they replace? Who would be dismissed if I came aboard? Though not explicitly stated, I surmised it would involve one of two individuals. It was made clear that regardless of whether I signed, they had already been relegated. Upon hearing the boss's words, Lu Feng understood the situation, inhaled deeply, raised his head, and declared, I wish to go. Chapter 77. Transfer Matters in Truth. After deep contemplation, Lu Feng's assessment proved to be the most accurate. As the boss indicated, the club would soon part ways with certain members, welcoming the likes of De Biaoge. This tactical shift, while seemingly promising, was merely superficial. At present, the club finds itself in a state of profound skepticism and ongoing turmoil. The management, eager for swift results, does not afford each lineup ample time, resulting in frequent personnel changes. They often selectively overlook various issues, attributing all faults to a single player, such as De Biaoge. In contrast, since entering the era of development, the club has consistently excelled in roster configuration, talent cultivation, and the discovery of prodigies. The subsequent successes of individuals like he and others stand as testaments to this. Although they have yet to claim the pinnacle of global supremacy, they have also avoided plummeting into the abyss. The overall performance of the team has remained relatively stable, with sporadic championship victories. The talents unearthed have garnered high acclaim within the professional sphere. Currently, the club is on an upward trajectory. As for the fleeting nature of fame, a Danish club, under the sway of Brazilian capital, is attempting to navigate the North American scene. In the North American professional arena, only 9 and 10 emerge as the ultimate victors, monopolizing all resources. As for the other clubs placing bids, Lu Feng regarded them with disdain, as they are merely playing at the game and will soon fade into obscurity. Upon receiving Lu Feng's affirmative response, the boss felt a wave of emotion. This young man was destined to leave. Fortunately, this outcome aligned with his aspirations, as collaboration with the club was his preferred choice, promising a mutually beneficial arrangement. The transfer negotiations between the clubs regarding Lu Feng officially commenced. Following the receipt of a formal response, the club expressed its earnestness, indicating they would immediately dispatch a team to engage in discussions and finalize contracts. They would also assist in visa processing and facilitate the athletes' swift arrival at the club. On the third day, personnel from the club arrived, surprising everyone with their remarkable efficiency. With key agreements already established, the negotiation process progressed smoothly. The remaining matters became straightforward: payment and the transfer of the player. With the assistance of the club's staff, Lu Feng's visa processing was seamless. Once the team arrived, all uninformed personnel at the club became aware of Lu Feng's impending journey to Europe. Naturally, they felt a sense of reluctance, but were primarily filled with hope for his success. Many expressed their astonishment and sadness, flocking to Lu Feng early in the morning. Wow, bro, you kept such a significant matter to yourself, didn't you? That's not very considerate, believe it or not. I didn't even know where I was headed until those people arrived at the club. I merely expressed my interest in the club. Everything else was orchestrated by our club. With a serious expression, he added, I trust you, brother. No matter what, once you are there, strive for glory and secure a championship for us, so we can celebrate. Hearing these words, Lu Feng nodded earnestly, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Rest assured, once I arrive there, I will introduce you to the Yangma. Dude, you truly understand me. Just don't let the Yangma charm you too much. They laughed heartily together. A piece of news soon appeared on the front page. Recently, it was revealed that the club's staff had urgently flown to negotiate Lu Feng's transfer, with the total transfer fee reportedly reaching $500,000. The announcement sent shockwaves through the global community. The comments section buzzed with excitement. What? They're bringing an Oriental player to Europe? I'm optimistic about this young man. He possesses remarkable audacity. Shortly after this news broke, before it could widely circulate domestically, the official Weibo and 5 esports websites simultaneously released an announcement. The esports club and another esport club had reached a friendly cooperation agreement. Our club's athlete will join the esports club as a formal member, competing on the global stage. Although his tenure at our club was brief, he made substantial contributions to its development and the growth of the sport. Therefore, all colleagues at the club extend their best wishes for his smooth journey in Europe, hoping for further achievements. Furthermore, the latter part of this announcement was equally astonishing. In light of the vacancies created by his departure, the clubs reached an agreement to repurchase a former player to reinforce the existing roster. This announcement sent shockwaves through the community as many fans struggled to accept their new idol's departure for a European club. Discussions within the community became polarized. Some labeled Lu Feng a deserter and traitor for not serving his country, while others argued that he was merely pursuing greater heights in esports. Is there even a national team? Don't impose moral obligations, some insisted. A portion of die-hard fans remained steadfast, offering nothing but blessings and support for wherever Lu Feng may venture. Amidst the fervent discussions in the community, the club issued an announcement. Today, we solemnly inform everyone that after amicable negotiations and respecting the player's personal wishes, our former athlete will return to his previous club through a trade agreement. We wish him all the best. Additionally, following extensive evaluations, the club has recruited a formidable rifleman to bolster the existing roster, whose skills and shooting prowess align with the team's tactical style. We thank all players for their support, and our club will strive to achieve further success. Though Lu Feng's presence had stirred the waters of history, instigating significant change, the stubbornness of history gradually brought it back to its original course. The transfer contract has been signed, Lu Feng's visa secured, and all necessary payments have been properly arranged. Simultaneously, within the club, after signing his departure contract, Lu Feng received his remaining salary and bonuses in full. Subsequently, Lu Feng signed a new professional contract with the club. Gazing at the monthly salary figure in the new contract, Lu Feng gasped in astonishment. 15,000 euros per month. Wait, does this mean I'm earning a six-figure income annually? Chapter 78. Journey to Europe on the runway. An aircraft was taxiing, gradually accelerating as it soared into the sky, chasing the setting sun. Heading westward to the other side of the earth. Lu Feng, aboard the plane, gazed at the diminishing ground below, exhaling softly as he silently bid farewell. Outside the airport, the crowd of well-wishers watched the ascending aircraft drift into the distance, each harboring their own silent blessings. After nearly 20 hours of flight, the plane gently descended in Berlin. Upon exiting the airport, Lu Feng surveyed the unfamiliar city, feeling as though a new chapter of his life was about to begin. The club staff had arranged vehicles to await Lu Feng and his companions outside the airport. Before long, they arrived at the headquarters located in Berlin. At this time, the European and American regions were in the off-season, and all the players were on holiday. Lu Feng was escorted to the club's reception room by the staff. As he entered, he noticed two middle-aged men with blonde hair who appeared to have been waiting for a while. One of the men stepped forward, extending his right hand to Lu Feng while smiling warmly. "Hello, welcome aboard. I am from the club. You may call me City Fenwent." Upon hearing the introduction, Lu Feng smiled and nodded politely in acknowledgement. "Good day, sir. My name is Lu Feng. It is an honor to join the team, and I appreciate your personal welcome. After their exchange of pleasantries, the other blonde-haired middle-aged man, wearing frameless glasses, approached Lu Feng and extended his hand. Hello. I am delighted to meet such a talented young man joining us. I'm the club's game consultant. You may call me Chao Na Sunbo La Ke. They all like to call me that. At the mention of his name, Lu Feng's smile faltered, replaced by a look of astonishment as he thought to himself, no wonder this person looks so familiar. He is the legendary sniper. Oh, right? He is also one of the co-founders of the club. His smile returned, and he jokingly remarked to those around, clearly, this young man knows me. Responding to his words, Lu Feng smiled and said, not just knowing you, you are an inspiration for many players in our country. Countless career paths have been illuminated by your unintentional influence. Flattered by Lu Feng's praise, the man beamed and replied, it is a great honor to have had an impact on them. After their cordial exchange, they led Lu Feng to tour the training facility. It must be said that the layout of the entire training base was remarkably human-centered, showcasing a level of cultural consideration that differed from that found domestically. The training facility was richly equipped, featuring a water bar, a nutrition bar, a small cinema, a gym, a professional live streaming room, a tactical discussion room, and a psychological relaxation room, along with specially designed training rooms that purportedly aid athletes in enhancing focus and cognitive clarity. After the tour, the trio took a brief respite at the water bar before the two club representatives took their leave. Lu Feng was then guided by other staff to the equipment storage area, where he collected his personal peripherals, team uniform, and various credentials. Finally, after leading Lu Feng to his dormitory, the staff bid farewell, reminding him to reach out should he require any assistance. Lu Feng carefully examined his new living quarters. The decor was characteristically German, exuding a sense of ruggedness and practicality. The dormitory was impeccably clean, with all items meticulously arranged, reflecting Lu Feng's preconceived notions of German efficiency. This room now belonged to him, and Lu Feng wasted no time in unpacking his belongings. Despite never having traveled abroad before, not even in his previous life, he felt at ease in this era of information explosion. Whether through active learning or passive absorption, Lu Feng had acquired substantial knowledge about foreign environments. Additionally, being well-versed in Western languages, he faced no communication barriers, allowing him to feel entirely at ease. The Westerners tended to hold a favorable view of those who appeared relaxed. Being overly cautious or reserved would only raise suspicions about one's character. Once he had settled in, Lu Feng stepped out of his dormitory and strolled through the club's recreational area, eager to familiarize himself with the staff. He had not brought any textbooks along for his trip to Europe, and morning study sessions were unnecessary in this immersive linguistic environment. From his staff, Lu Feng learned that the other players had a 10-day holiday. It would be 10 days before all players returned for training to prepare for the qualifiers. The Westerners clearly distinguished between work and leisure, and it was unlikely they would cut their vacations short to return for training. If they were called back early to train alongside Lu Feng, the club would likely incur overtime costs. Therefore, during these 10 days, the club allowed Lu Feng the freedom to organize his activities, indicating that his initial adaptation would be a self-directed endeavor. On the journey to Europe, the staff had discussed many matters with Lu Feng, including the positions he needed to adapt to. He would occasionally use a sniper rifle. But Lu Feng was not solely a full-time sniper. Sometimes he would need to use a rifle. This arrangement greatly pleased Lu Feng, as having a highly skilled teammate to share the workload on both offense and defense was immensely comfortable. At that moment, he began crafting his training plan in his mind. Over the next few days, he would observe past games to familiarize himself with tactical positioning and gain insights from his teammates about their habits during competitions. Additionally, a crucial task awaited him, applying for an account on the platform to engage with top-tier players in Europe and possibly encounter professional players training during the off-season. With this in mind, Lu Feng headed to the training room, found his assigned computer, and deftly logged into his account. Ding, ding, ding. A notification chimed through the communicator. Lu Feng glanced at the screen, realizing numerous messages awaited him. So how's it going, Xiao Lu? Have you arrived in Germany? Is everything all right? Lu Feng replied, I have reached the club, and everything is great, bro dude. You made it? How's it feel? Lu Feng responded, it's incredible, truly amazing. So many remarkable individuals. At that moment, Lu Feng noticed someone online who sent him a message. Hi, Lu. I heard you've arrived at the training base. How does it feel? Lu Feng replied, the club is fantastic. I feel everything is wonderful. Wow, I'm glad to hear that. I'm currently on vacation. eagerly awaiting the day I can train with you. Lu Feng responded, I am equally excited. Looking forward to your return. It seemed that, during his vacation, young master and I had yet to unlock his nightlife attributes. Lu Feng thought to himself, goodness, after spending more time as teammates, he won't drag me into his nightlife escapades. Will he? But whatever, if we do, perhaps I might unlock some attributes myself. After exchanging a few more messages, Lu Feng began searching for match footage on the website. Chapter 79. The platform is truly enjoyable. The following day, Lu Feng woke up somewhat late, still adjusting to the time difference. However, he was grateful for the comfort of his dormitory. The overall decor style, particularly in crafting a serene atmosphere for slumber, is truly distinctive. Upon rising, Lu Feng first made his way to the gym to engage in a brief session of aerobic exercise, invigorating his body. Subsequently, he ventured to the dining area to procure a nutritious meal. It is often said that German cuisine lacks flavor, and Lu Feng can certainly attest to this. Such sustenance serves merely to meet daily caloric needs, bearing no resemblance to delectable fare. After his meal, he strolled into the training room. Despite having endured a 20-hour journey the previous day, the time zone difference rendered him entirely free of fatigue. He immersed himself in reviewing competition footage until late into the night. Today, adhering to his self-training regimen, he intended to practice positioning habits within the established framework. After logging onto the platform, Lu Feng adjusted his settings, preparing to engage in a few matches. Due to the novelty of his account, both his teammates and opponents possessed lower ranks, which rendered the experience somewhat tedious. It took considerable time before he was finally matched with higher-ranked players. However, Lu Feng was pleasantly surprised by the enthusiasm for communication exhibited by all players on the platform, who enjoyed collaborating with teammates and making technical attempts, fostering a remarkably positive competitive atmosphere. Although the skill level of players at this rank did not challenge Lu Feng, the experience remained far from monotonous. Almost all maps had a plethora of players available for matchmaking, unlike domestic platforms, which often suffer from severe map bias. Lu Feng mused that the environment in Europe and America is indeed quite different. On the third day, Lu Feng maintained his routine, though he arose slightly earlier. After the previous day's efforts, he was now able to match with higher-ranked players. Lu Feng refrained from showcasing his true prowess during the matches, adhering strictly to the tactical framework and meticulously controlling his movements. Even so, he was able to influence the outcomes of these ordinary matches, being a top-tier professional player. In the evening, Lu Feng found himself matched in an extraordinary game. He was the first to enter the server, and one must commend the Club S computers. They are truly exceptional. Observing the opposing team's positions, he noticed they were filled with familiar faces, one after another entering the server. Wow, it appears we have matched against a full team. Is that not the renowned Danish player? On Lu Feng's side, others began to join, two of whom caused his heart to race. He was well acquainted with these two individuals, who were notorious for being frequently accused of cheating on the platform. The last two to enter were unfamiliar to him, but their presence in such a match indicated they were at least of a high skill level. Lu Feng's arrival surprised him as well. From Ulm? How'd he end up here? While everyone pondered this, someone remarked, oh, it seems he has joined. He should be in Germany now. The players were quite incredulous about Lu Feng's association with Ulm and were eager to teach him a lesson, ensuring this newcomer experienced the harsh realities of a European gaming scene. The map for this match was Forklift, and both teams began to engage in a knife fight to determine which side would have the privilege of choosing their faction. After a chaotic skirmish, Lu Feng's team emerged victorious in the knife round, opting for the defensive side. Following two server refreshes, the match officially commenced. In the pistol round, Lu Feng spawned in the foremost position. He communicated via voice chat, "My position is advantageous. I will head to defend the zone. If the opponents do not attack immediately, they will most likely proceed slowly." A teammate responded from behind, "I will support you." Another teammate remarked, "I will keep an eye on the midsection." The other two teammates, positioned further back, elected to defend the zone. Once the countdown concluded, they executed their plan without delay. Lu Feng dashed to the second floor of the zone, leaping down to observe the hall's activity. His teammate chose to remain on the second floor, prepared to provide cover. Should the opponents approach the zone, Lu Feng would retreat to the bomb site, while the teammate would act as a pivotal role from above. Just as he landed, Lu Feng spotted a flashbang hurtling toward him. He sidestepped to the right, evading the enemy's line of fire while swiftly adjusting his perspective to dodge the flashbang. As he dodged, he stepped leftward and, at that moment, glimpsed an opponent rushing in with the flashbang. A single shot rang out, striking the first assailant in the head. The opponent's disarray provided Lu Feng an opportunity. However, he refrained from greedily pursuing further shots and quickly retreated to the safe position. He skillfully concealed himself behind cover as the second attacker rushed into the pipe room. At this juncture, the teammate on the second floor, blinded by the initial flashbang, remained hidden behind cover and was unable to intercept the second attacker entering the pipe room. Lu Feng chose to disregard the intruder and leapt onto the bomb site, utilizing cover to block the line of fire from the pipe room, preparing to intercept the remaining foes. The blinding effect had worn off, and the teammate on the second floor was ready to emerge and assist Lu Feng in intercepting the remaining attackers passing through the door. The third assailant appeared at the door, desperately searching for Lu Feng's whereabouts, fully aware that a defender was stationed at the bomb site. Simultaneously, Lu Feng emerged from cover, firing 2 shots towards the door. The first bullet struck the opponent's body, momentarily halting their movement, while the second shot missed as the opponent fell to the ground. It turned out that while Lu Feng had slowed the enemy, the teammate on the second floor had also begun firing at the same time. Their bullets arrived almost simultaneously, and due to server latency, it was determined that the kill belonged to the teammate. Lu Feng, undeterred by the missed shot, swiftly repositioned to the other side of the cover at the pipe room exit, encountering the second attacker. They exchanged fire, but Lu Feng's quick reflexes and pistol prowess granted him the upper hand, successfully eliminating the opponent. The fourth assailant met a similar fate as Lu Feng. Having returned to the safe position, scored a headshot, taking them down. The player behind, tasked with throwing utility, posed no threat as they lacked even body armor, and were swiftly eliminated. Lu Feng and his teammate executed a double kill, leaving the opposing team unable to even touch the bomb site. "Impressive. Your pistol work is exceptional," exclaimed one teammate in the voice channel after the final enemy had been dispatched. "Your timely support shots were perfectly synchronized with my mistiming." Lu Feng reciprocated the praise. Such camaraderie is essential in the Western gaming community. Following Lu Feng's lead, the other 2 teammates also engaged in mutual admiration. Subsequently, for these exceptionally meticulous players in casual matches, it became a mere formality. They executed a flawless sweep in the zone, collaborating with the midsection to achieve yet another overwhelming victory. The score reached 3-0, marking a splendid commencement of this match. Lu Feng remained keenly aware of the professional competition, recognizing the players' backgrounds and their significance. With the 4th round imminent, the affluent players were eager to provide Lu Feng with a sniper rifle, but he declined their offer. Then, he stated, "Give me the sniper rifle." Chapter 80. Intense battle with the big eyes. The first long gun round of the first half commenced. Due to the acquisition of a contributed sniper rifle, the team shifted to a defensive stance in their designated area, with Lu Feng assuming a role of mobility. At the outset, Lu Feng proceeded to assist in positioning within the designated zone. Upon observing the attacking side, he opted not to engage immediately, retreating instead to the mid lane. At this juncture, the attacking side's pressure on mid lane was palpably intense. Lu Feng surmised that once the incendiary grenade's effects dissipated on the hill, the adversaries would likely attempt to invade the mid lane. Indeed, as the effects faded, 2 attackers positioned themselves atop the hill. Lu Feng recognized that the hill's line of sight was restricted, preventing a full view of the large box in mid lane. Should the opponents invade from the hill, they would undoubtedly coordinate with the mid door to clear the large box. Consequently, upon reaching the police mid door, Lu Feng promptly deployed a smoke grenade towards the criminal mid door, thwarting any reinforcement from that direction. Concealing his position and biding his time, he communicated with his teammate to launch a high-altitude flashbang into mid lane. Understanding the cue, the teammate hurled a flashbang into the air. At the moment Lu Feng released the smoke grenade, the attention of the 2 criminals on the hill was drawn, their focus entirely fixated on the police mid-door, oblivious to the flashbang thrown from the narrow path. The instant the flashbang detonated, both assailants atop the hill were rendered blind. The first criminal swiftly leapt down to the mid-lane's recess, while the second was less fortunate. Blinded by the flashbang, he stumbled into an overhang, failing to retreat to cover. Lu Feng, attuned to the sound of the flashbang's explosion, quickly repositioned and unleashed a barrage, promptly eliminating the second criminal. At this moment, the criminal concealed within the smoke grenade's shroud grew anxious. With one of his teammates already down, the loss of a second would entirely eliminate their control of mid lane. Realizing this, he traversed the smoke to join his partner in the recess, intending to suppress the defenders. having closely monitored mid lane's dynamics. He recognized that the police mid-door was most vulnerable to simultaneous attacks from both the criminal mid-door and the hill. He resolved to fortify one of these points. With this in mind, he emerged from behind a large box, coincidentally spotting the criminal exiting the smoke at mid-door. A rapid halt followed by a spray of fire directly engaged this opponent. Meanwhile, Lu Feng, having already deployed an incendiary grenade after eliminating the first adversary, threw it into the recess as he secured his second kill. The flames erupted, swiftly engulfing the confined space within the recess. Observing the flames below, the criminal, now unable to hide, was compelled to confront Lu Feng at the police mid-door. Lu Feng, astutely aware that the opponent would likely resort to a direct confrontation, swiftly retreated to the police mid-door. The forced criminal, upon witnessing the empty police mid-door, was momentarily taken aback. In that fleeting instant, Lu Feng emerged from behind the large box, striking from another angle and eliminating him. This exquisite interplay of cross-cover in mid-lane resulted in the swift dispatch of 3 attacking criminals. The remaining tasks became straightforward. The defenders merely needed to retreat and secure several critical positions. The last 2 criminals, left with no options, ultimately opted for a desperate assault on the zone, only to be eliminated by the sniper rifle. The score stood at 4-0, with the defenders triumphantly securing the first long gun round. With the attackers' economy depleted, they had no choice but to proceed. In the 5th round, the 5 unarmed players, lacking the support of long guns, prepared to group together in an attempt to seize the sniper rifle. Their intentions were unmistakably clear: to exploit the sniper's vulnerability due to limited continuous output capacity, seize the weapon, and dispose of it in a location unreachable by the police, thereby inflicting economic damage. Consequently, Lu Feng became the focal point of their ire, drawing the full brunt of their aggression. True to Lu Feng's recollections from his past life, he exhibited remarkable elusiveness, evading capture with ease. Thus unfolded a scene where he adeptly maneuvered within the zone, luring attackers from all directions, while Lu Feng and his teammate from the control room collected their toll with fervor. Consequently, they secured the 5th round as well. The match proceeded to the 6th round, where the defensive positions saw some alterations. Lu Feng took on the primary defensive role, while 2 other players, designated as Road Kings, defended mid lane, utilizing a sniper rifle to secure the zone. Shortly after the round commenced, the essence of the hanging dog strategy became evident, leading to an extraordinary kill. While defending the zone, Lu Feng, seemingly lost in thought, casually fired a shot towards the blue door, achieving a direct headshot that eliminated an enemy traversing alone through that entrance. As others remained momentarily stunned, Lu Feng quickly deciphered the situation. With an enemy free agent at the blue door, the likelihood of an assault on mid lane or the zone was high. As anticipated, following the elimination of the free agent, an explosive assault on the zone commenced. Lu Feng remained composed, first deploying a smoke grenade at the bomb site to create a barrier for himself. Subsequently, he hurled an incendiary grenade towards the door, delaying the attacker's advance. At this juncture, the mid-lane support returned, joining Lu Feng at the bomb site to establish a crossfire. The management of their utilities was commendable. With each advance, a flashbang cleared the path. Consequently, upon breaching the door, Lu Feng's efforts yielded minimal results, intercepting only 1 enemy, while allowing the majority of the attacking force to infiltrate the control room. In a fleeting moment, both sides found themselves in a state of attrition, engaging in a brief positional warfare. Yet, to describe it as positional warfare would be an understatement. It resembled a siege. The assailants in the control room could not swiftly eliminate the defenders at the bomb site, risking a counter-siege from returning personnel. Lu Feng and his teammate, well aware of the battlefield dynamics, played their roles with cunning, avoiding direct conflict while seeking to delay the attackers, rendering them immobile. Ultimately, the returning defenders successfully positioned themselves, fortifying both the pipe and the bomb site, with 1 player flanking through the criminal mid-door. Meanwhile, Lu Feng, armed with a sniper rifle, continuously pierced the control room. Under immense pressure, the remaining 3 criminals were swiftly overwhelmed. The opening round concluded with a score of 6-0, leaving the opposing team slightly disheartened. However, being professional players, they were not easily discouraged. They soon recognized that this was no ordinary ranked match. The opposing team's tactical proficiency was notably high. In response, they prepared to employ tactical stratagems against their adversaries. As it turned out, their tactical maneuvers proved remarkably effective in this ranked match. They utilized solitary players to create disturbances in the zone, feigning an offensive posture to distract the defenders. Furthermore, while harassing various points, they engage in a contest of utility management. In typical ranked matches, due to the generally inadequate coordination among teammates, effective utility management becomes challenging under pressure. After applying pressure, they abruptly shifted tactics, launching a barrage of explosives to assault the zone. The zone on the map Forklift is characterized by expansive, linear areas. When confronted with a large-scale explosive assault, the defending team is fortunate to achieve stable rotations, proving difficult to defend against a superior force. Unless the defenders exhibit exceptional coordination, proactively invading the hull or catching the attackers off guard, they must effectively disrupt the attacker's rhythm to achieve a commendable defensive outcome. As the defensive side began to take the game seriously, they started to lose points consecutively, much to Lu Feng's dismay, who preferred a roaming role. Consequently, Lu Feng became the primary defender in every area he entered. He sought a clever tactic to gather information while pressing forward, but his teammates struggled to coordinate with him, either missing the timing or lacking the necessary equipment. The map, CHCH, is notably expansive. To successfully gather information while advancing, one must synchronize timing and utilize equipment effectively. If the defensive side opts for a stealthy approach while pressing forward, they risk becoming a fool, unaware of whether they will encounter a lone player or the entire opposing team. If it's a lone player, a stealthy approach may yield success. However, if it's the entire squad, it could lead to certain demise. In Chapter 81, titled Winning Against the Big Eye, the team managed to regain some momentum in the first half. Lu Feng had only a few opportunities to gather information on the opposing team, successfully thwarting their attacks. Ultimately, the score at halftime stood at 9-6, with Lu Feng's team leading by a mere 3 points as they entered the second half. At the outset of the pistol round, Lu Feng chose to contribute to his team by preparing several pieces of equipment to aid their assault on the site. The 5 players quietly approached the hull, fortunate that the opponents did not rush in immediately. Thus far, the movements of the attacking side remained shrouded in mystery. Observing that his 4 teammates had lined up, Lu Feng launched a smoke grenade to obscure the view of the white car and deployed a flashbang overhead. The 4 teammates surged out of the hull, aiming to invade the bomb site, while Lu Feng opted to remain in the hull to prevent any flanking maneuvers. The 4 attackers faced little direct resistance as they infiltrated the bomb site. The defensive strategy was clear: allow the attackers to enter the bomb site, capitalize on advantageous positions, levy a toll on the intruders, and regroup for a counterattack. The approach proved effective, as the attackers were indeed met with some resistance during their incursion. As a formidable European team, their counterattack was remarkably efficient, coordinating in pairs from various angles to clear the bomb site. Wasting no time, they executed a swift exchange, resulting in a 2-for-3 trade, effectively clearing the bomb site. At this moment, only Lu Feng remained hidden in the hull, awaiting a 1-versus-3 scenario. His mind raced as he contemplated how to dismantle this predicament. First, he thought he must eliminate one opponent. Capitalizing on the fact that the opponents had yet to establish a formation at the bomb site, Lu Feng adjusted his shooting angle, aiming at the passage by the oil barrels. From previous reports, he was aware that 2 opponents were positioned in the passage, and he had already downed one, while 3 others were at the white car, with 1 also dispatched. At that moment, the lone defender in the passage revealed himself just as he was about to pass the oil barrels, and Lu Feng took a shot. With precision, he fired 2 rounds, expertly controlling his aim, and eliminated the officer attempting to enter the bomb site. The 2 officers at the bomb site, hearing Lu Feng in the hall, quickly emerged from behind the crates, ready to retaliate. By then, Lu Feng had retreated back into the hall, with the bomb timer steadily counting down. The dwindling time only favored Lu Feng. If the standoff continued, the opponents would have to send one to cover while the other defused the bomb. As expected, one officer could no longer contain himself and began defusing the bomb. The other officer was positioned at the hall's entrance, waiting for Lu Feng to show himself. Lu Feng, not one to be outsmarted, took a few steps back, then executed a spinning jump to bait the covering officer into firing first. Once the opponent lost their initial accuracy, maintaining control of their aim would become significantly more challenging, thus greatly reducing the chances of Lu Feng being eliminated. Following the spin jump, Lu Feng quickly crouched and fired 2 more shots, taking down the covering officer. At the moment the first officer fell, Lu Feng noticed the second officer had ceased defusing the bomb, preparing to finish him off, not allowing the opponent a chance to retaliate. Lu Feng swiftly maneuvered back into the hall, thinking to himself, these teammates aren't too foolish. They realized that the bomb could be seen from the hall. The advantage was now his. As long as the bomb was not engaged, he would not reveal his position. What transpired next was almost comical. Whenever the officers attempted to defuse the bomb, Lu Feng silently counted to 4 seconds, regardless of whether they possessed a defusal kit, and treated it as if they did. Whenever they began defusing, he counted silently, then again. Lu Feng toyed with them in this manner. Ultimately, the officers lost their patience and charged into the hall, ready to confront Lu Feng. Anticipating their approach, Lu Feng took them down with 2 precise shots, securing a remarkable victory in the 1 versus 3 scenario. Impressive, brother. A brilliant execution of the endgame. Truly remarkable, his teammates praised in a voice channel. The score shifted to 10-6, with Lu Feng's team claiming the pistol round of the second half, beginning to extend their lead. The subsequent 2 rounds posed little challenge, as Lu Feng effectively utilized equipment to assist his teammates in achieving significant success. The score escalated to 12-6 as the first long gun round of the second half was about to commence. As the defensive side, their team's advantage began to manifest. At the outset, utilizing his teammates' clearing equipment, Lu Feng charged into the hall, eliminating a lone opponent. Following this, he coordinated with equipment to suppress the middle, sending another officer off the false mountain. After searching for some time, without finding anyone in the hall or middle, the information was evident. Lu Feng's team was undoubtedly poised to attack the site. Under the opposing team's deliberate heavy defense, the assault on the site became exceedingly arduous. The first long gun round of the second half concluded with a victory, bringing the score to 12-7. The contest continued, and Lu Feng's team maintained sufficient resources to engage in another long gun round. If they failed to secure this point or were unable to plant the bomb, their economy would collapse. At the start, Lu Feng decided to test the waters at the site. He cautiously approached the hall, taking his time to observe the defensive team's use of equipment. Noticing their deployment of smoke grenade, Lu Feng surmised that a sniper was likely not present in the area. The attackers were visibly cautious as they traversed the hall. The defensive side attempted a counter-clear, but failed to catch him. In the middle, Lu Feng quietly positioned himself on the false mountain, choosing to remain hidden rather than engage in firefights. Regardless of whether he attacked the site or not, if the assault was successful, he could intercept the defensive counterattack. As the smoke dissipated and no second grenade was thrown, Lu Feng understood that the first smoke was merely a precaution to facilitate the attacker's positioning. He began to advance towards the site, akin to a sweeping robot, meticulously assessing all potential points of entry for enemies. Taking a deep breath, he aimed directly at the second floor. An enemy, holding equipment and observing without a hint of awareness, was swiftly dispatched by Lu Feng's shot. Observing the second floor cleared, Lu Feng's teammates began to cooperate with him, laying down equipment towards the site. Soon enough, both the second and first floors were enveloped in smoke grenades, followed by a Molotov cocktail that struck the wall, landing precisely in the unguarded area. With the bomb site being the only location left to clear, Lu Feng prepared to reveal himself and eliminate the threats. Hiding at the bomb site, having thrown a few defensive items at the start, Lu Feng found himself with limited resources, as the remaining items in the defensive zone lay with the fallen. His methodical search for supplies was astute. He understood that the Molotov cocktail from the headless position could also ignite behind the large crates. Thus only the second and third crates needed to be searched. He swiftly located the items, engaged in a fierce confrontation, and eliminated the opponent, seizing control of the bomb site. Those preparing to return from the pipeline were intercepted by a false mountain, while 2 defending players from the adjacent zone were ambushed and taken down. Lu Feng secured yet another point, bringing the score to 13-7. After reaching the 20-point mark, the momentum of the chasing team was thwarted, tipping the scales of victory decidedly in Lu Feng's favor. Their offensive strategy bore fruit as they scored consecutively, ultimately reaching match point. Following an unconventional push, they managed to reclaim a point. In the final moment, Lu Feng took up the offensive sniper role, stealthily advancing into the zone, breaking the point, and decisively ending the match. The final score of this encounter was locked at 16-8, with Lu Feng emerging victorious. After the match, Lu Feng and his 3 companions exchanged friend requests. After a long day of play, fatigue began to set in, prompting Lu Feng to shut down his computer and retreat to his dormitory for rest. In the subsequent days, Lu Feng dedicated himself to self-training. He adhered strictly to his regimen, which included reviewing recordings, practicing with equipment, and engaging in platform matches. Through these days of collaborative effort, Lu Feng forged strong friendships, forming a trio that instilled fear in the platform players. As a naturally reserved individual, Lu Feng found harmony with his similarly introverted companions, creating a comfortable camaraderie based on mutual respect for personal boundaries. During this period, a significant transformation occurred. The organization announced that the previously utilized map, Hellfire Town, would undergo reconstruction and be removed from the competitive map pool. Meanwhile, the map, Nuclear Crisis, which had been taken out of circulation earlier this year for remastering, was set to return with substantial changes, shifting away from its prior dark concrete factory aesthetic to a much brighter palette. This major update seemed to establish a new standard. In the future, the competitive map pool would undergo periodic modifications, injecting fresh vitality into the competitions and enhancing the viewing experience. Additionally, a notable event unfolded during this time. Following Lu Feng's transfer, he had gained considerable recognition within the European and American communities. As a player who had swiftly achieved success across both continents and had served in top-tier clubs in 2 regions, his fan base was extensive and geographically diverse. Consequently, he became a target for various commercial institutions. Normally, endorsement contracts would not approach Lu Feng without reason, as club-level regulations typically govern such matters, and individual endorsements were not prevalent at that time. All formal commercial activities were conducted within the club's commercial framework. During this period, a prominent gambling website specializing in accessories reached out to Lu Feng. They engaged in frequent communication over a few days, hoping he would endorse their site and shoot some promotional videos. Without hesitation, Lu Feng decisively declined their offer. Though this type of gambling site might be legalized in the European and American regions, and Lu Feng was indeed situated in Europe, he felt a profound responsibility towards his substantial fan base. Out of concern for their well-being and the ethical implications of endorsing such a venture, he could not accept the endorsement. With the wisdom of a young man in his 20s, Lu Feng understood the grave consequences that could arise from irresponsible promotional activities. Based on memories from his previous life, he recalled that just over a month later, the organization issued a serious statement targeting accessory gambling websites. Thus, this was evidently not a prudent choice. In the days spent at the club, Lu Feng even observed some staff members participating in accessory gambling. He had gently advised them against such practices, but whether they heeded his counsel was ultimately their own decision. Engaging in activities tied to the outcomes of competitions could severely tarnish the club's reputation if exposed. After several days of battles, Lu Feng gained much from his experiences. Immersed in a new competitive environment, he found a wealth of inspiration. Before long, his ranking soared into the top 20 of the platform. He occasionally encountered various elite European players and professionals from first and second-tier teams. During this time, he reported his progress to the club's talent supervisor. In truth, European clubs were already keenly aware of high ranking under 20 players without professional contracts who were actively engaging in the community, even without Lu Feng's reports. The operations of talent scouting within European and American clubs had become highly specialized. After several more days of intense competition, Lu Feng, with an unbeaten record of 182 points, swiftly closed in on the top 10 of the leaderboard. The official organization based in London noticed Lu Feng's presence. While most professional players possessed the necessary qualifications, Lu Feng, being a newcomer, had yet to acquire his. Thus, he remained confined to the ordinary ladder for matches. Although he occasionally faced professional players or formidable opponents like Lu Feng, the majority of his encounters were with regular players. Consequently, the officials urgently contacted Lu Feng and granted him the required qualifications to prevent him from dominating casual players and disrupting their gaming experience. Once he entered the competitive ranks, the intensity of matches escalated, bringing a newfound pressure. In this arena, numerous professional players and exceptionally skilled competitors were present. In one recent match, Lu Feng even faced an opponent who had just returned to Europe. At that time, this player was in the prime of his youth, brimming with arrogance and dismissing all rivals. Lu Feng had no desire to contend with him and merely offered a polite greeting, focusing solely on fulfilling his own responsibilities within a match. There was no need to engage in a battle for resources or recognition in such contests. If he sought to prove himself, it would be best done in a formal competition. As the days of vacation drew to a close, Lu Feng's self-training had not gone unnoticed by the coaching staff, analysts, and other personnel within the team. They praised his discipline and, privately, had developed friendships with him. Lu Feng's occasional displays of Eastern humor and light-hearted jokes created a pleasant atmosphere among them. The evaluations of Lu Feng were overwhelmingly positive, spreading recognition throughout the club. When he first arrived, Lu Feng was acutely aware of the perception surrounding him, having intentionally navigated many situations to foster a favorable impression. Initially, everyone regarded him through a lens of skepticism. His numerous labels, valued at $500,000, a newcomer with less than 4 months in the professional scene. A major tournament player, a yellow-skinned Eastern individual hailing from a developing region in the Asia-Pacific, caused others to observe and scrutinize him closely from the outset. Thus, Lu Feng was fully aware that if he did not swiftly break or improve this perception, it would render his work experience quite uncomfortable. The atmosphere within the club significantly influences the mindset of the players. Much like the talented young individual from Sweden, who struggled with such issues for a prolonged period and nearly faded into obscurity. It was only after being loaned to a team of vibrant and cheerful young individuals that he began to smile once more, and his performance steadily improved, gradually showcasing his true worth. This eventually led to the club's decision to sign him. In fact, from the moment of his loan to the signing, he was scrutinized for quite some time, as he carried numerous labels after his sudden rise to prominence. Fortunately, the harmonious environment within the team helped him successfully emerge from the shadows. I, too, hold a deep fondness for him, believing he should not be overlooked. Witnessing his gradual return to joy fills me with immense satisfaction. In this lifetime, Lu Feng benefited from his youth. Whatever he endeavored was perceived as unintentional, resulting in a heightened acceptance and tolerance from others. Thus, during this period, Lu Feng focused on executing his training regimen and diligently enhancing the atmosphere around him. Chapter 83. Returning to the team, the delightful holiday has come to an end. Almost all the players returned to the team on the same day. Starting the day after their return, Lu Feng would join them for a week-long training camp. The schedule for the latter half of the year would be exceptionally demanding. A week later, the entire team would travel to Kato Weiss to participate in the qualifiers for Cologne. Lu Feng would once again reunite with old friends, as the team would also be present. After competing in the Cologne qualifiers, they would swiftly cross the Atlantic to Atlanta for the group stage of the Grand Prix. Following the conclusion of the group stage, they would hastily return to Cologne for the main event, and then back to Atlanta to continue with the second phase of the competition. Upon seeing this schedule, Lu Feng felt a sense of despair. In his home country, merely taking the high-speed train to the capital for a competition left him grumbling for half a day. Now, however, he would be hopping between 2 continents for a single event, leaving anyone bewildered. Earning that $1 million salary truly proved to be a daunting task. As the players returned, Lu Feng also encountered the long-missed chubby friend. At this moment, he was still a home-loving little chub, having spent his break in his hometown of Bosnia instead of traveling. He even brought Lu Feng local specialties, Bosnian cookies, and large ham. Upon receiving the gift, Lu Feng felt quite embarrassed, as he had arrived in haste without anything to reciprocate. He repeatedly apologized, saying, "I'm so sorry. I came rather hurriedly this time and didn't have time to prepare a gift. I promise to bring you a surprise next time during my break." "No worries, Lu. As my new teammate from afar, it's only right for me to present you with a gift," he replied warmly. In his previous life, as a solitary underachiever, Lu Feng had self-taught some culinary skills. He made a promise to cook the gifted ham using Chinese methods and invited his friend to join him for the meal. Both of them, having just celebrated their 19th birthdays, were on the cusp of their era. The following 2 days were filled with intense training sessions. There was no new tactical system. It was the same old approach that merely required fine-tuning to enhance proficiency. From their last encounter, Lu Feng sensed a certain unfamiliarity within the system that needed to be addressed to improve both competency and margin for error. With the absence of the previous burdens, all awkwardness seemed to dissipate. The primary reason for this was Lu Feng's inclusion, which provided the team with a new strength, significantly elevating the overall margin for error within the system. As teammates, everyone began to view Lu Feng with fresh eyes, marveling at his individual capabilities. In this moment, Lu Feng strived to showcase his skills, whether as a lead player or in support positions, aiming to perform his utmost. The veteran, known for his serious demeanor, often joked with Lu Feng, indicating his fondness for him. "Hey Lu, I think you handle the sniper rifle much better. My skills pale in comparison to yours. After a training match, having witnessed Lu Feng's impressive performance with the sniper rifle, he smirked and said, "Don't get caught up in this. Use whoever's opportunity is best. Our goal is simple. We must not allow our opponents to anticipate our moves." Lu Feng smiled as he explained, "You are correct. You know, I have always dreamed of being a sniper. Until I saw you, I felt quite confident. Now, it appears I'm better suited for the rifle." Observing his friend's state, Lu Feng understood that he had only recently joined a top-tier professional team and hadn't yet found his clear role. He replied with a smile, "All right then, teach me a few tricks next time. I've always had a dream of wielding a rifle." They both laughed heartily. The training days passed in a joyful atmosphere. During this time, Lu Feng even purchased some spicy peppers to prepare a dish of stir-fried ham for the entire team. They also requested a few pizza dough bases from the cafeteria, baking them to enjoy alongside the spicy ham. The team relished the meal, exclaiming how delightful the food was. "This is simply amazing." Lu Feng inwardly rolled his eyes, thinking, well, this group of unrefined Europeans. Within the club, everyone frequently organized such activities to enhance team spirit. This exemplifies the cultural differences between East and West. In the club, fostering relationships is not overly complicated. Simply sharing a meal or grabbing a milk tea can strengthen friendships. Amongst boys, even a casual trip downstairs to buy cigarettes can significantly bolster camaraderie. In his previous life, Lu Feng led a solitary existence, lacking both finances and social connections. However, deep down, he yearned for such social interactions. Initially, he maintained a reserved demeanor, worried about appearing overly eager, as is customary in Eastern culture. Upon arriving at the team, where everyone was expressive and lively, he realized that being enthusiastic was not only acceptable, but also quite fitting. As the training camp approached its conclusion, the entire club became increasingly busy, preparing to head to Kato Weiss for the Cologne qualifiers. In the days leading up to their departure, Lu Feng made a point to discuss the upcoming qualifiers with his teammates. Based on his recollections from his previous life, they were just one victory away from entering the main event in Cologne. Observing their recent performance, Lu Feng noted significant improvements in their tactical execution. He hoped they would qualify for the main event and earn a sticker that represented their team. "Bro, how has your training been lately? Do you think you can secure a win in the Cologne qualifiers?" Lu Feng inquired. "The training schedule has been tight, and I'm now responsible for sniping and directing. I worry my control skills may not suffice," came the somewhat hesitant response. "But you've arrived. Your breakthroughs have been sharp. Focus on defending the sniper." Upon hearing Lu Feng's suggestion, he replied, "I was thinking the same. Since Inferno Town has been taken down, we've been practicing anew. Bro, I checked the matchups, and your first opponent is too. I strongly advise against choosing them. They're quite formidable. Opt for a less common map. You might stand a better chance." In a moment of surprise, I realized that, without your reminder, I would have remained unaware of the situation. My intention was to compete with them. Your team has experts, and given their remarks, they must indeed possess remarkable prowess. By the way, let us avoid selecting the Castle Clash map. In comparison with the European teams, our performance on this map has been less than stellar, as we have previously experienced defeat there. I understand now. Xiaolu, how is your training going? It's going reasonably well. My current state has been adjusted satisfactorily. I must say, this young man is incredibly precise. Haha, the two of you together will surely excel. The rest of the team hasn't given you a hard time, has it? No, during the practice match, I managed to dominate the opposing team with my sniping, leaving them quite impressed. They now hold me in high regard, haha. However, you're still young, and in unfamiliar territory. If you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to speak your mind. Do not let them push you around. I have never teamed up with foreigners, so I am unsure of their demeanor. Rest assured, brother, that one happened. They have invested a significant amount of money to bring me here. It would be quite disastrous if I left out of frustration. Ha! Judging by your demeanor, it seems you are faring quite well. Everything is genuinely fine, apart from the food being somewhat unpalatable. Do not worry. Great. The two continued their conversation for quite some time until Lu Feng prepared to log off and return to his dormitory for some rest. It was only afternoon there, and aware of the time difference, he did not keep Lu Feng any longer. Chapter 84. Journey to Katowice on June 7th, European time. Just 2 days before the Cologne qualifiers commenced, the entire team boarded a flight to Poland. The venue for this qualifier is Katowice, Poland, a city revered as a sanctuary for all professional players, known for its long-standing tradition of hosting major tournaments. Many who do not follow the scene may not even be aware that such a place exists, as Katowice is hardly a large city, not even ranking among the foremost in Poland. Yet, almost every professional season begins here. For many players, watching the Katowice Grand Prix at the start of the year has become a customary practice. This is precisely why Katowice is often discussed alongside the renowned European cities of Cologne and Copenhagen. Meanwhile, the team from Asia also boarded a flight bound for Katowice. Germany is only about 700 kilometers from Katowice, allowing Liu Feng and his teammates to arrive the same day, while their counterparts would need a journey of 21 hours. Arriving the following day, as their flight gradually descended, they reached their destination. Liu Feng and his team then traveled to the hotel arranged by the organizers. Being a venue with a glorious tradition, everything felt so natural and comfortable, with the ambience meticulously arranged. While everyone still had energy, the organizers promptly scheduled a photo shoot for team portraits, wisely opting not to postpone all preparations until the next day, thereby allowing more time for practice and adaptation. In such a round-robin format, where 3 victories lead to advancement, upsets are common. The next morning, after the team completed their preparations, they gathered in the hotel lobby. Awaiting a media interview, Liu Feng and his teammates engaged in light-hearted conversation, seeking insights into the European competition experience. Amidst their banter, Liu Feng noticed the host approaching with a cameraman toward their area. "Hey, look who we found." The whole team appears relaxed. "Let us have a chat with them." The official media are always so casual, favoring a continuous shot for their interviews. "Hello. Good morning, young lads." Liu Feng and his teammates awkwardly greeted the camera. "Oh, they seem quite composed. Let us start with a chat." "Hi. You look well. Share your feelings with us." Durong, clearly taken aback, began to respond after a moment. "It's quite nice here. The weather is similar to Hamburg. We rested well last night, so everything is going according to our expectations so far." After hearing Durong's response, the host passed the microphone to the other 2 teammates, encouraging them to share their thoughts. These 2 Germans were evidently not very articulate, merely mentioning that they felt in good shape and that the food here was delicious, expressing anticipation for the matches to come. The host maintained a professional demeanor, deftly interjecting to alleviate their awkwardness. The camera then shifted to Liu Feng, who was sharing a light joke with his teammates about the undercooked eggs that morning. Suddenly caught off guard by the host's question, "Hey, let us see who this is. Good morning. I noticed you chatting with your new teammate. What are your impressions? Have you trained together? How has it been? Please share your evaluation." This unexpected series of probing questions momentarily stunned Liu Feng. He then addressed the camera, stating, "He is an exceptionally talented and versatile player. We have trained together for a week, and his performance has truly amazed me. His arrival has opened up more possibilities for us and enriched our tactical repertoire. I greatly admire him, both as a colleague and a friend." That is a high praise. It's evident that the arrival of this young talent has significantly boosted your confidence. Do you have anything to add? The host turned to Liu Feng, clearly intending to conclude the interview with his remarks. "I am very pleased to join the club. My teammates are incredibly professional, making our training process very efficient. I am genuinely looking forward to fighting alongside such a talented player." The host seemed to find Liu Feng's response a bit too formal, as he pushed further with his inquiries. "What do you have to say about this upcoming competition?" Gathering his thoughts, Liu Feng replied, "This is my first official competition since joining, and it's also the first tournament of my life. I am extremely excited. The organizers are very professional, ensuring that everything I do here is quite comfortable." Upon hearing Liu Feng praise his organization, the host appeared satisfied, delivering a few closing remarks to the camera before preparing to interview other teams. After the interview concluded, everyone stood up, ready to engage in their respective activities. Throughout the afternoon, all participating teams were engaged in pre-match training. This qualifier features a total of 16 teams from various regions. The organizers did not split groups, but opted for a round-robin format. The first team to secure 3 victories would advance directly to the main event. The first matchup was against a team from the CS. Although Liu Feng was not well acquainted with this team, he was very familiar with one of its members, De Chao, who was still a young lad at this time, yet to grow into the formidable captain of the Green Dragon team. While lost in thought, a group of individuals pushing luggage entered the hotel. Upon seeing them, Liu Feng's excitement surged. His team had arrived. He quickly got up and rushed to the hotel entrance. "Captain, little Brad," looking up to see Liu Feng running towards him. The initially weary expression on his face transformed into a smile. Hey, don't call me that. I'm not your captain anymore. Your captain is over there," he quipped. Alas, These foreigners don't understand Chinese. While speaking, Lu Feng began greeting each member of the team, including 1, 2, and the manager who had accompanied them on this trip. Upon encountering Lu Feng, a wave of joy washed over me as I leaped to his side and playfully hooked my arm around his neck. Goodness, my friend, after arriving in Europe, you become quite dashing. That team uniform is a striking shade of red, even more so than mine. Are you planning to join the party? Ridiculous. As if I have such clout to have a uniform designed specifically for me. The theme color is simply a bold red. Lu Feng retorted with a mischievous grin, continuing to jest. Come on, your status is hardly insignificant. It's worth $50,000. Your hair is practically spun gold. Let me pluck a few strands. By the way, where's my big thoroughbred? Thoroughbred? Nonsense. I've been here for barely half a month. Do you think I'm like you, jumping at every opportunity? You seem to be haunted by thoughts of that thoroughbred, chasing it all the way to Katowice. You better handle it well. It would be best if you could pursue it all the way to Cologne. At that point, I'll surely help you find one. Understanding the underlying encouragement in Lu Feng's words, I chuckled. Just wait. I'll definitely chase you all the way to Cologne. These two, united in their camaraderie, engaged in light-hearted banter, with the friendship of youth flourishing through such trivial jesting. Little Lu, you seem to have lost a bit of weight, I remarked, noticing Lu Feng's slight change in appearance. Don't even get me started. The culinary skills of these Germans, you understand, are simply dreadful. The ingredients are fine, but the meals taste like diet food. Just the other day, after returning from vacation, I brought back a large ham. I made a spicy ham dish, and the foreigners were utterly astonished. Such hearty fare absolutely requires 2 bowls of rice. Can you believe it? They don't have rice here and stubbornly wrap it in flatbread. Listening to Lu Feng, I couldn't help but laugh. Yet I could sense that he was genuinely troubled by the food situation. Here, aside from barbecued meat, the options were limited to fried chicken, hamburgers, and fries. However, one cannot flaunt fast food every day. Once a charming young man, he now resembled a portly uncle. True to his name, Box God, Lu Feng was not keen on becoming the ultimate form of a professional player, gaining weight while claiming strength. After exchanging a few more words, Lu Feng bid farewell to everyone. They had just disembarked from the plane and needed to check into their rooms, designate the training area, take promotional photos, and conduct interviews. There was much to do, and I didn't want to waste their time. By afternoon, all teams had completed their pre-match preparations. Each team returned to their training rooms to commence final training sessions. At this moment, all participating teams gathered at the hotel. While Lu Feng was in the dining area fetching drinks, he spotted someone he had interacted with before, along with another player he had previously schooled on the platform. The lineup was nearly complete, featuring formidable North American players. To Lu Feng's surprise, he encountered 2 members from another strong North American team, 9, namely 2 and 0. The banana-shaped 2 clearly recognized Lu Feng's reputation. As they brushed past each other, he displayed an expression that conveyed his intent to dominate. This made Lu Feng both amused and exasperated, thinking, regardless of whether you could outplay me in the game, you, raised on Western food, are still so thin. No wonder a right hook knocked you out cold. As Lu Feng's thoughts raced, he caught sight of 2 familiar faces. The godfather of the CS, 13, and the former sniper god of 16. Their team, 3, also possessed considerable strength and could be considered one of the seed teams in this preliminary round. Not wanting to socialize at that moment, Lu Feng hastened back to the training room, carrying several cups of drinks on a tray. From the match dynamics, it appeared they would not cross paths, so both teams arranged a practice match. In fact, they had indeed scheduled a practice match prior to this grand event. The map for their practice match was Desert Mirage, a key map prepared for this preliminary round. Following Lu Feng's advice, it was not selected as the first-round match map. Judging by the results of the practice match, the preparation for Desert Mirage was satisfactory. In the end, although they emerged victorious, the offensive rounds were commendable, securing 8 points. However, the defensive rounds were somewhat lacking, only achieving 2 points. They struggled due to the absence of a competent sniper to control the field, which compromised their ability to dominate certain areas and made them hesitant to press forward for information. In contrast, Lu Feng and his 2 companions exhibited formidable firepower, putting their opponents on the defensive. This practice match was more about finding their rhythm. Thus, the atmosphere was relaxed, devoid of intense tactical skirmishes, primarily consisting of scrimmages and brute force. With the next day's match looming, they wrapped up early and went their separate ways to rest. On the following day, everyone rose early. Given that the offline qualifiers operated on a single elimination format, the potential for upsets was considerable. Each team warmed up in advance, striving to adjust their state of play and avoid the pitfalls of sluggishness that could lead to unexpected losses. Today, due to ranking reasons, Lu Feng's match would commence later than that of Team 2, led by the formidable Headshot brother. Lu Feng arrived early to scout the competition venue and catch a glimpse of their match. Though merely a preliminary round in Cologne, the competition standards were notably high. The organizers had rented a hall capable of accommodating over 200 spectators and had constructed a luxurious stage for the event. Upon Lu Feng's arrival at the venue, he found the audience already seated, with the host introducing both teams. With no available seats, Lu Feng had to stand in the back aisle. Team 2, led by Headshot brother, was the first opponent for the initial round. Facing such a challenging adversary right from the start made Lu Feng feel a twinge of anxiety. After both teams avoided 2S map selection, they ultimately agreed upon Desert Mirage for the match. The losing team of the ninth round would have to commence the first half of the match as the offensive side. In the pistol round, a relatively straightforward tactic was employed. One player was sent to harass the middle, assessing the opponent's defensive positioning. The remaining 4 converged to assault the designated area. Though Team 2 stationed 3 players for defense, they still could not completely thwart the attack. A chaotic skirmish ensued in the area, with Team 2 managing a 3-for-3 exchange, successfully planting the bomb and preparing for a 2 versus 2 clutch scenario. The player who had been harassing the middle seized the opportunity to sprint along a side path, simultaneously gathering crucial information. With no opponents in the middle or sewer, the 2 defenders were returning from the supermarket. Armed with this intelligence, the clutch scenario became significantly easier. The round concluded with a score of 1-0 in favor of Lu Feng's team, who had successfully secured the pistol round. In the ensuing rounds, the shooting prowess of Lu Feng and his teammate was indeed intimidating, as they collectively secured 3 kills, achieving a 2-for-3 exchange. Although Team 2 created some advantages at the start of the second round, the other 3 players failed to capitalize on this promising situation and were ultimately eliminated. As the battle reached its climax, the remaining 2 players narrowly clinched the second round. Thus, both teams entered the fray with heightened intensity, engaging in fierce confrontations at every critical point, showcasing exceptional marksmanship. The excitement of the first match was palpable, evoking gasps from the audience. Lu Feng reflected on the situation. The progress made by my team during this period is remarkable. We can now stand toe-to-toe with a team of sharpshooters like Team 2. It appears that this time, they have come fully prepared. They indeed possess the strength to enter the main competition. This time, they might truly provide players with a set of stickers. In the domestic scene, a renowned commentator is delivering his views at lightning speed in a live broadcast. Brothers, it seems that Team 2 has fallen into a rhythm, and Brother Headshot is operating on a single thread. The more opponents challenge him in gunplay, the more he becomes fixated. Although he is accurate, he struggles against multiple opponents and is consistently subdued by combined efforts. Despite calling 2 timeouts, they could not reign in this rampaging bull. Our dashing Frenchman began to twitch, his neck reddening with strain. Ultimately, Team 2, often losing their main point players, conceded numerous points in defense. The halftime score was locked at 9-6, trailing by 3 points as they entered the second half. The teams exchanged roles, entering the strategic contest of the latter half. The defensive weaknesses on this side nearly cost them the match. Although they triumphed in the pistol round, extending their lead, they found themselves being relentlessly pursued by the opponents in the rifle rounds, entering a brief stalemate. Conversely, 2 non-primary firepower points in a round collaborated to dismantle Team 2's offensive, successfully turning the tide and finally breaking the deadlock. In the end, the final score of the match was set at 16-14. Achieving a hard-fought victory and securing a promising start, Lu Feng watched with beads of sweat on his brow, pondering whether the corporate culture of continuously conceding points in critical moments could be amended. This was indeed exhilarating. Winning is winning, and losing is losing. It is baffling to witness inexplicable point losses despite a favorable situation. Chapter 86. The first battle. After watching the match, Lu Feng exhaled deeply. He left the venue and returned to the training room to continue warming up as their match was about to commence. Their contest was not a focal point battle. Thus, the organizers had scheduled it on the secondary stage. How underestimated they must be by the organizers. Coach De Chow must exert himself. The main stage was preparing for the next match. The warm-up lasted about 10 minutes before the referees announced that they could enter the competition area. As Lu Feng and his team stepped into the arena, they saw their opponents preparing to leave, and judging by their expressions, they likely emerged victorious. Their captain was called away by the referee to select the match map ahead of time. Just as Lu Feng connected his peripherals, he saw the captain returning with a broad smile, addressing everyone. Team 2, Ji Ri Sha Cheng. Upon hearing the map selection, Lu Feng was secretly astonished. The opponents clearly knew they had a new sniper on their side and still opted for Ji Ri Sha Cheng. Perhaps they had a hidden strategy. At that moment, Team 2 had a particularly critical weakness. They were severely map-dependent. Apart from Ji Ri Sha Cheng, their understanding of other maps was evidently lacking. In fact, their premature reliance on Ji Ri Sha Cheng was quite unwise. If they performed well on this map, subsequent teams would certainly target it in future rounds. Given the current disparity in overall strength, it would be more prudent to concede the first match and reserve their unique strategies for later. These foreigners did not even grasp the concept of strategic competition. With the referee's command, both teams entered the server for the knife round, which they were unable to secure, granting the opponents the choice to start on the defensive. On Ji Ri Sha Cheng, the choice of faction is not of paramount importance. After 2 server refreshes, the match officially commenced. In the pistol round, Lu Feng opted for the Desert Eagle. Leading his team, he prepared to advance through the main road, leveraging the long-range advantage of the Desert Eagle to break through. Lu Feng positioned himself by the oil barrels in the middle, disrupting the opponent's reconnaissance. After successfully breaching the main road, he obstructed their counteroffensive. The Desert Eagle is renowned for its precision. It operates under the principle of not missing when not in a crucial match or when not caught off guard. Soon, he eliminated the primary defenders on the main road, leading his team to the bomb site. Lu Feng also had a smooth run, successfully intercepting 2 opponents attempting to return from the small path. The defenders at the bomb site found it exceedingly easy, with Lu Feng alone ensuring that no one could return through the small path. They could freely unleash fire upon the remaining enemies in the bomb site and the sand area. The opposing team, unable to even lay eyes on the bomb site, saw their counteroffensive plans completely unravel. Throughout the first half, Lu Feng and his teammates alternated positions, taking turns leading the charge to breach defenses, leaving their opponents in disarray. Once Lu Feng wielded the sniper rifle, he completely dominated the rhythm of the match. His extraordinary reflexes allowed him to intercept opponents directly at mid. The defenders had to either invest resources to assist their passage through mid or constantly lag behind. It became exceedingly challenging for the defending side to sneak through the hole or control mid from the small path. They had become accustomed to Lu Feng's aggressive tactics. He would often enter the hole without needing to pre-aim or deploy countermeasures. If the opposing team wished to secure some advantageous positions in mid, they had to pay the price of using an entire set of utilities. This also represented a passive strategy. Once they deployed those utilities, their intentions became clear. Thus, without effective management of those utilities, the defending side found themselves in an utterly passive situation. As the first half concluded, the attacking side had amassed 14 points. With a staggering score of 14-1, both teams entered the second half. In light of such a disparity, the match lost its suspense. As they resumed battle, the attacking side smoothly secured the pistol round. Right from the outset, Lu Feng dispatched 2 shots, eliminating the mid-control point of the opponents. As the attacking side, maintaining a prolonged vacuum in mid signified a 50 tactical failure. Ultimately, the final score was sealed at 16-1, marking their first victory. After the match, Lu Feng approached the opposing team to shake hands. He took a moment to observe Coach De Chao, who still appeared quite dashing as an Eastern European lad. Lu Feng mused to himself that he should enhance his skills and persevere. In a few years, he would emerge as a super talent. After shaking hands, the entire team swiftly gathered their gear, eager to clear the venue. Time was tight, as the match between Team 9 and another was set to commence here. While tidying up, Lu Feng noticed Team 9 entering the arena. The player Jiao 2 always wore an expression of supreme confidence. Seeing 2's arrogant face, Lu Feng couldn't help but want to utter a phrase in Cantonese. Don't act all high and mighty. Damn, I can't believe you don't understand. As he scanned the incoming players, Lu Feng's gaze suddenly fixed on a young man. Wow, is that really him? So young. At that moment, the electronic tyrant appeared rather endearing. He seemed to sense someone watching him, glancing in Lu Feng's direction, and discovered it was Lu Feng. Lu Feng noticed the electronic brother returning his gaze with a smile and a nod. The electronic brother reciprocated with a goofy grin, wondering, do I know him? Could it be that he fancies me? At this thought, the rosy-cheeked electronic brother shivered. Lu Feng, oblivious to the electronic brother's musings, quickly finished packing up and departed the arena with his team. Passing through the rest area, they paused for a moment as two of their members needed to attend to personal matters. At that moment, many players had gathered there, smoking and chatting. Soon, Lu Feng's gaze caught sight of a familiar figure, and he swiftly approached. Hey, you all played quite an intense first match, he remarked. The figure turned around, recognizing Lu Feng, and smiled. There's nothing we could do. Our defense was indeed too passive. Who is your next opponent? Lu Feng inquired. Well, based on the results from the other matches, we should be facing them in the second round. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes, saying, bro, let's have a hometown cigarette to ease our homesickness. Get lost. I absolutely do not smoke. If I get addicted, I want to have anywhere to buy them later. Lu Feng, who never smoked, understood his friend's teasing. Oh, by the way, Xiao Lu, who are you guys facing next? He asked. I don't know yet. It should be the winner between 9 and another team. I suspect it will likely be 9. Oh, are they strong? He asked as he extinguished his cigarette. I have no idea. From what I've seen so far, they're just average. Lu Feng pondered for a moment and continued. However, your team seems to have some potential. They possess skill, but their shooting accuracy is mediocre. You should go all out. All right, our match starts in half an hour, so we should head back to discuss our strategy. After bidding farewell to Lu Feng, they returned to their training venue. Chapter 87, second round on the secondary stage. The match between 9 and their opponent had just concluded, with a score of 16-12 in favor of 9. The young electronic players still fell short of expectations. As Lu Feng anticipated, their opponent in the second round would indeed be 9. At this moment, the secondary stage was preparing to commence the second round of matches. Meanwhile, the main stage was set for a highly anticipated battle in the second round. Lu Feng was not concerned about the match on the main stage, as the second round had yet to begin, and he had no time to analyze who their opponent in the third round would be. The match against 9 would likely take place on the main stage, thus scheduled for a later time. Lu Feng strolled to the outer side of the secondary stage, intending to watch a portion of the ongoing match. At this moment, both teams were warming up with their firearms, and the match map had been revealed. Clearly, they were set to engage in a battle of marksmanship. Winning the pistol round would allow them to choose the defensive side for the first half of the match. In the initial round, the pistol round commenced. The strategy of focusing on shooting proved effective. Both teams engaged in a skirmish in the designated area, with one side clearly gaining the upper hand, achieving a 1-for-3 exchange. On this map, long-range combat predominated. If the attacking side did not establish a significant advantage during the first encounter, they were likely to lose that round. Indeed, winning the pistol round was merely a matter of time. The opposing team, in desperation, attempted to seize the pipeline from the middle, hoping to close the distance for a gunfight. However, this overtly obvious offensive strategy posed no real threat and resulted in their complete annihilation. In the subsequent rounds, the advantage was not as pronounced as anticipated. They deliberately slowed the pace of the match, making it somewhat uncomfortable, as the rhythm of their shooting could not be sustained. The root of the issue lay within. Their confidence in marksmanship was still lacking. The slower they advanced, the fewer opportunities they had to gather information. This was exasperating for Lu Feng. Didn't this mean they were merely conforming to the opponent's rhythm? It seemed as if they sensed Lu Feng's frustration and called for a timeout. After the timeout, the pace of the match shifted dramatically. In the middle of the area, they executed movements at 3 critical positions in succession. Their strategy was straightforward. Since you failed to control these key positions at the outset, we would seize control, forcing you into a limited range of engagement where you could only shoot against us. The rhythm of their offense began to falter. Alas, their tactical sensitivity is still insufficient. They only started to adapt after conceding so many points, Lu Feng thought anxiously. However, after adjusting their rhythm, the advantage gradually returned to their side. Ultimately, the score at halftime was locked at 8-7, with a slender lead as they entered the second half. As the teams switched sides for the second half, the first pistol round commenced. Wow, this approach is rather audacious. 4 versus 1. Directly gambling in the area? They did not engage in preliminary probing and instead grouped up to attack the area directly. The quality of the flashbangs will be crucial here. At the entrance, they set up a high-low crossfire with one person on top of the forklift and another behind it. Oh, this flashbang was thrown a bit carelessly. The attacking flashbang was evaded, failing to blind the opponents effectively. Indeed, they were struck. As they rushed out of the hall, 2 were taken down by the high-low crossfire. Taking advantage of the remaining 3's retaliation, the defending team at the bomb site managed to flank from a side. They didn't even reach the bomb site before being completely wiped out. The next round was quite arduous. Thankfully, they kept their composure and played it safe. In the third round, with a slightly more affluent economy, they opted for a half-buy, hoping to capitalize on the opponent's lack of firepower and attempt a comeback. They grouped up and rushed towards the area, throwing a wall flashbang. What? Did it blind the opponents? Did it take out the first defending player? They swiftly dove into the area and the storage room. The defenders at the bomb site still attempted to resist and delay. What? They were taken down by 9 with 2 headshots? They successfully occupied the area, planted the bomb, and received the reward, setting a foundation for their economic situation in the next round. After some probing counterattacks, they chose to save their weapons. They had successfully turned the tide. This was rather abstract, not abstract in a philosophical sense, but in its lack of preparation. The match continued, and with their successful comeback, the confidence bar had reached 90%. With 2 firepower points established, they could finally begin to output normally. The 2 entry fraggers applied maximum pressure to the front, activating the support player. They finally began to score consecutively. If individual firepower was insufficient, they needed to compensate with teamwork, which they understood well. They continued to resist the advancing attack through their established synergy. However, there is no perfect rotation. Having exerted all their effort, they still succumbed. Ultimately, the score was locked at 16-13, securing victory in the second round. With 2 consecutive wins, their day's schedule concluded early, allowing them to return to the hotel for some rest. Observing the relaxed demeanor of his teammate exiting the competition area, Lu Feng approached and said, "You all played quite well. 2 victories and no more matches today." Suddenly, Lu Feng recalled something and cautioned, "Oh, don't eat anything indiscriminately when you get back." "Ha. This time we've definitely learned our lesson. We found 2 Chinese supermarkets and all our drinks and food are imported from back home. That's good. I've already become someone who can withstand the test. Eating this half-raw meat over here is no problem for me," Lu Feng replied with a smile. "Bro, when does your match start?" he asked as he ran over. "Our match will be on the main stage. There's another match about to begin over there. Once that's over, it's our turn, and our opponent is 9. "Oh, those guys? So you're practically guaranteed to win." Another person chimed in, continuing the conversation. "Absolutely. We'll send them right to the loser-s bracket. Among them, there's a player named 2 who always thinks he is capable. I won't chat with you any longer. I need to warm up and discuss strategies with my teammates on how to deal with this guy." Lu Feng bid farewell to the crowd and departed from the secondary stage. At this moment, the player 2, who was warming up in the training area, suddenly sneezed. The air conditioning in the training zone is rather excessive. Chapter 88, Facing Team 9. Hey, the main stage is now available for entry. Upon receiving the referee's notification, Lu Feng and his teammates shouldered their gear, preparing to enter the main venue. After setting up their peripherals and debugging the computer, everything was ready in 20 minutes. The main stage suddenly illuminated with bright lights. The audience was already aware that the competition was about to commence, and they began to cheer in rhythm with the lights. "Dear players, let us introduce the 2 teams for this round." The host gracefully walked to the center of the stage under the spotlight. First, on the left side of the stage, is our familiar team. As the host introduced them, the audience erupted in cheers, most of which were directed towards the 2 star players. They were set to face off against Team 9 from North America. The cheers from the audience were noticeably less enthusiastic than before. Player 2, undeterred by the sparse applause, lifted his chin, basking in the spotlight with an air of arrogance, as if enveloped in divine light. On the other side, Lu Feng felt embarrassed for 2 upon seeing his demeanor, almost digging a hole with his feet in discomfort. Truly, it resonates with the saying, "As long as others are not embarrassed, it is I who feels awkward." Nevertheless, as a warrior capable of dueling in front of an audience, his resilience is commendable. Prior to the entrance ceremony, both teams had already agreed on the map, which was Desert Mirage. After the server reset, both sides commenced a knife round, with a strategic approach leading to a solid victory for the defending side. In a domestic livestream room, the host welcomed viewers to the second round of the Cologne qualifiers, facing Team 9. Although Team 9 boasted a popular streamer, our beloved Iliu was present, making them our second main team. Initially, the host aimed for neutrality, but upon seeing 2's haughty expression, they could only hope to witness Iliu dominate Team 9. On another platform, the host Ma Shishi greeted viewers, Hello everyone. Welcome to the Cologne qualifiers match against Team 9. This is my first time commentating a match after NI Liu's transfer. Let us observe the chemistry between NI Liu and 2. After providing the background of the match, Mashishi quickened their pace, delving into the analysis of both teams' pistol rounds. The defending team opted for 2-1-2 default position. We observed NI Liu's agile movements as he made a leap onto the small pathway, effectively scouting the middle while also providing support. Team 9 swiftly sent 3 players to the middle, attempting to engage in a firefight. With precision, NI Liu eliminated 2 and another opponent in an instant, managing to retreat unscathed, leaving a third enemy stranded in the middle. After losing 2 players at the start, it will be intriguing to see how Team 9 would organize their next offensive. They opted to group up and attack wherever they could advance, a sound strategy. All players took defensive positions at the back, seeking stability and denying the opponent any chance. Team 9's members decided to approach stealthily from the second floor. Suddenly, they were taken out. Unbeknownst to them, the defending players were positioned perfectly. As the teams clashed head-on, all 3 of Team 9 were eliminated, without a chance to plant the bomb. Securing the pistol round, the first point was awarded. In the second round, Lu Feng disregarded his opponents entirely. Opting for a scout rifle, Lu Feng, wielding the scout, executed 3 consecutive jumps, swiftly navigating through a gap and arriving at the designated spot. In a live stream, a commentator exclaimed, "What? NI Liu is using a scout? Is he aiming to annihilate the opponent?" After previously punishing 2 in the middle, this round's surprise was doubled. Observing Team 9's approach to the middle, they attempted a dual setup. To everyone's astonishment, NI Liu soared into the air, utilizing a running start. What? NI Liu's scout scored a headshot from midair? 2 was left hanging in disbelief. Haha, he slammed the table, throwing his hands up. "Brothers, let us just surrender. This is too terrifying." As Lu Feng executed a wide swing with his rifle, the crowd gasped in awe. The Team 9 members, waiting in line to follow up, momentarily froze at the sight of 2 being eliminated. Suddenly realizing the match was still ongoing, they snapped back to attention and charged out of the middle. Lu Feng had long since vanished, having already retreated to the archway, standing boldly in the center without a care for concealment. He heard the footsteps of the opponents charging from the middle and threw a grenade beneath the archway, utilizing the explosion's effect to bring down all 4 opponents. The archway has certainly earned its reputation. The audience continued to gasp in astonishment. Such a display of brutal firepower undoubtedly exhilarated the spectators. In the back corridor of the viewing area, spectators watching the match chuckled. Team 9, why choose to engage in the middle when they could have attacked elsewhere? In the third round, Team 9 chose to go in without armor, sending 1 player to their demise. In the fourth round, both sides faced off with rifles for the first time. 0 made a sacrifice, equipping a sniper rifle. They prepared to continue their assault in the middle, seeking trouble with Lu Feng, demonstrating the North American team's tenacity. At the start, they deployed smoke to obscure the middle. Lu Feng, still with the scout, utilized its mobility to swiftly reach the spot, executing a spinning jump to land atop the small pathway, aiming at the edge of the smoke. Not only did 0 receive a sniper rifle, but he also willingly assumed a supportive role behind the smoke. Lu Feng keenly detected a scalp exposed during the jump. Bang! The scout fired with precision, eliminating the unsteady opponent. After the kill, Lu Feng switched to a knife, leaped away, slipped through the gap, and returned to safety. The entire movement was seamless, a textbook example of agility. His decisive repositioning rendered Team 9's countermeasures ineffective. Team 9's grenades and incendiary devices only harmed the air, having no actual impact. Upon returning, Lu Feng immediately tossed an incendiary device behind the sandbags and followed up with 2 flashbangs. Having coordinated with Lu Feng in advance, they executed a synchronized leap from the archway, charging into the middle. A continuous output of damage, combining single shots with sweeping fire, swiftly eliminated 0, who was unprotected, as well as the teammate who came to assist. Not one to press forward recklessly, Lu Feng picked up the fallen sniper rifle and tossed it behind him, then retrieved an AK-47, also throwing it back. "Lu, I brought your sniper rifle back," he exclaimed, seeking acknowledgement from Lu Feng. Chapter 89. A resounding defeat of Team 9. Lu Feng observed as 1 and 2, in the middle, diligently returned the sniper rifles to the archway, reminiscent of industrious field mice. In a live stream, Mashishi stared in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, This is utterly dismissive of the opponents. They haven't even finished killing one yet, and they're already transporting guns in the middle. The audience erupted in laughter, unaware of the commotion. 1 and 2 exchanged puzzled glances, still trying to comprehend the situation. Lu Feng leaped down, retrieving the sniper rifle that had been brought back, and the two returned to the training zone. With the realization that this stalemate was untenable, they retreated to the second floor, opting to conserve their weaponry. In the 5th round, Lu Feng upgraded his equipment, swapping the bird sniper for a larger caliber rifle, thereby enhancing his defensive capabilities in the mid lane. Indeed, devoid of firearms and artillery, the enemy was constructing their own demise. The duo of Lu Feng and his partner effectively solidified their control over the mid lane. One operated from a distance while the other engaged in close combat, creating a multi-dimensional defensive strategy. However, 9 delayed the start of the 5th round, calling for the first time out of the match. 0 remarked that the defensive range was excessively vast, allowing for rapid transitions to the side paths or the auxiliary control area, or even abandoning the mid lane to bolster the control zone. Thus, they resolved to mount a 4-person assault on the zone, while designating one individual to delay the enemy's return speed, preventing them from leaping onto the side path or enticing them to remain. The team acquiesced, determining to test this strategy in the 5th round. This tactic proved somewhat effective, enabling 9 to secure a point. In the 5th round, 9 collectively attacked the zone from the 2nd floor, while one individual distracted Lu Feng in the mid lane, preventing him from swiftly jumping to the side path to snipe from above. Although Lu Feng successfully eliminated the mid lane disruptor, 0, he missed intercepting the attacking defenders, resulting in a 2-for-2 exchange and the successful occupation of the zone. They anticipated Lu Feng's return via the side path, deliberately evading his line of sight and opting for a direct confrontation at the supermarket. Witnessing the breakdown of coordinated defense, Lu Feng chose to retain his sniper rifle. 9 secured a point, bringing the score to 4-1. However, their approach was not a sustainable strategy. Their tactics were overly simplistic, relying solely on surprise. The optimal outcome of a clustered attack was a direct breach. If the defenders managed to stall them, the endeavor would falter. Given the necessity for clustering, 9's initial probing and harassment were nearly non-existent, and the defenders' equipment remained intact. Therefore, as long as the defenders had sufficient resources and did not commit grave errors, they could always thwart the attackers' advances. Following a setback, vigilance returned. In subsequent rounds, Lu Feng expanded his operational range. He occasionally relinquished control of the mid lane to maneuver laterally, either gathering information with teammates or preemptively providing support. On the map of Huangma Maisai, control of the mid lane equated to control of the entire game. Collaborating with Lu Feng, they almost transformed the mid lane into their private sanctuary. By voluntarily ceding control of the mid lane, 9 found themselves increasingly on the defensive. They seemed to recognize the shift and called for a second timeout, once again attempting to regain control of the mid lane. This time, their execution of details was slightly improved. Utilizing smoke grenades, they successfully advanced to the sandbags and obscured the view of the side path. Lu Feng, noticing the obscured gun position, quickly maneuvered around the supermarket and positioned himself at the brick stack near the entrance of the small room. Observing the lack of resistance in the mid lane, 9's players grew bolder, preparing to push through the archway and the lower side. Their details, however, remained too rough, a common flaw among North American teams. They neglected to utilize equipment to clear a path in the mid lane, opting for a direct approach instead. 2 led the charge, but as he reached the archway, Lu Feng, positioned at the high point of the side path, struck him from the side, pinning him against the wall with a shot. Lu Feng retreated from the brick stack, coordinating with his partner to simultaneously throw grenades into the mid lane. While no one was killed, 0 and the other 2 following 2 were severely wounded. The cost of 9's control of the mid lane proved exorbitant. Those advancing from the side path engaged directly with the archway, but were bested in the exchange. 0 attempted to provide cover fire, but, lacking health, was swiftly eliminated. With a double kill secured, Lu Feng retreated. 9 still struggled to breach Lu Feng's blockade, and their control of the mid lane ended in failure. Ultimately, the first half concluded with a score of 13-2, with 9 managing to score only 2 points through cluster attacks, illustrating the steep price of abandoning control of the mid lane. As the sides switched roles, the second half commenced. Winning the pistol round would render the match largely inevitable. In the pistol round, Lu Feng made a sacrifice, positioning himself further back to assist the team's offensive with utility. He aimed to deploy explosives in the zone and seize the police base. Once his teammates were in position, Lu Feng threw a smoke grenade under the jumping platform and launched 2 high-altitude flashbangs into the zone. As the lead player, he charged out first, eliminating Zero behind a short box. His overly aggressive positioning prevented a chain kill, and he was quickly taken down by 2 from the police base. The subsequent trio failed to capitalize on the momentum, securing no kills as Nine's defenders efficiently eliminated them. After using up his utility, Lu Feng, carrying 4, was unprepared for the current situation, which left him in a 1v4 scenario. At this moment, 2, witnessing the near-total annihilation of his team, felt emboldened. Aware that there was a utility player within 1, he called for reinforcements and prepared to ambush Lu Feng. Lu Feng, pondering how to navigate this dire situation, recognized an opportunity as the enemy made a rash move. With a swift maneuver, he dispatched 2 with 2 precise shots and then deftly repositioned to eliminate the approaching reinforcement. Clearly reveling in his own bravado, 2, now filled with doubt, hesitated to face his teammates, relaying the information. He is at 1. We likely did not hit him. He is still at full health, but lacks a vest. The remaining 2 from 9 were positioned in the police base. The one hiding appeared somewhat apprehensive, emerging from the dog hole to coordinate with the other in the police base. Just as they moved, Lu Feng made his move. He swiftly cleared 1 using his pre-aimed strategy, methodically searching the short box, dead angle, old 6 position, and long box. Subsequently, he crept outside the sandwich, altering his perspective, and inspected the area, discovering no one. He then picked up a pistol lying under the jumping platform. Exiting the sandwich, he continued to scan the area below and above the second floor, finding it deserted. Retreating towards the archway, he ascended the jumping platform and, at the moment he revealed himself, spotted the top of a head peeking from the corner of the police base. Bang! A shot rang out, striking true. After a brief pause, noticing no return fire, he proceeded further. By then, he could ascertain that the opponents were likely near the zone, though their precise location remained uncertain. They could be inside the second floor, perhaps flanking from 1, or hiding in the police base, reluctant to expose themselves. They certainly could not be outside the dog hole, as that would yield no advantage. With this conclusion, he took a deep breath, set his feet, and executed a spinning jump, swiftly darting through the dog hole and following with 2 consecutive jumps into the supermarket. In the police base, they caught sight of Lu Feng, bouncing around like a large rabbit. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 consecutive shots, yet none found their mark as Lu Feng danced away. Realizing someone was shooting at him, Lu Feng deduced the last opponent was positioned in the police base. He refrained from returning fire, instead leaping through the supermarket window, arriving at the bomb site, where he planted a device on the second floor. Upon completion, he dashed towards the rear of the white vehicle, leaping onto it, lightly tapping the bumper, and executing a spin jump to ascend to the second floor. The audience gasped in astonishment at his agility. Those who had followed from the police base heard only the faintest footsteps at the bomb site, failing to catch a glimpse of Lu Feng. They could hardly believe he had managed to ascend to the second floor in such a brief span of time. A comical scene unfolded as he scoured the bomb site repeatedly, fervently battling against his imagined adversary. He persistently believed that Lu Feng was circling around him, engaging in a game akin to Qin Wang Raozhu. Employing all he had learned throughout his life, he focused intently on positional control, anticipating every strategic point. The harder he tried to predict, the louder the laughter from the audience became. Eventually, time was running out. He could no longer circle and had to plant the bomb. Lu Feng emerged from the second floor, swiftly taking down the final 2 opponents and securing an astonishing victory. Lu, is this humanly possible? How did you accomplish that? It was a performance reminiscent of the Sichuan Opera's face-changing act. As the designated breakthrough player, he initially felt assured that after securing the first kill, victory was within reach. However, witnessing his 3 teammates fall without resistance, he buried his face in his hands, preparing for the inevitable. He refrained from interrupting Lu Feng as he executed the final moves, opting instead to silently observe. With each successive kill, the audience's astonishment grew, culminating in an explosive gasp as Lu Feng eliminated the last opponent. Their reactions mirrored one another's. Yet the audience enjoyed a god's-eye view of the mental duel between Lu Feng and the empty air, laughing uncontrollably. From the commentary desk, it was declared, "This is undoubtedly one of the best plays of the year, perhaps the best." The commentator expressed astonishment at witnessing such skill in a formal match. The unbelievable agility demonstrated in the mid lane left everyone speechless. Now, it was clear that Lu Feng's abilities extended far beyond that. The crowd, captivated by the commentary, raised their hands in reverence, their cheers echoing louder with each passing moment. The spectators wore expressions of sheer shock. "Wow," they exclaimed. This echoes the old saying, without education, one can only express astonishment. Some recalled that he had employed similar tactics during latter matches, while others remarked on the simplicity of such movements. Did your head get caught in a door? Don't even think about performing such maneuvers. If you can successfully jump on a small path, I'll be convinced. In the domestic streaming rooms, comments praising Lu Feng's prowess flooded in. Brothers, the streamer is at a loss for words, unsure how to comment on this situation. Such plays are crafted for meticulous details. This is simply incredible. Lu Feng has toyed with them effortlessly. The streamer, Ma CC, resorted to his ultimate commentary form. The soulful 3 questions. What on earth does Lu Feng study in his spare time? How does he so effortlessly pull off such extraordinary feats? Meanwhile, the defeated team, 9, appeared drained of all courage. Player 2 sat before his computer, a blank expression replacing his previous bravado. Their team had become mere background figures, destined to be ridiculed for years. With their morale shattered, a loss in this match seemed inevitable. As the game progressed, 9 transformed into a different team, lacking any resistance and succumbing with a score of 16-2, thus sending them to the losers bracket and thwarting their early exit plans. On the other hand, the victorious team was already preparing to return to their hotel. After the match, Lu Feng, unprecedentedly, did not high-five his teammates, but instead embraced each one. The management watching from the club had a sudden realization. They had struck an incredible bargain with the 500,000 investment. Initially intended as a gamble for the future, it now appeared they had acquired a star player ready for immediate deployment. As Lu Feng approached the 9 team to shake hands, player 2 declared, "I will take my revenge." Lu Feng turned, smiled, and replied, "You are welcome to try any time." Exiting the 9 team's area, Lu Feng gathered his gear, preparing to return to the hotel for rest. The day's competition had not been overly strenuous. It was merely the lengthy wait that had been taxing. After a day of matches, Lu Feng and his teammates joked and laughed as they made their way to their hotel. "Hey Lu, you must teach me your techniques. How do you practice those astonishing jumps?" Lu Feng chuckled. "You should not waste your energy on such things. They're not significant in a match." No, I want to practice. Performing like that in a match would be incredibly cool." "All right, I'll teach you, but whether you can learn it depends on your innate talent." Upon returning to the hotel, Lu Feng dined with his teammates. After stowing away their equipment, he rushed off to have some fun. As he entered the room, a bottle of Nongfu Spring was thrown at him, which he caught, exclaiming, "Wow, I'll finish this in one go. It's so rare here." "All right, then you can spin it for me." Lu Feng turned to his side and asked, "Bro, your opponent tomorrow should be win, and we advance directly to the main event. Lose, and we have to play an additional match. Who are you facing?" "We are either facing Nodding," he continued. "You all played against 9 today. Your mid-lane control was excellent. We should learn from that." He then looked slightly disheartened, admitting, "Unfortunately, my sniper rifle is just starting to feel comfortable. I'm still a bit rusty and prone to misfires." "Brother, sniper skills can be practiced. However, commanding a sniper is nearly impossible. The difficulty is immense. To excel as a commanding sniper, one must operate within a solid framework, and the synergy among teammates must be exceedingly high." Lu Feng pondered for a moment before adding, "The rifleman must learn to cooperate in gathering information and share the burden of commanding the sniper." Nodding thoughtfully, he realized that commanding a sniper was not as straightforward as it seemed. The primary requirement was to be a competent sniper first. The team leader's role merely builds upon that foundation. At this moment, Lu Feng was in high spirits and continued, "Let us not dwell on tactical matters. Do you have any exciting items to show me? Let me try them out first to avoid any mishaps tomorrow. Oh, by the way, I heard there's an esports tournament being held at the Bird's Nest with an enormous prize pool. You all are about to make some serious money." Lu Feng's words prompted laughter. "Once this preliminary round ends, we'll head back to compete. Will you all be joining?" "Oh, unfortunately, no invitation. What a pity. You, who make money effortlessly, envy us for our modest winnings." Lu Feng discerned the nuances of yin and yang, imitating the tone of his counterpart as he playfully remarked, Oh, So you are indeed the affluent young master, deeming this a mere small bonus. Why not support me, dear sir? I could establish a club, and surely, with a bond we share, monetary matters would be of no concern. Their serious conversation barely lasted 2 exchanges before they resumed their playful banter. Chapter 91. The second day of competition, a night devoid of conversation passed, and as dawn broke, the sun had already risen, casting its golden rays across every corner of the city. Although it was June and the sun shone brightly, the weather in Katowice remained somewhat brisk. At this moment, the hotel arranged by the organizers buzzed with activity as all participating teams had risen. Some were having breakfast, others were smoking at the entrance, and many were gathering their members to set off. Thus, the second day of competition commenced. Lu Feng's team prepared to head to the competition venue. Yesterday, they had competed in the latter part of the schedule, which meant their matches were set for a later time. However, on this second day, the order reversed, and all teams that had played later the previous day moved to the forefront. In the third round of the cycle, their opponents were another team that had also secured 2 victories the day before. The match could only be held on the secondary stage, as the lighting and sound systems on the main stage were not yet ready. This match was crucial, as it would determine the first team to achieve 3 victories and advance to the main event in Cologne. Lu Feng followed his team to the warm-up area, where they had arrived early and were already warming up. Ah, my idol, the one with the golden smile, Lu Feng mused. It was evident that a champion team exuded a different aura, even though at that moment, Hongqing had yet to claim a championship title. The current iteration of Hongqing was still 2 players short of a championship lineup, with a seemingly mild-mannered master who was eager for revenge. Despite Lu Feng's capabilities, he felt that he lacked the strength to contend with them. After more than half an hour of warm-up, the referee approached to announce that the venue was ready, and both teams could enter. Matches on the secondary stage were devoid of elaborate ceremonies, and both teams swiftly entered the competition area, setting up their peripherals and adjusting their equipment as the captain initiated the proceedings. An interesting scene unfolded during their match. The chosen map was Nuclear Crisis, a newly deployed battlefield. Both teams had limited tactical preparation for this unfamiliar terrain. There was no choice but to proceed with determination. In the 9th round, they emerged victorious and chose to start as the defending team. After the servers refreshed twice, the match officially commenced. In the pistol round, Lu Feng took position at the iron board, while the other 3 members defended the inner area. Their opponents adopted a straightforward offensive strategy, blasting open the iron door and using smoke grenades to obscure the main entrance's visibility. They split their forces, advancing from the yellow room and the iron door into the inner area. In the ensuing chaos, they managed to eliminate 3 defending players and secure the bomb site. As a melee ensued, Lu Feng prepared to rush back to the 3rd floor for support. With his vision obscured by smoke, he desperately fired towards the iron door in hopes of scoring a hit. Seizing the opportunity while the enemy was planting the bomb, he executed a precise spring jump shot, eliminating the bomb planter just as he finished setting the explosive. Lu Feng maintained his focus on the bomb planter's location, ensuring that if he attempted to hide, he would swiftly switch positions and make it difficult for him to evade. As the smoke cleared from the main entrance, Lu Feng emerged and immediately encountered the opponent. Rather than engaging in a prolonged skirmish, he fired 2 suppressive shots before redirecting his attention to the bomb planter. The enemy, aware of Lu Feng's presence above, attempted to evade the shots from the main entrance. Lu Feng capitalized on the moment when the bomb planter was vulnerable, executing a flawless headshot and swiftly dispatching him. With the bomb planter down, Lu Feng's mind raced as he realized he needed to eliminate the threat at the main entrance before he could safely engage in a duel with his remaining opponent. If the 2 adversaries converged, victory would be nearly impossible. Anticipating his opponent's strategy, he refrained from rushing to the position and instead waited at the main entrance for Lu Feng to approach. Seeing that Lu Feng was not pursuing him, the enemy grew anxious and began to position himself for a shot. As Lu Feng leapt into the bomb site, he caught sight of a half-exposed figure and swiftly pulled the trigger. The gunfire served as a signal, and the remaining adversary immediately joined him in a crossfire, eliminating Lu Feng's opponent. Lu Feng then proceeded to defuse the bomb, winning the pistol round. As the attacking team, their chances of a comeback in the subsequent rounds were slim. With the bomb planted, they received rewards, but chose not to gamble on the faint hope of a turnaround, opting instead to forfeit the second point. In the 3rd round, the teams transitioned to rifle play earlier than expected. Aware that the team with rifles would likely focus their efforts on external strategies, Lu Feng anticipated their moves. True to form, they opened with smoke in the outer area. Lu Feng called for assistance from a teammate patrolling the main entrance to help defend against the external assault. A battle of wits ensued as both teams engaged in the outer area. They managed to intercept one enemy, but another slipped into the inner zone undetected. "Hey, Lu, it seems an enemy has infiltrated the inner area. Exercise caution," his teammate warned. Lu Feng understood that the enemy had established a foothold underground. Although the likelihood of them breaching the inner area from below was slim, once they secured the critical underground position, they would likely coordinate an attack on the iron board. As Lu Feng had predicted, 3 attacking players from the enemy team began to stealthily approach the corridor from the enemy hall, armed only with a Fama's rifle. He could not initiate the attack and instead set up a second defensive point, thinking if they group up to assault, I will take one down and then retreat, delaying them at the iron board. The atmosphere grew unnaturally quiet, indicating that the enemy's assault was imminent. A flashbang flew towards the iron board, prompting Lu Feng to duck for cover. Immediately afterward, one of the attackers emerged, and Lu Feng seized the moment, executing a swift barrage that dispatched the adversary. Without hesitation, he turned and dashed towards the underground, tossing a smoke grenade to seal off the entrance. Now, faced with a dilemma, the enemy had to decide whether to continue searching for Lu Feng or to block the corridor to prevent reinforcements from the inner area. As they hesitated, one of their members from the outer area managed to infiltrate the intersection. Spotting the enemy lingering in the inner area, Lu Feng swiftly eliminated him, regaining control over the underground. With their foothold compromised, the plan to invade the underground was thwarted, and they opted to secure their positions at the iron board. Lu Feng leapt into the inner area and picked up the fallen AK-47. With no casualties on his team, he successfully upgraded his main weapon and decided against pursuing the remaining 2 enemies at the iron board. Under the mutual agreement of a temporary ceasefire, they successfully secured their weapons and won the 3rd round. In the 4th round, Lu Feng entrusted the iron board to a teammate while he coordinated an external offensive, pushing directly to the enemy exit. Catching them off guard, he eliminated 3 opponents in quick succession. The remaining team members coordinated their assault, following up on Lu Feng's advance and eradicating the last 2 enemies in the enemy hall. They successfully secured the 4th point, depleting their resources and entering a state of entrapment. Chapter 92. Advancing with 3 victories caught in a state of confinement, they could only lie in wait at various positions, anticipating the probing advance of their opponents. However, the prevailing mentality was one of unwavering discipline, as none sought to covet the few heads of the opposing team. Each remained steadfast at their posts, awaiting the adversary's assault. In despair, they could only huddle together, resulting in the loss of 1 point, bringing the score to 5-0. It was an inevitable outcome, as the early stages of a nuclear crisis map inherently favored the defensive side. During this period, the offensive strategies employed by various teams on the nuclear crisis map were notably sparse. In the 6th round, a strategic shift was made. They resolved to abandon the flanking tactic and to confront direct engagements head-on when necessary. At the outset, they both jumped onto the oil tank and faced the opponents directly, coordinating from the external red box. The duo atop the oil tank displayed a remarkably aggressive style, resulting in a 1-for-1 exchange. The external defense, assisting the front door, was completely eradicated. Lu Feng, with no other options, was compelled to deploy a smoke grenade to seal off the lower window, obstructing the 1st floor. Opting not to engage on the 1st floor, the 2 from the outer field veered towards the main entrance, effectively collaborating with the 2 in the criminal hall to assault the interior. The confrontation remained intense, resulting in a successful exchange of 1-for-2, effectively eliminating the defenses on the interior and the 3rd floor. The nuclear crisis map posed a daunting challenge in a 3-versus-1 defensive scenario. Although Lu Feng yearned to explore this predicament further, Brother Derong issued a command for him to safeguard the AK-47. He, too, recognized that such an endeavor could bear more detriment than benefit, and thus retreated to the police area to secure his weapon. Winning this round brought the score to 5-1. In the 7th round, Lu Feng tossed the AK-47 to a teammate while arming himself with a sniper rifle. Brothers in the streaming room, Brother and I Lu is picking up the sniper rifle. The host made a blind guess that this round would see Brother and I Lu venture into the outer field to assist his comrades in reclaiming the situation. The host seemed to have a keen insight, as Brother and I Lu indeed proceeded to the outer field. They attempted to employ the same tactic, seeking trouble with Derong, but their calculations were flawed. Apologies, the outer field has changed personnel. Your opponent this round is Brother and I, Lu. The defenders of the outer field were now their team. In such long-range engagements, the adversary stood no chance against the sniper rifle. Brother and I, Lu, achieved a double kill from atop the oil tank, also eliminating the ground support. Alright, let Red Star secure their weapons. Enough of the theatrics. If these last two fall, your economy will be reset, leaving you with even less to fight with. By securing another point, Red Star retained 2 weapons. The host had previously stated that such outer field attacks, once the sniper rifle was in play, would surely put Red Star under immense pressure. A single sniper rifle, positioned on the 3rd floor and aimed towards the police area, could cover both the 1st floor and the main entrance. If the attacking zone was fortified, it would become a dire situation. With a sniper rifle, precise segment interception could be executed swiftly. Brother and I, Lu, was remarkably cunning. Only an explosive device within the interior could pose a threat. Yet the coordination of explosive devices was evidently lacking in practice. Since Lu Feng actively utilized the sniper rifle to expand the defensive perimeter, the situation had become untenable. Ultimately, the halftime score was cemented at 14-1, a testament to the successful defense. In the second half, the pistol round commenced. Their tactical approach was evidently more diverse. Lu Feng equipped various devices to lead the team in a robust offensive against the fortified positions. Lu Feng promptly detonated the iron door, deploying smoke at the main entrance to create a FA of an assault on the interior, temporarily keeping the defenders on high alert. He concealed himself in the criminal hall, waiting for the fortifications to be breached before executing a surprise attack on those attempting to return through the pipes. The plan was set in motion. Lu Feng swiftly destroyed the iron door and deployed a smoke grenade at the main entrance, causing the interior defenders to become anxious. Then, as the lead, he, along with 3 others, utilized flashbangs to navigate the passage quickly, successfully eliminating those guarding the fortified area. The 4 made no delay, with Lu Feng leading them deeper underground. The defenders inside, realizing the fortifications were breached and that the iron door was a feint, swiftly began moving towards the pipes in preparation for a counterattack. The interior members leaped into the pipes, while those from the 3rd floor rushed back from the outer field, ready to return through the fortified positions. Hearing no further activity within, Lu Feng took action, exiting the iron door and stealthily entering the pipes. He descended the pipe ladder, glanced at the dead end, and found it unoccupied. Then, he quietly approached the first point, precisely spotting an opponent preparing to push through the active door. With 2 quick shots, he eliminated them. Initially, he intended to reach the control room to shatter the glass and divert attention, allowing for an entry through the door. Lu Feng's sudden assault thwarted their plans, leaving them in a dilemma. Should they continue to break the glass to attack the bomb site, or return to eliminate the infiltrating Lu Feng? His disruption at the first point allowed his teammates to focus entirely on repelling the return of the others from the fortified area. The counterattack routes had become evident. There was no one at the dead end or the active door. Thus, only the direction of the fortified area and the control room, which Lu Feng had yet to search, remained as possibilities. The entire bomb site situation had been revitalized. In the end, Lu Feng successfully eliminated those caught between a rock and a hard place in the control room, while the others dealt with the defenders at the fortified positions. They won the pistol round, securing the match point. Having lost the pistol round, they were left without funds and could only muster a final desperate assault. Even in their impulsiveness, they would never be foolish enough to provide opportunities for close-range skirmishes. Except for Lu Feng holding the rear, everyone else advanced through the outer field, providing alternating cover before assaulting the main entrance. With a significant advantage in weaponry and a meticulously layered tactical approach, they confidently clinched the final point. The score stood at 16-1, catching everyone off guard as the first match concluded so swiftly. They rose to celebrate, not merely for victory, but to secure a place in the Cologne main event. With 3 consecutive wins, they became the first team to qualify, ready to book their return flights to Hamburg. At that moment, Lu Feng was solely focused on high-fiving his teammates, oblivious to the fact that he had just achieved his first sticker in his professional career. After shaking hands with his teammates, Lu Feng walked back alongside them. "Hey, Lu, you need to start designing your signature," someone remarked. "Signature? What signature?" Lu Feng responded. "You don't know yet? Congratulations on receiving your exclusive personal sticker." "Oh, I completely forgot about this. I have a sticker. I have my own sticker." Upon hearing the reminder, Lu Feng awakened from his reverie, exuberantly shouting and expressing his emotions, his eyes beginning to shimmer with unshed tears. Seeing Liu Feng's sparkling eyes, a teammate patted him on the neck. "Hey, relax, brother. This is just the beginning, merely the beginning. In the future, you will have many more stickers. You deserve it." It was evident that he had no comprehension of what a single sticker signified for a professional player from such a background.